Everyone rejoiced in joy and kept calling out names. Joshua, Joshua, the rumors were not exaggerated at all, I believed him. Lugia proudly smiled and said, "Look at you, old man, what's so funny about things like this?" Joshua said, "You have to be happy, this is a festival." The Lu family said angrily, "What a joy, all you did was struggle and let my greatness do everything, these naive humans have all been fooled." As he spoke, it emitted an aura of pressure. The people behind saw it and exclaimed in surprise, "Is that the spear that defeated Babylon? What a wonderful spear, I also want a spear like that." Position. When the Lu family heard these words, they became even more arrogant and proud. The lowly people in the world finally realized my greatness. Admirable, truly admirable. Looking at those things, the rays of light shined out. Everyone immediately knelt down and begged, "Is this the aura of a winner? Please let me become a master even if I lose. Please let me become rich." Joshua Wildmong silently asked, "Lugia, what are you doing? Stop now." Suddenly Azelen came up and said, "Congratulations on winning the opening match, Lord Joshua. Now I know you still have such an interesting side, my lord. After the victory you must be in a very good mood." The Lu family exclaimed, "They say that heroes are always surrounded by beauties." Joshua didn't pay attention to what he said, directly took it back and said to Azelen, "You have to stop calling me lord, I no longer part of the Anus family." Azelen expressed, "So, how about calling me Baron Sanders? Just call me Joshua, right now." The crowd in the back is preparing, the next match has already started, we should continue to cheer for the Emperor. In my country, I received energy from the winner so now I feel so refreshed. Azelen hesitated and was speechless. Seeing that, Joshua gently placed his hand on her shoulder, he comforted me, "It's okay, we are friends after all." Hearing the two words friend made Azelen confused and stunned for a moment. Joshua asked, "Anyway, why are you going alone? Where is Axular?" Azelen startled and replied, that. He had trouble sleeping because his first opponent was Prince Uravis, and at dawn he left, leaving me alone. Joshua now thought to himself, even before his regression, Uravis would not only become one of the 12 heroes but also part of the 9 stars. Maybe Axular doesn't know the future but even he will worried because of the radiate that Uravis radiates. And he also possessed another primordial stone, Mama. The power of the dormant core within him began to resonate strongly the moment he saw Uravis. It was the first time I experienced such a feeling, but I can definitely experience that phenomenon again when I meet Uravis again. Azelen wondered, "Lord, no, Joshua, can I ask you a question?" "Okay, ask." "Do you know anything about the relationship between Axular and Barbariant?" "By Barbariant, do you mean the mercenary king?" As soon as he finished speaking, Axular walked over. "Here you guys are." Joshua left and replied, telling the crap to come right away. Axular said, "Because you won this match, maybe you will meet me in the next match." "Not you, are you being too lax, Lord Joshua? Aren't you the one who is being too confident here? Uravis will be very sad to hear you say that. Before the match, who would believe that they would lose? You have to believe that you will win. If you believe, anything can happen." "Anyway, what were you two talking about just now, about the Phoenix thing?" Joshua was surprised. "Phoenix Star, it's over." Azelen nodded, "That's right, but we still have to check something." Ashula was full of interest and raised her hand to gently move her fingers teasingly, so she still hadn't told him about this, because it was personal. "We needed to test the bearer's strength first, now all that remained was the matter." He scanned his whole body again. As soon as he finished speaking, Azelen shouted in panic, "What are you talking about, pervert?" Joshua stood next to him and said, "In that case, come meet me in my room tonight. I'll wait, I'm going to rest first, see you later." Axular and Azelen stood bewildered. He even exclaimed, he was really open. Azelen looked at the machine and replied, "Yes, see you later." A normal evening at a luxury villa. Iodine frowned and said, "Only 15 years old but already so talented. In 5 years, there will be no one in this world who can become Joshua Sanders's opponent." As soon as he finished speaking, Haseki sitting next to him burst into laughter and replied, "A child like that must come from the Avalon Empire." Although Avalon cannot make any move due to the presence of Hubat and the Empire has been waiting for a long time. But Joshua's presence has changed everything. that demonic war-crazy emperor already owns the strongest chess piece. He is definitely anxious to fight. Sooner or later, the balance will prevail, between Avalon, who and touching the station for a long time may collapse. Gimmon finally spoke up. I agree, there are too many people in this world who want that situation to disappear. The people who scare me the most are those who do not just end up in my own imagination. If anyone tries to destroy the current balance between 3 strong countries, 7 average countries and 2 weak countries, we must stop it at all costs. If its starting point is Joshua Sanders, wouldn't it be better to destroy him? At this time, Isellen went to Joshua's room, saw her, he immediately said, "You came faster than I thought, come in." Isellen walked in and immediately closed the door. Joshua said, "Hang your coat over there, make yourself at home." Isellen shyly replied, "Oh yes. That's great, I never imagined I would be alone with you like this, Joshua. I want to continue what we didn't talk about earlier." "You mean, our conversation about the relationship between Axular and the barbarian mercenary king?" "That's right, I don't understand why you're living with a mercenary like an Axular. Although people have the stereotype that mercenaries are very free and not forced by rules, in reality, there is no organization as harshly classed as them. Just seeing this mercenary badge, if it was just to prove their mercenary status, there would be no need to divide them into silver or gold. This is their own system to divide them into levels, class based on your skill level. And the barbarian is the leader of all the mercenaries, the mercenary king, right, as if the king of a country is always like that, but the Axular is against the barbarian king. By helping her, the last remnant of Rebrika's bloodline when Cromwell, who joined forces with the mercenary king, destroyed her bloodline. I don't know what relationship she has with Axular, but what I'm sure of that is, if Axular had a good relationship with the mercenary king, he wouldn't have helped her so directly." Isellen admits, yes, Axular hates the mercenary king, he even thinks the mercenary king is distracting all the other mercenaries. It is rumored that the mercenary king has Marquis Karambel's minions surrounding the continent. Marquis Karambel is called the loyal dog of the emperor, and there are rumors that the mercenary king and the emperor have some connection. Covering everything up under the guise of a mission was so suspicious, Joshua understood after hearing it, so that's it. Mercenaries must stay neutral to earn profits, but the mercenary king's actions seem to be the opinion of the entire guild, and Axular doesn't like that. "Okay, how can I help?" She was surprised. "What?" he said, "didn't you mention this from the beginning for that purpose?" "I will help, we are friends after all." These words made Isellen pause for a moment. Then she smiled and looked happy. She stroked her hair and looked in another direction. Axular intended to win this master battle and officially challenge the mercenary king to the mercenary king, because he was one of the 12 elites, but seeing him was worried. Like that, I discovered that winning might be quite difficult. Joshua continued, "You want me to win and challenge the mercenary king instead?" Isellen shook her head in denial. No, it's the opposite. I wanted to warn you that even if Axular loses and you win, you should stay away from the mercenary king. Please, I don't want to lose the people around me anymore, I just want to forget everything and move forward, so please. Unexpectedly, Joshua suddenly hugged Isellen in his arms. He gently comforted her. She must have been very scared. "I will take her sincere warning to heart. I guarantee you will never lose anyone again." At this moment, Isellen burst into tears like a child. After a while, her mood gradually stabilized. Joshua asked, "Can you let me go now?" Immediately, Isellen embarrassedly let go of his hand and shouted loudly, "You promised, Joshua." Joshua replied, "That will wait until I win the master battle, so now let's get back to the main story, shall we?" Main story, just saw Joshua slowly taking off his shirt. Isellen blushed and shouted in surprise, "What are you doing? Why did you suddenly take off your clothes?" Joshua replied, "Didn't you say you needed to measure and make a phone case? I thought I had to take it off." "You don't need to do anything, I'll take care of the rest, so it's all up to you." Just like that, the long opening day of the master battle came to an end. On the 4th day of the master battle, the host excitedly said, "For the first time in the history of the master battle, magicians fought magicians. Something people will only see in mainland-level magic battles, 2 great mages fighting right here, at Reinhardt." After speaking, everyone in the audience cheered happily. Theta yawned and exclaimed, "It's really troublesome." "Hey, man, don't waste your strength making decisions with rock, paper, scissors, these things are too violent." Estella replied, "You didn't participate and have no shame, why don't you accept the punishment before humiliating yourself?" Theta looked at Estella with arrogant eyes and silently exclaimed, "Really, can this guy use 4 types of magic at once? This is dangerous." On the other side, Joshua is using summoning magic, the one who sold his soul to the darkness, the owner of the Wolf Fang sword, the king of humans, appears. Immediately, from the magic circle, the demon Ace appeared. He asked, "What's wrong?" Joshua replied, "I have something I need your help with." "Say, I have sworn my loyalty to you, I will obey your orders." "So let me get this straight, I have sent my allies to the Pontiac territory in the Aden Valley, they should have arrived by now, I need you to go there and support them." On this side, Theta is fighting hard, he uses stone walls to attack his opponent. Immediately, a stone wall appeared in front of him. Suddenly, the wall cracked, the force was so great that Theta was knocked out. He angrily cursed, "Old man, are you trying to kill me? This is just a competition." Estella snapped, "Shut up, I've seen people let down their guard, and as a result, they had to pack their bags and return to their country without getting any results. I didn't intend to lose like that." As soon as the words ended, Estella held 2 fireballs in his hands. Then released it high up, creating a fiery eruption towards Theta. Not to be outdone, Theta responded loudly, "Do you think I'm participating because I want to?" He told himself, "It's all because of that damn Zero." Then Theta used all his strength to defend. 2 sources of magical energy radiated out, causing the entire arena to shake. The host said excitedly, "The power mage of the Silken Kingdom, Lord Estello, had covered the entire arena with an incredibly powerful spell. Could the low mage Lord Theta withstand it, this attack or not?" Everyone cheered, "Don't lose, show them what magic can do, Terra magic is the best." Iselin exclaimed, "They are all very impressive, compared to me, they are both on a completely different level." Joshua suddenly appeared from behind and she said, "Don't worry, Iselin, I'm sure you can easily become stronger than them." She was surprised, "Didn't you say you had something to solve?" "I just did it, finished. But I have to say it again, those spells are really great." Right after the Civil War, the prince, in order to appease the nobility, the novice clan ordered the destruction of all traces of magic in the magical kingdom of Terra. Until then, because everyone thought he was I wanted to unify the continent, so they followed orders and burned everything. That was when the top magician, the Estella Force magician, along with the Terra Kingdom, disappeared from history. However, in the end it was the explosive magic circle that you, Estello, created, that killed me. It seemed like fate was playing a cruel joke. Iselin analyzed, "Something is not quite right, even though he is casting a very strong spell, that person named Theta, but his mana is unstable." "Over here," Theta said confidently in the firelight, "I don't even see you being serious about this anymore." Estello angrily questioned, "Are you still trying to act cool?" The guy in the barrier class pushed the fire aside with a smirk and said, "Instead, I guess you could say that now I have a reason to put a little effort into this." Atolo exclaimed in surprise, "You've received my attack and you're still unharmed, a spell like that should have caused you some damage, right?" Theta pointed at the barrier surrounding his body and said, "You saw this thing, right? I created it. How? I call it the Wind Wall." "You are saying that you can resist my attack by using a star wind spell, how is that possible?" "Wind elemental spells usually have no defense. However, my specialty is that, so what should I do? I've found new ways to use my spells, now it's my turn, so keep your eyes open and watch." Estello immediately cast fireball magic confidently asserting, "You won't be able to block all of my attacks with a skill like that. I will destroy that shield of yours." Theta increases the force of the wind wall to respond, "I wonder if you can do it." Joshua silently exclaimed in surprise, "Wind wall, wall is right. I just realized it." The one wrapped in the wind, he became one with the wind, creating countless legends across the continent. Theta image quickly appeared right in front of Estello. He was frightened, he couldn't believe it. Just like that, he was sent flying away by a Theta attack. Joshua finally recognizes Theta, the first 8th level archmage of the 3rd generation, the traitor to magic. The battle is over, the match leader announced. Eliminated, after being unable to block Lord Theta's attack, Lord Astello was pushed out of the ring. As a result he lost. The winner is the lightning throne of the 7 warlords Theta. I wonder if Lord Theta, for the first time in this year's master battle, can win the title of first magic master. Then 4 people stood up. Seeing this, he immediately announced that among the judges, 4 people had chosen, and Lord Theta had received the title of magic master. After finishing the deal, Theta raised her hand to wipe away her sweat and glanced at Joshua, exclaiming, "I'm really scared, he's much stronger than I thought." 0, if not for him, 1 star, Joshua. Joshua himself also looked towards him at the same time. Iselin said bewilderedly, "Yet the great Astello's magic has no effect. What is that defensive spell?" Joshua replied. She seemed very surprised. "Of course, I have never seen any of that, something like that. It made me realize that one person's strength has no limits." Joshua smiled and said, "Are you saying there is no limit?" Suddenly he thought again. If I wasn't assassinated and could live longer, then I'm sure the third person to reach level 8 in the 3rd generation would be Iselin. She suddenly reminded, "Be careful, from what I see, the Astello Force Mage is almost at level 6. There are also rumors surrounding him, all things considered, that man of 7 magicians named Theta. At least a level 6 master." Joshua expressed, "I think in situations like this I am truly a martial artist. The thought of fighting a level 6 master makes me excited." Having said that, he thought again, "Yet the Mage of the Storm, the great mage Thetarpian Witsoaks, is in a place like this. How interesting. I'm sure he still has a few tricks up his sleeve. I hope if I had a chance to fight him, a battle with a great mage would be a valuable experience." Suddenly, the host announced, "Everyone, if possible, please turn your attention to me. We'll move on to the next match." As soon as the words ended, an extremely large source of energy appeared on the ground, causing the ground to crack and leave deep marks on it. He continued, "This is a very exciting match that I'm sure the whole mainland is looking forward to. Elite Knight, Prince Uravis. And the second great hired soldier, Giant Warlord Axular." At this time, Axular angrily stepped onto the ring. The host said, "Now the battle is allowed to begin." Below the stands, everyone cheered, "Prince Uravis, good luck, you are the hope of all non-royal descendants, show them the title of second in line. Millions of mercenaries are not something to be taken lightly, Axular." Iselin said nervously, "I hope he's not worried, he just needs to do as usual." Joshua reassured, "It will be okay, the Axular I know is not someone who will falter before the match, I know that too, but I can't help but worry." He thought to himself, "I'm worried too. I already know the outcome of this match because in my previous life it was also a notable event. As long as nothing changes, I'm sure that person will win, but know what will happen in this timeline." On the field, Uravis took out his sword and said a word, "Good luck." Axular also took the stance to reply, "You too, no, we're on the battlefield now, so I'll speak frankly. Let's skip the boring rituals, right? Don't just because you're my opponent think our rankings are the same, you're only second." Without saying much, they rushed at each other, swords and hands clashing. Uravis used his strength to hold down his sword hand. He said, "You are much stronger than I thought. But what can be done without weapons is limited." But a second later, he looked confused again. He swung his sword into an arc and slashed towards Axular. On the other side, the Axular used his bare hands to disperse the blow he had just unleashed. Uravis asked in shock, "How could you disperse my sword energy?" Axular smiled happily and replied, "It's nothing. Are you surprised?" Having said that, Axular continued to attack. A direct punch to Uravis's face left him unable to react. One punch straight to the face of Uravis. Just one blow pushed Uravis back. Scratches appeared on his normally healthy face. He gritted his teeth and looked at Axular. He knelt down to regain his balance, then frowned and said, "You look so scheming." Axular replied, "What's wrong with scheming? Maybe knights wouldn't understand. Mercenaries like me don't live off our name but on the money we make." Uravis stabbed his sword into the ground and declared, "So I can't just stand still." The Fire Lord spoke softly, and as he finished speaking, the ground cracked and a stream of lava flowed out below. The power was so great that the ground shook. Even Axular was surprised. Damn, what happened to the ground? Uravis swings his sword provocatively. Why don't you try to survive this move? A hurricane of fire crept across the earth. The host said excitedly, the hellfire created by the king of Uravis has caused the surrounding temperature to increase significantly. This giant Axular, can he survive this attack? Joshua silently exclaimed, that skill really radiates heat. That's right, I saw that move in the vision of the battle between the tyrant Amma and King Uravis. When control over the Death Knight was being transferred, it was possible to view the memories of the Demon Duke, stuck in the middle of the lava, helpless to do anything. Lugia stood next to him and whispered, why did you give the Death Knight to your ally, even though it can live on its own magic power? But many weaknesses will be exposed when away from the Master, I'm sure you know that. The longer I stay with you, the more I see that you are more stupid than I thought. Stupid, really stupid. When Joshua was talking about him, he angrily waved his hand and shouted, shut up and stop immediately. Iseline was startled and replied, do you think it's too cold? I used cooling magic to dissipate the heat because I was afraid you would feel hot. It's okay. The Lu family provoked again. What's going on? One side is trying to stay alive, the other side is giving the green light. Go away, he ordered. Then he turned to look at Iseline and explained, I think I'm a bit hot-tempered because the temperature is skyrocketing. Please forgive me. On this side, the war between Axular and Uravis is becoming increasingly tense. Only saw the Axular use one hand to deal with the opponent. Uravis said contemptuously, I'm not done yet, let's see how long you can last. Axular calmly replied, you're the only one who thinks so, I won't play cat and mouse with you anymore. Seismic, breaking, hammer hitting the ground or hand. Each large rock on the ground gradually rose higher. Uravis is fearless, he smiled and said, do you think such tricks can stop me? Axular took the opportunity to run and attack. It's funny, I simply opened the way, you just wait. The host sat down on the ground in fear but still enthusiastically commented, the attack path of King Uravis had been blocked, had been broken by the giant Axular. Even if the temperature was horrifyingly hot, he could still survive, can reach him. Axular raised his fist that had stopped Marna and shouted loudly, stop wasting each other's strength and fight hand to hand like two men. Seeing the dangerous situation, Uravis quickly raised his sword to block a blow. Then he slashed horizontally again. Axular then somersaulted to avoid it. Then he used his foot to kick Uravis hard, causing him to immediately fall to the ground. Not stopping there, the Axular increased his strength and pinned him on the ground, declaring, this is the decisive blow, Spirit Hand. Just like that, a punch landed on Uravis' body. Suddenly, Axular's face changed slightly. Uravis appeared unharmed, he seemed to be surrounded by a layer of beauty around his body. Uravis smiled sarcastically and said, decisive blow, this is what you think. So disappointed, after that, he immediately counterattacked, he also raised his hand to block the sword. Axular couldn't help but think in surprise, I'm sure I've done 3 attacks, one of which should have been stronger than the spirit's sword. The sword has enhanced aura, that of a Ranka knight, how come he was unharmed? The flow of lava inside Uravis's body was still flowing. Iseline in the stands looked at Joshua. Standing in the position of a magician, I can't predict for sure who will win in this match. As a participant, what do you think? Joshua suddenly felt pain, he held his chest and groaned. Iseline saw Joshua's unwell appearance, she panicked and asked, are you okay? You don't look very well. Don't worry, I'm fine. Joshua thought to himself, Bronto is out of control, Lugia is curious, it hasn't started yet, so what's the matter, Lugia? Lu replied, Master, I'm sure you already know, the person you call the king is hiding his true potential. Yes, I know that. Uravis's skill is not just ordinary fire, but hellfire that can burn everything, an evil fire that even Ducase, who is as strong as the experts, cannot approach. You are right, that skill originates from the origin stone, lava, which has the characteristic of destruction, and that person, the holder of a origin stone, discovered that he also possessed a origin stone, other. Hearing that, Joshua was surprised. What? The battle on the field is still going on fiercely. Suddenly, Uravis glanced towards Joshua. Making him confused, he thought, He's looking at me. Lu explained that, to be precise, the lava had felt the energy emitted from the thunder. He wondered, why were the two origin stones reacting with each other, the origin stones, once believed to be fragments from the gods. There shouldn't have been many pieces but just one, just one. The arena suddenly appeared a pillar of fire pointing straight up. Axular trembled and thought, how can mortals radiate energy like this? It felt like I was facing a god with the ability to control the fiercest volcano. From the pillar of fire, Uravus jumped up and shouted loudly, I will burn everything you see to ashes. Genocide hell. Axular is not at all subdued. He put all his strength into his hands and responded loudly, I will face this attack. The two of them did not yield to the other, one attacked and the other resisted. Suddenly, Iseline shouted loudly, don't lose, old man. These words awakened and encouraged Axular's fighting spirit. At this time, the fire from King Uravus exploded. A fireball rose high, the protective barrier automatically activated, everyone in the stands exclaimed in surprise, some aftershocks were still flying everywhere. Everyone please duck down, fan, there is a protective barrier, it's okay, we'll be fine. Even the strongest magician on this continent cannot destroy it. But when the fire touched the barrier, they realized the problem. What is this? It's melting, I avoided it before. At this moment, Axular suddenly burst into laughter. He was now defeated, lying on the ground mocking, you are a much-praised king, but I can't believe you would involve the audience. Uravus replied, don't worry, I've restrained myself so it won't leave too much damage. Are you holding back? How strong are you? I don't even know. You are an interesting person, then you are destined to receive the title of master. Probably now your target, you are the winner in the battle between masters, right? Of course, since the kingdom of Thran was established not long ago I had to win, plus. It's Joshua, Sanders, I've got my eye on you. Uravus looked at Joshua, silently planning something. At this time, in the recovery room, Axular is being treated by everyone. He had a painful look on his face as he lay struggling on the bed. They said that if they couldn't treat his wound, they would have to bring in more monks. Outside, Iseline asked in surprise, I thought the battle was over, why weren't we allowed in? Lord Axular and I have a close relationship. The guard quickly replied, I'm sorry, to avoid any problems that may arise, we temporarily prohibit contact between candidates and outsiders, please go back. But Joshua stepped forward and said a few words, she's with me, do I need to prove my identity anymore? Let us in, he replied tremblingly, Lord Joshua Sanders, however, we still not allowed to do that. As soon as he finished speaking, Tiger King Ryan accelerated and said loudly, let them in. Lord Ryan, what are you doing here? He said, I came to the temple because I have some other matters to deal with. Isn't Lord Joshua Sanders a Reinhardt recognized master? There's no need to worry, if you insist. After that, Iseline immediately rushed in and called out, old man. How are you, do you recognize me? Axular weakly replied, sorry to show you this ugly side, what do you mean, you fought very bravely. Joshua thought to himself, it seems like after he was directly hit by the extinction hell, divine power couldn't heal him, even though this is the first time, I need to try using divine magic. Because the magic grows stronger in parallel with its owner, with the power that I currently have. Immediately, Joshua helped, he cast magic, recovering. Unexpectedly, the wounds on Axular's body are gradually recovering. This shocked everyone present. Axular sat up and exclaimed, what, my body has been completely healed. Iseline was surprised, how is that possible, how can you use magic? Joshua calmly replied, I can only imitate what the monks did. This is also the first time we tried using it, and it can be considered a resounding success. On the other side, when Uravus returned, everyone respectfully greeted him, congratulating him on his victorious return, my lord. You can finally receive the title of master and continue on to the finals, the only thing left is to win and become the new master of Reinhardt. Uravus replied, although I predicted that I would receive the title of master, but winning only one match and going straight to the final round was thanks to luck, who would have guessed that Mr. Christian, the champion of Hubalt, would withdraw? Come on, I still hope to compete with him, it's unfortunate. But I'll accept it, after all, today's battle was quite refreshing, After facing the giant Axular, I guess I can't underestimate the gossip that civilians often talk about anymore. Even if I don't, he was able to beat me, but he was the first person to lose a battle and still be awarded the title of master. I also have to acknowledge his strength. So, if all the rumors about Joshua are correct, then there is a high possibility that the person who will face me in the finals will not be someone from Theta but Joshua. If that's the case, then I should get to know him a little. Let's go out for a bit. The accompanying knight worriedly said, going out alone at this time is very dangerous. Please let us escort you, he reassured. Don't worry, take advantage of the time I haven't returned yet and rest a bit. At the Reinhardt mansion, Moongate headquarters. When Uravis entered, he immediately took off his cape and expressed, I never thought it would be located in the middle of the street like this. Zero, sitting in the opposite seat, said, we have become so famous, don't you think so, Prince Uravis, although normally we would serve you on the top floor. But right now our president is absent, please understand. Uravis replied, that's even better, you have the information I need. What information do you need? I heard you asked for 1 million gold for information about Joshua. Tell me all the information about him, and I will pay right now. Zero smiled and said, sorry, I have to tell you this news, my lord. Lord Joshua Sanders is the only one who possesses the information our organization needs. We don't want to cause any harm to someone like him. Uravis frowned. You're saying it's better to throw away 1 million gold, why don't you reveal it? He explained. From the beginning the price of that information had already increased. Since last year, the situation has changed a lot. So how much do you want now? Zero quote, information about Lord Joshua Sanders is 100 million gold. On the way back, Uravis looked back and thought to himself, 100 million gold, that's a sky-high price, or maybe he didn't want to reveal any information from the beginning. If Naguyatmon intended to hide information about Joshua Sanders, then that information must be fake. I have no other choice but to find out about him myself. At this time, Zero stood thoughtfully looking outside. Sect Master Naguyatmon suddenly appeared and asked, he said, are you wondering why I ordered you to offer such an sky-high price? Zero bowed and replied, I'm just following your orders, it's okay, I'm also very curious, you know, right now our organization is in dire need of funds. He thought to himself, it's unfortunate that we missed out on 1 million gold. In the past 5 years, the amount of money that had to be poured into eliminating corrupt elements in the organization to ensure stability was extremely large. Just the price of assassinating the 3 elders is 10 million gold. They are no longer in this world. We can finally have the opportunity to start over, but now we are in an impossible situation, have enough budget to do anything. Moan just continued, do you know who the special assassin who killed the 3 elders is? Zero told me, I only heard about it. I don't know the details, Master. She glanced back and said, it was rumored that he was trying to unify all the assassin organizations on the continent. At this moment, Zero couldn't hide his surprise and exclaimed, what, how could that happen, gathering assassins who don't trust anyone but themselves? I really can't imagine that scenario. I don't believe it either. But it seems that Special Assassin has built trust with many colleagues, there is a possibility that it will come true. Who exactly is that person? I don't know, no one knows exactly who that person is, but most people call that person a Kingslayer. The important thing is that the Kingslayer mentioned the name Joshua Sanders. He stammered, are you trying to say that the reason for unifying the assassin organizations across the continent is to eliminate Lord Joshua Sanders? Sect Master Naguyatmon shook his head, I'm not sure, but once he becomes their target, we might lose track of the bad chain that only Joshua Sanders knows. That's why we need to make sure that information regarding Joshua Sanders is not revealed to anyone. We have to make sure the Kingslayer doesn't get hold of this information. On the other side, after recovering his health, Axular immediately practiced diligently every day. His body became increasingly stronger. He used a powerful move and exclaimed, it was amazing, yet he was able to heal me so perfectly. How could he be better at healing than some high-level monks? That's it. Lord Iseline, why don't you take advantage of this opportunity to teach Baron Joshua how to use magic? Maybe she will become the continent's first level 8 great magician. Right now, Iseline is distracted. I thought to myself, where have I seen it before? Axular saw this and wondered, Lord Iseline, what are you thinking so thoughtfully? Don't tell me you miss Baron Joshua. His sudden appearance startled her. She quickly stepped back and shouted, "What the hell, you scared me." Axular leaned over teasingly, because after Baron Joshua disappeared she looked lifeless. "That's too much." Iseline blushed and explained, "It wasn't because of Joshua, it was because of the person I saw in the temple." Called each other by their names. "Who did you see in the temple?" As someone who looks like a tiger, the event organizers seemed to call him Lord Ryan or something. "If you're talking about the person I'm thinking of, do you mean the Tiger King Reingaga, one of the 12 elites?" "That's right, I was wondering where I had heard that name. It turned out to be Tiger King Ryan Gager. Why didn't I think of it? Now I remember." He wondered, how strange, yet she suddenly met him like that. Iseline was bewildered. "Do you mean he came to see Joshua?" He nodded and said, "It is also possible, if Baron Joshua if he wins, he will challenge him to rule Reinhardt." Why, out of so many people among the 12 elites, did the Tiger King think that Joshua would choose to challenge him? Axular immediately explained, "The reason is very simple. According to tradition, the winner of the master battle will become the king of Reinhardt. However, it is not easy to win the hearts of the people there. If he can defeat the current king of Reinhardt, the Tiger King, then there is a possibility that the people will recognize his strength. Furthermore, what else? He is the easiest opponent to achieve the title of one of the 12 elites." On the other side, a huge hurricane appeared. Theta smirked and said, "I can't believe you dare to appear in front of me and say such nonsense." No, Joshua Sanders, the murderer." Joshua calmly replied, Theta beyond Tangerine in shock, "I'm just here to warn you. Like I said, the current owner of magic, Ian Dunpare, will lose his life in the near future. Evergrande the Ashbolt will soon overthrow the current leader of the Magic Tower, Ian Dunpare, and become the new leader of the tower." Theta shouted angrily, "Shut up, do you think you can mentally attack me in the middle of battle?" He was so strong that I slashed at Joshua. But unexpectedly, Joshua was strangely calm before his attack. Even Theta was frightened. "Just saw an earthquake ring out, causing the whole forest to shake." Theta frowned and said, "You think I would believe that nonsense? You dare say that the first level 7 mage could be killed by a nanny magician in the palace?" Joshua calmly explained, "Intelligence indicated that it was you and the Silk Bank who were aiming for the location of the lightning, and at the same time leading you to encounter me." "Yes, that's correct, but who would have thought the one who saw the truth was you, the one who killed the previous thunderbolt?" After realizing it, I tried to track you down, but I was powerless to fail just because you were awarded the royal knighthood. The only chance to find you is to go outside of Avalon, like right now, but what does that matter? During my 5 years as a knight, I only investigated the Evergrande. That's when I discovered many clues indicating that he was gathering a rebel named Deet for the purpose of taking over the Magic Tower, including information about the person who was helping him. To be honest, I only know that the guy who pretended to be the leader of the Magic Tower from the Kaiser. I wonder where you got this information, especially the far-fetched story about the traitor in the ranks of the Magic Tower." Theta still stubbornly dismissed it. "Go away, I've had enough of entertaining you with your fairy tales. Forget about the Magic Tower and worry about your body first. I will definitely expose your crimes when the time comes." Fit. "Joshua has a condition, believe me or not is up to you. However, if what I said is true, then I have a suggestion." "What?" "I will deal with the Evergrande myself, but in return, I want you to help me become Emperor of the Empire." At Prince Uravis's camp, someone rushed in. The news was urgent. Uravis asked, "Have you found out information about Baron Joshua?" "Yes, Prince, but I'm not sure if that's the news you need or not." Theta, one of the 7 wizards who missed the semifinals. "Over here," the owner of the Magic Tower Ian Dunpare shouted loudly, "That guy, what's wrong with your mind? And why did you fail to force him to surrender?" Theta covered her ears and replied with an annoyed look on her face, "I know, please, I understand you're angry, but just listen to me. Brando 5 years ago became part of Baron Joshua, and when the old man tried to drag the boy out by force, Baron Joshua had to defend himself, leading to the current situation. So in the end it was just self-defense." Ian exclaimed in surprise, "What, 5 years ago? At that time Baron Joshua was just a 10-year-old kid, and you're trying to say that a 10-year-old kid'd fight and defeat lightning?" "How can I know? That's the truth, but honestly, I don't believe him." but since the old Earthman warned me about the Evergrande and the Magic Tower, I've seen something strange going on, so right now, return to Avalon and clear up something more important than the next battle, responsibility." The Tower Master said, "Okay, I understand, you have no intention of delving deeper into this matter. If only you could fix that personality, you would be a great magician. Just do what you want and go back to the Magic Tower. I'll make plans to summon the 7 mages. Actually, I'm planning on traveling and exploring the world, but that's for next time. Whenever I call, it's also to elect a new assistant for the tower leader. What is it? You're planning to do it when the lightning position is vacant, and you're planning on appointing someone." He said, "Evergrande the ace." I was thinking of giving him a chance. Hearing this sentence, Theta's face immediately looked surprised. On the 5th floor of the Moongate Guild, the special guest room, Joshua sat on a chair, opposite the Moongate Master. "Congratulations on reaching the finals, Baron Dusua Sanders," he replied, not expecting that the president of the Moon Sect personally invited me here. "We should have met sooner, forgive me for the delay. I will go straight to the main point and answer all your questions. The events between the Bantu family and the royal family of Avalon, along with the state of the continent, are the things you need to pay attention to the most." Joshua laughed and replied, "You already prepared all the information for me. That's impressive." The president of the Moongate expressed, "But before that, I think it would be more fair if you paid our service fee first, the promise I made 5 years ago. I'm sure you still remember. Now, please give us the wisdom of the bad luck." Joshua smiled naturally and said, "Even if I told you the location, the Moongate Association wouldn't be able to do anything. So, are those small coins so important?" "Silver-eyed demon sword, Aphrodite lilies." Hearing the name, the president was surprised. She sat up straight and said, "Surprisingly, I've always wondered why you're always praised across the continent. It seems I've found the answer. However, even you cannot see this. Times have changed, and currencies have become much more important than before. The red coin is the symbol of the god Homer. For the people of Hubat, the sheep of the god Hermes, the red coin is considered a holy grail treasure." Within the Hubalt Empire, the people were divided into 2 factions, the Pope faction and the Emperor faction, both of whom were always fighting for control of the Lunar Guild because the guild held all the information across the continent. After a long period of conflict, the papacy won and placed me in this position. However, the relic of order, the divine tears, had disappeared. No, more accurately, it was destroyed. Destroy. And the number 1 suspect is none other than yourself. Joshua was surprised. "Don't tell me." With a holy tear relic, from the Temple of Hermes, it shows us that this person is really Baron Joshua Sanders or just a demon. If you still don't believe it, I have no choice but to show you with my own eyes right now. He is neither a member nor a layman, but the wings of the Archangel Michael rest on the ivory, which is that small crystal. Lily replied, "The Pope has been looking for a relic that resembles a copper coin. No, resembles a Holy Grail to replace it, so please tell me where it is, where the Holy Grail is." He hesitated, replied, "That is. Currently the Holy Grail is in the possession of the Avalon royal family." Lily glared and exclaimed, "What, the Avalon royal family?" Joshua consoled, "Don't worry, I'm also trying to get it back here." She sighed, "It seems I have no other choice but to trust you. Now then, I ask you for information." "I can tell you, but let me clarify first. The information of the Holy Grail is to pay your debt to the guild, you understand, and what follows is our private contract." "Okay, I can pay it now." "I don't need money, I need something more valuable." "Okay, then whatever it is, as long as it's within my ability, anything is fine." Lily smiled, her cheeks turned red and said, "So the condition is to marry me." Having finished speaking, she let out a sigh. Then covered his face and mumbled, "The Baron didn't give a definitive answer, am I that unattractive?" Suddenly, a voice was heard outside, "President, we have confirmed that Baron Joshua Sanders has left, can we come in?" She called out, "Good job, come in, you have found it. What's going on with the Pontier family?" Zero lifted the curtain and replied, "Yes, the Pontier family forces are approaching Aden Canyon, the Cromwell family has completely frozen the river. And the mercenary king was leading his army to the center of this place. Even more surprisingly, they successfully froze the Dennis River, Intelligence also reported that they used a scroll of freezing possession magic, listed as a level 7 spell, to affect the Dennis River. Lily was surprised. What? How could a scroll possessing 7th level magic exist? Don't they have to be at least one level above magic to be able to cast that spell on a scroll, so that means they have to be at least 8th level mages, right? Yes, Zero expressed, this is impossible for even the highest level magician, and Ian Dunpuri, the current leader of the Magic Tower, is only a 7th level magician. We believe that it could be A in the last remaining ancient scrolls. Come to think of it, Marquis Cromwell's family dared to use a precious item in a battle like this. It seemed like they were desperate for an overwhelming victory over the Pontier family. It was all just a matter of time, okay? Lily speculates, it's only a matter of time. I wonder if that will be the case. Suddenly, brilliant fireworks erupted in the sky. Everyone cheered and said, finally, the end of the succession battle, and right here, we will witness the final match, deciding who will be the new king of Reinhardt. Representative of Avalon and youngest Marna user, Baron Joshua Sanders. On the other side is the reincarnation of Magma, the outstanding knight, Prince Uravis. Having finished speaking, Uravis immediately drew his sword and loudly declared war. This battle I will fight with all my might. Joshua excitedly replied, that's exactly what I meant. After that, the two started fighting each other. Prince Uravis, the rightful king of Thran, is one of the great 9 and a born knight. More specifically, he is famous for his special weapon that allows him to connect with elemental energy, primarily with the fire element. A sword is made up of a string with the components tied together to form a chain. In the eastern continent it is called a multiple sword, or golden snake sword. But the most popular is still the red sword. The war between Joshua and Uravis begins to intensify. Uravis shouted arrogantly, you are not the only one who specializes in wide area attacks, this entire arena is within my attack range. Joshua now thought to himself, this is not in Duke Altsmaz's memory, I didn't expect him to take out a secret weapon that I didn't know about. Does that mean he is very serious? Shouldn't it be an honor for me? While thinking about the situation, Joshua did not notice that Uravis was attacking him. His eyes quickly noticed and successfully dodged the attack. Then he rushed forward with his spear to attack. He thought to himself, Uravis uses this strange sword to attack in directions that are difficult to predict in order to cause chaos in his opponents. On top of that, he is also a natural sword master, quite an opponent, difficult here. Axular stood aside, frowned and said, in this match, I'm sure Baron Joshua will win. I bet everything I have on his victory. Iseline was startled and asked, betting everything? Don't tell me you intend to. Axular replied, the odds of betting on Prince Uravis are 2 to 1. Those odds are only created by the hosts pouring their own money into the game to make the game more attractive, but the odds of betting on 3 Joshua Sanders are 12 to 1, this is my chance to shine. These words shocked Iseline. What the hell? Axular wondered, where are you going? Iseline replied, everyone here is out of their minds. Tell me, I also want to bet. Of course I bet all on Mr. Joshua. On this side, Joshua secretly speculated, compared to Uravis in his previous life, he is much weaker, but confronting him now is still very difficult. Do I have no other choice? Uravis said arrogantly, this is all your ability, show it like in the rumors and try to satisfy me. I'm really disappointed, it's over Joshua. Take it, hell perish. The hell of destruction will melt everything that touches it, including your spear. At this time, Joshua calmly observed the situation. Uravis silently exclaimed in surprise, could he have avoided it? Could he have deflected the fire that had the ability to evaporate his everything? Impossible, even if he used energy to cover the tip of the spear can't do it unless he has an attribute stone. Uravis clenched his fists, he thought, I know this feeling. The reason I felt like from the first time I met him, I had finally met a worthy opponent. Uravis shouted loudly, you are just like me, my fire element reacts to your attribute stone. I've never fought someone on the same level as me like this, I can't waste this opportunity, I'm always curious. Joshua confidently replied, to see the highest level of his fire attribute when facing an opponent who also possessed another attribute stone. He laughed loudly and replied, this is the opportunity to surpass my limits, you will never know, the true power of the elemental stone and the reason it is called the power of God, I will show you, you see its true power. The host commented with interest. It seemed that Prince Uravis was getting more and more excited about the battle. While we were explaining, the fire began to cover him. Looks like the Lord of Hell. At this time, Uravis began to transform. On his head grew huge horns. The host said, "Lord of Hell." Uravis laughed fiercely and warned, "Be careful, I still can't control it. Where is all this power?" Joshua smirked and said, "It's so arrogant and disrespectful that it seems like I need to use all my strength." "You say it's the power of God, I think I can do that too." "What?" Looking closely, "You're not the only one who possesses that power." "What?" Joshua replied, "Prince, you also need to be careful. I can't control all this power yet. Especially when in this excited state." Uravis laughed loudly and replied, "It seems you're faster and stronger, but to defeat me that is not enough. In the end, I will still be the winner." Having finished speaking, the two rushed into a crazy fight. Joshua shrugged and replied, "You are too arrogant. Game time is over, now I will show you who is stronger." Before Joshua's attack frightened Uravis, this was. Realizing that the situation was not good, he immediately stopped walking. He shouted loudly, "The wall of fire stormed. Your attack cannot penetrate this firewall." Uravis was confident in his wall, and Joshua calmly launched his next attack. The battle was extremely fierce and powerful, making everyone worry. The host wore a helmet, frowned and said, "A war between gods is beyond imagination, a battle between fire and lightning is taking place before our eyes." Uravis laughed loudly, "Do you feel it, inside me? The hellfire is constantly urging me to defeat you, then being able to take away your attribute lightning stone will help me become stronger and stronger, then." Joshua replied, "I feel the same way, my stone is also urging me to take over all your power. Why don't we make a bet? The loser must give the winner the attribute stone and become the winner's servant." Uravis didn't think much, he confidently said, "Okay, let's do it. If I defeat you and take your stone, it will give me more power to rule this continent." "You will definitely lose this match, I believe you will keep your promise, Joshua Sanders." But Joshua remained calm as usual. At this moment, Joshua thought to himself, "People always compare Uravis to the sun. The enemy could not approach him but was also stabbed by his sword and cut into ashes. What a ferocious fire king! However, my spear could still pierce through Uravis, using lightning attribute spear magic that made me an unrivaled knight." Fifth form of spear magic. The final evolution of the first form of lightning strike. With a true lightning strike, Joshua powerfully used his spear to attack Uravis. Seeing that power made him surprised. He thought, "I can't see anything, everything is just after images, the air is filled with blood and death." And a spear passed by, like one of the great nine, the one with heavenly blood, Archdu Crucifix. It is said that it is the sound of death passing by, now we can feel it. Before that Joshua had blown away Uravis. A loud explosion rang out, earth-shattering. Axular and Iseline were startled and glared after them. Even the host was confused, what just happened? With a quick and unexpected stab, Prince Uravis was knocked out of the ring. This year's winner of the Master Battle is the representative from the Avslan Empire, Baron Joshua Sanders. The surroundings suddenly became dark, Uravis seemed to fall into an unknown void. "Where is this? I remember I was still in the battle. Ah, I see, I'm unconscious. Looks like I lost." He remembered the moment Joshua with the spear pierced his body. "I was definitely not strong enough to resist Joshua's final attack, I failed." Suddenly, a voice rang out again, disappointingly. Confused as to where the voice came from, suddenly the fire elemental stone in his chest bounced. Its heat gradually increased, gradually spreading to every part of his body. Uravis couldn't help but be surprised. What? The magma was activated without his command, it couldn't be stopped, as if all my energy is being drained. His body was in pain as if he had lost control, and from then on, a large spherical flame escaped. Uravis looked at the fireball in surprise and wondered, what was that? From it, the voice came out, "We, the primordial elemental stones, never accept defeat. The moment you accept that, you lose possession of us, Uravis." He was still stunned and asked, "What, let alone, magma, what did you say?" I only saw a savage laugh, followed by a wide-open mouth right in front of him. I'll keep it for myself." As he finished speaking, Uravis and the fire element stone were both swallowed whole by that big mouth. In the dark night, Uravis woke up in panic. He was now lying on the bed, his wounds were bandaged. Due to having a nightmare, he still couldn't regain a stable breathing. It was just a dream. "It's so real, I can't feel the magma anymore. What happened?" Uravis moved my finger slightly. Suddenly, his eyes focused on the letter on the nightstand next to the bed. He immediately opened it to read. It was the letter that Joshua left behind, as said, "I will take the primordial stone of fire element, magma. For me, having a vassal like you is a very overwhelming thing, so, I will give you a favor as a reward. Hope you have a normal day soon, Joshua Sanders from Avalon Empire." After reading the letter, Uravis couldn't help but clench his fists until he trembled. He laughed loudly and shouted, "The cunning thief!" The next day, at the place where Renegason's hammer was located, the blue-haired man is holding a crown in his hand, next to another person walking side by side. Next, Tiger King Rian also came. This place gathered many of Reinhardt's subjects. Both Iseline and Axular were also present to witness this important moment. Cheers rang out continuously, along with the announcement, "Reinhardt's new king, the next page in history, the king of a dynasty, new, Joshua." At the same time, 2 Joshua sounds rang out, and he appeared in a military uniform wearing a white coat. Joshua stopped for a moment. At this moment, all of Reinhardt's courtiers knelt down together to respectfully pray, congratulating him. The winner will become Reinhardt's new king, Joshua Sanders. The coronation ceremony may begin. Joshua interrupted, "Sorry, I have some work to do right now, skip this step, and just carry out the necessary rituals." The king's assistant and Reinhardt's budget manager, Kangaeta, couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that. The Tiger King was full of sympathy. "I was fed up with these cumbersome rituals. Okay, let's stand up, because the king is busy, we will skip the ceremony." Kangaeta immediately protested, "No. We have received a lot of pressure from public opinion, that Reinhardt's king is only in name. If we continue to ignore this important ceremony, they will laugh in our faces." Tiger King Ryan felt guilty. "Don't stare at me while saying that." Joshua stepped forward to face Kangaeta, expressing, "How disappointing, what?" He waved his hand and questioned, "Since when did Reinhardt have to fear the gossip of public opinion? This is a place where everyone can claim the title of king if they are capable. Where's the infinite pride under the will of Renegason? I have achieved the throne today, by defeating the strongest person of the time. But all I get is hate and suspicion. I refuse to accept this reward." Having said that, he turned around and walked away. Kangaeta saw this and quickly stopped in fear. "Please wait a moment, do you mean you are refusing the throne? Please come back, I swear on my honor with the will of Nagasan, my only purpose in life is to serve your wishes. I'm sorry if I made you angry, please think again." Joshua immediately stopped. But he just turned back and said coldly, "Even when sitting on the throne, I can't do everything alone, that's why I need someone like you by my side. Even if I have to endure people's judgment, we will not abandon our people either. If you only need a puppet king, then why don't you find someone to replace you?" Kangaeta was awakened by his look. This look, he really wanted to change Reinhardt for the better, yet he dared to insult a monarch like that. Thinking about it, he quickly knelt down, and along with the others, bowed their heads and begged, "Allowing me to apologize, my king. Please help us make Reinhardt better, please help us, we are truly sorry." Joshua reminded, "Don't pay too much attention to traditional things." Kangaeta immediately obeyed, "Yes, I will try my best to ignore the gossip of public opinion." At this point, Joshua actually turned around, waved his shirt and declared, "Remember carefully what you promised. In return, I will do my responsibilities well. The new king is me, Joshua Sanders." The authorities have now bowed their heads in submission. The cheers rang out once again. "This is the king that Reinhardt needs. Oh, the new king is here. If it is Joshua Sanders, I believe everything will change." Tiger King Ryan couldn't help but silently admire, "It's amazing, he has received full support from the people. It seems like this is the beginning of a new legend. Skip the formalities and get to the point." He spoke up and expressed, "Allowing me to ask, about the final battle, there is an issue that everyone is very curious about. Joshua smiled and replied, "Not sure what you want to ask, I'm not sure I will have the answer you want." "It's okay, I'm sure you can." He seriously asked, "As the champion in the recent battle, you have the right to challenge 12 talented men and 9 stars, my king, who will you choose?" Joshua smirked and said, "I'm sure you were waiting for good news, but I'm sorry. My chosen opponent is, one of the 12 talented men, the leader of millions of mercenaries, the mercenary king, the barbarian." The name he just said made Iseline stunned and trembling. Even Axular couldn't believe it. At the Pontius family's territory, lightning struck down, illuminating the face of the barbarian mercenary king. He smiled happily and said, "What a surprise! How can a common knight be so skilled? What is your name?" Barbarian asked, "What is your name?" Cain was the one who had been confronting him up until now. He had countless wounds on his body, but he still stubbornly replied, "I am Cain, a proud knight from the Sanders family." He smiled coldly, "Cain, knight from the Sanders family, I will remember your name." Having finished speaking, the barbarian swung the axe with dark red marna covering the blade and jumped up to slash at Cain. He also declared, "I, the barbarian, have recognized you. I will remember this name, when you go to your next life." The axe blade was about to strike down on his head, but Cain couldn't move. He could only grit his teeth and watch it prepare to slash down on him. "I knew I couldn't fight one of the 12 talented men alone, this was it over." And then, an explosion occurred, shaking the whole area. A loud noise rang out. Fresh blood splashed all over the barbarian's chest. He laughed happily. Meanwhile, Cain struggled to fall backwards. But he didn't fall because he was hit, but right at the moment he thought his life was over, the ace general appeared and pushed him back, blocking one of his attacks. Barbarian asked harshly, "What did you say?" He held a block of black marna in his hand and replied, "I will take this child with me." "What?" Without giving him time to react to his words, the demon general created a wall of darkness that obscured his vision, taking the opportunity to take Cain away. Barbarian angrily swung his axe and slashed the wall and shouted, "I never thought I would meet 2 interesting people in just one day. How can Pontier hide his talent?" When the wall of darkness was completely extinguished, there was nothing in front of him, only the ground subsidence caused by the impact just now. Was he gone? He couldn't help but grin with excitement. "Okay, just run, it'll be more interesting that way. The Pontier family will perish anyway, it's okay to have a little fun while waiting." At this moment, a loud whistle blew. The barbarian angrily turned his head and shouted, "What? Who dares to blow the whistle and retreat without my order?" A crimson flag shaped like a hammer Nagasan fluttering appeared. A man on a horse was holding a flag and galloped to announce the news that the messenger from the singing sieve had arrived. The barbarian of the 12 talents, quickly accept the declaration of war from the champion of the Master War. Hearing this information, he grinned coldly and asked, "Does anyone dare to challenge me? Is it a master battle? Don't say Axular." He finally decided to fight. "Perfect, I will take this opportunity to kill him." On the other hand, right now, in the office, Icarus was so nervous that he was peeling off his fingernails until they bled. He thought tremblingly, Lord Cain should have been there by now. Why hasn't there been any news yet? Could it be that this time the information was leaked? Suddenly a hand gently held the finger that was scratching his skin. Cheryl gently comforted, "You look tired, please rest a bit after this meeting." Icarus refused, "It's okay, princess, I still can." "But you interrupted, I'm just worried. If you also lose consciousness then I don't think I can handle it anymore, so please do it for me." Hearing that, he finally compromised, "Okay." Cheryl then spoke up and signaled, "So now, we will begin the 11th meeting. Count Bill, have you found the communication ball in my father's secret vault?" Count Boudou immediately replied, "Yes, it was found. It was in a place no one expected. If Duke Pontier had not woken up and told me, no one would have found it." Cheryl breathed a sigh of relief, her tired eyes showing black streaks also dilated. "Yes, it was truly a miracle." Count Cox reassured, "Fortunately we now have the means to communicate with the outside. Don't worry too much, princess, I'm sure the Duke will wake up at any moment." If the Duke saw Princess Cheryl right now, he would be very proud. Having said that, he smiled kindly. Cheryl couldn't help but feel moved calling his name, Earl Cox. Count Boudou added, There was news that the mercenary king had escaped. She asked in surprise, "What, did he disappear after coming all the way here, or did he have some other plan?" He explained that the reason for this disappearance was because the champion of the master battle invited him to the Battle of the 12 Talents. The winner was Baron Joshua Sanders, of the Anyus family. Hearing this news, Cheryl was moved to tears. "Joshua!" Icarus suddenly burst out laughing. His eyes sparkled with inner joy. "What a surprise, I thought that he had forgotten about us. Until the day he returns, I will definitely protect everyone here. Just rest assured to do what you want." "What do you want?" At this moment, Baron Arna pushed open the door and angrily said loudly, "Damn countryman, you've ruined everything." Earl Troy saw this and asked, "Baron Arna, what's wrong? Be careful of your behavior." He aggressively raised the item in his hand and said, "I'm sure you will change your mind, after seeing this, Earl of Troy." "What?" "This is the fragment from Kane's sword that the scout team found in the middle of the night. Thanks to that damn nonsense plan of Icarus, it looks like Kane has." Cheryl stood up, her hands trembling towards the fragments and asked, "What do you mean? Where is Mr. Kane now? Why is the sword in this state?" Baron Arna's face darkened. He pulled out his sword and pointed it towards Icarus, affirming, "The princess must know the truth. I told him not to do nonsense, but it was he who pushed Kane into the enemy's siege. Only one reason he's doing this is he's trying to disrupt our strategies from the inside. Surely this is Cromwell's spy. We need to eliminate him immediately." Count Biodo quickly stood up to stop. "Calm down, you are misunderstanding. Sir Kane was not pushed into enemy encirclement, he was sent through the third hidden supply line to find supplies," he countered. "You were wrong, that damned Icarus said, he was sent through the supply line second. He basically left Kane for dead." Biodo was stunned and still couldn't believe it, so he turned back to face Icarus and asked, "What do you mean?" "Icarus has already discussed this issue with me. There must have been some misunderstanding. At this moment, you have been silent for a while and finally spoke up. Both were right." "Huh? What is this about?" Icarus admitted that I had given different information about the route Kane took to each person, which made everyone stunned. Cheryl turned around in disbelief and asked, "Icarus, why did you do that?" She didn't pay attention. Count Cox also stood up, seemingly wanting to leave. Baroness Arna raised her head to question, "Princess Cheryl, you still don't understand why?" "Because he is a spy. He wants to win our trust and take this opportunity to destroy us." Icarus suddenly interrupted in a cold voice, "Princess, do you remember what I said? Trust yourself, and only yourself. After a series of events, I am sure that there are spies among us, so I decided to set a trap." In fact, Kane was on the 5th supply route, and if Kane was missing there was only one reason. The person who was informed that Kane would use the 5th route was the spy. Having said that, he asked Earl Cox, who was moving closer to the door, "Wait, where are you going?" "The golden monster of the Empire, Count Cox Vegan." He still refused to admit it, so he turned around and questioned, "You also know about the exact route, Icarus? You're suspicious of my wife? Maybe you're the one who sold Kane out?" Icarus suddenly asked unexpectedly, "Let me ask a question, Earl Cox. There are reports that you went somewhere during the night. May I ask where you went?" He apologetically replied, "I couldn't sleep yesterday, so I went for a walk. Someone must have seen it then. Don't tell me you're doubting me just because of a report like that." Icarus smirked and said, "Did I say yesterday?" At this point, he couldn't help but turn around in surprise. He continued, "There were actually no reports. Are you sure you just went out for a walk?" Baron Arna interrupts, "Earl Cox, Princess Cheryl, don't listen to him. He's just taking advantage of the chaos to cause more trouble for us. Everyone knows how much Earl Cox has contributed to the family. How can a country guy like him understand that he would never do such a thing?" Cheryl also didn't believe it and thought, "Yes, why Cox, there's no reason for him to betray us. Since childhood, he has always been by my side and protected me. He is my greatest friend and teacher. His betrayal, no way." However, Earl Cox's words shattered all her thoughts. "I hope I am still the good person the princess once believed in. But now it's impossible, I'm too tired. Icarus is right, I'm Cromwell's spy. I'm the one who tried to poison Duke Pontius and revealed the information to Cromwell." Cheryl was now in tears, gritting her teeth in denial. "No way, this is a lie, right?" Why, she almost shouted. Cox gave a cold smile and said, "Have you forgotten my title, Golden Monster? This monster will starve to death if it doesn't have enough gold. Do you need any other reason?" Icarus stands up and exposes, "That's not all right. You say you have ties to the Karambel family, well, but a spy doesn't need to reveal his client's name. I'm really curious about the power of the person who controlled you in the dark, to be honest. That's not Marquis Karambel, is it?" He did not say anything more about this issue, just glanced through the window and expressed, "The Pontier family is the result of my time and effort when I was young. This place is truly special to me." Baron Arna shouted, "So why did you betray the clan? Where is your honor and loyalty? What a disgrace." Big Cox immediately sneered, "Baron Arna, honor, loyalty, even disgrace, none of that matters if you're not alive. What? The Avalon Empire is the land of the victors. Today will mark the end of the Pontier family, honor and loyalty, all of that will disappear." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole castle suddenly shook violently. Baron Arna and everyone are confused. "Count Cox, what have you done? Do you think you can escape from here?" Cheryl turned pale and called out, "Icarus, look out the window." Outside, everything seemed to explode. Light from the fire flashed into the room. Very soon, a large area of land exploded one after another. Everywhere was quickly engulfed in flames, accompanied by debris flying everywhere. At the singing platform, the ceremony to welcome the new king was being performed. Joshua knelt down and bowed his head slightly, while Tiger King Ryan held the crown and placed it on his head, declaring, "I give you this crown, from now on you will officially become the king of singing." He replied, "I vow to do my best to help this kingdom become more and more prosperous." He expressed, "I am sure you will do well, but in the end I am still quite disappointed. Although I really wanted to confront you, I did not expect you to choose to be the mercenary king." He laughed and said, "In a battle between talented people, there is no need for a reason. Just improvise, don't be too disappointed." The Tiger King exclaimed in surprise, "Improvise? I like this spirit, you are exactly like me when I was young. I give you this gift as a promise, this is prestigious, rest assured." Joshua received the badge of a tiger holding a sword from him. Then, listening to him tell it again, "In my life, I only lost once, and also drew only once. Among those two, the one I fought with for 2 days and 2 nights still could not decide the winner or loser. Not one of the 9 stars or any talented hero, but the master of Avalon, so I want you to remember that you can imagine the image by looking at their faces, don't just focus on being careful of those above, you know, anyone around you can be your enemy. But sometimes, it's also good to seek help from those around you, don't make yourself work too hard." Joshua heard these words and suddenly became thoughtful. He looked down at the badge and muttered, "What are the people around?" Not knowing what to remember, he suddenly smiled. He went down and said, "It seems I forgot to talk to my comrades, I'll leave now, even though I still don't quite understand what you mean, but thank you for the advice." The Tiger King Ryan reminded him, "Oh also, don't forget to engrave your name on the Nagasan stone stele, the royal tombstone is located at the edge of the altar, you'll see it when you get there." Joshua nodded and replied, "I know." At the place where the Nagasan stone stele is located at the edge of the forest, the 3 master battle judges are waiting. He will probably come soon. This is the only chance to deal with Joshua Sanders. Stays alert. Haseki said, "I know, but even if we deal with Joshua, we still have to continue dealing with the Swallow Kingdom." Windmill frowned, "What do you mean?" Iredon spoke up to explain, "Don't you know, after the King of Verona suddenly passed away, it seemed that Grand Duke Lucif was already sitting on the throne. Once those 2 war-crazed people, if you become king, the Intercontinental War will break out soon." Windmill then realized the problem. He radiated an oppressive mana and said, "Damn, why are things getting worse like this? At this rate, we will be forced to solve everything in one go, just once." Suddenly, he noticed that there seemed to be someone in front of him. Count Ariel appeared at some unknown time. With his sword in hand, he slowly approached the 3 of them and announced, "I won't give you the satisfaction." The whole group of them couldn't help but be surprised. "Why are you here? Where is Joshua? It seems that Avalon has caught the scent." Ari smiled coldly and said, "What do you mean by that? I'm also waiting to face that Joshua." On the other side, Iseline clenched his fists and shouted, "I'm so disappointed in you, I told you not to challenge the mercenary king. Axular consoled, calm down Iseline. Baron Joshua, no, the king probably has his own ideas, she replied. I know, I'm sure he has the intention of targeting the Pontier family. Having said that, she pursed her lips, you idiot. The mercenary king is a much scarier monster than we can imagine, and while he is risking his life, I cannot help him. Axular reassured, we can't help anyway, just relax, everything is according to his wishes, aren't you happy? I knew right away that I could trust him, knowing that, I bet all my assets on him. Who would have thought that one day I would win 36,000 gold, I would be happy to retire at this rate. He hugged the returned bags of gold when the bet rang, let's roll, Iseline. At this moment, Lilies came over to say hello, it's been a while since I saw you, Mr. Axular, congratulations on becoming a master. Hearing your voice, you immediately turned around. What wind is blowing the greatest swordswoman on the continent? Evil sword demon, Lily's Aphrodite is here, she answered with her hips up, can't you just come and receive the reward? Axular couldn't help but be surprised, really, I didn't think an honest person like you would be interested in gambling, I misunderstood you. Lily's asked meaningfully, wouldn't it be better for things like honesty to be reserved only for boyfriends, your boyfriend? Suddenly something flashed in his mind. Axular was startled and said, don't say Joshua. Iseline immediately pursed her lips and frowned. She brushed him aside and went up to the front and said, who do you think you are to call Joshua your boyfriend? Don't cover your face with gold. Lilies smiled faintly and replied, I don't understand what you're saying, there's no one on this continent who understands Joshua like me, who are you? Iseline was angry but still forced out a smile and replied, No, I'm Senlin. I'm Joshua's best friend. Oh, my friend, if you don't dare introduce yourself, you must be a commoner. Then, I never heard Joshua say anything about you, Lily's quipped. You didn't say anything back, so Joshua didn't bother to talk to you, he was busy protecting me, I was always there to help him. More than anyone else, Iseline insisted. Lily's rummaged for something in his shirt and asked, so what, above all? Is this me? She took out a sparkling silver card and held it up. Axular gasped, that was a silver ticket, she bet at least 10,000 gold, did you bet that much on Joshua? Lily's proudly boasted, I bet him 50,000 gold, there is no better date than me, of course, to spend this much money, I have to trust him a lot, more than anyone. Iseline couldn't help but laugh lightly. From inside her robe she pulled out a bright yellow ticket. Lily's squinted in surprise, that is. Axular once again gasped. Golden ticket, Iseline slammed the ticket on the table in his surprise, the betting ticket cost more than 100,000 gold to buy, No, Senlin, how could you buy it? She smirked at Lily's and said, it's not worth spending 500,000 on a close friend. Lily's also said a little shyly, there really are golden tickets in this world, this is the first time I've seen it. What a surprise, looking at you I didn't think you could have 500,000 gold. Iseline said, if you're curious, leave it alone, I can't say it. In her mind, she thought again, this is money, I have to pawn a family heirloom to get it. Even if my family fails, I don't want to lose that protection. Lam Vu is a masterpiece created by the great magician, the greatest magician in the kingdom. It can calm the mind, the user's mind, increasing concentration and casting speed significantly. If I didn't put my trust in Joshua, I wouldn't bet on Lam Vu. Sure enough, he didn't betray my trust, I won 6 million gold. With this money, I can redeem Lam Vu and rebuild my homeland, then he and I will. While thinking about the beautiful prospect, Axular suddenly interjected, what about me? Iseline was startled, what does it have to do with you? When he heard that, he cried and threw a tantrum, are you going to leave me out, am I not your friend? Lily's burst out laughing, it's so interesting, I thought I understood Joshua very well, it seems there are still many things I don't know about him. From now on I will get to know him more, Iseline pouted and thought to herself, why bother? Lily's walked towards Axular to discuss, Mr. Axular, let's get down to business, what's going on? Her voice suddenly reached his head, telepathically, I wanted to continue our contract. Sorry for being so abrupt, but this deal will definitely be very beneficial for you, please rest assured. Axula repeated doubtfully, "Is it beneficial for me? I know you are not interested in fame." Even if Barbarian leaves the throne, he is willing to give it to someone else. However, I will not let that happen, once Joshua defeats Barbarian. I want you to become the new mercenary king. If you agree, I accept your wish. At that time, Windmill shook his hands and tried to lean forward to reach for the sword. But Count Airy was faster. He used his foot to stomp on the arm that was trying to reach there. Count Airy suddenly smiled excitedly and said, "Here you are. Forget about the cumbersome formalities, let's have a little privacy. Let's create a great moment together, you and I. Don't let my time be wasted, entertain yourself with me, Joshua." The three masters were neatly dealt with by Count Ariel's sword. Looking at that scene, Joshua couldn't help but exclaim, he single-handedly defeated all three masters with just one move. It can be said that Count Ariel is as strong as a Superman. It's really hard to expect. Count Ariel can't wait any longer. He can't wait to fight. Stop your tricks, Joshua. Come enjoy with me, don't waste this beautiful moment. After finishing speaking, Count Ariel began to show off. Joshua is trying to concentrate to attack. But I also realized that it was too fast and I couldn't keep up with his movements. If I was caught off guard, he would immediately aim at my blind spot and had to stop him. But Joshua is holding up so hard, this is clearly shown in his grimace. Count Ariel sneered contemptuously at Joshua, "This is called the butterfly dance. Don't just focus on your eyesight, feel the movements around you and point the spear where your instincts tell you." Joshua was puzzled and asked in return, "Would the masters in other countries be as crazy as you? If you started an intercontinental war, wouldn't your family have to suffer the consequences?" Count Ariel doesn't care. "Why waste time worrying about those who will die with the country? Worry about catching up with me first." Still the Count's extremely fast attacks, he continued to say the words just now, "You and I are still worried about our bodies." Count Ariel provoked Joshua, "He's only human but that's already strong, you seem humble, don't say you're scared." Joshua just smiled faintly, "Who am I?" Joshua quickly regained his spirits, he enthusiastically rushed forward with boundless confidence, suddenly faced with the challenge, "I was just a little happy." Earl Ariel saw Joshua fighting harder, so he got a little more excited, "That's right, that's right." The Count continued to attack Joshua. The Count still had free time to praise Joshua, "Great Joshua, I knew you were the best guy. If you win I will tell you an interesting fact." He turned to Joshua's family again, "About the real relationship between your father Anus and your mother Lucia." Joshua was a bit shaken upon hearing this. Count Ariel waited for just that, quickly slashed Joshua's body. Count Ariel waited for just that, quickly slashed Joshua's body. It's difficult for Joshua, he's a bit helpless, and Count Ariel doesn't forget to sarcasm, "It's too slow." Earlier he rushed in as fast as lightning. Joshua struggled to raise his spear to fight back. While blocking the attack, Joshua was very curious, lying down with the nation. "What do you mean, is Avalon plotting to cause intercontinental war?" Earl Ariel brushed it off, "Forget those things, focus on fighting me, I've been waiting for this moment for more than 5 years." He swung his sword again and slashed repeatedly at Joshua. Joshua was startled when he slashed at the Count but he was unharmed. Did he use an afterimage? With the afterimage technique, Count Ariel seemed to be walking around, practicing with Joshua. He followed Joshua. Here, Count Ariel's speed was so great, Joshua just tried to stay focused. Count Ariel seems to dominate Joshua quite a bit. He suddenly shouted loudly, his determined eyes rushing straight towards Joshua. Accompanied by laughter, "This may be the last time." Towards Tiger King Ryan, the Tiger King looked at the powerful golden hammer with sadness. "This hammer, always looks so majestic, now I'm useless, what should I do in the future?" Go to meetings and suggest solutions. If you still don't have any plans, you can still stay here. Went to the rally and wondered, why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to visit our comrades and say goodbye to them? What's going on, an earthquake? Kinkangayata shouted loudly, pointing forward, not looking. Kaikangayata looked at the horrifying scene before him. He couldn't help but be surprised. There was a duel in Wilhelm Forest. It seems like the situation changed at the battle between Count Airy and Joshua. He had a satisfied face and praised Joshua. "Honestly, I love you so much, Joshua Sanders. It's unbelievable the scene. Hey, I wish we had a little more time." The Count was lying flat on the ground. He was still enjoying himself quite a bit. I wanted to enjoy it more, but it looks like I lost. Joshua said seriously, stop seeing other people as your entertainment. Now you have to fulfill your promise. What did you mean just now? Count Ariel slowly got up. He replied, of course I kept my promise. Actually, Count Ariel stood up and said. The Count spoke in a low voice and informed Joshua, from the beginning, the Anyus family had no real successor. Everything was due to the evil king and Duke Anyus standing behind pulling the strings. The Count added, however, only the Duke knows everything, so I wonder why he has not taken any action for the past 20 years, perhaps now the leadership has fallen. Is it completely in the king's hands, or is he actually planning something else? Earl Ariel looked at Joshua's expression when he heard these things and was interested. His expression was interesting. I will tell you a shocking truth, in the kingdom there are actually 3 people stronger than me. Count Ariel told the truth. Besides Duke Agnes, there were still 2 people left. The 2 names were about to be revealed when Reinhardt's army arrived. They shouted loudly, protecting King Reinhardt. Count Ariel can't say any more. Well, maybe we don't have time anymore. I'll tell you about my family's side some other time. But the Count also reminded Joshua, but you must remember carefully, be absolutely careful around your father, because compared to the current emperor, your father, the dark demon Avalon, is a million more dangerous. Having said that, the Count quickly left. He also said one more sentence, don't worry about those masters, I have solved all of them. Joshua panicked, what? Wait, the Count still leaves quickly, see you again. Joshua stayed with all the chaos in his head. What did he mean? What was the matter between the Marks King and Duke Anyus really? Could it be that an intercontinental war was about to take place? Right now it's too early. History changes too quickly. Joshua pondered and analyzed the situation. Something was wrong. Could it be that because I went back to the past, fate had changed? If that's really the case, then I probably won't be able to control the situation in the future. In the future too. Seeing that Joshua hadn't said anything, one of Reinhardt's subordinates respectfully spoke up, Your Majesty. This person introduced himself. I would like to introduce myself. I am the first knight, going to meet Try. Please forgive me for taking the liberty to ask Your Majesty about what just happened. Kangayato worriedly asked if Your Majesty was injured anywhere. I should have been by your side to ensure your safety. Kangayato also bowed his head and apologized. It was all my fault, please forgive me. Tiger King Ryan and Dmitri were both surprised by Kangayato's attitude. They didn't expect him to prioritize worrying about the king's safety over Reinhardt's fate. Still, the quick-witted Dmitri, he exclaimed, Kangayato, the battle signal here is related to the master. You must have known that this would change the nature of things. Dmitri worriedly reminded Kangayato, the master is a representative of a country, shouldn't we identify them as soon as possible? Kangayato just calmly stood up and replied to Dmitri, don't you care about His Majesty's words? Dmitri froze, is that so? Kangayato is serious, repeats loudly, is presumptuous, shows off, useless, drifts away and gets lost in the market. He sternly repeated to Dmitri clearly, what the people out there think of our Reinhardt people. How long must we continue to endure those slanders? The more Kangayato spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. Isn't it our dream to turn Reinhardt into a self-reliant and independent nation? Your Majesty, Joshua has reignited that fire in our hearts. Now it's our turn, we give him fire. Kangayato has not stopped yet. If we continue to poke our nose into other countries' affairs now, our country will forever sink into darkness. Kangayato kept talking and Joshua was still very proud of him. Kangayato continued, to change, we must move forward. Kangayato eloquently declared, we vow to advance for the kingdom of Reinhardt, not as King Kangayato, but as Leodgrins, the High Knight of Wilhelm. Dmitri was quite surprised about Kangayato. During the past 20 years, it was the first time Kangayato was weighed to reveal his true appearance. Your Majesty has really convinced him. Leodgrins turned to Joshua and asked, Your Majesty, would you please let us go with you? Faced with that sincere feeling, Joshua completely agrees, if you are willing. Receiving that response from Joshua, Leodgrins was extremely excited, Your Majesty. Next, he bravely told the soldiers below, I command you, not as a superior knight but as a brother, from now on, I will be wholeheartedly loyal to Your Majesty. When he finished speaking, the soldiers responded and drew their swords. They raised their swords and swore an oath, swearing to Wilhelm's longevity, they devoted themselves to serving your majesty. The spirit of loyalty rose, and the concubines vowed to go with his majesty to the ends of the earth. Joshua was very satisfied when he witnessed this scene. The scene moves to a story related to Cain. When I was a child, I heard a story about a knight who made a pact with the devil. It was a cruel sword, pushing that knight closer to death. In the end, that knight became immortal. Even if his limbs were severed, he could still heal himself. However, that person cannot live in a human body anymore, but became a legendary death spirit knight. The saved Cain is thanking the benefactor. "Thank you, why did you save me?" Altsma replied, "I was only following orders from Lord Joshua Senders." After hearing this, Cain couldn't help but be surprised. "What, did he send you here?" Cain held his head in disbelief. "What's going on?" "He made a contract with the devil to save us. I heard that when you make a contract with the devil, the soul of the person making the contract will be pushed closer to the door." "Damn, he can't." Altsma shouted at Cain, "Stop talking, there's a big explosion going on in the sky, you're so noisy I can't hear anything." Cain is still very curious, "You're still listening even though you're so far away, okay, what was that explosion?" Altsma replied to him, "There is a method by which you can use mana and physicality to read the flow of time and space. However, even a great master cannot determine events at that distance. If we could feel it that far away, if we could feel it, the explosion must have been truly terrible." Cain is worried about everyone at home. "Oh no, hope Lady Cheryl and Icarus are safe." Cain is so frustrated and worried. Icarus will take care of it, but the problem is that we have no way to stop the mercenary king. I can't deal with him now. Cain thought for a moment, then suddenly came up with an idea. He expressed to Altsma, "Sorry, I have something to ask, can you teach me how to read the flow of time and space?" A few days later on the dry and scarred Pontier territory. On a wooden carriage that rattled for a long distance. "Duke Pontier is still unconscious," Baron Arna said to Cheryl. "Almost there, ma'am." The Baron looked at the rocks ahead and continued, "Once we get past those rocks, we will have a place to tie our horses." Cheryl gently expressed gratitude, "Thank you, thanks to you we were able to escape." The Baron dismissed, "Let's leave the compliments for later, first we have to get out of here safely first." Icarus did not speak, he was analyzing the situation in his mind. Something was very strange, it was as if he knew that such a big explosion would happen. Looking at the rolling mountains in front of him, looking at the enveloping darkness, Icarus thought about what could happen. If the enemy was hiding somewhere, then everyone here would be defenseless. There was no way he could do. Karna did not pay attention to this. Icarus surmised, "Don't say Baron Arna, he..." Thinking about it, Icarus spoke up, "Baron Arna, I'm sorry for asking you so suddenly. Are you sure we can find Mr. Cain's sword?" Baron Arna was startled and turned to blame Icarus. "If you feel sorry then don't ask. Why do you suddenly ask like that in this situation?" Icarus continued firmly, "This is very important. No matter how tense the battle is, there is no way they will find supply routes that only the main Earl and I know about. No, there was no way they could pick up all the pieces of the sword in such a situation." Baron Arna suddenly became angry and made excuses when he was reminded, You dare to doubt me. If you continue to ask nonsense and delay the evacuation, I will cut the family's throat, you immediately." Icarus came forward to expose Baron Arna. "There is something wrong in this matter." He immediately answered me, "Even if the main count is allowed to talk with the head of a Pontier family, why can't we find is there any evidence that he's planning something?" Icarus loudly questioned Arna, "If it was the escort group's fault, then why wasn't the leader of that group a suspect?" Baron Arna was speechless, stammering with anger, "Are you trying to die here?" Another person in the escort group quickly reminded Icarus, "Mr. Icarus, this is not the time to accuse each other, we have to quickly leave here." Icarus affirmed, "No, I can guarantee that no one is chasing us, we are all surprised." "What do you mean?" Icarus is now analyzing, "We have escaped the evil threat and have not lost a single life, don't you think it's strange?" Baron Arna shouted, "Because I know the terrain of this place like the back of my hand, I know all the paths to take, making it impossible for the enemy to track me down." Cheryl interrupted, "I think what Mr. Icarus said makes a lot of sense, everything is still going smoothly but so far it's been strange." Cheryl was also a little suspicious at this time. When they arrived, Cromwell's assassins were still not present. On the way, there were dozens of opportunities for them to follow and attack us. The Baron is still trying to cover up. I told you, I know the paths where the enemy can't find us. Don't worry too much, lady, just follow me. Icarus realizes the danger. I know Baron Arna is lying, there is no way back. Is he trying to buy time? Look, we are in danger. Then, Icarus suddenly shouted loudly, stop hiding, come out quickly. We have nowhere else to run, come out here so we can see who you are. Baron Arna really can't hide it anymore. He started to turn around. Your poor language always tries to block my way. Count Beardo of Pontier was a bit surprised. Baron Arna, what do you mean by that? Arna smiled cunningly and said, I was hoping I could see her face full of pain after all my tricks. Saying that, he ordered the soldiers hiding, you guys go, so they can see your faces before they die. The three people on Cheryl's side were all stunned. After Arna's command, the knights swooped down to stand in front of Cheryl. Cheryl panicked. She can't believe it. You guys are the third and fourth knights of Pontier, and Baron Glad. Beardo shouted loudly and blamed the knights. Are you all crazy? Do you dare to betray the family for your own gain? Where is your honor as knights? Baron Arna smiled scornfully. The main baron was right. What's the point of dying with a failed family? Come with us instead. We Cromwell family will give you all the money, the wealth and position you want. Count Beardo angrily drew his sword. He boasted to the remaining soldiers, shut up. We would rather die with honor than live with shame. We will fight for the lady to the death. Baron Arna scolded back, I have had enough of your superiority. If you want that, then die along with the Pontiers. Hirin couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped forward and stopped. Stop quickly, instead of bloodshed, we will accept your request. Please forgive them, you only need me and my father. Baron Arna smiled with satisfaction. I will leave no harm behind, my lady. I will have to rip out that Icarus's throat to be satisfied. Cheryl has to step down. Baron Arna, if you promise not to touch them, I will accept all the Cromwell family's conditions. Icarus remained silent and gave Arna an indignant look. Faithful Count Beardo still wants to fight. Lady, please let us die with glory, we cannot take you away so easily. But Cheryl still insisted, no, we all know it's over. Thank you everyone for protecting my family in the past. Now it's my honor to protect everyone. Please stop. Baron Arna was also quite impressed by Cheryl's attitude. Please accept my admiration, miss. But Cheryl doesn't care, she told him. But you must ensure my safety, Arna promised. Of course, it is my honor to protect you. He held out his hand to prepare to pull Cheryl away. Come with me. Cheryl closed her eyes helplessly. She had no other choice. She agreed to show her hand and leave with the Baron. Cheryl's hand is closer to Baron Arna's hand. Beardo and the soldiers stood and watched, heartbroken. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out, don't you dare touch the lady! Baron Arna shouted back, who dares? Cain bravely rushed towards Cheryl and replied firmly and with a bit of humor, if you sincerely want to know, then I am willing to answer. As soon as Icarus saw Cain, he was extremely happy, the idiot had returned. Cain is very majestic. He appeared very cool. His voice answered in a sharp voice, I, Cain, the honorary knight, come here to rescue the young lady. Baron Arna is confused, why are you here? Your father has already lost. The Baron swung his sword to attack Cain, but Cain easily neutralized it. Baron Arna is a bit sneaky, he's very bitter. Stabbed the tip of the sword straight into the ground. Cain respectfully said to Cheryl, please don't worry, I won't let that bastard hurt you. Cheryl was touched. Mr. Cain, I don't even know how to apologize to you in the afterlife, but you saved my life twice. Cain confidently replied, don't cry, lady, making a woman cry is an unforgivable sin. From now on I will completely destroy those evil people. Baron Arna doesn't fit either. He sarcastically replied, that's interesting, do you think you can win against me? Arna leads the rebel knights forward, I will strike down all of you right before your lady's eyes. Icarus was a bit doubtful, are you sure? I'm sure there are 3 of us knights of rank A or higher. Cain just gently asked again, the Baron doesn't believe me, but it's not a joke, I'm serious, Icarus said again. Cain stood up and explained more clearly so that Arna's barons could understand, I didn't say I would handle it alone. Icarus didn't really understand. What? Hey, Altsma is here, very cool and brave. Kane proudly introduces the appearance of Altsma. I also brought allies. Baron Arna quarrels with Kane. Do you really think you two can escape with everyone? Kane waved his sword and replied cheerfully, who said we were running away? Kane is extremely confident and strong. The two of us will defeat all of you. Baron Arna fought back hard, but his mouth was still hard. You are just a knight from the northern lands that the Empire abandoned. Don't try to act noble and talented. Kane looked straight at Arna without saying anything. The Baron's psychological beating is so intense. He wins. I will show you the Marna training method that a master of the Empire taught me. I will show you the difference between training your mediocrity and my top education. Kane was a bit scared. What's going on? His Marna has increased dramatically. What the hell did he learn about Marna training methods? Behind, Altsma is sweeping away all the rebel knights. Baron Arana looked behind him in surprise. After a while Altsma urged Kane, we have finished dealing with this side, quickly finish everything. Baron Arna now noticed Altsma. He was stunned. What the hell is he? How could he take down all the knights by himself? Kane relaxed and answered Arna, oh, about that. Arna wondered, what's wrong? Kane continued, that's Joshua Sanders' second knight. Kane suddenly rushed up and said loudly, that is the Black Knight of the Black River. Kane dived his sword down. Baron Arna had some difficulty defending. Baron Arna still trying to put on a face, keep your mouth shut, whatever he is, I will definitely end your life, you will die by my hands. Kane didn't flinch, just kept advancing to overwhelm him. If you knew where I came from, you would have researched carefully, but you missed one point, the teacher who taught me how to use my sword, you'll be surprised to know his identity. Kane shouted loudly, the aura of the blade, Kane's body. Baron Arna is in trouble, he is extremely scared. What is this sword gas? Don't say it. Kane heroically swung his sword straight at Anyus. With just this one sword strike, Baron Arna was lying flat on the ground. Kane had won. Kane seems to want to finish off Arna. I'm sure now you know who is really strong. Beardo was extremely impressed when he saw that Arna was defeated. It was impressive. It was hard to think that he had two skilled swordsmen like this. Was this the true power behind the youngest master in history, Baron Joshua Sanders? No. But Icarus realized something dangerous might be coming. He shouted to everyone, now is not the time to rest like that, we need to hurry and escape. You will never know if there is someone else chasing us. Cheryl is so happy. Great, can we go to the nearest Po-Rin castle? Icarus is a bit surprised. Po-Rin castle. Cheryl said the reason for Icarus to rest assured, the owner of that area is my uncle, I'm sure he will let us in. The sound of horses running fast. Joshua led Reinhardt's army, which was rushing very quickly to some land. Looking at Joshua's running speed, Ryan admired himself. He was just running, but faster than us. It seemed like he was slowing down for us. Was he watching? Do you care about us? The more you know about him, the more impressed you are. Leodgrins was lost in thought and asked Ryan, excuse me, but why are you with us? Why don't you rest in Reinhardt? Ryan slightly scolded, look, we've known each other for so many years, don't be so cold. Ryan added, also, do we have any way to infiltrate the Avalon territory? Unlike Joshua, we are outsiders. Leodgrins replied, of course not, we just follow the king without thinking anything, chief. Ryan marveled, oh really? Thus, the meeting point had arrived. Joshua looked solemnly at the other person. Is the Avalon army led by the Count? The Count speaks, the king has given us orders. We will escort you on your way home, making sure your every need is taken care of. The Count can continue speaking, however, I did not know that you would have an escort, especially this many, please order the unknown personnel to leave. After hearing this, Leodgrins frowned and thought, I should have guessed this, right, unfortunately, I need to prepare a diplomatic mission first, I want to be with the king but there is no way. Joshua spoke sharply, they are my knights. Joshua asked harshly, what's the problem? The Count was a bit surprised and he replied, is that so? If they are your trusted knights then I definitely have no problem at all. Leodgrins was slightly moved inside, I could feel the weight of his words from that short conversation. The evil knights under Joshua are all extremely grateful for Joshua's feelings for them. You are truly the king we have been waiting for, O King Joshua Sanders. The scene changes to the Reinhardt Border Mercenary Union headquarters. Axular walked into the headquarters door and asked loudly, "What do you mean the mercenary king has announced his enlistment order?" Damian replied, "That's what I mean. The location is the southern region of the Kingdom of Avalon, near the Pontier family. 1,000 mercenaries have already left with him." The person next to him advised Damian, "Hey Damian, calm down, we haven't asked Axular what he thinks yet." Axular asked, "If you knew about it, why didn't you report it to me? If I had a chance to express my opinion, I would understand, but why?" Damian replied incredulously, "You must understand what Uncle Barry is planning to do. The Kingdom of Avalon has already promised him titles and lands. He intends to use them to establish a family." Damian continued seriously, "However, Uncle lacks knights to help him accomplish his goals. I'm sure you clearly understand that this is a great opportunity for civilian mercenaries, like we have fame." Damian kept giving reasons. If he could show himself to the uncle and win a position under him, he would not only be sure of a life peaceful, but also have the opportunity to become a noble of the kingdom. It seems like Axular is gradually convinced by Damian's words. This is the truth. Anyone who understands will follow the orders of the mercenary king. Unfortunately, but not all mercenaries are like you, Axular. At the same time Iselin walked in. She guessed, "It seems you already have the answer, Axular." Axular didn't want to compromise, so he replied, "Iselin, what do you mean?" Iselin spoke clearly, "We will have to intervene to stop the mercenary king Bari. We should target the Pontier family." Scene changes to Cromwell Castle. The head of the Cromwell family was extremely indignant and angrily scolded Baron Arna. "What, have you lost the lady?" He continuously gave Arna heavy slaps. "I trusted you, but you still couldn't do the job." Baron Arna could only stammer and ask for forgiveness. "I'm sorry." He begged the master of Cromwell family, "If you give me another chance, I will definitely finish the job." The Duke was mad. "What, another chance?" Arna explained, "That lady is sure now we have arrived at Porin Castle." Baron Arna clasped his hands in supplication while giving convincing arguments. "That lady may think she is safe, but in reality she is trapped in there. If you give me one last chance, I will definitely bring the homeowner and the young lady to you." Duke Cromwell shouted, "Stupid, you dare ask for another chance despite your failure. My son Chog has already arrived at the castle. I don't need you anymore." A mysterious person spoke up, "Why don't you let him go?" The Duke was confused. "What do you mean?" This anonymous person replied, "The guild has ordered the army to join the army, however, it will still take time for the mercenaries to get there." The Duke said again, "My Jagan knights are more than enough to take down Porin Castle," but the saint waved it off. "I think you are underestimating their abilities, you forgot who is there with them." This saint told the Duke clearly, "They have the Fox of House Pontier, Icarus and 2 knights who are at least a level suspect. If we confront the Black Knight of the Black River, we cannot expect not an easy win." The saint stood up and added, "Just because we're afraid of an A-class knight doesn't mean I should give this trash another chance, no matter how stupid and useless you think he is." The saint spoke up for Baron Arna. He was still a class A knight, a valuable resource, and Duke Cromwell scoffed, "What, him?" Arna's side was a bit surprised. "I was hiding it." Could he recognize it just by looking at me? It's surprising. Saints are really different. I can see that they live in a very different world distinctive. The saint walked up to Arna, put his hand on his head and commanded him, "With the title of a ranked knight and your troop of 3 knights." This mysterious saint affirms that if we fight alongside our mercenaries, Porin Castle will not last a night. All we need is to buy a little time for our mercenaries to fight. We arrive. The more he speaks with great determination. We will use him as bait. Duke Cromwell is also wary. It seems we will have to prepare for the worst. On the side of Porin Castle, the soldiers led by Chog are attacking frantically, advancing, destroying Pontier. Porin Castle was filled with fire and death. Chog felt satisfied. There is no need to share the glory of destroying such a small castle. I will end everything before reinforcements arrive. The battle is becoming more and more fierce. Porin Castle is facing the risk of destruction. The situation was urgent. Cheryl ordered the soldiers in the castle to cut the rope. Receiving orders from the young lady, the soldiers quickly cut the ropes that bound the knife chain machine. As soon as the rope broke, The long hook immediately shot out towards the small window. Just like that, the chain spear rushed out and whipped away the attacking enemies. The pillar of the rope is still operating smoothly and at a fast speed like the current situation. That chain whipped away quite a few knights who were trying to climb into the castle. The stone-throwing spears found each enemy, making them afraid, like stone-throwing machines, quickly drifting away. They were quickly defeated by the attack of the stone thrower. They scattered and screamed wildly. But then the enemies still tried to find ways to attack, advance, and breach their ramparts. Count Beardo was worried. "We have to stop the siege weapons from getting close to the city gate, but Cheryl stops us. Let Icarus and Mr. Kane handle it, we have to focus on defending the wall first." On the side of the Jhog's army, they gathered together and broke the gate, then the giant door-breaking pestle came towards the gate of the city of Perilous. The army led by Kane and Icarus was ready to attack inside the gate. Icarus wondered and asked Kane, "Sir Kane, I don't see the Black Knight of Dennis River anywhere, what's going on?" Kane replied, "Oh, he didn't say anything and disappeared, I'm not sure why anymore." Icarus was stunned. "What, he suddenly disappeared?" After a while, the city gate was demolished by the enemy. They rushed up, quickly advanced, destroying the pontier. Seeing that the opportunity had come, Icarus shouted loudly and ordered, "Right now, to drop the trap." From above, the trap prepared by Icarus is slowly falling straight onto the enemies' heads. They are panicking, "Something is moving on the ceiling, get out of the way." There was no time left, they were all crushed by Icarus's trap. Kane exclaimed in praise, "That's impressive, the trap you set up really stopped them, now it's hard for them to get through." Icarus doesn't think so. "No, I just bought some time for us, must strengthen the test room before the next attack." Suddenly, a mysterious light appeared from the city wall. Cheryl panicked. "What?" She quickly announced that there was an intruder from above the city wall. "Stop him." This guy dived strongly, creating an explosion that knocked several soldiers away. A mysterious knight firmly grasped his sword and gradually emerged from the mist. That guy held the sword tightly in his hand. Kane vaguely guessed the character. Was this feeling a sword aura? The influence of this mysterious character's moves continues to cause widespread explosions. Everyone must have the strength to stand firm. The mysterious person said with a sarcastic tone, "You guys really put on some entertainment." He criticized Cheryl's fighting tools, "But it can't help that I'm about to destroy this place." The person who said this is the Cromwell family's two cunning knights. He even lured everyone to leave the city and become a slave of the Cromwell family. He said the more he boasted, "We will let you live, otherwise the only way is death." Kane angrily led the group of soldiers to rush forward. "Stop talking nonsense, we will never surrender, long live the Pontiff." Cromwell's two knights also quickly ordered, "Then go ahead and attack." The two sides roared and charged straight at each other. Kane aggressively swung his sword forward and slashed all the enemy soldiers, disappearing and returning home. Looking around, the left knight recognized Kane. "You must be the rumored knight." After finishing speaking, he fiercely swung his sword and slashed straight at Kane. He's arrogant and seems to have more ability than Kane. He taunts Kane to see if he gets a reputation and gets some food. On one side, the Jhog leisurely sips a glass of wine. He was extremely satisfied and arrogant. "The ramparts have been breached, sooner or later they will lose. I really want to see the despair on Cheryl's face. I don't know if they will obey and bring her back to me." While the Jhog was enjoying himself, one of his soldiers rushed to report. "The Jhog commander, there was a war report. The 3rd Legion had just requested reinforcements after fighting with 100 nameless knights." Jhog doesn't believe it. "What? The 3rd Army has more than 1,000 people, but still wants reinforcements just to deal with 100 soldiers? Leave them alone. If 100 people can't compete, just leave them alone. Tell them to be self-reliant." Below the castle, the soldiers of the Ponti family are extremely loyal. Everyone moves forward strongly, protects the young lady, and defeats the Cromwells. In response to that aura, the right-hand knight was extremely contemptuous, a grasshopper kicking a cart. Count Beardo quickly urged Cheryl, "Go now, lady, we have to escape and hide with the Duke." Cheryl is not willing. "There is no point in hiding now, we must work together to stop them." The right-wing knight gloated, "That's right, now he can hide in the sky." but Count Beardo still tried to pull Cheryl away. The knight saw and called after him, "Now turn here and fight." He wanted to block Cheryl's escape. He fiercely raised his sword and prepared to slash at Cheryl. Beardo quickly changed position and blocked that sword blow for Cheryl. He shouted loudly, "Be careful," and Cheryl was heartbroken and called out, "Count Beardo." The pressure of the attack caused by the knight was too great. Cheryl couldn't stand it and fell down. She weakly got up but had no way to cope. The right knight looked at Cheryl and mocked him, "Don't be sad too soon. Young Master Chog specifically instructed to capture you alive as a trophy." Cheryl was angry but couldn't do anything to him. But Icarus spoke. He shot an arrow towards the knight and encouraged Cheryl, "Stand up, Lady Cheryl." Icarus's arrow was too easy for the knight to destroy. The arrow was cut in half. Icarus tries to encourage Cheryl, "We won't lose, just hold on. We need to hold out until Lord Joshua Sanders comes, don't give up." The two knights look down on you, "Stupid, you can't turn the tide, no matter who comes to reinforce you, just shut up and die." Cheryl stood up strongly, she held the sword and slashed across her body, hitting the knight's armor. She shouted at him, "Shut up, we will do anything to live well, and we will win." Icarus also jumped to rescue Cheryl, and the knight was a bit surprised by her actions. Of course Cheryl is not his opponent. He kicked her down and scolded her, "I spared her life, but you still dare to fight back." The knight smiled cunningly and said to Cheryl, "I have a great idea. If I keep telling you to die because the sword has no eyes, then it won't matter." He scolded Cheryl, "You still dare to attack me because you know the orders I received, you are so tired of living." The two knights were furious. He swung his sword and rushed towards Cheryl, taking it upon himself, "It's all your fault, go ahead and die." Cheryl closed her eyes, ready to accept death. But like that, there would be no acting space for the main character. At the moment of danger, a large bolt of lightning fell straight down on the two knights. He was bewildered and confused, turning around looking for an answer. Cool Joshua is standing in front of Cheryl, with a tough attitude, ready to fight the two knights. Cheryl was moved to tears and shyly called out, "Joshua." The two knights don't know how strong they are. He rushes forward, "Where the hell did you come from? Anyone who stops me will die." Without needing a sword, Joshua immediately gave the two knights a powerful punch in the beak. No need to guess, it's clear that the two knights were buried and the world was turned upside down. His face was punched and disfigured, his mouth was open and he could no longer shout at anyone. Joshua gently defeated Chog's subordinate. Icarus struggled to raise his head to look at Joshua. And Joshua is now like a strong wall, sweeping away everything. "I'm about to go deal with the Chog. I told everyone, good job, I'll be back soon." After finishing speaking, Joshua suddenly disappeared to the Chog's place. On the other side, Kane is still stubbornly fighting the left-wing knight. The two sides appear to be evenly matched. It is unclear which side will win. The left knight boasted, "Even if he succeeded in defending the castle, as long as this battle lasts, the closer we are to victory, we still have a bunch of reinforcements are on their way here." Kane is bitter, "Damn it, I don't think I can stop them all. I can't choose to retreat either. If things continue like this, we'll all die." At this moment Joshua appeared. He said to Kane, "Hey Kane, how long are you going to fight him?" "Joshua, cheer up Kane, hurry up and cut him down." Kane received the cheers and eagerly obeyed, "Yes sir." Just like that Joshua left. "Don't forget to remind Kane, I will wait for you." When the left knight saw Joshua, his eyes were irritated. "I don't know where you came from, but your life is mine, kid." Kane heard it and rushed to teach the left knight a lesson. "Shut up, how dare you speak to him like that in front of me? No matter what you do, you can never touch him, to his realm." Having said that, Kane focused his power on slashing towards the left knight. The left knight was surprised. What the hell, the blow just now was too heavy, does he still have that much strength? Kane's power is always latent, with just a little boost from Joshua's encouragement, that power will explode violently. All the soldiers were bewildered and didn't understand, what was that explosion, was there a trap? Joshua lurched towards the enemy soldiers, "You lure them, I will give you a choice." He continued sternly, "If you feel remorse for the massacre that Cromwell initiated then leave, I will allow you to live." Cromwell's soldiers are unreasonable and curse, "Who do you think you are? Don't pay attention to him and attack." Cromwell's soldiers are very motivated, they all rush forward. Let's overthrow the castle, for Cromwell's sake. Joshua is angry, if that is your decision. Without saying much, Joshua Sanders brandished his spear. Looking at the surging power at the tip of the spear, Joshua thought to himself, despite the fact that there was no one strong enough to be his opponent after achieving the 5 forms of spear magic, if he did not cultivate, if you do it too often, your skills will certainly be lost. Joshua is ready, because the primordial stones were originally one stone, so if I combine the destructive power of magma with the growth power of Rontu. The castle is now gradually collapsing, everything is happening extremely urgently. Joshua still calmly planned, he would use fire created from magma, along with lightning created from rotors to reach another, higher realm. The enemy soldiers are very angry. Joshua has also chosen a technique, magic spear technique, 5 bodies, lightning and harmony. The end of the world for Cromwell's soldiers has come. Joshua unleashed his move, and a great thunderstorm fell. The soldiers could only scream but did not have the strength to fight back. All was destroyed at the hands of Joshua. The Jhug witnessed everything. He was confused. What is it? With just a few lightning bolts, he wiped out my entire vanguard. Jhug is still arrogant. Pontier must have hidden his secret cards, but our army is still abundant, full force, moving forward. But a frightened soldier discovered something strange. Commander Jhug, before we do that, it seems like there is something heading towards this side too. Jhug is suspicious. What do you mean? Where this place has been blocked, who else can? Jhug came here a bit cold. He remembered the previous words his soldiers reported. The 3rd Division requested aid after fighting with 100 knights of unknown origin. He was lukewarm, don't say. Joshua's knights led by Liodgrins are moving to attack Jhug. Liodgrins shouted, "Proud knights of Ji and Ham, listen to my call, destroy the enemies in front of you, pave the way for Virtue King." Dmitri is also decisive with his sword, attacking and destroying the enemy. Liodgrin's fight's also full of courage and bravery. Liodgrin swung his attack towards the tower. The tower is gradually falling down, crushing the enemy soldiers. The Jhug screams in panic, the siege tower is collapsing, get out of the way. Jhug is very angry but he is helpless and cannot find a solution. Icarus looked at the Liodgrin's knights and was also excited. It seems like those knights are coming here to help us. I can't believe they are fighting back with only that small number of troops. Cheryl admired, really jealous. It must be great to have such trustworthy knights. Not only is Cheryl jealous, Cain is also jealous. Don't joke, the only person worthy of standing next to the king is me. Cain rushes towards the enemy group to destroy them to get achievements. Your anonymous class has no right to interfere. Icarus didn't have time to intervene. You idiot, we need to gather first. Go back quickly, you idiot. And of course, in the battle with the left knight, Cain completely won. On the Jhug side, he frantically ordered, "Shoot, kill them all." Another soldier reminded him, "But our troops are still there, sir. If we shoot they will die too." The cold-blooded Jhug shouted back, "You idiot, our current priority is to reduce the number of enemy troops. We can call for more reinforcements at any time. If you dare to defy orders again, I will slit your throat." But Jhug didn't expect Joshua to be here. Joshua greeted him contemptuously, "So you're still like that?" Jhug panicked, "What is this?" Joshua confidently told him clearly, "He was just like you. It seems like both of you have met the same fate. Once again, a descendant from the 12 families will die by my hands. Europe is also fate." Jhug trembled a bit. Why are you here? You should be in Reinhardt." Joshua calmly replied to him, "You and your clan have crossed the line. I'm here to correct you for that." The Jhug is still stubborn. "Wait, I've done nothing wrong other than being a boy of the Cromwell clan. If you kill me, can you stand public opinion? You're not even Duke Onius." Joshua smiled faintly. "Kill? Why should I kill you? Your family lacks wealth. I will let you live, but in return I will take everything away." Grumpy Jhug, "Stop talking nonsense. Look around you. Do you think you can defeat these knights alone?" Before he could swallow his words, Cain angrily rushed forward and shouted at Jhug, "Who said he was alone? Cain is always by the king's side." Cain angrily declared, "As the knight of Lord Joshua Sanders, I, Lord Cain, will do everything in my power to destroy any enemy who dares to stand in his way." As soon as Jhug's soldiers saw Cain, their limbs trembled. This is the first knight, so it is Cain. I have heard of him, he is the first and only knight of Joshua Sanders. Have you heard the rumors about him? What's the difference between a rank A knight? Even his title sounds cool. The Jhog said cheekily with a sarcastic attitude, a weak knight with the title of number 1, what's there to worry about? We'll make them regret ever daring to come here. Leodgrins just pulled his horse over and scolded you. You are the one who will regret daring to confront the king. Leodgrins didn't say much, he rushed to clean up Cromwell's soldiers. Cain also did not want to lose, he also aggressively slashed at the soldiers, not forgetting to assert his position. Look at those nameless knights, I will take care of everything, so if you know the right thing to do, stand still and learn, ask. Chog is panicking, it can't be, how could 5,000 troops be destroyed so easily, am I dreaming? Joshua assured him, this is not a dream, accept reality, from now on, you will have to experience things worse than the scariest nightmare in your life. Joshua fixed his hateful eyes on Chog, he called his name in a low voice, Chog shouted at him. Chog was scared and stood still waiting for Joshua's verdict. Chog's subordinates were lying down, Joshua informed him, the battle is over, you are now my prisoner. Joshua added firmly, I hope you will enjoy your life without your title, where you are going, your family's power has no meaning at all. In another faraway place, a forest of dark creatures. Humanity has forgotten. Forget the days when they had to kneel before true power. And forgot the promise they should have kept. A dragon is roaring. On the other side, the harsh sounds of hammers were rushing to repair the citadel. Cheryl ordered the soldiers, we don't have enough materials anymore, move the wounded, we have to finish everything before dark, hurry up. Icarus said to Cheryl, lady, leave everything here to us, you go inside and take care of Count Pontier. Cheryl wants to work together with everyone, she replied, I'm fine, my father has you, I'm worried, there are more important issues to deal with here. Suddenly there was a loud sound, the knights were coming, quickly open the barrier, this made Cheryl pay attention. As soon as the city gate opened, Joshua's knights proudly returned. In the lead was Joshua and followed by his two powerful arms, Cain and Leodgrins. The soldiers in Porin city watched with open mouths. Perhaps they were surprised that the unknown horsemen were traveling with Joshua. When Cheryl and Icarus met Joshua again, they were a bit surprised, but no one said anything. Then Joshua proactively spoke up, because a lot of things have happened recently so I only now had a chance to say hello properly. I'm really sorry, it's been a while, things seem to be progressing, pretty good. Suddenly a soldier pulled out his sword. Joshua was surprised and didn't understand what he was going to do. And then the soldier took the lead and shouted, Great God of War, long live the God of War. Seeing this, the other soldiers also shouted in unison, Long live Baron Joshua Sanders, great leader of Avalon, welcome to Peril Castle. Joshua was grateful for the feelings of the soldiers in Peril Citadel for him, the soldiers still said in unison, Thank you great leader, thank you sir. In the distance, Ryan quietly watched everyone's reaction to Joshua. Ryan was satisfied with himself, indeed my eye for people is never wrong, except for him, no one can replace my position. Returning to the recent war, although Cromwell attacked Porin Castle with a force of 5,000 strong troops, they still received a miserable defeat. From the Caltica Palace of the Avalon Empire's royal family, the situation was still being reported to the king, 1,500 soldiers from 2 night squads had died. An Earl attentively read every piece of information. Meanwhile, the eldest son of the Cromwell family, Chog, was captured as a prisoner and is being held in the dungeon of Peril Castle. Many A-class knight nobles were also died in battle. The king of Avalon wondered, does the Peril family still have such a powerful military force? How is the situation with the Pontier family? The earl reported to the king, yes, the Pontier family asked for the help of Baron Joshua Sanders along with Gian Ham's knights, and they successfully defeated 5,000 Cromwell soldiers. Marquis Talon was grumpy again. Your Majesty, this guy dares to borrow troops from abroad to attack and kill the Empire's troops. I'm afraid he is plotting treason. This action is unacceptable. I respectfully ask Your Majesty, please punish that Baron Joshua appropriately. The king remained silent and did not say anything. He turned around and asked Duke Anius, what do you mean? King of Avalon brought up Joshua's series of crimes. Your son attacked Avalon. He not only killed the Empire's most elite forces, but also directly threatened the balance of the country. You see what to do. Let's do it. Ducanius just bowed his head silently because he didn't know how to handle it. Duke Pai added, we need to punish him according to the Empire's laws. But Duke Pai was quite alert and proposed to the king, however, Your Majesty, according to my opinion, we first need to summon him to the palace to ask the whole story. The king found it quite reasonable. After thinking about it, the king said, if everyone has proposed like that, then I will consider punishing him according to the law for what he has done. But the king of Avalon doesn't have much hatred towards Joshua, he expressed. The problem is, why don't I hate these types of situations? Besides, I have given the Cromwell family all kinds of favors. The king told everyone clearly, I'm sure everyone will agree that the Pontier family will have every reason to complain, right? Before these words, I'm speechless and can't argue any further. The king continued to speak. Above all, Joshua went to Reinhardt to spread propaganda as well as expand Avalon's influence across the entire continent. The king recognized Joshua, so I on the contrary wanted to make him a marquis when he returned. Ducanius still listened quietly. The king added, along with awarding him a large territory in the south, this decision made me seem very dissatisfied. The marquis objected vehemently, this reward is too unreasonable, Your Majesty, you cannot do that. I understand that he also deserves a reward, but there are still many other families that deserve it more. I hope people think again. The king angrily shouted down, shut up, so you think my decision is wrong? This is it for today and most of all from now on. The king warns that if there is anyone else who dares to interfere in the territorial dispute between the Pontier family and the Cromwell family, I will personally punish that person for making me unhappy. Marquis Talon was very bitter but could not argue. Then, the king called Ducanius. Before that, Onius, you stay here for a little while. The king was serious. We need to talk seriously. Ducanius also realized the problem, so he silently agreed. On the Pontier family side, Ryan was munching on a large piece of meat. I ate and drank very satisfactorily. I thought the Pontier family must be so miserable and arrogant. Who would have thought they would be this hospitable? No one would have expected me to be served this attentively. I need to personally met the Earl at Porin Castle and personally thanked him. The member of the Pontier family also warmly replied, of course, because Sir Ryan of 12 Talents helped Baron Joshua Sanders, so you are the benefactor who saved our family's life. I'm sure I will definitely report back to you. At the same time, Joshua came over, he corrected the information. It seemed like he had made a mistake. He didn't help me at all, as you can see, he just had fun and drank. Joshua reminded Ryan, don't you think it's time to get some things done? I don't like others using my money like that. Ryan frowned, let's get straight to the point, is this money from the Earl or Lady Cheryl? Joshua retorted, then you pay the entrance fee, if it weren't for me you wouldn't be able to get in here. Ryan is not happy, it seems like you have blackmailed someone. How much? Joshua calmly, money alone is not enough. Ryan is in a hurry, no, I just want to pay and end everything here. Joshua proposed to Ryan, actually, I want you to become my notary. Ryan was stunned, bewildered because he couldn't think of this. Joshua didn't wait for Ryan to respond, he continued to tell Ryan, I have also called the mercenary king Uncle Barayan to Porin Castle for a duel between the elites. Since we have people, so we just need to proceed, but we are missing the most important factor, which is the crowd, most of whom must be able to pay to watch. Ryan still sat quietly listening to Joshua's words. However, if we had the mercenary king along with the Lion King here, wouldn't it be easier to attract attention? After hearing that, Ryan was quite satisfied. Okay, I will agree to 2 conditions. Joshua was surprised. 2 conditions. Ryan suggested, first, you must help me in the future, but if you feel my request is unreasonable, you can refuse. The remaining condition is. He said loudly to Joshua, I want you to become my heir, if so then I will become your notary. Joshua felt confused, what do you mean, do you want me to give up command? On the other hand, at Cromwell Castle, the mercenary king told the head of the Cromwell family that soon 2,000 mercenaries would arrive here. But if the fact that I helped the Cromwell family spreads throughout the country, then the loss in this war will be detrimental to me. He added, not only will it leave a scar on my career, but perhaps it will also be a big disaster in the future. Besides, he encouraged Father Chog, don't worry, I will do my best to contribute, that's why I want you to give me the command of this war. Chog's father grimaced and thought carefully about the suggestion that Uncle Barayan had just mentioned. Uncle Barayan continues to psychologically attack the head of the Cromwell family, see if you can do anything, maybe you're okay with what happened to your son, right? The Marquis gritted his teeth and didn't want to admit it, I don't care what happens to that stupid son of mine, I just don't like the way things are going, can I reverse the situation with my own hands, these hands? The more Cromwell's owner talked, the angrier he became. But then he calmed down and made a decision. He agreed with Uncle Barayan, okay, I will give you command of the army, above all, I will support you from behind. Marquis did not forget to remind Uncle Brian, but you must win, especially that guy Joshua Sanders, you must bring his body to me, I will personally hang him on the main door. Barbarian smiled confidently, of course, I will let him taste the taste of suffering. Uncle Barayan made a strong determination, I will personally send him to hell along with that idiot who dared to challenge me to a duel. Icarus said seriously, it seems you followed my advice and found a notary, I've been curious all this time, so what is your ultimate goal? Joshua replied, I am trying to become emperor. All because I want to solve the remaining problems and protect the people I love. These words surprised Cain, what, are you saying you want to overthrow Avalon? If anyone hears us, they will consider us traitors, do you think someone is listening to us? He jumped out to look at the door and heard footsteps on the ground, making Icarus look as well, must be speechless. He expressed, however, that there weren't many ways to take the throne if he wasn't of the Bridian line, so don't tell me he planned to protect his relatives by sacrificing the lives of others, I will be disappointed in you if that is your intention. There's no need to be so stubborn about the Bridian name, that's your plan. Is that so? It seems I now have a new dream, not to become an official of a family, but to become an official of the royal chamber. As soon as he finished speaking, Cain wondered, what are you thinking, and what is a notary for, how can you rise to win the throne, tell me. Without saying much, Joshua took out a wad of money and placed it on the table and said, it seems we will have to talk about that later, Icarus, take this money and use it when necessary. Icarus gasped, where did you get this money? Cain continued, so this is paper money on the continent, I have never seen so much money before my eyes. Joshua smiled and replied, since betting is legal in Rishai, I decided to bet a few times, it seems that the Boti house is not in the best situation, feel free to discuss with Cheryl and... Before he could finish his sentence, Icarus quickly interrupted, what are you talking about, why would I use this money to invest in war for others, the bourgeois family has a lot of money. We need to use this money to invest in our family after the war is over, we can become the great Sanders family, the greatest in the empire, because we still have time so I think we'll prioritize other things and... No way, how long are you planning to be a baron? Our family is definitely the only family that doesn't have a mansion. We're going to build a super big mansion, we need workers, and decorations and furniture. Recalling the scene where the servant respectfully said, hello, master, how can we help you? Icarus continued, don't you know how much it would cost to do that? If you insist that we use that money to invest in the war, I want you to write a report detailing the reasons for this decision and what the money will be used for. After careful consideration, I will decide whether we should spend that money. Why so detailed? There are more than 100 things. Cain shouted loudly, I see, a way to become emperor without bloodline. An arranged wedding, right? Suddenly, a loud scream came from outside. Soldiers run in panic, urgent, urgent, the enemy is attacking, everyone, prepare to fight. Among them, there was a person who ran to report, lady, my soldiers are ready. However, we are short of soldiers because of the previous battle, I suggested we surrender the castle and, Cheryl calmly replied, don't worry, with Joshua here, we won't allow this castle, fall. Suddenly a voice came, Baron Joshua Sanders opened the castle gate and left for the battlefield. Cheryl was surprised, what? Icarus said, sir, the difference in strength between Pontier and Cromwell is too great, in this situation, if you leave the castle, the soldiers will lose their advantage. Joshua replied, however, we cannot win just by hiding behind the castle walls, We will confront them head-on. If we succeed, the enemy will lose momentum and our allies will get the advantage. Icarus loudly expressed, such a tactic is only used when we have the upper hand. Those approaching us are the enemy's vanguard. This is different from when we confront the ghoul. Joshua smiled and replied, that's why I'm doing this, we have the upper hand. Hearing this, Icarus exclaimed in surprise, what? Only a loud noise made everyone look up. A cane banner was raised with shouting, as the Marquis ordered, surrounding the castle. Enemies attacked the castle. Cain asked in panic, Sir, are you sure we will be okay? As far as I know, that flag represents the Night Squad that specializes in confronting heroes. Don't you think that Icarus is right and we should go home Star Castle? Joshua transmits instructions, listen carefully, Brother Din. Among those who have crossed the boundary, once you reach a certain level of mana manipulation, you will receive power on par with sword energy. I'll show you what it is, so take a good look. Cain replied in panic, wait, sir. Only a mysterious stream of smoke was seen spreading out. Joshua shouted orders, right now, prepare the formation against the driver. Joshua stood bravely facing the enemy. He is calm in every situation and smiles mysteriously. At this time, a soldier rushed to attack Joshua. He shouted ferociously, died. Without many words, Joshua sent him to heaven with one blow. In the rear, the commander gave the order to continue the attack. Without panicking, Joshua confidently fought them. He said, it seems like you guys deserve to be called vanguards and Marquis, however, this isn't enough to stop me. I will show you true power, spiritual power. He raised his sword high. Extremely powerful power was emitted. It was a single spear that wiped out the battlefield. For its supporters, it will be the most trustworthy Cain brand. For those who confront it, it will be a Cain spear more destructive than the god of death. Cain exclaimed in surprise, this voice, Icarus continued, he was transmitting his voice to everyone. Joshua said as he fought, this is a war song, a story of a lone warrior who wields a Cain spear. After finishing slashing, Joshua stood tall there. The dramatic person shouts encouragement, don't be discouraged, it's just a trick to scare everyone, keep moving forward. After that, they immediately moved forward together. Cain stood outside watching, his expression tense. I felt energized just by hearing his voice. Is he transmitting Marna through talking? It's hard to think that Marna can be used like that, right? Has he reached the realm of gods? Leodgren standing next to him replied, that's my king, what? As my king, I served him first. Leodgrens replied, I served him more recently, he is the honorary king of Reinhardt. Soldiers in the back cheering, everyone, follow Baron Joshua Sanders. Cain asked confused, Sir Icarus, are you sure we should run out of the castle walls before their forces even arrive? Icarus replied, I'm sure that Lady Cheryl will be able to control them, no there's nothing to worry about. Cheryl on this side aggressively ordered, move forward. Icarus shouted in panic, no, Miss Cheryl stop. Meanwhile, the vanguard lost before reaching the bereaved castle. Cromwell's main force, along with the mercenary king and thousands of mercenaries, as the plains spread out, there is nowhere to hide their soldiers, and we have received reports that there are no signs of magical traps. Cromwell said, it looks like the bereaved castle will be destroyed soon. Barbarian replied, today marks the end of Bontio and Joshua, so feel free to enjoy it. Suddenly there was urgent news, all the vanguards had been defeated by Baron Joshua Sanders. They are using that upper hand to attack us. On this side, with Joshua's power, the enemies were completely defeated. He walked up to the barbarian and smiled and said, it's nice to meet you, Barbarian Mercenary King. I finally have the chance to talk to you. I'm the rumored undefeated Spear Knight, Joshua Sanders. These words caused the barbarian to shut up. Marquis Cromwell looked at him in surprise. Joshua placed the spear firmly on the ground, his fierce expression repeated, nice to meet you. Barbarian shouted angrily, you dare to appear in front of me, you have some courage, don't tell me you came here to ask for a chance to negotiate. Joshua replied confidently, one of the 12 saints, Mercenary King, Barbarian, I, Joshua Sanders, challenge you to a holy war. Dad quickly replied, I refuse, I'm a bit busy right now, I'll definitely see you after I finish work. Suddenly, from behind there was a loud shout, Hey! Long time no see, Mercenary King. Hearing the call, the barbarian immediately turned his head to look. He was surprised by the appearance of the Tiger King Ryan. Barbarian said, I see, I heard that the Knights of Juhem are currently under the authority of Baron Joshua. You are also secretly helping Pontier. If you appear like this, I can assume that you are represents the Alliance of Freedom Knights. The Free Knight Alliance is a group of knights wandering around the continent. They do not belong to any country, so the only law they follow is the original doctrine of chivalry. Some free knights were accepted because of their talents and were asked to serve in certain countries. The soldiers of the Free Knight Alliance were the previous king of Rishai, Tiger King Ryan Gaga. Ryan glanced at Joshua and expressed, "Don't misunderstand, I have no intention of participating in this war, however, I am here to bear witness to the holy battle." Barbarian wondered, "You mean you came all this way just for something like this? How can I trust you?" Ryan replied in a tense voice, "Something like this, I suggest you be careful with your words. You have ignored the declaration of war by the champion of the Master War. If you want to keep your place among the 12 saints, I recommend that you follow tradition." At this moment, in the barbarian's mind, he thought, "Tiger King, why do you get involved even though you don't benefit from this?" He threatened, "Your damn new tradition. Okay, fine, if you want, proceed with the battle right here. However, the outcome of the entire battle will decide the fate of this territorial war. The winner will become the ruler of the territory, the land of the Bontio and Cromwell families." As soon as he finished speaking, Cromwell shouted loudly, "Hey, Mercenary King, you have no right to decide such a matter." Barbarian replied, "Didn't you say you would give me the right to decide this war? Above all, if we defeat the Bontio family's ultimate weapon, Baron Joshua, then they will definitely fail. There is no other more effective way. However, who says Joshua has the right to make a decision on behalf of the family?" Joshua confidently replied, "I have the right to make that decision, that is, the family crest of Bontio." Everyone started talking. "That's it, what are you talking about? On the first prince's birthday, Lady Cheryl rejected the prince and took Baron Joshua's hand during the dance party. Oh yeah, there really is such a thing. Since when did they become so close?" Barbarian frowned and said, "Well, that's enough for you to make decisions. Use all the communication spheres to spread the news about the Saints' War. This is where this boring war ends." 2 flags were raised high and flying in the sky. They looked fiercely at Joshua. Cheryl's flag is also flying. On the other side, Cheryl's group had also prepared everything. Cain said, "Now I understand what the king and Cerberus said. You are trying to create a situation like this. If he defeats the Mercenary King, this war will end." Ryan accelerated and turned to look at Barbarian and suggested, "Before we officially begin the match between the Mercenary King, Barbarian, and the champion of the Master War, Baron Joshua Sanders, allow me to announce a few rules. This battle is up to you. If one side surrenders or is unable to continue fighting, the battle will end." Joshua laughed and replied, "I understand." Barbarian continued, "I know those rules well." Receiving the answer, Ryan loudly declared, "Then, the battle begins." As soon as the words ended, 2 sources of energy radiated out, surprising everyone. Cain said happily, "Just starting to use so much spiritual energy, it's breathtaking." Barbarian laughed loudly and said, "Well, I understand why the vanguard failed, but that wasn't enough to defeat me. Surely you also know that each of your Marna attributes are determined from the moment you were born. Likewise, I'm sure your Aura attribute is not to attack, but to assist allies, a kind of out support. On the other hand, we have an Aura with overwhelming power, an Aura that enhances attack and enhancement, and this has broken the limit of Aura and makes us possess a top Aura. The Aura layer covers. In the face of overwhelming power, your Aura support is nothing." Cain stood there worried. Oh my god, his Aura was being overwhelmed. How could he defeat such an opponent? Barbarian loudly provoked, "I wonder how many of my attacks you can block." "You can't avoid it, die, Joshua Sanders." Joshua calmly observed the current situation. He used his spear to stab him directly. A flash of light and a violent vibrating sound. Icarus was sent flying away, Cain said in fear. The surrounding area was destroyed with just one blow. The soldiers quickly ran to surround Cromwell and shouted, "Protecting Marquis Cromwell, setting up shields to protect him. Cromwell looked confused and looked after him. Suddenly something rushed towards him at incredible speed. A cracked axe landed next to him. This made Cromwell scared. Saw the axe broken in half. He trembled and said, "Don't say that." I saw that the barbarian's head had fallen to the ground, his body kneeling on the ground. Joshua stood not far away, looking at the results of his victory. Cheryl and Chrome Neo frowned in surprise at this battle. The soldiers cheered, "He defeated the mercenary king in one blow, we won. The invaded lands and Cromwell family's territory are ours." Cromwell shouted angrily and shut up. "Do you think this battle will end the war? This territorial war has nothing to do with the Saint War. This war for territory is between the Bonteo family and the Cromwell family and the Avalon Empire. From the beginning Joshua Sanders had no right to make decisions. This is a violation of imperial law. Already, all, take up your swords, we will destroy the enemy before us. With only a few hundred people, we have the advantage in numbers." Fighting for the family's honor and prosperity, the soldiers discussed in confusion. It seemed like the Marquis's family's army wanted to challenge them. "We also have to fight, right? Wait, the mercenary king has been defeated, so why fight?" Cromwell shouted fiercely, "The mercenary king's reward is still valid. If you help me, the reward will be yours. Isn't that what you dreamed of, escaping your civilian status, have a title and live a luxurious life?" Faced with the temptation of gold and silver, they cannot resist. They pulled out their swords. They shouted and rushed forward, "For the life we desire." Cain was frightened, they still dare to attack, it seems they want to fight to the end. Kankangayatu replied, "The knights of Juhem prepare for battle, immediately execute all those who oppose the king." Joshua calmly said, "Marquis Cromwell, I can't believe you did this. I feel sorry for doing this to the Axular, but I'm sure the mercenaries will take the hit." Without saying much, Joshua immediately used his ice spear to block their attack. Making the enemy afraid, is that a third-level magic? Axular appeared and said, "As the new commander of the mercenaries, from now on, all contracts between the mercenary king and the Cromwell family are null and void. All mercenaries, retreat. Listen up all mercenaries, the era of the barbarian, the king of mercenaries, is over. According to the rules of the mercenary guild, the sole owner of the diamond seal other than the mercenary king, I, the Axular leader, will lead the mercenaries from now on. I will restore order in the mercenary guild and restore our old traditions. Starting from this moment, withdraw from the war and return to the mercenary guild." Cromwell shouted loudly and interrupted, "Stop it, who do you think you are to come here and announce the end of our agreement? Do you know what you are doing? The condition to terminate the agreement is the compensation fee, usually 5 times the original agreed amount. That has nothing to do with the wishes of the mercenary guild. If you want compensation, go negotiate with the dead mercenary king." What are you waiting for, knight? Attack that guy now, make sure he never dares to joke with us again." Iseline appeared panicked and shouted, "Everyone, stop. The war is over, we don't need to point our swords at each other anymore." Cromwell said defiantly, "Don't joke, there is no such thing as a great person. How dare you hide behind an unknown magician? I really want to see how you try to lead the mercenaries." Iseline angrily thought to himself, "Didn't he recognize me, after taking everything from me? He even issued a wanted notice that forced me to live in hiding. Marquis Cromwell, I will definitely kill you with my own hands." Suddenly, Joshua stood in front of Iseline to protect him. She called out in surprise, "Joshua." He smiled and replied, "Thank you for stopping the mercenaries, Iseline. I will continue from here." "I advise you to surrender, Marquis Cromwell," he stubbornly replied, "Don't joke with me, even if there is no mercenary king, we are still stronger than you." Joshua calmly replied, "Do you really think so? I'm sure all of you don't know if there's any way you can beat me. Don't sacrifice the lives of innocent knights for the pride of the Marquis family." Hearing these words, all the soldiers gradually relaxed their weapons. Cromwell shouted in panic, "What are you doing? Pick up your swords, anyone who disobeys my orders will experience martial law." Joshua calls, "Marquis Cromwell, for you cannot put down your pride. I can make a suggestion, if you want me to release your son, let's make a deal, at the very least, Don't you want an excuse to escape this territorial war intact without harming your reputation? Do you think I will agree to that? No matter what, it will leave a stain on my family's reputation. Don't you think that would be better, Death? Do you want me to send you off with the barbarian?" These words made Cromwell tremble in fear. He wondered, "What do you want?" Joshua replied, "First, return the land you stole from the Bontai family before the war, then, pay them 1 million gold coins as compensation. To make sure you keep your word, I ask you to fulfill your promise as a noble before the emperor." Cromwell bitterly thought to himself, "Damn, if he wants 1 million gold coins, it's like asking me to become their slave, but if he wants to live, he has no other choice." After thinking for a while, he replied, "I understand, as the head of the Cromwell family, Adjoon Cromwell, I swear my honor in the name of Emperor Marcus van Britain. Will keep my promise." At this moment, Iselin and Axular both smiled at this result. Cromwell loudly ordered everyone to step back and return immediately. Hearing the order, they immediately set out to return. Cain was surprised. This sound, Icarus replied, was the siren signaling the Cromwell family's retreat. "Does that mean the war is really over?" Everyone cheers happily. "It's finally over, we won." Cromwell silently thought to himself, "Just wait, Joshua, do you really think I will keep my oath like that? With my power and influence, I can make everything that just happened seem like it didn't exist. I will make you regret letting me go like that. I will destroy everything." Suddenly, Joshua called Marquis Cromwell. "Wait a minute," he replied viciously, "what's wrong? Don't tell me you want another condition." "That's not it. I forgot to remind you that everything here has been passed down to the royal family. Since every noble family is watching this, I advise you to make a wise choice." Cromwell shouted in surprise, "What, Joshua, you bastard? How come? All events are monitored by the heads of large families." Marcus raised his hand to stroke his beard and exclaimed, "Very interesting. I know he won't disappoint me. I have to reward him handsomely when he comes back." The war is over. Everyone shoots fireworks to celebrate. At Peril Castle, Iselin is enjoying her happiest moment. People were talking around. "That person, I heard they were from a family of 4 generations of magicians. Is that how she stopped all the mercenaries? That's amazing. Not just skills, well, she's beautiful, she owns everything." Cheryl walked over and gently called, "Iselin. It's good to see you like this again." Iselin replied, "Thank you for inviting me to the castle, Lady Cheryl." On the other side, Cain spoke happily, with just a quick slash on the battlefield. "I will make our war song as great as our masters. I will surely spread it throughout the continent and make everyone sing it for me." Kinkangayata laughed and replied, "It's really unlucky, but I think it's a big goal for you." "What?" "Look, I'm the first to serve you, Lord's first knight, Cain. Even Master's father recognizes me as a genius." "What, you mean the king's father and Avalon's knight minister Ducanius? If he recognized your skills, then I also have to admire you. Now you guys understand my value. Perfect. Let me teach you everything." "Teach us, what do you mean?" Codename, Knight of the Golden Heart. Knights of Gold, Knights under the Lord, our goal is to become greater than the legendary 7 Knights of Avalon. Kinkangayatu replied, "I agree in becoming the greatest Knight of Avalon, of the continent. Come with me, for our new goal, for the greatest Knights of the continent, the Knight's Golden Heart." Icarus silently exclaimed, "It seems they are gradually liking each other, so that's good." At the same time, Joshua came to see him. Everyone stood up in surprise. "Lord, where are you going tonight? I thought you were resting." "Master, let me follow you, my king, then we go together." Joshua replied, "Don't worry, anyway I have something to do near you, Cain. I need you to go to the Bodio Castle in Iden Alley at noon." Cain was surprised. Hadn't the castle there burned down? Why? Icarus explained, he was thinking about eliminating the traitors, starting with the Count's bones. It was possible they died in the fire, so that was the best place to hide bodies. It seemed that they had planned to kill them before they had a chance to restore power. Also, Kankangayatu and Ashion, "Yes master, please give orders. I want you two to lead the Knights of the Dungeon and return to Reinhardt." Kankangayatu wondered, "Reinhardt? Isn't everyone's alley black? Can I ask why?" Icarus explains, "It's because the coward is in danger. Can Kangaya to be surprised. What? The news that the knights of the world are in Avalon, not to be shy, will quickly spread throughout the empire. If so, other forces will see this as an opportunity to attack Reinhardt. Wait, does that mean the Emperor of Avalon is ignoring the fact that we're here right now? Is it true that the person behind the mercenary king and Marquis Cromwell is the Emperor? Icarus replied, yes, it is very likely that Emperor Marcus will take advantage of this opportunity to control Ritem, because the champion of the Master War also comes from his empire. Surely he will know this is perfect opportunity. Damn it, if anything happens to Reinhardt, this is my fault. To think that I would make such a big mistake. Icarus quickly consoled, don't worry, soon, we won't need to worry about that anymore. Depending on the decision the Lord makes, the situation can change across the entire continent. A new wave will sweep with us at the center. The fate of this continent lies in the hands of our Lord. That's why I want to know, what decision will he make? Joshua confidently replied, I will tell you, my destiny is my choice. I just saw Joshua mumbling and chanting something, making everyone present there surprised. They stared with bewildered expressions and exclaimed, what? The two of them walked together to the front door of the room. Cain shrugged and wondered, I don't know why he made that decision. Icarus said, no matter what the reason is, I will follow orders, his. But before that, we have to pay attention to the task at hand. Having said that, he raised his hand to knock on the door. The person inside replied, yes, please come in. Inside the room, Cheryl sat at the desk and looked at the two of you and asked, what's so sudden that you two have to come and discuss it with me right away? Icarus bowed to express, first of all, please allow me to express my most sincere gratitude to Miss Cheryl, for agreeing to let us meet. Cain stepped forward to interject, the king ordered us to take care of the bones and other traitors today, but because this event is related to the Pontier family, we decided I should go ask the lady's opinion first. Cheryl's face darkened slightly. After thinking quietly for a while, she decided to get up from her seat. Walking up to the two people, he firmly said, then take good care of them. Traitors do not deserve mercy, because innocent people have been harmed by them. And for the revival of the Pontier family. Even though I don't have any authority, I respectfully ask that you two, Cheryl, sincerely bow your heads. Cain and Icarus forced a smile and looked at each other confused. After that, without an appointment, the two of them did a high five in front of their chest in unison, leaving us to worry. Suddenly something flashed in Cain's head. He asked, oh, I forgot. That sign you left for our king when you were a child, is it really considered a betrothal agreement? Icarus gently reminded, Mr. Cain, it's rude to ask, he expressed, but Mr. Icarus is also curious. He immediately objected, I'm curious, okay, now is not the right time to ask sentences like that. Cheryl looked at the two of them arguing like that and burst out laughing. The two of them really matched each other. They both jumped up. She explained, actually, the sign I gave Joshua when I was little was because I wanted to attract his attention. Back then he just ignored me. But really, I don't know my own feelings anymore. I want him to pay attention to me because I like him, or it's just simple admiration. Do you understand this feeling? Sometimes I feel like he is like a god. Cain immediately laughed out loud in agreement. That's right, it's not like the king is called the god of battle for nothing. Icarus angrily stabbed him in the stomach with his elbow, knowing his fate a bit. Cheryl walked towards the door, but most of all, I think now is not the right time to think about love or marriage. It will be very busy in the near future. Let's go take care of the traitors, Icarus asked in surprise, will the young lady go too? She darkened her face and coldly replied, of course, I want to witness their last moments. On the other hand this time, at the barbarian's tombstone. Joshua was standing in front, staring intently at the stele. Lugia's voice rang out, prepare, concentrate, okay. He then closed his eyes, raised his hand. The whole person radiated a magical aura. Lugia controlled his body, began to cast summoning magic, O fallen Night King, O 9,000 evil spirits with hatred thicker than the night. I, the demon lord Amamen Lugia, command you. Rise up and ease your regrets. I give you the right to step foot on earth again. Come here quickly and listen to my orders. The body of the headless barbarian was raised from the ground, then, Countless black evil spirits flew in, they entered his body, the black streaks gradually spread throughout his body to his limbs. At this time, Lugia completed the summoning, the Lord of the Great Headless Cavalry. Joshua opened his eyes in surprise. This is the Lord of the Headless Cavalry. The barbarian's body has completely changed. Outside, the knight's armor is full of majesty and strength. Now, he is the Headless Cavalry Lord. As soon as he was summoned, his barbaric voice filled with demonic breath rang out, "The one who asked me to submit, the one who made me kneel, the one standing before me." Joshua silently exclaimed, "This demonic horror is too terrible." Lugia said proudly, "Of course, among the creatures I have created, the Headless Cavalry is considered to stand on top of the demon world. How wonderful, to be able to create a cavalry from the body of someone whom you consider extraordinary. Unlike other undead horsemen who are always hostile towards the species that killed them, the Headless Horseman will have no intention of attacking you." But contrary to what he said, the Headless Cavalry suddenly charged. Joshua was startled and said, "But it is rushing like crazy towards us." The cavalryman's hand stopped a stream of air, the barbarian's old axe appeared, he slashed a downward blow towards the challenging Joshua, "The one who demanded my submission, the one who made me kneel, the one standing before me, ta. Prove that you are worthy." Joshua quickly reacted with his spear to block the attack. He struggled to support himself, Lugia explained, "But the Lord of the Headless Cavalry has his own pride, he will not listen to anyone weaker than him." Joshua heard that and replied, "This condition is easy to meet, huh?" He used his strength to push away the axe that was swinging down at him, then turned the tip of the spear and slashed hard at the Headless Cavalryman. The slashed area quickly created a crack. He was surprised, but he only got a scratch. The next second, he became interested and smiled and said, "Great, I'm already tense. Should I use spiritual energy, or holy magic?" Lugia scolded, "Stupid thing, you can't use holy magic or primordial stones to confront it, you can only use magic power, it will only recognize you. When you use magic power to defeat it, the type of real ghost is almost pure." The Headless Cavalry Lord now continued to attack and declared, "I will definitely not bow to the weak, those weaker than me, death is the only outcome." Joshua knew that the situation was urgent and angrily said, "Why is it so important that I'm only talking about it now?" He poured magic into the spear, threw it up to block the cavalry lord's attack. The two weapons collided, creating a strong wave of magic. Lugia just smiled and cheered, "Come on baby, it was about 300 years ago. I remember that even the demon lord with supreme power couldn't defeat him, but because you have me, Lugia legend in hand, so no need to worry." He cursed, not worrying about that monkey. Joshua continued to fight back, but it seemed he was in a weaker position. Lugia grumbled again, "What are you doing? Release more magic power, you're about to lose." He immediately got angry and shouted, "Shut up, do you know how much more difficult it is to use magic power than using holy magic or mana? I'm trying my best." He burst out with power, the black gas in his chest rushed out to cover his body. Soon, his body changed, his pupils turned red, two horns grew on his head. Lugia couldn't help but be surprised. "Horns, that's impossible. It should have taken thousands of years, how could that be?" The black magic energy spread throughout Joshua's body unexpectedly quickly. Then a powerful red light flashed, causing the Headless Cavalry Lord to retreat and retreat. "His body has some invisible pressure crushing you." Joshua in front of him has now completely changed into another form, a black armor covering his entire body, leaving only his mouth. On his chest is a sign of a red moon. Cold red eyes stare at him. Instantly, the Headless Cavalry Lord was overcome by his power. He clapped his hands on his chest and knelt down to sincerely express, "I sincerely apologize, Master." Joshua smiled with satisfaction. He raised his hand forward to command, "Okay." Lugia, seal of submission. The cavalry lord knelt still on the ground while Joshua proceeded to retract his body. The black gas slowly entered his hand. After finishing, he immediately clenched his hands. Lugia suddenly said, "The original taming power of the demon lord." He wondered, "What do you mean?" It explains, "The crescent moon mark on your chest is the blood moon, the symbol of the demon world, but it is not the form of the person who pierced the mark." Who is he? He was once an angel, an archangel with 6 wings, and as a fallen angel, he left the heavenly world, and was taken in by the demon lord of the demon world, but after that, he rose up again to take control. The only individual who is considered a traitor by both the demon world and the heavenly world. However, he is truly undeniably strong, to the point that he can single-handedly fight against two demon kings at the same time, and now, his symbol, the seal of submission, has appeared on you. Joshua gently rubbing the moon image on his chest and asking, "What is that person's name?" Lugia's appearance also changed a bit at this time, its whole body was covered in blackened blood. It replied, "His name is Lucifer, Sinner of Light." At this very moment, the second Lugia awakened. The next morning, Cheryl led the army with the help of Cain and Icarus to begin the conquest. Her eyes were full of determination without the slightest hesitation. The group soon arrived at Aden Gorge, the ruins of Pontier Castle. On the citadel, soldiers are lining up waiting for orders. The enemy is coming to attack, closing the city gates. Archers are ready. Arna angrily cursed, "Damn it. I bet that coming to this place would be safer than Peril Castle. I knew this would happen anyway." Marquis Cromwell had already lost the battle. Count Cox calmly said, "Then you should run away. Why did you decide to stay?" He turned his head towards him and shouted, "Are you kidding me? The Black Knight of Dennis Life has blocked all escape routes around. We are stuck here." Count Cox immediately glared and said, "If you understand the situation clearly, I think it's better for you to think of a way to get out there with your life." Arna. Looking at his scary face, he suddenly turned pale and gritted his teeth. Cain raised his hand to his forehead and squinted his eyes to observe. It seemed like the traitors had no intention of dragging themselves out of the castle. Icarus said, "That is why the defenders of this siege benefited. Sir Cain, please return to your position. Once the siege of the tower is complete, we will advance." He immediately refused. "No need, everyone should rest and look carefully, allowing me to show off my recent progress." He was surprised to hear that. What progress? Cain took a stance to gain momentum, his hand behind the sword, his whole body radiating blue mana, and confidently said, "Although not comparable to our king, I think my progress is also good, notably, a completely different method of using aura." With 2 peaks of spiritual energy, he suddenly shouted loudly and rushed towards the tower. Earl Cox on the other side immediately gave the order and shot arrows. Immediately, countless arrows were shot towards Cain. They rushed quickly, but he didn't seem afraid at all, just slowly raised a smile. "I discovered that, if I cover the aura in the sound and affect the opponent's senses, then I can create a layer of aura around the body." Guardian Spirit. As expected, a barrier was formed. The arrow that was launched hit the barrier and was immediately knocked back. Just like that, Cain flew forward without any dangerous barriers. Earl Cox gasped. All the arrows were being shot out. Arna was also full of surprise. What? He can manipulate aura to form a barrier. Cain poured his aura into the blade. He was close to the tower gate preparing to attack. "Don't hide inside the castle anymore. Get out here now." As he finished speaking, the sword in his hand slashed hard at the door, causing a commotion. The gate quickly collapsed under the force, dirt and rocks mixed with dust shooting up in all directions. The soldiers in the castle began to panic. The city gate was destroyed. Cain gave the order to advance and retake the castle. Destroy the traitors. At this moment, Count Cox could do nothing. Arna almost showed despair. It's getting more and more afternoon, the sky is getting darker and darker. Below, the war gradually came to an end. The black smoke from the fire mixed with the sky, making the scene a bit dreary. Arna and Earl Cox were now tied to wooden poles awaiting execution. Cheryl walked up to the two of them and asked, "Earl Cox, Arna, do you two want to say anything?" Arna glared at her and gritted his teeth, saying, "I can't believe you did that to me. I'm a noble of the great Avalon Empire." "Arna, you have no right to tie me up like that. Quickly untie this mana seal, and show respect to me. I will forgive you for the mistakes you just made, so do it." Cheryl looked at him with cold, contemptuous eyes. She glanced at Earl Cox, who was looking down at the ground, and asked again, "What about Mr. Cox?" He smirked, mocking himself. "A traitor like me, what else can I say, lady? I only feel regret that I didn't complete my mission." Cheryl said harshly, "Is that so? I understand, thank you for everything." After saying that, she turned around and left. When returning to her army, Cheryl slightly raised her arm. Immediately, Her soldiers raised their bows and aimed at the two people. Arna was sweating in fear. He struggled and shouted, "Don't you understand that what you are doing is against the king's orders? This battle has been approved by the king. According to imperial law, you can only take half of the prisoners in a territorial war. Killing people like this is directly illegal. If you don't want to be accused of treason, put down your bow and arrows immediately." In contrast to him, Earl Cox was silent. He closed his eyes and accepted his fate. "Take care, Miss Cheryl." She then ignored Arna's threats and directly waved her hand down to signal. The arrows were quickly shot at a rapid speed, and he kept screaming, "Do you think you can get away with this?" However, that could only be his last words. The arrow pierced his body, fresh blood splattered. Under the setting sun, Cheryl's face did not change at all. People said that even though he had raised her as his own child, she still did not hesitate to order his death. Later, everyone believed, in this matter, Cheryl was named the Iron Lady. After this event, the territorial war between Marquis Cromwell and Duke Pontier officially ended. However, to deal with the Cromwell remnants who refused to surrender, de Soissonnet decided to stay in the Pontier family's territory. The knights Wilhelm and Tiger King Ryan Geiger returned to Reinhardt to prevent any mishaps. When leaving, Leogan was sobbing because he had to leave Joshua. He couldn't believe that he had to leave his kind behind. It was so painful. Of course, the condition for the Tiger King to become a witness is Joshua must agree to become the successor of the leader of the Free Knight Alliance. Axular, the new commander of the Mercenary Guild, acknowledges the secret agreement between the Cromwell family and the Mercenary Guild. The Mercenary Guild admitted that Marquis Cromwell hired them. After that, the guild agreed to withdraw all mercenary forces affiliated to the guild from the Avalon Empire. Furthermore, the guild promised to hand it over half of the commissions of all business deals in the next 2 years to the empire. In addition, he also personally wrote letters of apology to the major organizations that were affected by this war. To apologize, they agreed to split all commissions over the next 2 years, not leaving any profit for the guild. After these 2 years, the guild agreed to change the ratio between the guild and the mercenaries. Axular was dumbfounded in front of the notice board when suddenly there was a voice calling, "Leader." When he turned back to look, everyone in the guild smiled and asked, "I just received a good bet. Do you want to go with me?" "Leader, you've been working too hard lately." "Leader, it's nice to meet you. I see you. Do you want to have dinner with us?" Thanks to his quick decision, Axular's image became better than ever. His reputation increasingly resonated in the Mercenary Guild. However, even though the war has ended, things are still far from calm. The land of Trifia, in a small village, when the people were diligently working hard in the fields. Suddenly a large black shadow appeared in the sky, blocking the sunlight, making people curiously look up. The big dragon flew against the light, making it impossible for people to see its shape closely. "Just curious, what is that?" The dragon suddenly opened its big mouth. It roared and spewed out a powerful stream of spiritual energy, flying over the fields where people were working, passing through the forest and hitting the mountain. Instantly, the mountain exploded and rocks flew in all directions. On the other side, it was late at night, the stars were shining brightly in the sky. A quiet night passed. The next morning, at Peril Castle, Cain insisted on holding Joshua's leg tightly, holding on painfully, wondering what had happened. "Why have you abandoned your people again?" Joshua tried to break free. "Let me go." He absolutely refused. "Even if you beat me to death, I won't let go. I won't let go." "Why do you want to go to the land of Trifia? Don't tell me that you want to defeat the rumored dragon." Joshua tried to hold back and explain, "It has nothing to do with that dragon. I want to go for personal reasons. Let go now. Take care of Cheryl." At the door, Icarus and Iseline raised their hands together to block the path. Icarus said, "Lady Cheryl is not our king. Only you, Baron Joshua Sanders. The Cromwell family can come back for revenge, and even though you said you were going for personal reasons, the dragon was still in that area. It's too dangerous. I suggest you leave it to private matters." Iseline also seriously agrees. "Me too. I agree, you too, Iseline." Cain suddenly stood up and leaned close to Joshua's ear and asked, "I wanted to ask you about this for a long time, King. Why are you surrounded by beautiful people?" He immediately said, "Don't you remember?" "What do you remember?" He thought, "I guess it's probably because we only met Iseline as children, but even so, There's no need to explain Iseline's situation. He explained, she is by my side, because I promised to protect her. From now on, she will also be with us. Please take care of her. Cain nodded and replied, no problem, good luck. Icarus now frowned and thought, what relationship do the two of them have, that the king has to protect her, let alone that kind of relationship, my king. Joshua took the opportunity to rush away. I will go to the land of Tryphia, whether the dragon appears there or not, I cannot postpone it anymore. Cain immediately reminded him something that made him pause. Don't say you underestimate the power of dragons, king. They can collapse an entire empire with just a wave of their wings. The Tryphia region has been conquered. Once evacuated, you cannot enter without royal family approval. Iseline used ice magic to shape the dragon and added, moreover, dragons do not appear naturally, they are considered mascots that protect the astral world. If they arise, the balance of the astral world will collapse. I think they appear at this time to warn humans not to violate the forest borders of dark creatures. It seems they disappeared after giving the warning. I think you should wait a while before taking action. Joshua expressed, I'm not interested in dragons, but are you sure that's a warning? Iseline asked in return, can you think of any other reason? He said, the existence of creatures that we need to worry about in the near future is more than a warning, it is a sign. For the beginning of the demon dragon, crevasse. In the castle of the Avalon Empire. Cercerin's face was pale and purple as she lay weakly on the bed. The maids couldn't help but worry and asked the healer how the princess was. The healer helplessly said, with our current abilities, we cannot cure the princess's illness, we don't know how long the princess can last, we should prepare ourselves mentally, for the worst-case scenario. The maid Ellen sobbed heartbrokenly, why, what curse was this princess under? Cercerin in a daze still mumbled the name, Joshua. In her dream, she suddenly saw a group of people surrounding her bowing their heads respectfully. Her antidote had been prepared, consider it a souvenir of our relationship in our previous life. Suddenly there was a commotion outside the door, please wait a moment, who are you to dare to stop me, get out of the way. The door suddenly opened, the second prince of the Avalon Empire, Kaizen Van Britten, eagerly asked, Cercerin, brother is here, how are you feeling? Seeing him, everyone followed the protocol. Ellen, the eldest maid of Manhwa Palace, asked to pay her respects to the second prince. He came in and said, put the ceremony aside, how is she? She replied sadly, no medicine was effective on the princess. Over time, her condition became worse and worse. If things continued like that, I was afraid the princess would die. Cercerin on the bed tried to get up and weakly spoke, you're here. The maid next to the bed quickly helped her, princess, don't sit up, you should lie down and rest. Kaizen saw her like that and gritted his teeth and said, Cercerin, just think that this happened because father used the eternal entity. She shook her head, no, brother, helping the country is all I want. Kaizen walked forward and grabbed her shoulder to comfort her, it's okay, tell me the truth, I don't want to possess the cursed power like the true I. If I were you, I would try to run away from this place. You said you didn't have much time left, right? He suddenly picked her up in his arms, making her surprised because she couldn't see. Big brother. The second prince's previously gentle face suddenly distorted, he grinned sinisterly and said, until then, I will definitely promise to make the most of your true vision. Cercerin, come with me. Hearing that, Cercerin immediately turned pale in disbelief and asked, why, what are you talking about? She tried to struggle and let me go, please don't do that. Ellen and others quickly blocked the door and asked, second prince, what are you doing? Please release the princess. Several knights accompanying him immediately drew their swords and threatened, if you want to save your life, get out of the way. The maids immediately turned pale, but in the end there was nothing else they could do. On the other hand, right now, in the land of Tryphia deep in the forest, there is a small wooden house. In front of the yard is a boy sitting using a stick to draw on the ground, drawing and humming. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came, causing him to pay attention and raise his head. In front of him, Joshua slowly walked up and said, I knew you would be here. The boy stood up in shock and asked, human, who are you? Joshua introduced himself, my name is Joshua Sanders, I came here to save you, it's good to see you, Ash. The person opposite him immediately frowned and said, I don't know how you got here, But you went to the wrong place. I'm not Ash. Joshua affirmed, you're Ash, that is the name I gave you in my previous life, and you liked it very much. Ash couldn't help but be indignant. What the hell, get out of here. Joshua's earrings suddenly flashed with lightning power, he expressed, only when he gave me a Sanders flower. Responding to magic, Joshua suddenly cast neutralization magic. Cracks appeared in space, then pieces of debris fell. Ash couldn't help but cry out in surprise, forming a barrier. When the barrier broke, images of large ferocious goblins appeared. They were behind Ash, advancing aggressively. Joshua calmly negotiated, the only living high elf, the 5th generation Illumbus, I want to talk to you. Ash gritted his teeth in anger, he transformed back into his questioning form, you greedy human, how dare you even talk to me, since you came here you probably don't know what's going on. I don't want to discuss anything with you, don't walk out of here alive, he said and waved his hand. The giant goblins behind him ran towards Joshua to attack. The power from your earrings is still flowing, he expressed, I may be a bit rude, but I really came here to save you from the Black Dragon crevasse. Hearing that, Ash suddenly stopped for a few seconds. From Joshua's body, a stream of power like a dragon's roar emitted. He suddenly asked Ash if he wanted to give up his position as a Illumbus and become a slave serving crevasse for the rest of his life. The radiating power caused the goblins who wanted to attack to suddenly stop. Ash exclaimed in surprise, what a dragon captain! The whole group turned around in panic and ran away, even though he tried to call out to come back here. Joshua came over and said, can we talk now? Ash was still confused and skeptical, asking how an ordinary human like you could use the dragon captain of the Black Dragon, the only black dragon that has not yet fallen into a deep sleep, Lord Crevasse. Joshua put his hands on his hips and looked down at him teasingly, don't you think I can use simulation magic? Ash countered, you think I'm stupid, do you think I can't tell the difference between real and fake? That's the Black Dragon captain genuine, something that no human being can emulate. Joshua then straightened up and said, if you're curious, I can explain, with one condition. Who do you think you are? At least listen to me, your goblin's only friend, someone knows the whereabouts of Zarath de Corvus. Ash couldn't help but be stunned, Zarath de Corvus. Our goblin's old friend, the one who sacrificed his life to save us, he's still alive. I didn't even get a chance to thank him. Struggling for a while, Ash compromised and asked, what do you want? Joshua replied, I'm sure Ash can do it easily. True eye. The child was born with the eye of wisdom, he also knew that the person who possessed it from birth would have a short life. As a genius in alchemy, he can prepare an antidote to lift the curse. Ash thought to himself, to prepare the antidote, he needed a Sanders flower that grows in this place, he thought and quickly agreed, okay, I will agree if you tell me, how, you learn how to use the dragon spirit. Joshua held out his hand and suggested, then use oath magic. Trust is the most important thing in situations like this. Ash added, I can make it, but you have to find the ingredients yourself. Okay, I'll find enough for you. In his heart, he began to secretly feel proud. Humans are stupid, only one person has a wisdom eye since birth, only once in 1,000 years. He thought it would be easy to prepare an antidote, he only needed to find the ingredients to find it. Death is not enough, let's see how stuck you are, ordinary human. Thinking so, he happily took Joshua's hand, the two of them carried out the ceremony, used magic to swear an oath, to exchange the antidote to the wisdom eye curse. I will provide information about the whereabouts of Zarath de Corvus and his fate, really behind the dragon captain. Finished, Ash put on a dangerous face and said, now, I will tell you what ingredients you need, please find them for me. Well, I'm sure you'll have to search for a while, so why don't you reveal them? Reveal to me the truth about the Dragon Knight first. Joshua raised the bag next to him and said, don't worry, except Sanders flowers, I have brought enough ingredients. Ash still couldn't hear what he said, but still carefree affirmed, of course okay, let me show you where to pick the flowers. A second later, he suddenly repeated his words, his face suddenly blurted out in surprise, what, you already have enough ingredients? It's impossible, you might only be able to find most of it. But there are ingredients that with the power of a normal human, it's impossible to get them. Joshua gently touched the earring he was wearing and asked, do you mean the dragon heart fragment? Then he took off that earring. explaining to Ash, this is also considered the answer to a second question. Ash wondered, don't say this is not a normal earring, but a black dragon's earring, then you can use the dragon captain. But that object also contains the same curse as the wisdom eye, which is the most terrible dragon curse, because it is made from the dragon's heart. If used by a creature lower than the dragon, they will go crazy from the magic power it radiates. Unless the user is a demon or demon king, no one can endure it. Wait, Ash's pupils shrank as if thinking of something. He exclaimed in confusion, even if you use the black dragon's earrings, it still wouldn't be able to help you destroy Lord Crevass's barrier. Are you really human? Who are you? Joshua raised his mouth and smiled and asked. You still don't realize, do I look like a human? Ash stuttered in fear, so, you. Joshua glared coldly and said, I am a god. SH looked startled, his hair stood up. He couldn't bear it anymore and fainted and fell to the ground. Joshua couldn't help but laugh. He fainted. It was always fun to tease Ash and assassinate the king. Perfect, so I had a perfect excuse to take him away. And this is my first pet collection. At the royal palace of the Avalon Empire, Caltica Palace. Inside the palace, a person knelt and bowed, respectfully saying, the night god, Aiden von Onius, has agreed to carry out your orders. The night god will lead the vanguard in the upcoming Intercontinental War. Sitting high above, the Emperor of the Avalon Empire Marcus van Britten laughed loudly, so then, I must have no other choice, but to obey my orders. The person kneeling on the ground continued, Your Majesty, please forgive me for being rude, but you have destroyed the Pontier family, or Duke Onius' source of money. You have also destroyed the top strategists, his is the Rebrika family. Therefore, the fact that Duke Onius did not resist following his orders is very suspicious. The person who spoke was Jacqueline, the head of the Black Wind, of the intelligence organization under Emperor Avalon. Emperor Marcus said firmly, there is no way that Aiden von Onius will betray me. I'm sure you are fully aware of that, Jacqueline. Recently, Joshua, son of Onius, caused a great disaster, must not only have led foreign knights into my territory, but also killed several of my people, including my beloved Earl Cox. Onius is also fully aware that your son's life is probably hanging in the balance. That's why, I made this agreement with you. In exchange I will close my eyes and ignore you completely. Jacqueline exclaimed with a tense face, if so. Emperor Marcus stood up and said, yes, all the conditions have been met. The center of the continent, Reinhardt, and one of the continent's heroes, Joshua Sanders, are in my hands. Marcus's face was full of madness, ordering his subordinates, Jacqueline, to summon the nobles in the center to attend the meeting. Summon Joshua Sanders to the Royal Palace Temple immediately. Hidden deep in the dense forests of the Avalon Empire, the Imperial Magician's Ivory Tower, alias the Tower of Orvis. Sitting in the main position, the second Prince Kaizen said, I have transferred Cersei into my palace. It seems that the king did not even notice. However, I'm curious, you act as if you don't care. When I asked for your help, why have you been helping me all this time? Sitting opposite the second prince is Evergrande. The royal magician team of the Avalon Empire. Evergrande analyzed and said, because of the current situation of the empire, His Majesty wants to start a war, for the reason of unification, continent. His concern for other things is only that much. Now, the Night Lord, Duke Onius, is commanding the army of the SW Empire in this war. Don't you think everything will end very quickly? Once the war is over, I am sure you will inherit the throne. I believe you will control this country, and make the country peaceful. Hearing this, the second Prince Kaizen said in an amused voice, really, do you really think that I will be the heir to the throne, not my brother's prince, even though everyone calls me a tyrant like my father? Kaizen stood up, said in a cold voice, if you are trying to flatter me, then this conversation ends here. I see if that is your intention, then it is meaningless. Evergrande was enthusiastic and quickly stood up, asking for the second prince to wait. Honestly, I want to become the head of the magic tower. Kaizen stopped his footsteps and exclaimed, what? The second Prince Kaizen turned around, so angry that his veins appeared. You want to be at the top of the magic tower? Are you saying you are willing to betray us, just to become one of them? Evergrande stepped forward and said, also, above all, I want to hold the position of Chief Royal Magician. My ultimate goal in life is to become the strongest magician in the Empire. and the owner of a tower magic. Kaizen smirked and said, I can't believe those words came out of your mouth. Be happy that you're still alive and in charge. Evergrande's whole body was dense, sweat kept falling. Suddenly I heard Kaizen speak, however, you gave me that impression. It's hard to think that a proud magician like you would disregard everything, because of greed. Very pragmatic, I like that. The second prince Kaizen said, tell me, what do you need to achieve the throne? Evergrande is happy, of course, allow me to explain. Evergrande analyzed the current situation for Kaizen to understand. Recently, we are creating a medicine, which can eliminate the symptoms of any disease. It allows the user to be completely healthy within a day. It will unleash the user's full potential once, and for the last time. We can use it on Lady Cercerin, to pretend to cure her illness, and take advantage of her ability to see the future that day. However, she will die as soon as the medicine wears off, so, Evergrande said with a bit of hesitation. The second Prince Kaizen said with his chin in his hands, I'm sure Cercerin will like it, because she's going to die anyway, so if there's even one day just to use the power of the mind's eye. Kaizen smiled evilly, I'm sure she will be happy, to die for my cause. Continue, I'm curious to hear how we will use her power. Evergrande's lips slightly raised, but still cautiously said, I'm glad you're satisfied, now back to what I was going to say. The door opened, Kaizen nodded and said, I understand your plan. I will leave it to you, Evergrande. Watching Kaizen leave, Evergrande bowed respectfully, may luck come to both of us, Prince. The door to the room was then closed, leaving Evergrande alone. Evergrande breathed a sigh of relief, his body was now relaxed. It seems everything went very smoothly, what do you think? He raised his hand and a ray of magic appeared, hovering around his palm. Accordingly, the space in front of him changed. The fourth prince of the Avalon Empire, Kaiser van Britten appeared and smiled, very interesting. Do you think my brother will act according to what you and I have predicted, or not? Among my siblings, my second brother is the smartest, he is not easy to deal with. Evergrande replied with reason, those who do whatever it takes to achieve their goals, may perhaps become a Brutus, but they will never become a Cairo. The Avalon Empire was formerly the kingdom of Asgard, its first king was Brutus, he did everything he needed to do to sit on the throne, but he suffered a similar end to his predecessor, in the end of his reign. On the other hand, Cairo, who ruled the people through his vision and leadership, was one of the greatest kings in the history of the kingdom of Asgard, he claimed half of the continent as his. However, that was still not enough to gain the second prince's trust. However, the second prince also had no moves that could be used. First Prince Kisser is supported by the Tremblin family, which is opposed to the Anus family. Tremblin is one of the 5 great families in the country, headed by Duke Tremblin. With the current situation, the second prince will not be able to win in this war of power. Evergrande thought in his mind, even though the current situation is like that, the whole story will change if Zerath de Corvus gets involved. No, maybe we should call him Barabaru because he sold his soul. I gave my soul to the devil. But that's not important. Thinking so, Evergrande continued to analyze with the Kaiser. If we continue to support the second prince like now, he will have no other choice but to start depending on us. We will use the second prince to put pressure on the first prince. After that, we will use the second prince as bait. We will let him be defeated, and win the first prince's trust. The Evergrande's hand clenched tightly, his tone said firmly. The fourth Prince Kaiser nodded in agreement, yes, that is also my plan. However, the entire plan you mentioned just now is assuming no major problems occur. Evergrande asked in doubt, what a big deal. The fourth Prince Kaiser leisurely said a name, Joshua Sanders. The former Reinhardt kingdom did not care about their previous king, Lion King Ryan Gager, one of the 12 talented men, but now they are moved, and turned to protect Joshua. I must be hiding something, other than my unusually high wounding skills for that age. We need to deal with it completely, before he stops us. That's why I want to request one more thing, I need both the second prince and Joshua Sanders, to become a potential threat to the Avalon Empire. If we do that, they won't be able to flaunt their power in the Empire anymore. Evergrande nodded and replied, I understand, as long as Joshua Sanders returns on time, it won't be a problem. Kaiser stood up and said, perfect, because you're the person I trust the most, I'm sure you'll be able to handle it. I've bothered him enough for now. I'm going home, so you should rest." Evergrande's face sank. For a moment he didn't know what to say. After a while, Evergrande finally asked, "I'm sorry for not asking first, but who do you think you resemble the most, Brutus or Cairo?" Before this question, the Kaiser turned around and answered, "I also wondered. Until now, Tau Alpha has never thought about that. However, if I had to choose one person, it would be that person. Heimdall, I want to become like him." In the Trivia region, sandalwood is also known as the flower of forgetfulness. This flower is growing on a cliff. At the foot of the mountain, Joshua speculated, it wouldn't be too far to find it. Looking at Joshua optimistically, Ash panicked. "Huh? Are you sure? It's not too late. Why don't we turn back now? Going into this area with the black dragon is very dangerous. Besides, using it as medicine is what a waste." Looking at Ash's ramblings, Joshua coldly put his hand to his mouth to signal, "Shush, shut up. Remember who I am. You will be punished if you say that again." Ash was scared, his face pale with fear. His whole body trembled and he shouted, "Punish your head, stop lying, as if I would believe you." Not only was Joshua not afraid, he reminded me, his mouth said so, but his whole body was trembling. Ash countered, joking around, "The only reason I agreed to help you was because I wanted to see an old friend again. Do you know that sandalwood has side effects?" Joshua replied in a calm tone, of course he knew, if you gain this, you have to lose that. Joshua's eyes lowered and he thought, if we use sandalwood flowers, we can restore her eyesight and her life, but she will lose her memory, although I'm not sure how much she will forget, but maybe it's better that way, she won't have to remember that painful past. Suddenly, a wave of pressure came. Ash cried out in extreme fear, "We are doomed, we will both go to the grave." Crevasse is back. In the sky, a huge dragon is approaching this side, then Ash immediately cries and runs away. In the sky, Crevasse's eyes were as red as blood, full of ferocious roars. "A heartless person dares to violate my territory, you will pay the price for that mistake." Joshua leaned forward to watch Crevasse attack, his hand releasing magic, ready to fight back. "Die!" Crevasse launched his sharp claws towards Joshua. Ash was thrown away, his whole body falling to the ground. In the jungle, Crevasse blew away all the surrounding trees, opening his mouth to scream. Joshua jumped up holding Lugia's spear. Joshua held the spear firmly in both hands and stabbed it down. The spear pierced one of Crevasse's cheeks. Suddenly, Joshua turned back with wide eyes. Joshua's whole body was hit face down against the wall. Crevasse both blocked Joshua's spear and knocked him away. Turning back this way, Joshua's whole body was scratched and he stood still. He raised his head, smiled with interest and assessed, "You are stronger than I thought. I knew the black dragon would be different." Looking at Joshua without fear, the black dragon Crevasse frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Joshua exclaimed, "This is it." In his head he thought, if he told him he was a god, he would think he was blaspheming and get angry, just make up something else. Ash took this opportunity to jump out and point at Joshua to accuse, "He is very suspicious, Mr. Crevasse." Crevasse turned to look and asked, "What do you mean?" Ash spoke up, "He calls himself a god even though he is human. And if you look closely at his right ear, he must be wearing a black dragon earring." Joshua shouted with a serious face, "Ash, shut up." Ash was scared and didn't dare to say anything more. Crevasse now asked, "Is that really human?" Ash stammered and asked, "Huh, what do you mean?" Crevasse looked at Joshua in front of him and assessed, probably using magic power to attack, but using holy power to heal. What existence could use both magic and holy power? Looking at Crevasse's searching eyes, Joshua speculated in his heart, it seems Crevasse is not impatient enough to ignore what Ash said. If I'm lucky, I can end this case with a conversation. But right now, Crevasse raised his head and released energy from his mouth. "I will punish those who violate my territory. I don't need to know your identity." After speaking, Crevasse sprayed the ball straight towards Joshua. Joshua immediately reacted quickly, immediately pulled out his spear to defend. I shouldn't have expected much. Lugia also spoke at this time. "Look, why don't we teach the giant lizard a lesson, with your true strength," Joshua said with a devilish smile. "That's my plan, it will be a perfect test. If I can defeat that black dragon in one move, then no one on this earth will be a challenge to me. Joshua's eyes widened, a large black patch invaded his face, the skill that I was unable to achieve in my previous life, 6th stage magic. Following that, a large vortex swirled, the ground swirled with great flames. At this moment, Joshua stood in the air, wondering what was going on. I blocked Crevass's breath and then, where am I? But before Joshua could understand what was happening, a group of winged demons flew in. They cruelly said, "I will tear him apart." Joshua shouted in surprise, "Demon, this is the demon world, I said there are many monsters, lug." As soon as the demons rushed in, Joshua quickly closed his eyes, but the pain did not occur. The demons flew past Joshua, attacking the person standing in the distance. The other person was wearing white armor, with 2 golden wings behind him. He held a spear and swung it all the way to send the demons flying. Joshua was surprised and stood still. Suddenly, the ground below shook and cracked, and the surrounding area changed again. The person on the other side slowly spoke, "I don't resent you at all, of course, because you betrayed your faith, I will take away these wings." Michael, a familiar face appeared. Joshua was surprised. "Wait, it's Michael, is he showing me the past? This is Lugia's memory." "Don't resent me." After this person finished speaking, a sword slash fell, and fresh blood stained the ground. The scene around Joshua changed again. Behind him was a huge blood moon. Joshua seemed to sense something, turned his head to look. His face became serious. On this side, before the eyes of Ash and Crevasse, an explosion bombarded the ground. Ash's legs bent back as he assessed, "That bastard." It looked like he couldn't resist Mr. Crevasse's breath. He immediately knew he wasn't a god. Suddenly, Ash's eyes widened and he shouted in surprise, "Huh?" Before Crevasse's eyes. "Joshua is wearing black armor, behind are golden wings, what is this?" His appearance has changed. Joshua in armor pondered, "I don't know the meaning behind that scene just now, but it's not meaningless. If fragments of its memory appear to the people after each body. Once I reach the 8th form of spear magic, called the power of the Lord, I will know the truth." Joshua flew up with his spear in hand to attack Crevasse. Crevasse looked at Joshua's transformed form, without worrying about launching a move. I don't know if you are good or bad, but as long as you threaten my astral world, I will do everything to destroy you." Joshua was the same, not dodging at all, letting Crevasse attack. Joshua held his spear and danced in one direction, a dance that destroyed the heavens. The move forms a huge shield, completely blocking Crevasse's breath. Crevasse was surprised to see Joshua still standing there intact. Crevasse couldn't believe his eyes and asked, "You pierce my breath." Not stopping there, a beam of light shot out from Joshua, hitting one of Crevasse's wings. "No." Ash's whole body trembled and he couldn't speak. How could he compact the body of a black dragon? Even the highest level demons couldn't do that. Crevasse is like a kite with a broken string falling freely from the sky to the ground. With a bang, Crevasse fell straight down, his body hitting hard. Joshua also landed, step by step walking towards the black dragon. Crevasse's red eyes questioned, "Why, who are you?" Joshua retracted his wings and said faintly, "My identity is not important. The reason for your anger, I know very well, is not from a human violating your territory. Definitely because of what happened at the end of Trifia, the incident at Rebrika Castle." Crevasse stood up and replied, "You know everything, it seems like that." Crevasse explains, "You humans have crossed the line. Using demon green to turn your species into hungry ghosts is unforgivable, the emperor of this land will pay the price." Joshua's mouth slightly raised, his heart clear, "Okay, I understand, that's the beginning of everything. I've always thought about this, even before I retreated, this was the beginning of the conflict between Crevasse and the Avalon Empire royal family and how they successfully made a deal with the Black Dragon Guardian. If you think he is behind everything, everything will be clear. Sorry, but I'll monopolize this deal." With each slash of the sword, the calloused hand holding the sword showed red marks. The sound of counting numbers rang out, 273,060. Cain stripped naked, the sword slashed down again, 273,061. Just as the next number rang out, suddenly a voice called from behind, "Mr. Cain, you have been practicing for 4 days straight. I think you should rest a bit." Icarus appeared from behind, speaking in a concerned tone. With a determined tone, Cain immediately replied, "I can't, I must be stronger than you, to be more helpful to the king." When he realized who was coming, Cain stopped his movements and asked, "What is Icarus doing here?" Icarus took out a letter of reply. A decree from the emperor had just been sent. Cain doubted. A decree, unopened, but you know it was the emperor's decree. A decree is an order, or declaration, official statement, issued by an authorized person. Looking at the decree in his hand, Icarus certainly replied, "Although I couldn't read it, because it said that only the king could open the letter, but we were involved in the war for territory between Poitiers and Cromwell. Without there is an order from the emperor, and foreign knights have appeared in our territory, so it is only natural that this letter was sent." Cain's face is a bit dense. That's the best case scenario, however, you'll never know, until you open it. At this moment, two people spoke at the same time, opened it and took a look. Icarus laughed softly. It seemed he thought the same as me. "So, let me open it." Icarus without hesitation opened the decree to see. Just as the paper was being opened, a hand suddenly stopped it. Cain took the decree in his hand and said, "The letter says that only the king can open it. You never know what can happen. I will be the one responsible for this." Icarus disagreed and responded, "Uncle, I should also say that." Cain held the decree firmly and said teasingly, "A knight's mission is to protect their lady." Icarus stepped back. Again, "Me." Without letting Icarus finish his sentence, Cain interjected, "How long are you going to pretend to be a man? Most people already know the truth. Lord Icarus is a woman. I will be responsible for what can happen, so it's okay." Icarus was a bit shy and asked in a low voice, "Everyone knows I'm a girl, is that true?" To dispel this embarrassing problem, Cain changed the subject. "We will talk about this later, because there are more important things, right?" Icarus asked worriedly, "Mr. Cain is responsible for this. Mister, are you sure you'll be okay?" Cain said in a speechless tone, "What can I do?" I opened it and took a quick look. The decree was opened, by order of heaven, as a subject of the Emperor Marcus van Britain Wilhelm 20 years February year 470 years Britain, Ducaden von Anjus will also be summoned if you disobey the order. You'll be severely punished. After reading the information inside, Cain gritted his teeth in anger, unable to believe they were so bold. Looking at Cain's expression, Icarus eagerly asked, What is written in there?" Cain replied, "They want our king to come to the palace to present, and report within 5 days. The only problem is, he's currently in the Trifia region, and there's no space portal there. If we include the time it took to send this message to him, it'll be 2 weeks at the fastest. He just arrived at the palace. No, even getting to the palace from Peril Castle in 5 days, it's already very stressful." Icarus calmly replied, "No need to worry, I'm sure our king has finished his personal business, and he has returned." Cain was surprised. "What, really?" Icarus turned around and said, "Then, we will leave for the palace tomorrow morning. Before that, I need to deal with the matters he assigned." Icarus remembered Joshua's instructions before leaving. "I will tell you, the fate I have chosen." Cain said in a worried voice, "However, we can't leave the Pontier family alone in Peril Castle." Icarus still calmly walked forward. "Don't worry, I've already asked for support." This lazy listener, Cain was skeptical. Asked for support. Icarus nodded, "That's right, don't worry and get ready to go." The flag flutters high above. A cavalry team gradually moved forward. Behind Axular, the subordinate wondered, "Sir Axular, are you sure that accepting that request is a wise decision?" Axular without hesitation affirmed, "Of course. First we have to correct the mistake, it's common sense. Request to protect the Pontier family, the requester, Icarus of the Sanders family. The duration is indefinite, until otherwise ordered. The reward is to regain lost trust." Beneath the towering cliffs, where sandalwood flowers grow, a bottle of golden medicine was brought up. The medicine had already been prepared. Taking the potion from Ash's hand, Joshua praised and said, "Good job." Ash was a little curious and said, Can I ask a few questions?" Joshua replied cheerfully, "What to ask?" Ash asked a little unnaturally, "You already have what you want, why do I have to go with you? Can you let me leave?" Going back a while ago, Crevasse asked Joshua's conditions. "If what you said was true, we would probably have a treaty with each other. Then, what do you want? Joshua unceremoniously stated his request. First, I want Ash and Assander's flower to bloom, and in the last few days. Returning to the present, Joshua calmly replied, of course not, although in name I am a royal knight, I don't have any servants, so I want you to be my servant, mine for 10 years. Ash does not accept this truth, resolutely resists, I don't want to, 10 years is too long, I may not look like it, but I am a descendant of high-class elves, we are a divine race, inviolable, I refuse to become a servant. Joshua looked surprised, said in a threatening voice, oh you refuse, it's okay to serve that black dragon, but you refuse to serve me, even after you tried to kill me, unbelievable. Okay, well, 15 years. Ash painfully explained everything, that was not my intention, can we negotiate, I know you are using the primordial stone, I will let you know where the other primordial stones are. I just want to be free, I can't live like a servant anymore, if not, then just 3 years, or maybe 5 years. Ash said pitifully. Joshua looked at his appearance and couldn't help but feel funny, oh my god. There is no other way, Joshua compromised and said, okay, it's 5 years, then what do the other primordial stones look like? Ash got excited and asked incredulously, really, don't break your promise, Joshua affirmed, replied, I know, so, what kind of primordial stones are they? Ash excitedly said 2 words, storm, one is ours. Scene changed to main palace of Avalon Empire Caltica Palace. Jackeen bowed respectfully and announced, Your Majesty, except for Duke Anyus, the members of the central nobility have all arrived. Emperor Marcus turned around and asked, really, Aiden wasn't there yet? He said evilly, it seems like both father and son are disobeying my orders, okay, fine, if Aiden or Joshua don't come on time. For every 10 minutes they are late, I will kill someone. I will definitely make the families that support Joshua pay for their mistakes. Because Reinhardt and the Wilhelm riders must be mine, I want it that way. At this moment, behind Marcus, a pair of red eyes lit up. Outside the castle, a noisy sound rang out, a dragon had just appeared. The warning bell was sounded, the command sound sounded, everyone was in position. Around the bell tower, a large dragon hovered in the air. The commander of the Royal Knight Squad, Commander Rod Dan Hogg ordered, the knights of the 1st, 2nd and 3rd squads, focus on protecting the main palace. The Sunday, 2nd, and 3rd platoons advance. The 4th, 5th and 6th squads, first enter the palace, clearly, the 4th, 5th and 6th squads, advance, the 7th, 5th and 9th squads protect the castle, palace, clear the 7th, 8th and 9th squads, advance. Remaining squads. At this moment, in the distance, a group of soldiers hurriedly ran up, apologizing for our delay. A group of people from the 12th squad were present, we arrived immediately after receiving the order. Langer, the knight of the 11th platoon supports his forehead, Katniss, this idiot, we are short of people because Commander Joshua is not here, yet he dares to come. Rod quickly stood up and spoke, because Commander Joshua was not present, the 11th and 12th squads, in the rear, were in charge of supporting the fight. The 2 squads received orders and shouted loudly and clearly in unison. At this moment, a person passed by and hit Katniss on the shoulder. Katniss annoyedly reminded him, hey, you have to watch the road when going. The other knight not only did not apologize, but also showed disdain. There is no Commander Joshua here and you are making too much noise, Katniss shouted angrily. Hey, are you done talking yet? Where do you think you are going, huh? The other guy still said in the same tone, didn't you hear what Commander Rod said, shut up and go away. Katniss was so angry that he gritted his teeth and cursed, you bastards. Realizing that the situation was not good, Langer quickly stood up to advise, Katniss, calm down, this is not the time to argue. At this moment, someone shouted, something is falling from the dragon, Royal Magician, prepare the defense spell. Chant when necessary and don't let your guard down. The knights' faces were full of tension. Damn, it's a black dragon, what can we do to it? Whatever we can do, we just need to protect the palace. In a moment of danger, the bison's eyes widened and he shouted in surprise, huh? Bison pointed to the sky and said, I think it is, don't tell me, Langer asked confusedly, Bison, what are you talking about? Bison looked at Joshua, who was landing from the sky, and shouted happily. Looking closely, it was Commander Joshua. The two Langer and Kantius couldn't believe their eyes. Wait, where the hell did he come from? A few minutes ago, Ash was on Crevass's back crying until his face was distorted and kept shouting, "I won't do it, just kill me." Joshua encouraged, "Calm down, Black Dragon Crevasse, your master has given you permission to jump on his back, come on, jump." Ash trembled and refused. "No, I'm afraid of heights, I'm about to die already." "You don't give up and continue to cheer, that way you have to dance even more, just pretend we're practicing." What are you talking about? Ash, you need to practice to fight the fear inside, the ultimate goal is to help you reach Yggdrasil. Hearing that, Ash raised his eyes in surprise and asked, "How do you know that?" Joshua replied, "Even though I don't know everything, there is one thing I can be sure of, that you will never find the answer if you keep avoiding the problem like this. Stop avoiding it, face it, it goes, that's why you need to jump down. All you need to do to face your fear is take one step forward." Crevasse saw them talking for too long and lost patience. Directly turned back and threw both of them down. "It's too troublesome, let's all go down." Joshua seemed to calmly land, while Ash waved his arms and shouted loudly, "I'm falling." On the other side, Duke Tremblin and Count Ariel were walking along the hallway, grumbling as they walked, "Where was that damn magician?" Duke Tremblin reminded, "Calm down, Ari, the important thing right now is your Highness's safety. Your Highness is one of the most talented people in Avalon, he has a higher chance of survival than us. I'm just angry because the Royal Chief Magician disappeared right when that dragon appeared." At this moment, Duke Anyus suddenly stood in front of them. Count Ari was startled. "Are you here, Duke Anyus?" At this time, in Emperor Marcus' meeting room, Evergrande bowed his head low and reported, "Although it was a bit early, it was exactly as you predicted, Your Highness. What I need to do is present a condition that the Black Dragon cannot refuse." King Marcus did not turn around and warned, "Are you sure? Just one small mistake will be enough to kill this entire empire," he assured. "Please don't worry, Your Highness. I am sure of what the Black Dragon desires. If you allow me to present a brief explanation, then compared to the Black Dragon appearing because of humans encroaching on its territory, humans experimenting with the undead and successfully creating vampires, is a much bigger concern. Perhaps the Black Dragon was curious after smelling the evil energy, even though it had hidden itself for a long time. But the Black Dragon probably still wants to check the energy source for itself. I'm sure it doesn't want to lose the opportunity to learn about creatures containing magical power out there, to satisfy its curiosity. This may be the one and last chance to witness a demon living to satisfy its curiosity. Simply put, instead of fulfilling its role as guardian of the astral plane, it is just trying to complete your personal goals. That way, as long as the Black Dragon's greed is satisfied, receiving support will become easier. Speaking of which, Evergrande took out a horn from the space pocket, with magic power and energy, a mount of demons, along with the horns of the mid-level demon race. It will definitely satisfy its greed, it will definitely ask about the origin of the horn. Let's use the information that the god can attract its attention, we will be able to control the Black Dragon to listen to our will. King Marcus glanced at the horn and asked again, "So you mean you can guarantee that you own a mid-level demon horn, capable of satisfying the Black Dragon?" He replied, "Yes, that's true." He suddenly stopped and felt guilty. "Oh, I almost broke the contract with the demon race." He saw him hesitate and then turned around in suspicion. "Why don't you say anything more, Evergrande?" He hummed and replied, Your Highness, the story is..." While not knowing what to say, suddenly there was a scream, the dragon was retreating. Evergrande was shocked and gritted his teeth. "What? Why did he leave? It couldn't be, it was my plan." He quickly bowed and confessed, "Your Highness, please forgive me, however, to complete your order, can you allow me to leave here?" King Marcus frowned coldly and looked at him. Evergrande was so scared he didn't dare raise his head. A few minutes later, he agreed to allow him to leave. Evergrande breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, thank you, Your Honorable Highness." He then turned and left. At this moment, King Marcus silently gave orders. Jacqueline followed him. In the darkness, Jacqueline silently appeared to receive orders. "Obey orders, Your Highness," he advised, "and if that damn magician still has any plans, then just kill him." Outside the meeting hall, the crowd looked through the window in confusion. Have you heard about that? The dragon is retreating, you can see it yourself. I don't understand why it left as soon as it arrived. Marquis Talon Moonbrule said uneasily, you once said that a dragon's breath is enough to vaporize an entire city, right? We need to stay here while the creature is still alive. Baron Provalum seriously expressed, we need a backup plan in case it happens again. Marquis Talon shot a look at the Cromwell family and said meaningfully, there is no need, what we need to do is satisfy the reason it appeared in this place, the one who pulled the armed forces into the land of Trifia, a place known as Dragon Territory. Marquis Gahor frowned and questioned, are you talking, Marquis Browery? You are the one who pushed me to the battlefield as soon as possible. Forget it, isn't it too suspicious? On the day we had an important meeting between the nobles, Baron Joshua Sanders also appeared. I confirm that Joshua is the one behind everything. The reason the cause of the Empire's collapse was not me but Joshua. As he finished speaking, the shout of announcement made him sweat in fear. Baron Joshua Sanders had arrived. Ash, who was with him, kicked the door in, loudly scolding as he walked, damn humans. The nobles in the hall looked at the two people blankly. Ash asked smugly, what, do you think I have attracted as much attention as ours? Now I see my charisma. Joshua smiled wryly, yes, but I don't want you to do that. Well, I guess the purpose is the same. Marquis Talon pointed his finger dissatisfiedly, how rude. Baron Joshua Sanders, Baron Provalum also continued to insult, I didn't expect you to do this scene, after what you have done. You lost his manners as soon as he took on the title of head of his clan. Do you understand the current situation of the Empire? If you return to the castle then fulfill your responsibility as a royal knight. Have you lost your duty as a royal knight? Ash next to him covered his mouth and whispered, if you want that human to be quiet then just tell me, I have a perfect spell for them. Joshua was speechless. Was the person crying just now you? Right at this tense moment, the announcement sounded again. The halo of the Empire, King Marcus van Britain had arrived. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look. Behind them, King Marcus was in the lead. Behind them were Duke Anius, Duke Tremblin, Count Ariel and other high-ranking knights. The nobles immediately placed their hands on their chests and bowed their heads, honored to meet His Highness. Joshua also did it, opening his eyes to remind him, follow me Ash. He reluctantly did it and grumbled, I'm also the king, or should I say I'm the queen. When King Marcus passed by him, his eyes became profound. The corner of the mouth slightly raised. Ash suddenly shivered and bit his lip, it was so heavy. I have lived for thousands of years, but I have never met a human being filled with murderous intent like this. How crazy is this guy for blood? He then looked up at Joshua and asked, Joshua, you always surprise me, and yet you were able to return to the castle so quickly. I heard you lived in the clan's far southern territory, Pontier. He replied, I quickly returned according to your request. To complete your important order, I returned as soon as possible. King Marcus frowned, was the order important? He looked forward and said, I trust Marquis Browery's words. He said that I must fulfill my responsibilities as a royal knight. I'm sure you saw the angry dragon flying in the sky. Accardi's right, someone will have to pay the price for their actions. That person was Marquis Gahor Don Cromwell. He used the territorial war as an excuse to enter the Forbidden Land, which was also the Black Dragon's territory, and made it angry. If your highness gives the order, I will immediately make the Marquis pay the price. King Marcus frowned and thought, you disobedient brat, do you think this is best? Okay, it's okay, playtime is over. Thanks to you, your father is completely under my hands, I am truly satisfied. Thinking so, he smiled and walked up to the throne and said, just do as you wish, Joshua. The nobles of Marquis Talon's faction were surprised, the king just broke off relations with us, what should we do now? Marquis Gahordon quickly went up to explain, Your Highness, please wait, this boy is deceiving you, even though we have indeed entered Trifia territory, we are only following your orders, never mind. Before he could finish speaking, King Marcus coldly shot a sharp look at him and shouted, Is that my order? Aiden, what would you do if you were me? They're trying to make excuses and claim that I'm the cause of everything, right? Marquis Cromwell turned pale with fright, his face trembled and he stammered, Ducanius, it's not like that. But Ducanius coldly bowed his head and replied, "I will obey your orders, my king." King Marcus said coldly, "The answer was boring." Joshua was allowed. The figure quickly appeared in front of Marquis Gahor. He put his hand on his shoulder and said smilingly, "Come on, now, I'll throw you in jail, Marquis Cromwell." After escorting him to prison, Joshua returned. In a loud voice, he slowly walked forward, making the nobles tremble in fear. Duke Joshua Sanders, the traitor's capturer, served Duke Cromwell as entering. Seeing him, Ducanius had no expression on his face, and Count Ariel standing next to him was so excited that he was shaking all over. Joshua Nash leisurely walked to the middle of the hall. He patted his chest to report, "After completing your order, I have returned safely, Your Highness." Both bowed to worship. King Marcus smirked and said, "Every time I see you I am surprised, I am almost afraid of you. This is the only thing that brings me joy on this peaceful continent. That's why, considering the Wilhelm Knights, the foreign army, I will have to punish you for letting them step foot into my territory. However, I don't want to lose you. If that's the case, I won't punish you for letting them cross the border after all. However, in exchange, I want you to become my sword. I entrust my daughter, Princess Cercera, into you." He suddenly announced this, making Joshua's face immediately darken. The noble interrupted, "Your Highness, please forgive me for interrupting, however, right now Lady Cercera's health is not good and should not be." King Marcus smiled coldly and said, "Exactly, I still have another purpose, so he won't have to worry about a dying princess, and can still maintain his position. It gives you the right to compete for the throne regardless of what title you hold. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you to become the emperor of this country, something even your father was unable to do. Isn't that what you want? A child like you that no one cares about, becomes the emperor of the most powerful country on the continent. To become my sword, you just need to make an oath, okay? That's it." He directly extended his hand. But for a while, Joshua still stood still without any reaction. He lost patience and said, "Why are you so hesitant, Joshua Sanders?" Joshua was now filled with disgust and thought, "His attitude towards Cercera has not changed at all. I have no intention of using her like this to become emperor." Thinking about it, his face darkened. He bowed his head slightly and replied with unclear emotions, "Please forgive me, this is an order that I cannot obey." King Marcus raised his eyebrows in disbelief. The other nobles were talking in confusion. "Are you rejecting the princess? Such a good opportunity, but he wasted it." The king of Avalon heard that and laughed out loud. He stood up, pointed his finger, stared at him and asked, "Are you planning to refuse my proposal? The matter related to the Wilhelm Knights could be considered as treason. Do you understand what I'm saying? I will give you one last chance. This time it is not a suggestion, I give you an order." The two people's eyes were opposite each other. If King Marcus was angry, Joshua didn't show anything. He honestly explained, "Please forgive me, but you are treating me like an object, treating it like a sword. As you know, the price of an object is also directly related to the price, its value." King Marcus darkened his face and asked, "Are you bargaining with me? It seems you are misunderstanding. Avalon will be yours, this land and everything will be yours." Joshua frankly expressed, "What I want to say here is that I am not yet perfect. If you give me more time, I can guarantee that I will become a sharp sword that is not inferior to anyone. Finally, I will turn 18 and choose who I will serve, so please wait until then." Hearing this, the king couldn't help but frown. "I forgot, you're still a minor. Well, it seems following tradition and waiting until you turn 18 isn't a bad idea." "Okay, tell me what you want." Joshua is surprised. He means, there's no need to be so surprised. "I'm just trying to gain the upper hand in the support race. Tell me what you want." He did not hesitate. If that was the case, "I want to form a new knight army consisting of the 11th and 12th battalions under my command." The Marquis Talon nobles were shocked. They immediately protested. "Your Highness, you cannot agree to Joshua Sanders' request. How can you let an army of knights that are not royal knights occupy the castle? I suspect that Baron Joshua Sanders is planning to is not beneficial to us." Amidst such a wave of protests, King Marcus simply raised his hand to quiet them. He turned to Joshua and said, "I'm sure you'll understand from their reaction, I can't meet your request, and why did you propose the new knight army?" He explained, "As you know, Since I was born I have had to endure prejudice for being an illegitimate child. Because of that, my mother also had to endure a lot of hardships. That's why do we understand the feelings of the 11th and 12th Battalions? All of those people dream of becoming the greatest knights in the Empire, and I want to be able to support them on that path, by forming the greatest knight corps on the continent." Hearing him say that, he also slowly walked down and exclaimed, "Friendship, I like it. If your intention is to create the greatest knight army on the continent, then I have no reason to refuse your request too. I approved it. Is there anything else now?" "This is more than enough, Your Highness." "Then I will pardon you and the Wilhelm Knights. From this moment on, I appoint you as Earl of the Empire. In addition, the territories under Marquis Cromwell's jurisdiction, the traitor, will all be handed over to Earl Joshua Sanders. The meeting of nobles ends here. Dismissed." "Oh, and Earl Joshua Sanders, when you have time, think of a middle name for yourself. See you next time, Earl Joshua Sanders. I will wait for the next news you bring, whatever it may be." When Joshua turned around, Ducanius walked past at the same time. He walked forward and said, "It seems you are getting closer to the center of power." Marquis Talon couldn't help but speak out. He couldn't believe it. The Empire was in chaos. Not only did he create an independent knight army, but he also let a kid manage it. Baron Provalum let out a sneer. "No need to worry, the more he acts, the more he will attract the attention of the nobles. How can a small Marquis family have any influence on the Empire, national? Okay." Ash couldn't help himself at this point. He pointed his finger at them and scolded them. Hey, you old man, I'm sure you heard what the Emperor said, right? He will personally drag Count Joshua Sanders came under his command." The noble Earl Joshua Sanders gave all you old men a chance. Looking at the little guy, they couldn't help but look down on him. "What is he talking about? Get out of my sight." Ash laughed and said, "Come on, just listen to me. First, we'll give everyone the privilege of joining us." "What, the privilege? Let alone." "That's right, those who joined late nothing will be achieved. That's why, if you want to live a leisurely life, then go for it." Ash excitedly gave a thumbs up sign. The nobles suddenly fell silent, glancing at each other. The next second, they jostled each other and rushed forward. "Damn it, get out of the way, I'll go first. Don't make fun of me, I'll go first. Our family will be the one supporting Earl Joshua Sanders." Marquis Talon immediately felt uneasy. This is bad. He not only has an independent knight army to influence the Empire, but also has additional families to support him. Thus, his influence will quickly surpass that of Emperor Marcus. On the other hand, in the dark room that looked like it was in some basement, Evergrande held the door tightly and reported seriously, "It was not okay. Looks like Crevasse didn't take the bait. What should we do now?" The man in the black cloak reassured him, "Don't worry, nothing has changed. After all, we will definitely have to confront Crevasse later. I didn't expect Heimdall to be right. Joshua is a big problem. I don't know how he pulled Crevasse to his side, but we can't let him ruin our plans. I will leave Joshua to the other fake contract to deal with." Evergrande worriedly expressed, "This is not a good time to do so. Emperor Marcus is watching him closely, and we need time for Ducanius's family too. We need to wait until the second Emperor's forces Kaizen element is strong enough. I think it would be better if we destroy Emperor Marcus and the magic tower right now." The man in black asked again, "Is everything ready?" "That's right, information about Ashir van Britten has been spread. I'm sure that news will soon reach Emperor Marcus's ears through the Black Wind." The black shirt said, "Perfect, we will start eliminating him and gradually proceed with everything. After that tyrant dies, I hope they still maintain their greed. I want it, the Emperor's Death Knight. Don't you think that would be wonderful?" he was saying, when suddenly his hand suddenly rose and shot out. On the wall, his hand in the darkness seemed to catch something and pull it out. Evergrande was surprised. The extra space on the wall, don't tell me, Black Wind. The wall cracked. Jacqueline was strangled tightly by the other guy. He tried to say, "How did you know?" Even the talented guys are hard to recognize. The other hand squeezed Jacqueline's neck harder. "That person is a third-level high-level devil, Asmodeus, eyes with red pupils, mouth curled into a cold smile saying, that's because, there's no way human thoughts can understand me." At the headquarters of the Royal Knights of the 11th and 12th Legions, A banquet was held. Joshua sat at the head of the central table. The knights around the table raised their glasses together, congratulating Captain Joshua on his victory. Bison expressed, "I was very surprised. I didn't expect that you would dare to say that in front of so many nobles." Langer agreed, "Yes, we can form our own knight squad. Surely the soldiers' other groups will be very jealous." Caius asked excitedly, "A lot of people are talking about us now. How do you plan to organize a knight squad?" Joshua pondered and said, "How? Although I can't tell in detail yet, if I had to imagine it, it would be the legend of the Swallow Empire, the first team of aerial knights to surpass the Wyvern Knights. Gathering the most ferocious beasts from the mainland, is fear. As well as the persistent nightmare of the frozen territory, the Black Dragon, the Crevasse Knight Army." After hearing this, everyone excitedly asked, "Are we going to ride a dragon? Then we will be remembered in history books, right?" Ash curled his mouth and chuckled mockingly, "Keep dreaming. No one can resist Lord Crevasse. Your leader is truly stupid, you bastards." Suddenly the door opened, a knight poked his head in and announced, "Captain Joshua, sorry for interrupting the party, you have a guest who wants to tell you urgent news." "Who is it?" Knight Armstrong suddenly appeared and said, "It's me, suddenly bothering you, I'm so embarrassed." That night, in his room, Ash made a cup of tea and placed it on the table where Armstrong was sitting. Joshua expressed, "Thank you for taking the time to come here. What did you want to tell me today?" He immediately replied, "There is a summons from Duke Anius, Count Sanders." "From the Duke, why now?" "Because no one has ever achieved the same level of achievement as you. That day I wanted to invite you to the estate to celebrate this occasion. It seems like Lucia was especially looking forward to your arrival." Hearing that, Joshua also said, "Although we both hope to see our mother soon, we still have some things to arrange here in Akardi. When I'm done I will go there right away." Knight Armstrong scratched his head and smiled shyly, saying, "That's great. But if you don't mind, can I ask you what it is? We must have some information as a legitimate reason to report to the Duke." He answered honestly, "It's nothing, I'm just planning to visit the palace." Armstrong was surprised, "Do you want to go see Princess Cercerin at the palace, then the Emperor's rumor?" Joshua interrupted, "This has nothing to do with the Emperor's orders." Armstrong looked regretful, "Oh, is that so? What a pity, I was hoping to have the opportunity to admire the spear skills of a master like you." Earl Sanders, What do you mean? It seems like you're taking advantage of the Bloody Birch Arena as an opportunity to choose a bridegroom for Princess Cercerin. The most important thing is, every citizen of the Avalon Empire is allowed to participate." Hearing this news, Joshua's face immediately darkened. Armstrong happily continued, "No surprise, everyone has a chance. It's all thanks to the royal magician Evergrande. He has prepared a cure for Princess Cercerin." Having finished speaking, Joshua used his hand to hit the table so hard that it cracked. He asked again with cold eyes, "Evergrande has finished preparing the medicine, is he with the princess now?" Armstrong was startled and stuttered, "Oh, yeah, I guess so." The next day, in the forest, the three people Cain, Icarus and Iseline looked ahead in shock. Icarus asked incredulously, "What were you thinking that you insisted on bringing Miss Iseline here?" Cain smiled wryly and replied, "I told you she wanted to come with us. Since we're in a hurry, I could sneak away from you." But the two of them went back to arguing. When they said that, "Did you think about how expensive it is to use the gate? Do you have money? We got to Akardi as quickly as possible. Isn't that more important?" "Why, well, what you said isn't wrong, but the budget is limited anyway. If you spend it without a plan like this." Even though they argued, Iseline walked towards where the person was sitting. She said frankly, "We came here because we wanted to use the gate. There were 3 of us, including the 2 guys standing behind me." The old man glanced slightly at the 2 people. They politely raised their hands to greet. "Hello, it's such a beautiful day today," he silently assessed, "a young girl, a knight and a magician." Suddenly, he curled his mouth and smiled coldly and contemptuously, saying that if he wasn't a noble, he would show off the name of his hometown. He couldn't help but feel happy and delicious. Just this morning, he had extorted money from 3 chickens. Cain frowned and expressed, "Why do I keep having a bad feeling?" Icarus explained, he was reasonable, "If there were criminals using the gate, how would we catch them, right? No, don't you remember last time we weren't allowed to use the gate because of Cromwell?" Cain said angrily, That's why I'm angry. We're not criminals. I thought before, we shouldn't have come here. Just go back to the route." And while speaking, Iseline suddenly held up a bright yellow card, causing both of them to raise their hands to cover their eyes. Something. She introduced herself. People rumored that mercenary magicians possessing golden cards are as rare as soul manipulators. "I am Celine, mercenary magician. Is this prestigious enough?" She also thought to herself, she didn't expect that the thing I created when being chased by the Cromwell family would have this kind of effect. However, the old man only raised his mouth and smiled meaningfully. He said sarcastically, "For such a young mage to want to be a mercenary, is he capable enough? I just took a look and knew you were weak. Are the two people behind you also mercenaries?" Icarus said a little angrily, "Forgive me for interrupting, you are being too rude. We are all from the Sanders family, serving under Count Sanders. Is that enough to pass the gate, mister? Don't toy with us anymore." The old man raised his voice and mocked, joking, "This is just a necessary procedure. Hey, Joshua Sanders, I don't know who he is. Okay, then I'll leave you alone. If the destination is a carty, then transportation fee, 1,000 gold coins per person, total 3,000 gold coins, guys." Icarus and Cain exclaimed in surprise, "What, 3,000? With that amount of money, we can travel around the world. Who do you think you are? Buy and sell ethically, you scammer." When he heard you, his face darkened. "You dare call me a scammer? You nobles are so famous, but now I understand why you disguised yourself as mercenaries. I refuse to accept you. Go home immediately. If you dare to do anything messy again, I will report back to the Emperor." Having said that, he held the staff in his hand and used magic to condense the fire. Cain was about to rush in. "Hey, the old bastard started the trouble." "Okay, rush in." Icarus quickly hugged his waist and reminded him, "Mr. Cain, this is more than enough. Let's go back and attack him. It won't do any good either." The old magician immediately angrily performed his trick. "Okay, if you're good then rush in here, you idiots, I'll burn you all to ashes." Burning up, pass through the enemy, gracefully. Icarus was full of worry. A fire rune, a level 4 spell. Why would a level 4 magician sit and watch over the teleportation gate, in this empty field? Seeing the dire situation, Iseline quickly asked, "Did you just say 3,000 gold coins?" "I have money here, please come and see for yourself." Having said that, she took out 3 bags of money from her sleeve. The old man saw this and whispered in surprise, "Does this girl have money?" He did not know how to be satisfied, but increased the magic power into the fireball to make it burn more strongly. "Now the price has increased, because you guys are wasting my precious time. It has increased to 1,500 dong each. People, a total of 4,500 gold coins, no bargaining. That price includes compensation for my mental damage." Cain angrily pulled out his sword and said, "I won't hold back anymore. Let me show you what politeness is." Suddenly, his sword suddenly froze, making him bewildered. Ice. It turned out that, before he could act, Iseline had cast ice magic, freezing and covering this land with his icy breath. Cain was confused. I mean Lord Celine." "Freezing," she shouted loudly. The ice immediately spread, even covering the old magician's fire. He was shocked, unable to defend himself. He was just a mercenary. Can use 5-star level spells. Iseline slowly walked over and said coldly, "It seems like you underestimate me. Because I'm a mercenary, I probably need an apology fee, right? What?" His fireball was frozen, falling directly into the teleportation formation. If he refused, then so be it. "I will report this matter to the Magic Tower, under the name Celine, vice captain of the mercenary team." He was stunned. "What, you're the deputy captain? Damn it, you really messed up, you messed with the wrong person." The Magic Tower had already favored the Avalon nobles after nominating Evergrande as the royal chief magician again, and now the Magic Tower faced the situation of maintaining neutrality. If the vice captain of the mercenary team reports this to the Magic Tower, then the Magic Tower will eliminate me. Thinking about it, he quickly put down his cane. I bowed my head 90 degrees to express my sincere apologies. "I hope the 3 of you will forgive me." Iseline shrugged and said, "That's all. I didn't talk about the compensation fee." Cain and Icarus joined in. "That's right, pay the compensation." The old wizard stammered, "How much?" Iseline's aura at this moment was similar to that of Joshua, offering a price, 100,000 gold coins per person, and of course, free use of the teleportation portal. The old magician's face turned pale, his whole body trembled, 100,000 each. That day, both Cain and Icarus had the feeling that they saw Joshua's silhouette on Iseline. When asking for money, at the royal palace, Joshua stood in front of the room with a solemn face. Ahead, the second prince of the Avalon Empire, Kaizen, was blocking the door with his subordinates. He said, "Count Joshua Sanders has a great reputation. Today he personally came to find me. What an honor. What do you want?" Joshua frowned and thought, thanks to his actions, the future has gradually changed, which is why new factors that he did not know are also starting to appear. However, my goal remains unchanged. I will definitely take control of my life in this life. Kaizen asked loudly, "Is there any reason you came to me?" Joshua calmly replied, "I came here to see Princess Cercerin. Please let me see her alone." As soon as the words fell, they gasped in surprise. "You arrogant bastard, who do you think you are to dare speak to my lord like that? You better show some respect to the second Prince Kaizen." Kaizen then stepped forward, arrogantly saying, "Calm down, there's no need for you two to interfere." He wondered, "Why should I let you meet Princess Cercerin? You don't even have the right to stand here." Joshua replied, "I have that right, and I'm pretty sure that the second Prince Kaizen also knows, but haven't you heard the news yet? Cercerin's prince husband will soon be decided through a bloody war. Either way, I'll be the winner. However, there's no point if the princess's condition keeps getting worse. Don't you think it's necessary to check her condition?" The man standing next to him angrily shouted, "You dare to enter the second hall without any authority for such a reason? Your courage must be enormous." Kaizen laughed and said, "Are you saying that you will be able to take down the entire night group alone, even Captain Rod?" Joshua smiled and replied, "It is not impossible." Seeing Joshua's eloquent appearance, Kaizen happily expressed, "I like your house, so I think I should also agree with that idea. Okay, why don't we make a bet? If you could win a bloody Bircher war without any help, I will not prevent you from taking Cercerin out of the temple. However, if you fail, you will have to kneel and swear allegiance to my father, and to me. Swearing on your name that you will serve Lord Kaizen." Right now, Joshua thought to himself, "You are behaving exactly as I thought, second prince." After that, Joshua immediately agreed, "Okay, I agree, but in return, I want to visit Princess Cercerin right now. And I said I want to visit her alone. I don't want anyone including the prince sharing the same room with me and the princess." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd behind him angrily shouted a warning, "Be reasonable, Knight Commander, why do we have to give you the right to live alone with the princess?" This statement made Joshua angry. He shouted back, "How long are you going to call me by that name?" A large source of energy radiated out, making them afraid. They silently exclaimed, unable to believe that his aura could make me kneel. "This bastard has surpassed human limits, he is inhuman." Joshua fiercely threatened, "If you dare to interrupt my conversation with the prince one more time, I will cut you without mercy." At this moment, their faces were filled with pain and helpless resignation. Kaizen laughed and said sarcastically, "That's why I told you two to calm down. Okay, I'll let you visit Cercerin alone. It seems that thanks to you, I have something worth waiting for in the Bircher Blood War, even if you defeat the Empire's knights. Or will it become my trustworthy sword? Please keep that promise." After giving instructions, he immediately left. On the other side, in the garden of the first prince's palace, the first Prince Kisser said thoughtfully, "Cercerin has not fully recovered yet. Why did you decide on her husband at this time? I really cannot understand my father's thoughts." The commander of the Imperial Ninth Squadron Den Haag replied, "I also feel extremely confused. It seems that the first challenger in the Bircher Blood War is the Night Squad leader Joshua Sanders. Is that okay? You probably haven't heard the news yet. Count Joshua is no longer a commander of the Royal Army, and is no longer a subordinate of mine." "That's fine, if you can handle it yourself." The Knight Commander. "Uncle, please deal with him." Hearing these words, Rod Den Haag thought, the first prince has been extremely worried since Joshua first came to the palace. Well, that's because the first prince is the most influential person in the entire world of Avalon, second only to Emperor Marcus, that is even when all the other powers, including the second prince, are combined. However, if Count Joshua Sanders marries Princess Cercerin, he will have the right to challenge the throne and become the biggest threat. So, instead of seeing him as a rival, I should see him as a sidekick, Ra Danhog replied. Don't you think it would be better if I brought Count Joshua to my side? Kisser pondered and then hesitantly replied, that's it. He remembered Cheryl's appearance and blushed. But after thinking about Cheryl and Joshua being together, he was so angry that he suddenly broke the rose petal. Kisser frowned and said, I just think that wouldn't suit me at all. Ra Danhog replied, well, if that's the case then I guess we have no other choice, and there's another knight who can stop Earl Joshua. What, you say there's still one? Are there other talented knights besides you, Commander Rod? Yes, Galahad is back, Sir Galahad is back. Yes, and he will bring immense support to you. First Prince Kisser, in addition, I am sure that he will be the ultimate winner of the Bircher Blood War. In another development, at the palace of the second prince, Joshua is trying to heal Cercerin. He mutters a spell, those who connect mortals to the sky, bring relief to the dead, bring energy to the living. Those who are talented in healing, let the warmth of the city's light overshadow the human world. Holy resistance. He thought that, because this was a sacred magic that only bishops or people of higher class could use, he felt a bit worried, but it seems like everything is still going smoothly. With this spell, Cercerin should find some peace of mind. At this moment, Princess Cercerin began to react a bit. Drops of sweat rolled down her rosy cheeks. Realizing that, Joshua said, Cercerin, are you awake? Can you hear my voice? Cercerin replied, this voice is Lord Joshua. Is it really that, Lord Joshua? Joshua replied, yes, it is me. Do you remember the promise we made, the promise that I would find a cure for your illness? It's finally finished. Thank you for patiently waiting for me until now. If it was the medicine Mr. Evergrande would have. I'm sure that medicine will only make you fall deeper into a coma. Trust me and take this medicine. It will completely cure your illness. However, there is a side effect. She will lose part of her memory and may even forget me. Joshua thought to himself, yes, even though I knew there was this medicine, I hesitated whether I should give it to Cercerin or not because I had no right to take away her memories. When I faced her death, regret filled my heart and mind. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. However, until now I still hesitate that even if her illness is cured, she will still only be used as a commodity within the family to further their influence. Suddenly, Cercerin reached out to hold the bottle of medicine, wondering why he hesitated. Don't try to shoulder all that responsibility on your shoulders. If you do this for my benefit, how do you think I will feel? These words caused Joshua to ponder for a moment. Cercerin expressed, if you are worried about what might happen in the future, you can meet me one more time, promise me as a precious friend. Joshua replied, okay, I promise, I will find you again. Remember, the first time we met, I told him that he had the same name as my favorite flower. However, that made her even sadder. Just like the meaning of the forget-me-not flower. Do you know the meaning of that flower? Of course. Don't forget me, remember me, I won't forget, especially about you. I still have a request to ask you, can you give me that medicine with your lips? Of course, Joshua is not afraid to hesitate. He took the potion and thought, because I received so much help from you in my previous life, Cercerin replied affectionately, thank you. Joshua replied, I'm the one who should say thank you. He told himself, I will definitely take care of you in this life, Cercerin. I'm sure. In the imperial capital of Avalon, the Akardi Magic Tower branch office is in front of the teleportation gate. Kane expressed interest, it's been a while since we've been to Akardi, it feels like we just ran away from here yesterday. I'm finally back, Icarus replied, we need to find the owner first. Satisfied. Iseline wondered, can I go with a lad or two? Icarus was surprised, why, aren't you going with us? I have some personal matters to take care of at the Magic Tower branch office, I'll be back when I'm done. It's unfortunate, but I'll see you later, I'll be back soon, so don't be too sad, see you later. Kane said, Sir Icarus, I also have things to do so I should go first. As soon as he finished speaking, Icarus angrily pinched Kane's ear and scolded him, where are you going to hide, Mr. Kane? Kane quickly explained, I said I had something to do, now you are really bullying me. Let me show you what bullying really is. Kane waved his hand in fear and replied, that's not what I meant, I heard rumors that the Knights of the Principality of Onus were here, so I wanted to go see some old friends. Icarus was confused, why did I have to go to the coppers, old career? Am I not the leader of Earl Joshua Sanders' Knight Squad, shouldn't I start recruiting skilled knights from now on? A knight squad dedicated to the Master, a knight squad that surpasses the 7 Knights of Avalon. Soon, we will be called the Royal Spirit Knights. I came up with that name, I will try my best to complete this goal. Well, I already have the Wilhelm Knights, but calling them our knights makes me feel sorry for Reinhardt. We finally have a noble family title, you really tried, it's not like you at all, Mr. Kane. Alright, I'm looking forward to your Royal Spirit Knight, Sir Kane. Kane confidently replied, I won't disappoint you, I hope so. A mercenary mage who is in her teens and is expected to be at least in the early stages of 5th level has appeared in the Fontaine region. Her name is Celine and is expected to arrive in Akari soon. You mustn't make her unhappy, or dishonor the Magic Tower. Upon receiving the news, the manager of the Magic Tower branch exclaimed in surprise, that's crazy, he's already a teenager and has already reached the 5th level, a teenager like that is on the same level as me. Suddenly, a soldier hurriedly ran in and called, Manager, please come down a bit. He asked loudly, what's going on? There is a level 5 person who wants to register for the Magic Tower. She said she was the mercenary magician Celine. The branch manager came over and asked, have you been waiting long? I'm Wufa, currently in charge of the Akari branch office. Iseline stood up and politely replied, no, I honestly didn't think you'd come so quickly. He replied, even though I'm busy with a lot of things, I want to personally meet someone like you, Miss Celine. I understand. Before that, allow me to explain a bit. You said you wanted to register as a 5th level, but you are already affiliated with the Mercenary Association, so you can't connect with the Magic Tower anymore, so you probably need to transfer the link. Iseline replied confusedly, I only came here to register my level, and had no intention of connecting with the Magic Tower. What? No way. What you're saying is that you reached level 5 just by studying on your own without any knowledge from the Magic Tower, so why don't you take this opportunity to connect with the Magic Tower and learn more? Awake. Without the knowledge from the tower, it is almost impossible to pass level 5. More importantly, a talented magician like Miss Celine will definitely receive many benefits from the Magic Tower. Iseline tried to explain, I already said, I don't need to register for a level because I need knowledge from the tower. Unless I have something to ask of the Magic Tower Alliance, I have no intention of changing my alliance. What do you mean? You know, what the Magic Tower Master announced recently, what did he say? I remember, he officially announced that the missing mage Jack Sterapes, the Master of the Torpedo Tower, had died, and he would choose a new head mage of the Torpedo Tower from the registered mages of the rank, right? Wufa replied, that's why I'm sorry, Miss Celine. But no matter how talented you are, it's very difficult for someone who's just starting 5th grade to be a candidate for that position. Iseline wondered, so it's very difficult for people who are only at 5-star level. That's right, and to get to a higher level, she needs knowledge from low level. So this is enough. Without more words, Iseline immediately gave them a performance, making them gape at the scene before them. What's going on, Mom? Wufa screamed in panic before Iseline's power. Just one spell made the entire tower shake. He secretly wondered, my god, without needing to chant any spells, she could create multi-attribute magic, equivalent to shield magic, so that must be her level. Level 6, 4-spirit magician, yet she has at least the same strength as the 7th magician, Storm Tower Master, Sita. On the other side, Kane is doing his duty. From what I heard from my colleagues, in order to get the princess, Master must confront every knight in Avalon, including the Royal Knights. This is going too far. His family will probably be abolished as soon as he becomes an earl. What will he do with his subordinates after causing such big trouble? My honor, I can't survive with my master. Suddenly a voice spoke from behind. Unfortunately for the temporary leader of the army, he would have to confront the strongest knight corps in the empire, the Royal Knights, Sir Galahad, the Triad's bodyguard. Death is back. We probably won't even have a chance to fight him. Even though I was ordered to make Count Joshua prostrate, I have no intention of taking away anyone else's opportunity. If you two want to, just fight him first." Hearing these words, Cain angrily cursed, "The temporary leader of the army is only the master. Really, you want him to prostrate himself? Do you dare to insult my master? I will not forgive you." Suddenly, a hand was placed on Cain's shoulder and he shouted loudly and stopped. Cain shivered and stopped for a moment, thinking, "I didn't realize his presence until he touched my shoulder." Rumor has it that all the knights of the Avalon Empire have gathered here, so this powerful person is. Cain shouted in fear, "Of course it's the master, please don't appear silently like that again, I'm going to have a heart attack." Joshua replied, "Don't make such a fuss, you don't forget where you are? But I can't let those bastards dare to insult you." Unfortunately, Cain, you can't win against him with your current level. That Galahad is the one appointed by the leader of the Royal Knights as his successor. Suddenly Galahad came. He was as good as rumored. I could recognize him with just one look. "Pleased to meet you, Earl Joshua Sanders. I look forward to seeing your spear and my sword meet on the battlefield." Joshua sarcastically, "That's funny." It surprised him. "What? Shouldn't you protect the third prince? Why are you here now?" He laughed in response. "I believe that someone like you who left the Royal Knights to create an independent Knight Corps has no right to say that. I'm quite surprised. You've been away from Akardi for a while but you still no come to me. I would like to talk more with you, Count. But now I still have many things to prepare. I will go now, please forgive me. I will wait for you at the Bircher Blood battle." Cain was angry. "A person who had just insulted you came here to act so friendly. Do you know him?" Seeing that Joshua's face was a bit unusual, Cain was startled. "Master." Joshua frowned and replied, "Of course I know him well." He thought to himself, he was one of the people who betrayed him and pushed him to death. Just in time, he was the Galahad de Lancelot guard of the third prince of the Avalon Empire, the successor to the leader of the Night Squad. Joshua said to himself, "Today, I will tear you to pieces on that stage, and complete the first step in your revenge plan." Cain laughed mockingly. "Master, it's about to start, you should get ready." Joshua wondered, "Cain, are you going to?" "Of course, I have to deal with those bastards, so they can't touch a single hair of yours." "Thank you, Cain, thanks to you I feel better, so let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Cain excitedly replied in a loud voice, "Yes master." At this time, at the royal training ground, everyone was present. Marcus loudly announced, "All Knights of Avalon, I am the ruler of the Empire of Avalon, Emperor Marcus, giving you the opportunity to become the princess's son-in-law. The rules are very simple. This is a battle of survival. Fight until there is only one person left alive. You will fight according to the rules of the blood of the Bircher sheep. When there is only one person left in the arena, the battle will end. No matter how much time it takes, the Bircher blood war will immediately begin." Spare leaned close to Joshua's ear and said, "I am a member of the 4th Army and the second son of the Huddle family. Spare, I look forward to the first battle with you, Earl Joshua. I am a member of the 3rd Legion and the 3rd child of the Frank family, Aaron. I will be next, I will be the 3rd, I will be the 4th. Joshua calmly replied, "Don't be like that, just rush in all at once. This time there are no rules. Put that honor aside and rush in all at once. I don't want to waste time. If you want, then we will obey. Don't blame us." Level 6 True Spear, Earth Element, Mountain Burst. Joshua calmly observed every move. They aggressively rushed towards Joshua, but before he could do anything, he was defeated by a spell. One by one they fell to the ground. Joshua said with sharp eyes, "Next, Galahad." Wishing for his wish, Galahad confidently stepped into the ring. He smiled triumphantly and said, "Thanks to you, my opponents have been reduced a lot. Thank you, Count, I accept the challenge. My name is Baldwin Dunn Brown, born into an earl's family and an Earl Brown family famous for swordsmanship. As the son of such a family, I was born with outstanding swordsmanship talent. I rose to the position of Deputy Commander of the 9th Army of the Royal Knights before I even turned 20, was it from that moment? The family's attention to me had become too much." Balmong's father said at that time, "What talent do you have that is worthy of sitting at my dining table?" According to rumors, Dukanyus's eldest son, Babel has I've known how to use mana since I was 14 years old. Don't you want to show everyone that you can at least overcome it? You have to always prove that you're the best, don't you understand? Living in that situation, we become bored and stop trying to achieve anything, nothing. Balmong at that moment exclaimed to himself, being a deputy commander is really fun, even though I'm lazy, no one scolds me, it's really refreshing. Suddenly, the commander stormed in angrily, Balding, are you skipping work again? Balding exclaimed in surprise, the commander-in-chief. Radenhog warns, if you can fix that laziness then you can definitely become the best, yet you waste your talent like that. Balding hesitantly replied, I'm sorry, Commander, why did you come here today? I don't think it was just to force me to practice. His Majesty has directly assigned you a task. What a task, the perfect task for a lazy person like you. Go to Anyu's territory now and do the mana test, Balding said, that is the day I make changes. The day I met Joshua, even though he was only the son of a concubine, he had shown his excellence since he was 9. He thawed my frozen heart and made it beat again. I was once a potential star, I want to shine again, brighter than Count Joshua. From that moment on I was very diligent, if I just worked hard I could overcome everything, but was I too stupid, or did I miscalculate? No matter how hard I worked I couldn't overcome Joshua. He is an invincible existence. This time, Joshua challenges, next is you, Galahad. Galahad smiled happily and replied, thanks to you, the number of my opponents has decreased significantly, thank you, Count, I challenge you. Marcus frowned and exclaimed, is that aura magnetic field, transmitting mana into the voice to instantly defeat the opponent, but there is also this method of use. Count Joshua is still very interesting. But the Empire's royal knights were always so proud and yet they were so easily defeated, in front of Count Joshua alone, who had just reached a supernatural level. If other empires knew about this, would they look down on Avalon? No. What do you think, Commander-in-Chief? Radenhog replied, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I will punish you and teach you again. Before he could finish his sentence, Balmong suddenly jumped out and shouted, please, I am the second son of Earl Brown's family. Balding Boyle Brown, please fight with Earl Joshua. Please accept my challenge first. Joshua said contemptuously, Sir Balding, with your current level, you will never be able to win against me, accept your defeat and retreat. With Joshua's monomagnetic field infused into his voice, Balding screamed in fear, damn it. He silently exclaimed, under this terrible pressure, I am gradually losing my sanity. Concentrating my brain, I must protect myself from Count Joshua's killing intent by surrounding myself with mana. Then we have to activate mana at the same time. Balmong wondered, why should I give up before even fighting? I want to fight him with all my strength to clearly see the difference between us. Please don't humiliate my spirit. Joshua smiled and replied, in that case, let me see your energy, come on, Sir Balding. I will show you the difference between us. Without saying much, Joshua made his first move, causing Balmong to tremble and think. I can't even use the mana blade right now, I won't be able to fight against Count Joshua's aura sword, my only chance is to slash from above to reflect his aura. We must release as much mana as possible and to redirect Joshua's mana. We must precisely control each molecule. The impact point of mana, I will surround it around my aura. Balmong then used the Joshua response plan. He held the mana sword up high, then shouted loudly. Joshua calmly thought to himself, Mr. Balmong can actually perform aura cascading even though he's never seen it before, he is truly a genius that surpasses Uravis, a genius that surpasses all geniuses. The mana fragments Sir Balding shot into the air were changing form, I had seen this in my previous life, it is a high-class move of the Brown family. Balding shouted loudly, the senior move of the Starry Brown family. Immediately, the rain of stars rushed towards Joshua. Realizing that, Joshua used a level 4 spear to destroy it. The two sources of mana collided with each other, creating a loud explosion. Balding exclaimed in surprise, how could such a high-level move fail like that? His eyes tensed before Joshua's blow. Balding secretly admired, my body can't handle this level of aura usage, my body has lost all its strength. Joshua said, even for just a moment, you can use strength far beyond your level, I believe with this talent, you can fly even further, Sir Balding. Balding replied, Even though you say that, I know this is my limit, I give up. If you want to overcome your limits, you must be motivated and always have a goal in front of you. Isn't the position of Royal Knight Commander a struggle? If it's Mr. Balmung, I think it's completely possible. Suddenly, Galahad spoke angrily. It sounded really unpleasant. The act of encouraging him to become the commander of your Royal Knights was really impolite, Earl Joshua Sanders. Especially when Mr. Balmung here never tries anything, and the position of commander is what all Royal Knights strive to achieve. Isn't that ironic? Joshua pondered these words. He glanced over at Baltung. He thought to himself, even though Balmung is a genius, he can't show his full potential, not because of his behavior but because of that bastard Galahad. He said, "You are still as selfish, narrow-minded and cruel as before." Galahad asked confusedly, "What do you mean by me? Who gives you the right to judge me when we've never met? It seems like you don't know how much I've sacrificed for the Avalon Empire. Or maybe it's because you're afraid of Mr. Balmung's talent. Since it's only a matter of time before Mr. Balmung surpasses you, I was worried because there are small changes from time to time, but knowing that Galahad is still the same as before makes me quite happy. You will never be able to win against Mr. Balmung." Nonsense. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion that made Balmung jump in surprise. Ra Den Hog gasped. All the knights on the training ground stepped back immediately. Don't get caught in the battle between two supernatural-level guys. Everyone there felt the suffocation of this war. At this time Galahad and Joshua began to fight. Everyone shouted in panic. "Run away, get caught up in the battle now." Balmung was surprised. It was so fast that my eyes couldn't keep up, it was so impressive. Ra Den Hog silently exclaimed, although Count Joshua's method of using mana was impressive, Galahad was still superior in terms of fighting power. In a supernatural level match, victory can be decided by the way mana is used. Galahad's ability is lightning, which is his secret move, activating every muscle in his body to tear apart his opponent, in an instant. Her body, enhanced by a lot of mana, becomes stronger than steel and very difficult to damage. But the scariest thing about this move is still its power. Even if you are Count Joshua, if you don't detect Galahad's move and get hit. I only saw Marcus's eyes showing surprise about this war. Looks like Galahad made some mistake. He shouted in panic, "Count Joshua, sir, wait a moment." Not listening, Joshua slashed his head with one blow. His lifeless eyes looked at his destroyed enemy. Even though the battle was over, the smell of blood was still in the air. Joshua looked solemnly at the defeated man and secretly hoped that he would not be angry with this sudden death. Joshua slashed hard across Galahad's body, and don't be sad when you are forgotten in the pages of history. Ra Den Hog was stunned, not daring to believe what had just happened. Joshua still secretly wishes for Galahad, because he shines brighter than anyone else in this land and everyone is protected. The king and Ducanius also remained silent and solemn as they watched Galahad die at the hands of Joshua. Joshua also recognized Galahad. "This great sacrifice, I will remember." Galahad really collapsed. He died so quickly. Then, Joshua is about to act, "Now let me erase the hatred in my heart for so long." He looked at Galahad's body. Joshua commented that the spirit of death cannot sleep peacefully under this chaos. Hymn of Death. Joshua silently sent the words he wanted to say to Galahad in the afterlife. The knights standing outside were all shocked. "Duke Joshua, what are you doing? Has Sir Galahad been killed? Are you crazy?" Of course Ra Den Hog was also bitter. He accused Joshua, "This was just a friendly match." He angrily approached Joshua, "How dare you kill a knight? I have been ignoring your actions for a while now. But I cannot accept this ugly action." Having said that, Ra Den Hog rushed forward. He shouted loudly, "I, the Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Knights, will execute you immediately." Joshua was a bit surprised in his mind. "I didn't expect the commander to be this angry about Galahad's death. He won't listen to what I say right now, try to calm him down first." And so the two sides rushed into each other. The strength was very terrible. Joshua continues the attack, but look at Joshua's expression. It seems like he is surprised. That's right, Joshua is wondering, am I being pushed back? Ra Den Hog's attack power is extremely strong, somewhat overwhelming Joshua. Ducanius still stood outside watching thoughtfully. "The king has a very sharp hand," worried Anius. "Do you think that old man, the tallest of the 12 superiors, will harm your spoiled son." The king of Avalon added in an amused manner, "But wouldn't this be fun, if the only person who could teach him a lesson was that old man?" The king affirmed that the Dark Knight, the strongest sword of Avalon, would at least respect the royal knights and Avalon a little, right? On the ring, Commander Rod Den Haag was showing a surprised expression. Joshua is still standing firm after the super-powerful attack he caused. Joshua spoke up trying to explain, "Wait, Commander, give me a moment to explain." Rod Den Haag has no need to listen. "You killed a royal knight in front of so many eyes, what else is there to explain?" He jumped up frantically, "Please pay for your sins." Joshua is trying hard to pin his feet to the ground. He struggled to block Rod Den Haag's attack. Next, he jumped to gain momentum on the spear. "Use your spear to shield Rod Den Haag's attack." Rod Den Haag gritted his teeth bitterly. As for Joshua, he still had composure, at least shown on his face. He quickly thought about his personality, to protect himself from this overwhelming aura. Joshua unleashed his strength, the 6th level of demonic spear and demonic magic, moved mountains and filled seas. Joshua's move soared high out of reach of the competition stands. There was a huge explosion underneath the ring floor. Rod Den Haag was a bit surprised. "I didn't expect this to happen, it's ridiculous." He still steadied his sword in battle even though he had some recognition in his heart. "Joshua, I acknowledge your strength, boy. I have no other choice. I will use the secret technique I have been hiding for so long to face one of the 9 stars." Joshua calmly approached and told Rod Den Haag and everyone the reason. Galahad killed the 3rd prince. Rod Den Haag was completely ignored. He asked in disbelief, "The 3rd prince was harmed by his own courtier Galahad, you tell me to believe this nonsense?" Joshua firmly affirmed, "Yes, that is why I executed Galahad according to royal law." Rod Den Haag didn't admit it, he just said nonsense to avoid guilt. He said that because he didn't understand anything about the 3rd prince. He switched on lecture mode. "He has been a talented swordsman since he was a child. He is also considered to be as outstanding as you. If I am not mistaken, the 3rd prince's ability should have been abandoned, far away from Galahad. For Galahad to be able to do that on his own, there must be someone behind it." Rod Den Haag tried to explain further, "But the 3rd prince has no ambition for power. No matter who harms him, he will not gain any benefits." Joshua calmly agreed, "You're right, Commander." This made Rod Den Haag angry. "Are you playing tricks on me?" Joshua analyzed again. "No, think about it. What if the 3rd prince had his own reasons for making it difficult for him to compete for the throne? What if such a person had political power above and beyond his physical power?" Joshua gave the conclusion, "No one will be able to resist," but Rod Den Haag is not convinced yet. "This is just a guess." Joshua asked back, "Do you really think so? Then where was the 3rd prince when he returned with Galahad?" "Galahad was just the prince's bodyguard. Galahad returned healthy and the prince died. Isn't it obvious? So what?" Commander Rod Den Haag still doesn't accept it. "This speculation is not enough. I need real evidence, and even if it is true, how can you know in advance?" Joshua covered it up with a random reason, "I just happened to hear it." Commander Blackrod lowered his voice to a serious tone, "So you finished off the royal knight without concrete evidence or something?" The other knights outside angrily raised their swords. "We didn't want to listen anymore." They scolded Joshua, "Sir Galahad devoted himself to the Empire, don't insult him, confess your sins and surrender." Suddenly, somewhere out of nowhere, Cain came out of nowhere, showing off his comedy and galloping aggressively. "How dare you threaten my master?" The other knights were bewildered. "Who is he?" Cain repeated his familiar boasting song, asking who I was. "I was one of the holy knights." Cain stood in front of Joshua and raised his voice to let the other knights know, "I am Joshua Sanders' sword, Cain." The knights laughed at Cain. "How ironic, the Star Sword. Duke Joshua is not even 20 years old yet he already has his own knight." Joshua gratefully said to Cain, "Cain, thank you because the situation was critical." Cain replied very responsibly, "Have you forgotten my duty, to protect my master at all costs?" Suddenly the voices of many other knights rang out, "We cannot bear to lose, protect Lord Joshua." Joshua's knights are coming to protect their master. "Katniss is here, sorry for being late, Commander," Langer also added. "We were watching the room, whispering and wondering, this is if it affects the lives of the 3 of us, let's ignore it, shut up and move on." The royal knights were bewildered when they saw their colleagues. The three bison confidently shouted at the knights, "Where did you guys come from?" They were startled. "What, are you still pretending not to know them?" Only to see the bison shouting loudly, all drifting away. Kane asked Joshua, "Aren't these people from the 11th and 12th battalions?" Joshua warmly, "Yes, but now." Joshua confidently stepped forward and declared, "They are my horsemen." Commander Rodanhog was surprised beyond belief. "Hey Catius, Langer and even Bison." He threatened the three of them, "If they don't step aside, I'll kill them all." "Don't think there will be exceptions in the same royal team." Joshua interrupted, "You're forgetting something important. Rodanhog doesn't understand." "What?" Joshua clarifies, "While we're wasting time here, Galahad's accomplices are trying to destroy the evidence, so it's best to act quickly." Righteous Joshua continued, "Even he and those behind could not have expected this death, looking for his whereabouts, not just among the horsemen." Joshua reminded carefully, "But also his hometown and land company lot, and if necessary." Joshua sternly, "Examined his body too, everywhere." Joshua persuaded Rodanhog, "You may not believe me, but if you hesitate, important evidence will be destroyed." Joshua hung up again, or was afraid of finding out the truth, the person he trusted so much. Joshua cornered Rodanhog, and in the end, was discovered to be the culprit who killed the third prince and committed a major crime against the empire. Commander Rodanhog was a bit inclined to listen to Joshua, but he still stated the condition, "As you said, if you examine Galahad's body without any evidence, you will be responsible for everything that happens in the room, today." Rodanhog narrowed his eyes and said, "The doctor will examine his body." But unfortunately, someone covered his body suddenly attacked the doctors who were doing the autopsy. As quick as lightning he snatched away Galahad's body. The horsemen hastened to give chase. "Don't let him escape, quickly chase him." Everyone panicked and shouted more quickly, "Don't let him escape from the Acardi, the royal knights chase, don't let him run away, catch him." Joshua knew clearly who came to steal the body. "I knew you would appear here, you always stood by Galahad's side, even on the day I died." Joshua was about to chase after him but the commander stopped him. "Stop now Joshua, we will chase him, you haven't escaped suspicion yet, so you have to stay here and answer my questions." But the king spoke, "No, Command Rod, let Earl Joshua go." The king clearly stated the reason, "Don't I have to find out that guy's identity? The current situation has proven his words, so I will give him another chance to defend." However, Commander Rodanhog doesn't trust Joshua, "But your majesty, this is not certain, Earl Joshua might run away if I let him leave." The king doesn't think so. "It's okay, if he runs away, I will blame his father." The king even turned around and teased Ducanius, "Because it's the parents' fault for spoiled children, right, Anius?" Ducanius could only agree to follow, "Yes, your majesty." Next, the king reminded Joshua, "Okay, after you listen, go arrest that guy, I will handle this later." Joshua obeyed, "Thank you, your majesty." Joshua's hard eyes looked straight at Ducanius. The duke also stared at him without saying anything more. In a flash, Joshua was gone, causing his knight, Kane, to panic. "Sir!" he shouted, "are you leaving alone again? Wait for me, I will follow you." The scene changes to the silhouette of a large pearl. The Kaiser's subordinates respectfully greeted the Kaiser. "Hello Prince, you are urgently calling me, is there something wrong?" Kaiser is serious, "Yes, we are in big trouble. How long do you think it will take for me to take over the magic?" This person slowly replied, "The master of the Ian Magic Tower has a surprisingly large number of followers, so it might take quite a while, but we also have a lot of high-level magicians, so it won't be too difficult." The Kaiser is quite happy. "Very well, then the next time we meet, you'll be the tower master. My subordinates will be grateful." "Thank you, it's all thanks to you, then I can know if something happened or not." Kaiser is quite serious. Sir Galahad's assistant revealed the information to Count Joshua. Count Joshua killed Sir Galahad and is currently investigating him. The subordinate was surprised. "Why, is that true?" It was unexpected. That assistant could not have revealed the information. "He is a follower of Heimdall like us," Evergrande affirmed, "and he is also linked to the Dark King, one of the 9 stars. He should be the one hiding more than anyone else." Just wait and take a closer look, sir. The Kaiser just thought to himself, how could he act so freely without an insider? No way, that Joshua is not ordinary. He will definitely find evidence that the third prince was murdered. At this rate, the plan will fail before we even set foot on the battlefield. We have to act on our own. After thinking about it, the Kaiser ordered his subordinates, in that case, tell Mr. Evergrande to return as soon as the matter of the magic tower is resolved. I respectfully understand. Please take care, Your Highness. On the other side, Galahad's assistant hugged his body and fled. The assistant looked to see if anyone was chasing. She was careful because she seemed to sense something strange behind her. The noise seems louder and is easier for the assistant to perceive. To be safe, she stole Galahad's body and left immediately. After a few seconds, Joshua arrived. Looking at his appearance, it seemed like Joshua was preparing to enter some other world. While preparing, Cain rushed in. Sir, you didn't mean to go in there, it was clearly a trap. Joshua calmly replied, I have something to do. Cain just stood there silently, watching Joshua leave. Stunned for a moment, Cain suddenly woke up and shouted angrily, wait for me. Following Joshua, Cain asked him curiously, Sir, don't you see you're making it too difficult for me? Cain kept talking to himself, I've been training so hard for this day, but I can't even use a sword anymore. Joshua asked Cain in return, Hey Cain, why are you working so hard to practice your sword? Is it really because of me or is it for some other reason? Joshua recalled sharing, at first I trained to become a successful knight, but when I served you, I changed my mind. Cain proudly continued, what you have done is so great, that is my ideal, so I want my sword to be as similar to you as possible. I use this new sword just for you. Cain didn't feel very happy. That's not what I wanted to hear, Cain. Cain was dumbfounded. Joshua explained, you have to walk your own path, Cain. Joshua confided about himself, I was once like you, I used to want to be useful to someone. Because I was very confident, because when I had this spear in my hand, I was not afraid of anything. Joshua was upset, but something truly terrifying appeared in a place we never expected. Joshua remembers the memories of his past life. When the Kaiser ascended the throne, he rewarded Joshua, in recognition of your achievements, I Kaiser van Britten, ruler of Avalon, bestowed upon you the title of Grand Duke. Fake Kaiser, congratulations to you, Grand Duke Joshua Sanders. That day, Joshua was extremely respectful and grateful. I respectfully accept this honor and will assist you until the day I die, Your Majesty. Galahad at that time also pretended to warmly congratulate Joshua, Grand Duke Joshua, I also sincerely congratulate you. Your achievements in the French country of Terra will forever be imprinted in the history of the Avalon Empire. I am very proud about you. Galahad also suggested that if you don't mind, I would like to become your friend. Humble Joshua Sanders, commander of the Royal Knights, haven't we known each other for 20 years? I thought we were already close friends. Galahad is flexible, I'm glad you think so. From now on you can just call me Galahad, my friend. The memory flashes forward to when Joshua was killed by the Kaiser. He hated that name, and in the past life, Joshua swore, don't you think this is the end? Galahad, the moment Joshua passed away, was also secretly happy in his heart. He was extremely happy. Who do you think you are, an invincible knight? You will also die miserably, forever. Goodbye Joshua. A big explosion took place, sending Joshua off to another life. Joshua reminds Cain, living for others isn't always fun, so don't say things like you'll become my sword or something. Joshua sincerely told Cain, live the life of Cain Harry, not the sword of Joshua Sanders, if you don't want to live with regret later. Cain is still steadfast, I assure you that I will not regret this choice. The day I met you was the most beautiful moment of my life. Cain's eyes are full of confidence, even if you don't understand, it's okay, I just hope you know my sincerity. While the two were talking, suddenly a mysterious arrow flew to attack. Joshua stood up to catch this arrow and cut it off. Joshua raised his guard and reminded Cain, don't be subjective, the person we are chasing is not ordinary, if we are just a little careless we will lose our lives. Cain also obeyed, yes sir. The two of them remained extremely focused in the face of the mysterious enemy's sneak attack. Joshua clearly realized that there were about 100 of them, but they didn't rush forward, so that meant they wanted to buy time. Joshua on the other hand found it interesting. That's the strategy I expected from you guys. I can easily guess the whole thing, so just die, even if the Black King hates me. Joshua swung his attack forward with the thought, I will crush everyone who blocks my path of revenge. Joshua's attack forced the enemies to reveal themselves. And a mastermind was standing in a corner watching Joshua. Was Galahad's mistress. She was discovered by Joshua. Joshua made up his mind, this is your grave. Very quickly, she was forced to appear by Joshua's moves. She is Evangeline, Galahad's mistress. Joshua is helping her. Wake up, Joshua called the devil to appear. Bring me your prey, kill everyone who stands in my way. Joshua controls the headless knight, O Knight, Lord of Dullahan. Very quickly, Evangeline was defeated, her subordinates rushed out to protect Galahad. Evangeline fell, changed strategy, protecting Galahad's body. But those grasses are not the enemy of the headless knight. The knight is too confident, you cannot escape my hands. The powerful headless knight blocked all paths to Galahad's body. The black-cloaked soldiers panicked. One guy shouted loudly, he's blocking our escape route, we have to get out of here. But the knight blocked all escape routes. They were surprised, what is this? Our escape route is blocked, the surrounding space has completely changed. This is no different from the 8th demon realm of endless hell. In front of the black-cloaked knights were dozens of headless knights. These headless knights are ready to draw their swords in their hands. The black-cloaked knights were scared. The headless knight, it couldn't be, it was Dullahan, there was an entire army. Joshua smirked with satisfaction, this is the power of Lord Dullahan. Joshua affirmed in his heart that this was the power of a one-man army. Cain curiously asked Joshua, did you really call those undead warriors yourself? Joshua thought back, you understand why you have to live your life alone. If my goal is to make the Demon King rise and turn this land into a sea of blood, then what will you do? Cain just remained silent and did not answer, it was too difficult. At the headless knight's side, the black-cloaked knights had found a solution and deployed the black magic formation. They united with each other, opened the formation, black dragon thorns. They opened a large battlefield. The knights impacted the ground, causing the land to break apart. In an instant, they turned the underground light streams into dragon poison gas. Joshua quickly reminded Cain, toxic gas is coming out from the ground, don't breathe it in. The black-cloaked knight continued to deploy his attack, the dragon claws of war. They aimed at Joshua. Aura-slashing claws, sharp cold shining claws came from the position of the black-cloaked knights. They agreed to deal with the summoner first. Joshua still calmly launched his attack, level 5 spear technique. Next is the leader of the sun. The sunlight covers the entire battle area. The black knights were panicked but helpless, very fast. They were burned by fire and turned into dry bones. Smoke and dust rose. Joshua and Cain were still safely standing and looking at the victory. There is a sound approaching. Altsma was carrying Galahad's lover in his arms walking closer to Joshua. Altsma let her down. The girl looked at Joshua with hateful eyes. She asked in confusion, "What the hell are you, this monster?" Joshua calmly replied, "Aren't you the monster?" Evangeline is confused, "What?" Joshua smugly asked Evangeline, "Do you know the feeling of dying alone in the forest without knowing the reason? It's your turn to experience it." Evangeline silently angrily listened to every word Joshua said. Lugia spoke from the spear, urging Joshua, "Why do you talk so much? Just kill her." Joshua asked in surprise, "I thought you disappeared, why do you appear now, Lugia?" Lugia grinned and replied, "I need time to regain my memories, now let's focus on revenge." Lugia feels happy for Joshua, after all these years, you finally get proper revenge, do it, raise your spear and plunge it into her heart. Lugia had an idea, I will make her soul suffer forever. Lugia controls Joshua, kill it, kill it. Control Joshua is about to kill Evangeline, I will kill her. Evangeline was frightened, her eyes wide open without any resistance. But Cain was able to speak up and rushed out to stop him, "Please don't do that." Lugia's power was so strong, it repelled Cain. Cain felt tired, "Oh my god, so heavy. Where did Aisha come from?" and swiped the spear from Joshua's hand away. Seeing Aisha, Joshua wondered aloud, "Why did you appear here?" Joshua shouted, Aisha. Aisha stabbed the knife into the ground. She respectfully bowed and greeted him. That woman held important information. Aisha advised Joshua, if you kill her, the information will only be held by her. Joshua interrupted, I don't care, if you dare to stop me again, I will kill all of you. Cain was determined to the end. He picked up the sword. Cain walked up to Joshua and said, then you will have to stab me again. Joshua glared and asked Cain, is this the life you chose, Cain? Cain is steadfast, yes, this is the life I choose. Cain added, I don't know what's going on but I know what's right and what's wrong, I have to stop you from killing others. Joshua raised his spear straight to Cain's face and raised his voice, we're done here, right? Cain protested, no sir, I will always be by your side, even if you turn into a demon king and lose all your memory. Joshua was surprised, even if I am a demon king, why is that? Isn't it obvious? Cain declared, for my first and only Lord will always be Joshua Sanders. Joshua quietly listened to Cain's words, preventing him from making the wrong choice is also one of my duties, please stop killing. Aisha agrees with Cain, I also agree with this knight, we shouldn't kill Evangeline, she's the only one who knows. Joshua asked Evangeline where the third prince's body was. The scene quickly shifts to the royal palace. The second prince asked the Kaiser, when Evangeline suddenly wanted to be on my side, I already had a hunch but. The second prince continued, I'm even more curious about what you're planning, aren't you the one with the darkest plot in this royal family, my brother? Kaiser smiled faintly, you really understand me. The second prince smiled and replied, of course he knew why you came here, you came because you needed Sir Siren, right? Second Prince Kaizen relax, take her away, if you like then I will give it to you, I don't know what you will use that power for but it will definitely be more useful to you than me. If the Kaiser gets what he wants, I'll appreciate it, thank you brother, I will definitely repay you. While I was having fun, suddenly there was an announcement, Emperor for Imperial Princes, please obediently accept your punishment. The fourth Prince Kaiser plotted to harm the royal family and plotted to betray the royal family. Hearing this voice, the Kaiser's face turned pale, he seemed to recognize that voice, this voice could not be. Joshua continued in a serious voice to announce the Kaiser's crime, the fourth Prince Kaiser van Britten murdered the third prince, come out here and confess your crime before the sun's judgment. The knights still stood blocking the door of the second prince's palace to protect the Kaiser, preventing Joshua from entering the room. The scene changes again to the Anyu's family. Joshua's mother is extremely depressed. Looking at her mood, Duke Anyus kindly asked, why are you sighing like that, is it because of Joshua? Mrs. Lucia respectfully, Duke Anyus expressed, I don't know what you heard but. He changed his tone to be strict, don't leave the mansion without my permission, it's not the right time yet so please try to endure it. Lucia still couldn't bear it. But, the Duke stopped her, didn't I tell you, please remember your position. The Duke has a foul mouth but a very good heart, I can't pay attention to Lucia while under surveillance, I can only protect her in this mansion, especially when Jackie suddenly disappears, the traitor king is most likely plotting something, I must be very careful. While he was tense, he became even more tense, the Duke's subordinates rushed in, sir, something happened, the Duke was startled, what's going on? The subordinates hurriedly said, the king ordered an urgent meeting, it seems that the sun's judgment ceremony will be held in 2 decades. Duke Anyus stood still because he was so surprised. A little information about this judgment ceremony, the judgment of the sun, a royal trial that has only happened a few times in the history of the Avalon Empire. The royal family will not be responsible for illegal acts except for crimes of treason or higher. But even for crimes of treason and above, only the son of the empire, His Majesty the King, can punish that royal family. Therefore, every citizen is responsible for reporting to the palace when a member of the royal family is suspected of treason. Joshua brought Evangeline to meet King Marcus. And Commander Ra Den Hog also stood ready to wait for the results that Joshua had sought. Ra Den Hog kept his face hanging, look at that expression. Joshua smiled and asked, I'm not a criminal, why are you so angry with me? King Marcus spoke up to ease the tension, don't get carried away, Count Joshua Sanders, don't waste any more time, let's get to the point. The king asked again, do you say the fourth Prince Kaiser plotted to kill the third prince, Do you have any proof? Joshua confidently looked towards Evangeline. Yes sir, I have captured one of the people behind Sir Galahad. She knows where the third prince's body and the evidence are. Joshua asked Evangeline with a serious face, tell me, where is the body of the third prince? At least think of Edvin, your child with Galahad. Evangeline was shocked. How did you know about Edvin? Evangeline silently resolved, we must protect Edvin at all costs. Evangeline finished thinking and said, the fourth prince Kaiser hired us to kill the third prince Caecilian and turn the third prince into a zombie. Evangeline continued to tell the truth, we revived his body in a secret room in the basement of the fourth prince's palace. If you go there, you will find the third prince's corpse. The king frowned at the Kaiser, murdered his brother and turned him into a zombie. If true, that would be the heaviest crime, but Count Joshua, I don't believe the Kaiser did that. King Marcus added, if I asked him, he would definitely say he didn't do it. Therefore, the only remaining way is to search the secret room in the basement of its palace. King Marcus also gave a reason to protect the Kaiser, but until now, there is still no power in the palace, so that means that underground bunker does not exist or the four princes are so good that they can cover it up, hide all that magic power. If so, to find that hidden magic power, we need the best Hermes followers. The king frowned, in other words we have to welcome priests from the Holy Hubalt Empire to my palace to investigate. I can't trust those people and let them enter my palace. Joshua affirmed, please don't worry, your majesty, there is a way to solve this without the help of other countries. The Empire's warehouse contains the key to solve this, we just need to use it. Stop. The king was surprised, I don't even know, so how could you know? Also, haven't you been there before as the leader of the army? Are you asking me to let you in again? The great prince stood up and begged, asking His Majesty not to allow Count Joshua to do that. He continued to say that even if there was such a thing in the warehouse, putting him in there would only help him, that would go against the rule that everyone is equal. The first prince told Joshua, that's why I think Count Joshua must find that secret room alone. The other earls followed suit, I think the great prince is right, that would be fair. Yes, you can falsify the evidence as testimony, right? That's right, and no one knows about her relationship with Mr. Galahad, there's only testimony and no evidence. The king listened to what the first prince said and found it reasonable. Count Joshua, that is everyone's opinion, so I cannot allow you to enter the imperial warehouse. What will you do now? Joshua is thinking about the first prince. Was the first prince close to Prince Kaiser, or is he just helping him out of brotherly love? Whatever the reason, I'm in a disadvantageous position. If so, then I will take this opportunity. The king was angry when Joshua remained silent. Why don't you answer me? Is that the only way you can prove your accusation? Should I judge you for defaming the royal family? Joshua replied, okay, I will search for that room alone, so please allow me to search the prince's palace. Commander Roddenhog was not pleased to hear this wish. You are standing before His Majesty, stop using aura now, if you don't stop then I will. But Joshua's next action left the commander stunned. Cain also worriedly ran over to check the situation. Mr. Joshua. Joshua raised his fist to affirm, I'm also quite talented in the field of holy magic, so I can find magic power, I can find that place without any priest. Joshua was full of enthusiasm and spoke strongly to His Majesty, but if you still do not allow me, then I will do my best to protect myself. Commander Roddenhog shouted worriedly at Joshua, do you mean you're going to swing your sword at your Majesty? That's treason. Joshua smiled faintly and said, I understand my current action is impolite. But Joshua said loudly, isn't that why swords have two edges? With these words, Joshua also made up his mind, from now on I will directly confront them. The king also thought about Joshua, this reckless guy, I can't see that guy on my head anymore, but if I lose Joshua then I have no way to control Aiden anymore. King also has a very high plan. I have no choice but to abandon the army of the undead and choose Aiden Volumanus, run far away Joshua, because if the situation turns around, I will immediately abandon you. After thinking about the plot, the king relaxed and agreed to let Joshua, okay, I allow it, if the Kaiser has been accused then I allow you to investigate to clear his name, I will fulfill your wish, Earl Joshua Sanders. King Marcus ordered Joshua, the officer investigating the prince's palace, I give you 2 days, if you don't find anything then you will pay the price. The Kaiser's face was confident, he smiled meaningfully as if challenging Joshua. The announcement has been sent down. Now the second prince and the fourth prince came together to meet Kisser. The first prince asked, "Do you want to ally with me? What are you doing here?" The second prince answered first, "It's only temporary. By the time we defeat Count Joshua, you can see that Count Joshua has become a very troublesome threat. We just need to deal with him. We will be much healthier, won't we?" The first prince nodded. "From the beginning, I had no intention of pleasing him. On the contrary, I waited until he did this." The second prince is happy. "So are you always looking for reasons to defeat him? Okay, we should help each other." The Kaiser remains silent thinking, so the scheming Prince Kisser doesn't like Joshua at all, then maybe the information about Cheryl is correct. The Kaiser remains silent thinking, so the scheming Prince Kisser doesn't like Joshua at all, then maybe the information about Cheryl is correct. The first prince also gave rules to the other two princes. "If you want an alliance, then I want to say it directly. I want to hear what the Kaiser himself has to say." The first prince asked the Kaiser, "Is it true that you killed Caislian and turned it into a zombie?" The Kaiser happily admitted, "Yes, Mr. Caislian has now become a zombie and is in the palace basement." Kaiser calmly asked Kisser back, "I already suspected it, but you can't do it without someone finding out. Who do you think is helping you?" The first prince guessed, it couldn't be his father. The second prince was also surprised. His father told him to kill his brother to gain the throne and he really did it. Kaiser told me in more detail. "I said that, but in reality my father was just a witness. If he wanted something he had to get it at all costs." The Kaiser looked a bit fake and continued, "Unlike you guys, I don't have power or anyone to back me up because I'm the fourth prince, so I can do anything. I'm just carrying out my words, that my father taught me." The Kaiser confidently continued to say, "But my goal is not the throne. I just want to be a person below one person and above 10,000 people so that no one can look down on me. Isn't that greedy?" The second prince angrily yelled at the Kaiser, "Then you killed Caislian. Don't you mean that if I or the first prince don't become kings, we will become like Caislian?" The first prince agreed with the Kaiser. "That's what his father taught. If I were at the bottom like you, I would probably do the same." This statement made the second prince not dare to believe it. The first prince made another hypothesis, but if Joshua really found that room, the fourth prince would disappear and would this alliance still be necessary? Kaiser said firmly, "Please don't worry, he can't find it. The magician guarding that place is the strongest magician in history. He won't be able to sense any magic power, not even the barrier that separates it. He couldn't even find his magic power." The next day at the Kaiser Prince's palace, Joshua in the lead was standing in front of the cellar. Everyone shouted, "Really, a secret underground room in the prince's palace?" Kaiser was stunned and scared. No, it couldn't be. The Night Mana and the Mage Mana ring were completely different. How could he find it? The Kaiser still couldn't believe it. It was a level 6 spell. A magician couldn't even find it. Joshua smirked. "Kaiser, don't be so shocked, you're fourth prince." Joshua said sarcastically to him, "Relax, I haven't even started yet." Next, Joshua and his two subordinates entered the secret room. "Okay, keep the four princes there, Commander." Langer was excited. "Let's go Katyus." Followed Commander Joshua. Katyus was also excited. "Okay, let's find the dungeon where the third prince is hidden." Commander Roddan Hogg looked towards the Kaiser. He was also worried. "Fourth prince, why is this happening?" Kaiser was mad. "If it's like this then kill them all, Barbaru." Suddenly, from the secret room came out a mysterious power, blocking Joshua's path. Neutral City, Reinhardt, Moongate headquarters. In the dark room, the man bowed his head and respectfully said to the person inside the curtain, "Master, there is news from the Blue Moon spy team in the Kingdom of Avalon. They say that the army of Dukaden von Anus's move." The person inside the curtain spoke up. "They are looking to start a war on the entire continent, gathering troops for a preemptive strike. There is no doubt, they are really starting a war on this continent. It seems like the Avalon Empire has prepared everything for this war, right?" The person inside the curtain taking off his mask is the owner of the Blue Moon Guild, Lilies. Zero nodded and said, "It seems so. The appearance of the Lich in Rebounds' citadel also seems to be part of Magnus's plan in the Avalon Empire, to create an army of undead as weapons, in war. At this rate, if the undead army becomes one with them, and march here then." Shouldn't we go find the Holy Grail to stop them as soon as possible? Lilies countered, didn't Joshua say, the Holy Grail is in the Empire's archives, so now we can't do anything even if we want to. Zero still said insecurely, even so, we can't just sit still and wait for Duke Joshua. Everyone can clearly see that he has begun the great judgment of the sun against a certain person, member of the royal family. If Duke Joshua loses in that judgment, the Holy Grail will be even further out of our reach. Lilies said leisurely, Zero, it seems like you still don't understand Duke Joshua's personality. Joshua never loses. The scene changes to the fourth prince's palace. A giant vortex covers the room. From within the vortex, magic power was continuously released. Langer panicked. What the hell? It felt like something was about to leave my body. Sandy was also panicking. No way, it was a soul. What about me? Is my soul leaving my body? Ra-Den-Hog shouted in protest. No, that's not it. It's sucking us into the secret place. We might get separated, be careful. Looking at the vortex in front of them, the four princes revealed madness. Baraburu will love this very much. There are more ingredients to create zombies. When he enters he is a human. When he comes out he will be reborn as an obedient dog. Joshua was swept inside. When he opened his eyes, he appeared in a strange place, surrounded by ancient architecture and a bit desolate. Joshua was stunned. This place is, at this time. Lugia sternly reminded, concentrate, there is a mysterious event here. Joshua looked up at Lugia suspiciously and asked, why? Without letting Lugia answer, a terrifying roar rang out from behind. Turning back, a group of zombies appeared. Joshua was surprised. Zombies and Lich, that Kaiser brat, so all this time, he kept such a large army of zombies down here. At this moment, a roar rang out, following which the zombie army rushed up, attacking towards Joshua. Lugia looked at the army of 3 zombies and said, not here, I sense there are even more zombies in another rock, at least 10,000. Joshua was surprised. Another monk, how big is this place? Lugia said arrogantly, it doesn't matter how old you are, because sooner or later, that army of zombies will be in our hands. Joshua asked, what are you talking about just now? Lugia eagerly, why not, let's steal the meal that he has painstakingly prepared for Chinhan. It took so long to prepare, but we can't use it, so why don't we just take it and use it? There's nothing better than getting revenge this way. Lugia's whole body lit up, releasing energy. Now Joshua, stand still and trust me. A blinding light shines out, covering all the zombies. Or worship me. Magical light exploded. The demons were engulfed in light, constantly screaming in agony. Submitting before me, the demons could not bear it and immediately knelt down. Lugia's eyes were red as blood and declared, the person you worship and serve, compared to me, is just a grain in the desert. From now on, I will be your new master. The zombies screamed. A mark immediately appeared on their necks. The seal was as red as blood, releasing a stream of magic. Current situation, Lugia stands in the center, surrounded by a group of zombies kneeling, worshipping and looking at Lugia. Lugia smiled devilishly, now let's go conquer the undead on all floors. The door opened, a man appeared, magic was released, pressure pressed down on everyone, some people couldn't stand it and flew back. Ra-Den-Hog frowned and looked at the person who appeared and asked, who the hell are you? The man surrounded by dark magic said, are you curious about me, Great Holy Knight? Ra-Den-Hog was stunned, do you know me? Lich smiled evilly, of course he knew, he is now one of the 12 talented men, and also the one who will later become my subordinate. Ra-Den-Hog drew his sword and rushed forward to attack, so you should know that I can't stand anyone talking about me. Disappear, undead. Slashing sword, a stream of magic rolls, sweeping everything. Katyus exclaimed, as expected of a Ra-Den-Hog knight, with just one slash, it can create such a large shock wave. Langer said, without moving. That guy was still unharmed, after taking a direct hit like that, right? Ra-Den-Hog's eyes narrowed, staring ahead. Dark magic rolled around, entangling Ra-Den-Hog's magic. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone panicked. What? He was absorbing that slash, leaving the mark unscathed. Without giving everyone time to calm down, the Lich spoke again, giving him back his moves. He smiled wickedly and said, hey, the Great Holy Knight you have won't die after receiving this blow, But what about the others? Ra Den Hog glanced at the people behind him, silently cursing in his heart, damn it, it's coming, it's too late to go back to them so they can block that attack. Before the leeches attack, the Baldong pulled out his sword to fight back. We can't let you do that. Taking this opportunity, Ra Den Hog rushes forward. I will take his head with one sword, so that Baldong does not get stuck in the fight. Ra Den Hog's whole body was shocked. A stream of dark magic was released again. Two people, Ra Den Hog and Baldong, flew out behind. Balamong panicked. How the hell could he block Ra Den Hog's sword from that distance? What magic made a magician like him so strong? Ra Den Hog reminder, don't be fooled. Instead, I feel very proud that you can now swing an or sword here. Baldong surprised. Captain Ra Den Hog. The lich flew up again at this time. His tone was disdainful. What, is that so important to you? I see you knights just standing still. When I was still around, you were quite have a reputation, but now you are still the same as then. If you're like that, then I'm sure the rest of you aren't even worthy of appearing in my presence. No wonder, even in the past, to me you were just a stupid person with an overdeveloped mind and limbs. A light suddenly flashed in Ra Den Hog's head. That's it, now I remember, the only combat mage on the continent, that no knight can defeat in close combat is you. Zareth de Corvus, Ra Den Hog questioned, why are you here? You've been missing for a decade, I heard you're dead. The lich did not answer but said, I have spent too much time with someone who is about to die, now return to dust. No, be reincarnated as my loyal servant. Just as he said this, a soldier charged towards the Ra Den Hog group. He's coming, activate as much aura as possible, we need to hold out until help gets here. The soldier's entire body emitted a dazzling light. Ra Den Hog's group was blinded, couldn't help but cover their eyes. Eyes, couldn't see anything. Although Ra Den Hog couldn't see the sword slash, he still used his instinct to block it. The two swords slashed at each other, and the light became even brighter. Ra Den Hog shouted to the people behind, how come our enemy is using the sun wheel sword technique, which only people of the Britain family can learn? What the hell have you done with the third Prince Caeslian? Lich now came to Ra Den Hog's side and whispered mysteriously in his ear, then you will know. Fresh blood sprayed out, the entire Ra Den Hog group was defeated by that soldier. Lich extends his claws, dark energy radiates, now he will take you with me. A series of magic spells tightly surrounded Ra Den Hog inside. The crazy-looking lich laughed maniacally, if you were stronger, you wouldn't have died, rage and hatred would have been your purpose. What you leave unfinished will become chains. The flow of dark energy continuously enveloped Ra Den Hog's body. The lich continues to recite the spell, shackling you forever even after death. Lying on the ground, Baldong raised his head with difficulty, gritted his teeth and thought, damn, I can't believe I couldn't do it, I couldn't let the captain die like that. At this moment, Baldong's eyes widened and looked back. A vortex appeared, Joshua walked out from inside step by step. Lugia looked at the lich longingly and said, oh, what a lucky thing, if it's delicious here, then we might be able to have another master, of a miniature noble as a subordinate. The lich looked suspiciously, over, another master, the lich's voice had a hint of interest, oh, you can hear my voice too, it's just as rumored. Lich turned to look at Lugia and asked, how the hell do you have magic power, are you a devil, and how did you open that door? Joshua now finally spoke up, finally, we meet face to face, Barabaru. Lugia made a proposal, or should I scoop up your body, and that dead knight you found over there, then I will tell people. Joshua smirked and said, finally we meet, Barabaru. Lugia also boldly declared, both your body and that of that ghost knight over there, I will take it all back. Joshua stood there, his whole body emitting magic power. Balamong looked at Joshua's appearance, wondering what the hell was going on, where did Joshua suddenly appear? Handled them like that, magic power was released, Ra Den Hog escaped the leech's binding magic formation, and immediately fell to the ground. At this moment, the lich opened his mouth and laughed loudly, I knew it. Lich opened his mouth and laughed loudly, I know, is that a Bangma spear? Right now, Joshua and Lich are in the 8th floor of the demon world, endless hell. Joshua didn't understand and asked, what is Bangma? The lich explained without concealment that the demons had lost all their power and were sealed in an intermediary called Bangma, Many demons and devils in the demon world imprison defeated opponents and weapons to strengthen them. Power: if so, the ghost will not lose all its power, but the owner of that weapon can somewhat use them. If not to make use of it, then there are many people who seal demons just to mark their achievements. The demon who was sealed by him felt very humiliated, because the spear's existence was proof of its existence, proof of his failure. It seems that the demon's ability is more about manipulating space, so it was able to open the door leading to this place, and manipulating space is more like a secondary skill, rather than a fighting skill. No wonder people turned into ghosts. Joshua took out his spear and pointed it straight at the lich, saying, "You are wrong, endless hell is not one of the special powers of this spear." Lugia snorted coldly, "Just try it and you will know, the dirty bastard." Lich lost patience and said, "I think the introduction is taking too long. Enough babbling, now I will give you your satisfaction." Dukaltsma stood up and respectfully said, "Master, if I could ask you to hand over the Ghost Knight to me, I have always wanted to ask you to teach me the sword technique of Avalon." Joshua speculated in his mind, if he used the Sun Wheel sword technique, which only the royal family of Avalon could learn, could the Ghost Knight be the third Prince Caecilian? The whole person was suspended in midair, looking at Dukaltsma and said, "You ungrateful brat, Night King, I was the one who saved you, and helped you stand above 10,000 people, yet you betrayed me. I will also destroy you. I will show you why I am called the strongest fighting mage on this continent." Joshua took out his spear, ready to take a fighting position. "If so, then I will tell you why I am called a spear knight." Before Joshua could make a move, Dukaltsma was one step faster and rushed up to attack the Ghost Knight. The two rushed at each other, swords clashing. On this side, the two-handed lich forms a formation. Released two demons to attack Joshua. Joshua wielded his spear and spun around, sending two demons flying. Suddenly, from the ground, a series of chain bolts flew up, tightly wrapping around Joshua's spear. As the opportunity, Lich rushes forward. "Let me let you see my wonderful creation of black magic, the black hole." Joshua immediately removed his hand from the soy sauce and jumped forward, knowing without looking. Joshua threw out his fist and said in a contemptuous voice, "Do you think you can defeat me by sealing the spear? There is no door." The fist slammed into the Lich's black hole, a ball of energy was formed. The Lich said confidently, "Look at this arrogant knight. Do you think you can stop my magic with your bare hands? I will suck your soul and mana, then make them disappear forever." Joshua also said without any weakness, "You are the one who will disappear forever." Retracting the 6th level magic spear, the magic power around Joshua was released and swirled. Immediately, the Lich's black hole was swept away, directly attacking him. The Lich gritted his teeth and thought, "What is this? The Black Lake has reversed. I will be sucked in, not him." Taking this opportunity, Joshua shouted, "The black ball destroyed." The black hole seemed to gain more strength, tightly wrapping itself around the Lich inside. A moment later, the Lich was completely swallowed by the black hole, unable to resist. Joshua said contemptuously, "It's useless, Barabaru. I can't believe you were defeated by your own skills. You don't deserve to be the best mage on the continent. Now your soul will be sealed in there forever." On the other side, the Altsma Duke and the Ghost Knight were still fighting fiercely. The Ghost Knight slashed, Dukaltsma was knocked back. Taking this opportunity, the Ghost Knight rushed forward to attack. The tip of the sword stabbed straight into Dukaltsma's shoulder blade. The Duke hugged the sword that was stabbing him. "What are you doing now? You want to give me an easy victory?" The Duke held out his other hand, a sword slashing straight at the Ghost Knight. The Ghost Knight just fell to the ground. From above, Dukaltsma looked down, coldly questioning, "What is this? Why don't you show your true skills?" On the ground, the Ghost Knight spoke, "I learned martial arts to satisfy my desire. I have no desire for the throne or any interest in military power. So I left the royal family, then my mother suddenly disappeared mysteriously, and I went looking for her." Joshua heard what was coming step by step. It turned out that he was really the third Prince Caecilian. Lugia eagerly said to Joshua, "Joshua, hurry up, quickly accept him before he completely disappears." Joshua hesitated a bit, but Lugia firmly advised, "Come on, you don't mean to say nonsense like you must be a prince, right? Wake up." The third prince himself volunteered to become a Ghost Knight, If you really care about him, don't let him disappear like that. Joshua's eyes showed determination. Stepping in front of the third prince, I cannot promise to give you what you want, because hiding the truth is not simple, like using violence to solve this matter. However, if you make a deal with me, I can guarantee one thing: I will do everything in my power to help you. So do you want to make a deal with me? Looking at Joshua in front of him, the third prince thought in his mind that the power of words depends on who speaks it, if it is this person. Third Prince Caeslian smiled slightly. If it were you, I believe the impossible could be done. I agree to make a deal with you. Please tell me your name. Joshua's face showed joy and said, My name is Joshua, Joshua Sanders. If so, I will make a deal immediately. Joshua held out his hand. A light appeared. The ghost knight was cleansed. A completely different person appeared. The third prince muttered, Joshua Sanders. That's a good name. Third Prince Caeslian knelt down on one knee, respectfully placed his hands in front of his chest and declared, I, Third Prince Caeslian, will serve my new master, Joshua Sanders forever. At this moment, an angry sound rang out. You are truly an annoying obstacle, Joshua. A black hole appeared. The sound from the black hole rang out, very good, good or bad, when imprisoned here, I know one thing for sure. Why do the brightest stars in heaven and the demon world combine to form a place, this? Along with a weapon containing a sealed demon, Joshua looked up at the black hole in confusion and asked, What's going on? I've imprisoned him inside the black ball of destruction. How can Khan still speak? Luhia next to him explained, No, Joshua, the sound you heard was not Barabaru's. It was the person who contracted with Zerath de Corvus and created the Barabaru love affair. 32nd rank among the strongest demons, Asmodeus. Asmodeus, currently, he is only a 32nd rank devil, but he was once one of the 7 demon lords with terrible power. Long before that, his influence spread throughout the demon world, and spread to Middle-earth where humans, spirits, and other races lived. It was so widespread that people thought he must be the ruler of the world. His greed did not stop there. In the end, he must also set his sights on the heavens. And was only stopped by one of the 7 archangels, Raphael, in that battle. Both Raphael and Asmodeus received fatal wounds. Now, after many years, he is once again alive. Asmodeus giggled from inside the black hole. Everything became very interesting. Joshua's voice was cold. Stop talking nonsense and show up. Asmodeus in the black hole replied lazily, It's a bit difficult for me to do that right now. Well, you'll have a chance to see me soon, so don't be so impatient. Instead, at this very moment, a person flew out from the black hole and fell to the ground with a thud. The underground people are lich, Asmodeus said. I have done a lot to have this body, but to commemorate the day we met, I will give it to you as a gift. I look forward to our next meeting, Demon Lord Weapon. Joshua panicked and quickly shouted, Hey, wait. Behind him, a powerful bolt of lightning struck. Joshua was surprised. Why did things suddenly become like that? A large amount of divine power was breaking the barrier of endless hell. This energy is destroying the energy that holds our bodies together. The summoning is being forcibly removed. At this moment, the space in front of them suddenly burst. Duke Tremblin and Count Ariel appear. Found you. Count Ari held the cup in his hand and smiled. It seems this thing is also useful. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, Joshua asked worriedly, Duke Tremblin and Earl Ari, why are you 2 here? Where are Commander Rod and the others? Duke Tremblin put the cup in front of Joshua and asked, Don't worry about them, the medics are taking care of them. More importantly, Count Joshua, do you recognize this? As you said, the 4th Prince Kaiser said, find the key to solve this problem in the royal treasury. Who would have thought that the Holy Grail of the Hubalt Empire would be hidden in the royal treasury of the Avalon Empire? From what I heard, this Holy Grail reacts immediately to magic power. Isn't it strange? I mean, the white Holy Grail turned red like this in front of you, Count Joshua. The Holy Grail in front of him, Joshua thought in his mind, looking at the power of the Holy Grail, it was amazing. Even without any knowledge about using divine power, the 2 of them still managed to destroy God's endless hell. Lord Dolahan, and temporarily shields his summoned object. It's not hard to see why the Moon Gate would want it as soon as possible. Count Ariel said, I don't know what you did, but dark magic and dark energy are held all over the continent. Count Ariel smiled evilly. And what was the difference between that and us? I really wanted to obediently go away, but you. Without letting him get close, Joshua immediately used his spear to launch magic at Count Ariel. Count Ariel easily dodged and charged with his sword. That's right, you had to resist like that, my love. Before Count Ariel's attack, Joshua quickly used his spear to defend himself. Joshua's eyes lit up. Holding the spear straight, Count Ariel laughed teasingly. Look at you, are you really trying to stab me with that? Actually, I really like it, it's so interesting. A sword blocked the two people's attacks. A cold voice rang out, enough joking, Ari. The Duke of Tremblin stood between the two. Duke Tremblin looked at Joshua and said, Count Joshua, this has put us in a difficult position, because this is a royal order, it is best to obediently follow us. Joshua looked at the Duke, analyzing in his mind, Duke Tremblin, he reached the highest position of a star just by swordsmanship. Star is completely superior to humans, the distance between them is like heaven and earth, he is even more difficult to deal with than Baraburu just now. Above all, even in the 9 stars famous throughout the continent, Tremblin was also known as the Sword King. You bastard Kaiser, he dragged Tremblin into this, if you think I will fall into your trap, then you've already taken aim. A beam of light shot out, Joshua completely disappeared in front of the two people. Count Ari screamed, I plan to have fun with you, where did you run off to? Come back here. On the other hand, at that moment, under low magic, the tower burst into a huge flame. Inside the tower, Thedarpian Witsox hugged his chest and knelt on the ground and said, I don't feel any mana at all, Evergrant. You bastard, what have you done? On the opposite side, Evergrant caught the tower's owner and looked at the Thedarpian Witsox on the ground and said, in an environment like this, without mana, a low-level mage like you trying to use magic is like committing suicide. Thedarpian Witsox's surprised face, this is ridiculous, that means Evergrant can use magic, even in an environment without mana like this, to be able to do it he must reach the ultimate level of a magic monk. Level 8. Evergrant raised his hand, releasing magic power, now, I will forbid the transfer of you back, and record on your head everything that happened in lower magic today, of course, before doing so, I will destroy the circle your mana, so that you can never use it again. Thedarpian Witsox screamed, shut up, my grandfather made you master of the magic tower, and now you stab him in the back like that, do whatever you want, but you will never escape this no traitor tag, you won't be able to hide your today's behavior forever. Evergrant looked at the owner of the tower next to him and said contemptuously, can't hide it, that's funny, you don't know what the old man you always worshipped did to become the master of the 10 magic spells. In this world, if you don't betray, you will be betrayed, who do you think taught me those things? That old man is the one who taught me that the truth always belongs to the winner, and the sinner is always the loser. At this moment, another person suddenly appeared in the tower, in that case, you will always be remembered as a sinner. Iseline raised his hand, bound back, Rayon. Accordingly, the formation at the Tarpian Witsox's feet was removed. Evergrant was surprised and asked, who are you and how did you get here? The magic formation lit up, and the Evergrant was immediately teleported somewhere else. Tarpian Witsox looked at Iseline in front of him and asked, you are a mercenary, someone who has become a law enforcement officer, right? How can you use magic here? At this moment, the sound of soldiers rang out outside, arrest her, this mercenary leader entered this place without permission, did not let me escape, because of the magic tower, Mr. Evergrant's revolution must succeed, labor. Iseline quickly turned around to look at Thedarpian Witsox and said earnestly, we don't have time, I'll open the way, follow me. Over here, the Evergrant was teleported back, shouting in surprise, huh, I'm being teleported. He angrily cursed, damn, this dog has ruined all the plans, teleport me back, I will teach it a lesson. While Evergrant was performing magic, the soldiers next to him quickly shouted, wait, Sir Evergrant, there is a letter for you. Evergrant did not care to say, I am very busy, leave it later, the soldiers were eager, the 4th Prince Kaiser sent it. Prince, Evergrant stopped his movements. The magic ball lit up, Evergrant bowed respectfully. Please call me, Your Majesty, in the Kaiser's secret room, he asked, how is the situation of the magic tower? Evergrant said confidently, We will successfully capture the magic tower today, and we will announce the tower's new owner tomorrow." Kaiser nodded. "Great. In case you don't return to Avalon, and stay low on magic for the time being, it will be difficult to contact me during this time." Evergreen asked suspiciously, "Huh, is there a problem?" The Kaiser said, "The third Prince Caecilian's hiding place has been discovered, and the Holy Grail, Hubalt's holy item, has been found in the royal treasury of Avalon. Emperor Marcus must have revealed this information to the Hubalt Empire. It seems there will be a rebellion in Hubalt, and between the Pope and the Emperor, whoever gets the Holy Grail will have complete power, so, they will focus all their efforts on competing for the Holy War. If the Emperor let Marcus get involved, war would soon break out across the continent. If war broke out now, it would last for decades. Furthermore, after opening the sun's trial for the third Prince Caecilian, Emperor Marcus will be the one in charge, so, I won't be able to do anything until the war ends. That's why I plan to leave the Avalon Empire, that way, I can act more easily." Evergreen asked worriedly, "However, how can you not restrain Joshua? If you leave Avalon, I'm not sure if Heimdall would approve." The Kaiser's mind flashed the image of his two brothers, firmly saying, "Don't worry about it, even without me. Both the first prince and the second prince are wary of Joshua after his recent actions. For him, using the enemy to destroy the enemy is ideal, right? So, Mr. Evergreen, please continue with the plan well. As for Heimdall, I will ask for permission myself." Black hole opens. Joshua flew out like a bolt of lightning. Seeing Joshua appear, Cain shouted in surprise, "Master," and Joshua looked at the person who appeared and was equally surprised. "No, why are you here? What's wrong with the knights behind?" Cain looked at the defeated soldiers behind him, afraid to stop scratching his face. "Ah." Cain explained, "The healer's knights were being suppressed, and Duke Tremblin was already inside. I was worried something would happen to him so I followed. But the royal knights blocked my way, so there was no way." Joshua glanced and asked, "So you took them down?" Joshua didn't care anymore. He was about to turn around and leave. "Whatever, I don't have time to worry about this, let's get out of here." "Listen to this lazy, earnest Cain." "What, do you mean escape? You just dealt with Duke Tremblin and Viscount Airy who just entered there. You know that touching nobles will only bring trouble." Joshua immediately said the opposite to Cain. "You also fought the royal knights, but can you still say this?" "Sadly, you're wrong, I just didn't want to have to cooperate so I just ran away." Cain asked in surprise, "Were you all arranged by someone?" Joshua nodded and said, "Yes, that bastard used the king, to sway Duke Tremblin and Duke Airy. Thanks to him, they now have no reason to arrest me, but you can run away okay." "That's right, if we harm the messenger sent by the king, he will immediately turn us into traitors, but neither will surrender nor explain." Joshua pondered Asmodeus's words which made me think, in my mind the image of Asmodeus saying, "One day we will meet again, no need to rush. I also look forward to the day we meet again, Mashinki." Joshua analyzed that Maxon, the ruler of the underworld, and Mashinki are literally the lifeblood of the Demon King. According to Asmodeus, this may not simply be a taboo on the continent, but also a great sin. I still don't know Lugia's true identity, so escaping now is the best policy. Cain asked curiously, "The name you mentioned now, that bastard is Prince Kaiser, right? In your previous life, you two were sworn enemies, right?" He was truly persistent in torturing others. When the door opened, Cain's face showed surprise. In front of the two Joshuas is a team of knights standing in line here from where? The captain of the knights spoke up, "Viscount Joshua, listen, according to Emperor Marcus' orders, you are not allowed to leave this place. If you dare to disobey the order, you will be charged with treason." Cain looked worriedly at Joshua. "Master, isn't it serious? There must be at least 10,000 soldiers here, so that's it. Is Emperor Marcus afraid that he will reveal the truth behind the royal family? Such an action would only destroy the dignity of your Britain family." At this moment, a sound was heard behind the two of them. They surrendered. Duke Tremblin appeared, sword in hand pointed at Joshua, "Either surrender to the king's command, or my sword will be placed on your neck." Cain looked in horror at Duke Tremblin's appearance. Cain tried to resist, looked at Joshua and asked, "You just appeared and you are already under so much pressure, how did you overcome and escape that monster?" Joshua replied, "Yes, I am the owner of Joshua Sanders. After speaking, Joshua released magic power. Duke Tremblin is not weak, so you chose the latter. I have to offer my condolences to Duke Anyus first. Today he lost a son. Joshua's face became unsightly and he thought, in the end, things are going in an undesirable direction. To sit on the throne, I have to become a tyrant when I break my promise to Icarus. Just as Joshua was about to attack, a powerful voice rang out, "That's enough." The soldiers were suddenly shocked. I felt the murderous aura over there. How could one person radiate such terrible murderous aura? His footsteps stomped hard on the ground cracked and broke into many pieces. Outside the gate, Duke Anyus slowly approached. At his feet were a group of knights lying scattered. Cain looked at the person who came and said, "Master, it seems a terrible demon has appeared." Duke Tremblin said affirmatively, "I didn't expect you to appear like this. Even if you were him, you would be afraid of my lineage, right?" Duke Aiden von Anyus. Duke Tremblin said, "I came here on your majesty's orders. You must have grasped the situation already. Or, he intends to go against his will. Would a father do that in front of his child in a situation like this?" Behind, a knight's voice rang out, "No way, Duke Anyus." They begged miserably, "Think of your family, isn't this a subjective choice? You're our idol, please think again, Duke Anyus." Duke Tremblin also chimed in and said, "Look at them, Duke Anyus, don't think your actions are just a personal matter, please stand aside." In response, Duke Anyus still firmly said, "Should I say it a second time, take back your sword, Duke Tremblin." Looking at Duke Anyus in front of him, Joshua didn't understand why. Wasn't he just a concubine, the second person to be kicked out of the house? He had never looked at me once in his previous life. Now that you see that I have grown up, you feel resentful for no reason. Applause rang out, "Very good, very good." Count Ariel stepped forward and said, "What a scene of a warm family reunion, don't you think so, Duke Tremblin?" Count Ariel smiled maniacally, "Now we know their intentions, why bother, let's just do our job." To get rid of these traitors, Count Ariel did not say much, but directly took up his sword and rushed forward. But very quickly his sword was blocked by Duke Joshua's sword. Duke Tremblin also rushed forward to attack. Joshua glanced at the incoming sword. "Magma power, protect me." Immediately, a spark of fire enveloped Joshua's body. Cain asked worriedly, "Master, are you okay? What just happened?" Duke Tremblin was blown away and said incredulously, "Why is this so?" Joshua said, "Do you think I ran away because of fear, Duke? Or maybe because I'm young, you underestimate me." Joshua took out his spear and said, "Before worrying about how to deal with Duke Anyus, you should worry about finding a way to capture me." Joshua glanced at the person behind him and said, "And you too, Duke Anyus, I don't want to cause any trouble for the Anyus family. I still live like that until now, and I still intend to continue living like that." Joshua coldly ordered. Cain immediately responded, "It's me, Master." Joshua ordered, "We have to get out of here quickly, quickly open a way out." Cain received the order, "Yes, I will accept this mission." Duke Tremblin holds his sword and releases magic power. "I told you, if you want to escape from here, you must surrender according to the king's orders. Or die by my sword, choose one of two ways," Duke Tremblin said as he rushed forward to attack. Duke Anyus rushed forward, blocking the attack. Shouted Duke Tremblin, "Do it Aiden," shouted Duke Anyus, "That's enough." Duke Tremblin questioned, "Are you going against the king's orders? In Avalon, aren't the king's orders supreme?" Duke Anyus growled, "Everyone is equal before the law, that's why this country is not getting better." Duke Tremblin ordered the soldiers behind him to quickly stop Joshua Sanders. Cain rushed forward to open the way for Joshua. "Get out of the way." Cain fends off the soldiers' attack. Cain gritted his teeth and thought, "The royal knights are stronger, but I have also become strong." Cain said confidently, "No way, this is Cain's sword with the great sword Anyus." In the distance, a group of strange soldiers rushed forward. Joshua Sanders put down his weapons and surrendered immediately, capturing the criminals. Cain was stunned. "Master, isn't this too stressful? The royal knights are stronger than they were at Cromwell. We should find another way, no need to go to the main door." Joshua shook his head and replied, "No, If I keep running away like this, it would be like feeling guilty for something I didn't do. You stay away for a bit." Joshua obeyed and replied, "Yes." Joshua's eyes were cold. "Stop. From now on, anyone who tries to stop me, no matter what rank or status, will lose their life. From now on, anyone who tries to stop me, regardless of rank or status, will lose their life." They gradually lost consciousness. The soldiers immediately fell down. Count Ariel rushed from behind frantically. "Isn't it the Aurora? What a useful ability, can you lull me to sleep too?" Joshua picked up his spear to fight back. Count Ariel said, "You know how to end this, why are you hesitating? Are you afraid that this world will say you're the worst?" The light shined out, so blinding that nothing could be seen, only white. Count Ariel stood still, his eyes wide open in surprise. Looking at Joshua behind him, Count Ariel asked, "Why don't you cut his head?" Joshua said lightly, "Cutting off everyone's head is not the right move. I cut off your hand very neatly, you'd better put it back together quickly, don't chase me anymore." Count Ariel smiled and said, incredibly benevolent, "Okay, you go." Count Ariel finished saying this, his whole body collapsed. It seems like no one can stop you. Remember what I said the last time we met." At the Royal Infirmary, Ra Den Hog sat on the hospital bed and said thoughtfully, "I'm really too embarrassed to meet you, Great Prince Kisser, not somewhere else on Avalon, but right in the royal palace that I guard. Such a disrespectful act happened, yet I was unaware of it. I was unable to stop them, truly God." Before he could finish his sentence, the first Prince Kisser interrupted, "Don't be too strict with yourself, no one can predict what will happen to the third Prince Caislian. So don't hold all the blame on yourself, you should quickly recover and return to your position, Avalon needs you, Captain Ra Den Hog." Hearing these words, Ra Den Hog said nothing, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long while, the first Prince Kisser stood up and said softly, "Now I can go ahead, no need to stand up to see him off, you just rest." Balmung, standing on the side, saw this and bowed his head respectfully and said, "I hope you have a safe journey, Prince Kisser." The eldest Prince Kisser nodded but did not say anything, seeing him pass by. Baldong continued talking, "But then what will happen to Joshua, Your Highness?" The eldest Prince Kisser turned his head slightly and slowly said, "Joshua had his title removed due to his contempt for royal authority, now he was just a wanted criminal with a bounty on his head." Hearing these words, Baldong bowed his head slightly and replied, "I understand." The great Prince Kisser walked towards the door, then stopped and said, "Very well, then take good care of Captain Ra Den Hog." Waiting for the first Prince Kisser to leave, he looked towards the closed door. Den Hog suddenly asked, "Interesting, Baldong." Balmong didn't understand what his captain meant, he asked with some doubt what he meant. Ra Den Hog curled his mouth and said, "A young man not even 20 years old, can actually stir up Avalon, the strongest knight empire in the entire continent. To be honest, I still can't believe the rumor that Joshua defeated him single-handedly. Where is that mercenary king? However, he surpassed me, even the attacks of Duke Tremblin and Count Ariel could not trouble him." After that, he was able to arrogantly walk out of the royal palace gate. Joshua may be the first person under 20 to reach the position of elite. This kid will inspire many people. The Empire is lucky to have so many outstanding young talents. Baldong still said a little worriedly when he heard that, but now he... Before I could finish my sentence, Ra Den Hog interrupted, "That's why I will take responsibility for this scandal and resign as captain." This statement made Balmong extremely surprised and immediately exclaimed, What are you talking about, suddenly resigning?" Ra Den Hog nodded calmly and replied, "Like I said, for the sake of the country's young talents, it's time for an old man like me to retire, so I want you. Become the next captain, Balmong. If you refuse, I don't blame you, because I know better than anyone that you're not ready yet." Baldong is indeed not ready. He hesitated and couldn't say a complete sentence. Balmong's hands clenched tightly. He remembered a sentence that Joshua once told him, "Motivation is the key to pushing the limit, so let's set a goal. Isn't the position of captain of the Royal Knights very desirable?" This sentence kept echoing in Balmong's ears. At this point, he didn't need to think too much and immediately responded, "I'll accept it, I can shoulder this responsibility, Captain." Inside the palace, looking at Ducanius tied up below, King Marcus coldly said, "Aiden, in just a short time you have blossomed into fatherly love. You've caused quite a big problem. It's really not like you at all." Ducanius heard that and said, "This time you have gone too far, your majesty." "Too far?" King Marcus raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you know how many times I turned a blind eye?" Ducanius retorted harshly, this time, what he ignored was the actions of the fourth prince, who stood aside and witnessed the murder of the third prince Caecilian. Seeing that this was a bit too much, Duke Tremblin quickly reminded him, "Ducanius, reconsider your attitude in front of His Majesty." When Ducanius heard this, he turned around and said in a cold voice, "You are no different from Duke Tremblin. In the first place, a devil like you doesn't care about the taboos of this continent." These words successfully angered Duke Tremblin. His face immediately turned a little colder. Ducanius didn't pay any attention and continued to speak, using the immortal army to turn the Hubalt Empire into a battlefield, secretly allying with the Swallow Empire and punishing neighboring countries. In the Hubalt situation, there was a fierce conflict between the Emperor's faction and the Pope's faction, then as if adding fuel to the fire, the Holy Grail suddenly appeared. "You should reconsider, Your Majesty, whether that child, Joshua, who overcame Cromwell and faced the solar judgment, is it a boon or a curse? He must make the final decision to eliminate that uncertain variable. Only then can the Empire shine brightly under the name Britain. No, it should be said for your own selfish benefit." Hearing the other person say this, the anger in King Marcus's heart immediately flared up, his eyes flashed a cold look and he said in a cold voice, "You've crossed the limit. Are you really planning on baring your teeth against me and turning your back on the Empire? Do you want to abandon your family, your clan? I don't think you can be that cruel, right? Calm down. I have no intention of harming your child, as long as our plan goes smoothly. Furthermore, isn't your son the one who can shine in times of chaos? If he achieves something else outside of Avalon, I promise to personally invite him back." Not being softened by these words of enticement, Ducanius spoke slowly and slowly. He had never thought about. Will it point its sword at the Empire? But right now outside of Avalon, in a certain forest, a horse carriage is slowly rolling. Ash, Joshua's servant, was sitting in the car, with his arms crossed over his chest and his mouth open to scold. "You bastards, he said that sooner or later I would be able to serve the leader of the mainland. How dare they throw me out of the royal palace, not even telling me where to go? Just wait and see, if I ever see you again." While talking about this, the carriage suddenly shook violently. Ash was startled and cried out, "What's going on?" He quickly opened the carriage door and jumped out. Seeing the coachman running away, he quickly shouted, "What's going on? Why did you stop?" The coachman heard the call and cried out in fear, "Someone save me." Ash didn't understand what was going on and called out, "Hey, that guy, tell me clearly." As soon as his words ended, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This figure said in a cold voice, "Come back here, look at you better than before, child of Ilunbus." Ash was startled when he heard this voice. He was scared, his whole body trembled and cried out, "Why, sir?" "That's right, the figure that just appeared is the demon dragon in its human form." He smirked and said, "Now is not the time to waste time. Do you know who Joshua, that human child, is looking for, or not?" The demon dragon walked closer to Ash, felt it for a moment, then raised his eyebrows and said, "It's Asmodeus's fake contract, Zerath. Who once approached you, then betrayed you, causing the elves to fall to this path." This sentence made Ash extremely shocked. He opened his wide eyes and exclaimed, "Huh, Zerath, what a betrayal! That person sacrificed his life and my family to protect our secrets." The demon dragon heard him say that, then he let out a breath, put his hand on Ash's shoulder, full of sympathy, and said, "You are worth it, love, child of Ilunbus. The nature of humanity is selfish and ambitious. It was he who betrayed you and took away the roots of the world tree. If you had known, in fact, it's time to stop looking for Zerath and do my job." Ash, hearing these words, his hands immediately clenched and he shouted, asked, "Where is Zerath?" The demon dragon removed his hand from Ash's shoulder. He closed his eyes, paused for a moment, then spoke up. "He is in the Great Plains of Ias. In a place called the Magic Tower, built by humanity by robbing us of things that belong to us." At this time in the Magic Tower, there were two people who came from nowhere run to These two people are Thadarpian Witsoaks and Iseline. Observe the river in front of you moment. Thadarpian Witsoaks frowned and said, the current is too strong, I'm just a burden, just go alone. Hearing the person next to him say that, Iseline quickly shook his head and said, no, we will go back together, no matter how long it takes. This word before he could finish speaking, a group of hooded people came running from behind this person quickly shouted, there they are, at all costs do not let Thadarpian Witsoaks escape, it's an order from the new master of the tower, unite the formation, kill them all. Hail, Avalon Empire, Floral Palace. Ellen put a cup of hot tea on the table and happily spoke, it was unbelievable. The princess not only escaped the boundary of life and death and was able to get out of bed, but also regained her sight, as if the gods had blessed her. Princess Cercerin heard that and nodded and replied, truly, it's like a miracle, if only I could remember what happened to me. Ellen heard this sentence and suddenly asked, you still haven't recovered your memory? Princess Cercerin nodded and replied, yes, I still can't remember the time after I turned 10 years old. But every time his name is mentioned in the royal family, my heart aches. Speaking of this, she immediately remembered Joshua's face. A moment later, Cercerin called out, Ellen. Hearing that, Ellen bowed her head respectfully and said, yes, sir. Princess Cercerin asked, not too quickly or too slowly, is the captain of the royal cavalry named Joshua? Night comes, in the capital of the Avalon Empire, Akardi. Icarus was wearing a tight cloak, hiding in a corner and listening to a group of soldiers rushing past to warn each other, don't delay the search, there is a high possibility that he is still hiding in Akardi, based on in the event of a situation, use flares as soon as you encounter them to call for help. Avoid acting alone. Waiting for these soldiers to go away, Icarus gently jumped out and ran quickly in one direction. She ran and thought worriedly, this situation seems more serious than I thought, I need to go back to the captain immediately, instantly. Icarus was so busy running forward that he didn't notice that a soldier had seen him behind him. But at this time inside a house, Joshua looked at the person opposite him and frowned and said, it seems that Emperor Marcus does not want Britain's power to be weakened. It also explains why he chased me so hard. Hearing him say that, Cain immediately replied that holding an important position in the royal apparatus turned out to be a poison. Looks like we have a bunch of challenges ahead. While talking about this, the door of the house was forcefully pushed open from the outside. Icarus hurriedly rushed in and exclaimed, have you both lost your mind? Why have I only been to Akardi for a few days and I've already become a wanted criminal? There's already a huge bounty on the heads of the captain and Mr. Cain. After speaking for a long time, Icarus immediately stepped forward, pinched Cain's ears and shouted loudly, as your subordinate, we should have guided him in the right direction, now we know what to do. Cain couldn't escape Icarus, he endured the pain and helplessly cried out, I'm sorry. After tormenting Cain to relieve his anger, Icarus immediately turned to Joshua and said, what should we do now, Captain? Joshua was still quite calm, he slowly said, first we need to leave Akardi. Hearing that, Cain immediately turned around and gave his opinion, then go to Reinhardt, I would rather be treated like a king in wealth than be chased like a dog in this place. Icarus heard him say that and quickly shouted, anywhere except Reinhardt. Hi, why? Cain asked confusedly. Icarus said very seriously, Emperor Marcus must have already considered that we would go to Reinhardt. Suppose if the king of Reinhardt became an enemy of Avalon, that would give the emperor a reason to invade, he will challenge Reinhardt. Joshua sitting on the side also agreed with what Icarus had just said, he raised his hand to stroke his chin and thought, yes, she was right, we cannot endanger Reinhardt. Moreover, if this news spreads throughout the continent to the magicians, once we enter, it will make Reinhardt's image worse in the eyes of the continent. At this time, Icarus, standing on the opposite side, continued to speak out. With the political situation now being very unstable, at the borders of each country, especially opposing countries, there are a series of military barracks established, erect. War is very close. Hearing her say that, Cain quickly asked, does that mean a continent-wide war is about to happen? Yes, there is a high possibility, Icarus replied. Besides the three empires of the three rivers, the movements of the remaining two countries are also very unpredictable. Cain still didn't quite understand and continued to ask, which country are the other two countries? Icarus neither fast nor slow explanation, one is Duke Uravis Thranho. as everyone knows, and the other is, still. Before he could finish his sentence, Joshua interrupted, Terra, right? Hearing this name, Cain immediately exclaimed, Terra, the kingdom famous for magic, why are they? Joshua slightly smirked, then immediately answered Cain's question. The timing seemed a bit different, but maybe it was fate. Anyway, our destination has been decided, let's deal with all the urgent matters first. Is Plateau. While talking about this, someone outside pushed the door and walked in. This situation happened so suddenly that Cain immediately drew his sword and took a defensive stance. Joshua also stood up, waiting until he saw clearly who was coming. He smiled and said, Cain, sheath your sword. Cain was still on high alert, clutching the sword in his hand and not letting go. Joshua knew he was worried, so he smiled reassuringly, it's okay, Alpha Nu Eta, I'm one of my trusted teammates, like you. After saying that, he turned around and looked straight into the eyes of the person who had just arrived and said hello, it's nice to see you again, Katniss. The person who just entered was Katniss, the 12th captain of the Royal Cavalry Battalion. He walked up to Joshua, then immediately knelt down and bowed his head and said, I'm really sorry, Captain, Units 11 and 12 all really wanted to follow, but we can't leave our family behind in Avalon, please forgive us. Hearing him say that, Joshua pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, it's okay, Katniss, I understand, don't worry anymore, get up. Katniss raised his head and smiled and said, thank you, Captain. As if he remembered something, he reached into his shirt and searched for it, saying, oh yes, I have a letter for you. A man named Assassin King came to my unit and said, I will go to Reinhardt first and handle everything. Receiving the letter, Joshua said excitedly, it seems we have received more help. Is this letter also from the Assassin King? Katniss shook his head and replied, no, this is a letter from Princess Circeran. Hearing this name, Joshua was extremely surprised and exclaimed, Circeran. Standing on one side, Cain suddenly burst out laughing and said, at this time the princess still sent a love letter to the captain, maybe the princess really wanted to run away with the captain. Hearing the person next to him start talking nonsense again, Icarus immediately raised his elbow and punched Cain in the ribs and scolded, please read the situation. Cain immediately fell silent and said nothing. Icarus took a few steps forward and said, Captain, we're too late, let's depart. Receiving this reminder, Joshua immediately nodded and said, okay, right away. Having said that, he advised Katniss, even if we are not together, I still hope that God will always bless you and all the members forever. When Katniss heard this, he clasped his hands tightly and said with great emotion, you too, Captain. Looking at the backs of the other three people leaving, the Katniss standing behind quickly shouted, let's go back. At the magic tower. Evergreen exclaimed in disbelief, what a shock, even though it's not a real body, to affect the vital circuit, the origin of life. What the hell happened in the secret room under the 4th Imperial City, Lord Baraboo? Baraboo heard this and turned around and said, as expected, Joshua's spear. That is truly a demon. Evergreen heard that and cried out in horror, demon spear, do you mean the devil's creation? How could such a thing appear in this land? Baraboo curled his mouth and said faintly, no need to be so surprised, it's just a devil's tool shell, the demon sealed inside probably isn't very strong, I will deal with it. More importantly, has the whereabouts of the demon dragon crevasse been determined yet? Evergreen heard the question and quickly replied, yes, I heard he was heading to the magic tower with an elf. Elf? Baraboo asked. Then he said, could it be a Loonbus? There are too many variables appearing at the same time when military preparations are about to be completed, it's not good. Evergreen, standing behind, quickly reassured him, don't worry, we have discovered the location of the original stone. The hurricane we've been looking for. Baraboo asked. Hearing that, he turned around and asked, hurricane, do you mean storm? Well, then as soon as the tower coronation ceremony is completed, lead the undead and create the leprechauns. Sure, Evergreen replied, then cautiously said, there's one more thing. What, Baraboo? Evergreen opened his eyes wide and said very seriously, recently the information about Asheru Ben Britain from Patron has spread throughout the palace. A bloodstorm will soon sweep across the evil duchy and the Britain royal family. Hearing these words, Baraboo raised his eyebrows and said, Wasn't that predicted by Heimdall? What I care about is 1. When the Emperor learned that the Princess of Avalon, who is mistakenly believed to be dead. I'm in the Principality of Anyus. I wonder what kind of face the Emperor will show. In a certain forest, an entourage was following a carriage, slowly moving forward. Lucia sat inside the car. She looked outside through the window, thinking in her heart, how pitiful. A political marriage that I don't want, like being sold, living like someone else's tool. I'd rather die. While thinking about this, I don't know when a war broke out outside. The surrounding soldiers immediately pulled out their swords and shouted, "There is an ambush! Where are the soldiers? Hurry up and protect the princess!" The ambush crowd was extremely large, constantly rushing forward, making the soldiers unable to keep up. A guard, just after repelling an enemy, quickly ran to the door of the carriage and hurriedly said, "Princess, we must escape immediately, please follow me." Before he could finish these words, a jet of hot blood spewed out, and the guard was slashed to death by a sword from the ambushing group of people. Lucia witnessed this scene and cried out in horror. Right when the situation was hanging by a thread, there was a bold figure walking towards her. The dream here was cut short. Lucia opened her eyes and woke up. Her face was now covered in sweat. Sitting up and rubbing her temples for a moment, Lucia silently exclaimed, "It's that dream again. I still can't get used to this nightmare. What does it mean?" Not wanting to sit on the bed anymore, Lucia walked closer to the window. The cold moonlight outside cast a cold glow on her beautiful face. Lucia sighed. At this time, she heard movement outside again. She frowned and said softly, "Who else is coming here at this hour? Could it be Joshua?" Lucia quickly went to open the door, but when she saw clearly who was outside, she spoke up in frustration, "Why are you here? Are you looking for me, Chiffon Knight?" Chiffon stood outside. Hearing this sentence, she immediately replied, "The Duchess wants to see you, Lady Lucia. Or should I call you by your real name, Princess Ashira Ben Britain?" At the tower, every shout of joy was raised. "Congratulations to Mr. Evergrande on becoming the new owner of the Magic Tower. May the light of truth shine upon our new owner." After hearing these words, Evergrande said with great satisfaction, "I sincerely thank everyone for welcoming me, who has carried the burden of this tower for a long time. Now let's wipe it away too." Ian's stagnant pond, breaking out from the barren fields of the Ias Plateau. "We will turn this entire continent into a private world for magicians, even more glorious and magnificent than the land I always wanted. We will declare the establishment of a continent-wide magical empire under the name of the new 9 stars, Evergrande." "Evergrande, long live Evergrande!" At his voice, the people below immediately stood up and chanted, "Long live the first level 8 great magician, for the hero of the tower, for Evergrande, one of the 9 stars." Evergrande slightly lowered his head to listen to all of these greetings. He curled his mouth happily and thought to himself, "It's time to choose one of these magicians to lead the undead army. We will create an undead army stronger than any other army." While thinking about this, the 7 magicians touched the piano next to them and called out, "Master of the Magic Tower, it seems that Thadarpi and Witsoaks and that mercenary girl have escaped our control. Please allow us to handle this matter ourselves." At the Ias Plateau, 3 Joshuas were approaching the gate of the plateau. Seeing a stranger coming, the 2 guards immediately asked, "What is the purpose of your coming to the Ias Plateau? Is there any badge to prove your identity?" Hearing this question, Cain rummaged around and said, "Where did I put my badge?" Seeing that the opponent couldn't get the badge out, the extremely vigilant guard shouted, "Moreover, if your destination is the Magic Tower, then the knights are not allowed to enter. Please return." Cain had now stopped searching. Hearing that, he exclaimed in doubt, "What? This is the first time I've heard this rule." The guard seriously replied, "This is a temporary internal directive, I hope you understand." Icarus spoke up extremely annoyed, "What does he understand? It's clearly an abuse of power, there are degrees to everything." Cain stood behind and nodded in agreement, continuing, "That's right, we're so sick of arrogant wizards." Hearing this sentence, the watchman raised his eyebrows and asked, "What is it, arrogant? Let's not deal with anything anymore. No matter what your status is, you are not allowed in, so go back." Seeing that the situation was a bit tense, Joshua coldly spoke up, Actually, I came here because I wanted to become a magician." "I don't believe it," the watchman said. "A big guy like you would use magic." Joshua's eyes had now turned blue. He approached the watchman, then rolled his eyes and said, "Don't believe it, so let me prove it." As soon as these words ended, lava. He followed his hand and roared towards the nearby forest, then burst into an extremely fierce fire. Seeing this scene, the two guards cried out in disbelief. The power was truly terrifying. Icarus, standing next to him, quickly reached out to stop him. "Enough, stop, you will burn down the whole forest." Cain stood behind and whispered happily to Icarus, "Ha, at this rate you'll become a real scammer." Icarus nodded in response. From the beginning he was suspicious, as if he heard the two people behind him saying bad things about him. Joshua immediately turned around and curled his mouth and said, "This magic, I mean fireball, no, firewall." Hearing these words, a watchman exclaimed in panic, "Isn't the firewall a level 4 fire elemental magic? If you can do it by just chanting, then you must be at least a 5th circle magician, right?" The remaining guard heard this and quickly reminded, "Don't be fooled, the mana pit that the knight uses will go through the process of refining by cultivation method. The mana of each family is different. During that process, the knights can gain unique characteristics depending on their level of perception. Isn't there a precedent already, the knight with fire element characteristics, King Uravis?" Seeing that these two people were extremely stubborn, Joshua took the fireball back, put his hands on his waist and asked in a loud voice, still refusing to believe me, "Okay, I'll show you guys the skill with another element." As soon as these words ended, a flash of electricity immediately appeared behind Joshua. He introduced, "This is a lightning wave." As soon as I said this, a sound from nowhere echoed throughout all directions. "All magicians, please pay attention, we have located the whereabouts of the Thadarpian Witsoaks, summoning everyone, the magician in the trial tower immediately." And executed Thadarpian Witsoaks along with the mercenary magician who helped him. When Joshua heard this, he was startled and thought, "Mercenary magician, Iseline." The summoning sound was repeated again. A watchman heard it and immediately turned towards Joshua and said, "Didn't you say you wanted to be a magician of the tower? You're in luck. If you can bring some, the traitor mentioned here will not only be accepted into the tower but will also be handsomely rewarded." Joshua didn't want to joke anymore at this point. He shouted in a harsh voice, "Shut up, if you don't open the gates immediately, I will destroy them." Joshua's words had just ended, not giving the two gatekeepers any time to think. He immediately jumped up and kicked down the gate and rushed inside. Is Plateau, Tower of Trials. Countless magicians obeyed the command and immediately appeared here. Then they all shouted, rushed forward, and destroyed Thadarpian Witsoaks and his companions for our new magic empire. Saying that, they all simultaneously passed through the door of the trial tower and rushed inside. As soon as he entered, looking at the scene before him, a magician couldn't help but cry out in horror. "Is a giant." The last magician Zephyrus entered and saw that. He quickly shouted, "Keep moving forward, don't stop, this is the Tower of Trials, where magicians come to train, what you see is just an illusion, we can't harm you." A person who heard that immediately stepped forward to fight the giant. But after a while, this person gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "They are not illusions, they are real." Hearing this person say that, Zephyrus raised his eyebrows slightly and thought, "That bastard Thadarpian Witsoaks, this Tower of Trials was created by ancient magic circles, does he have the power to regulate everything? Never mind, whatever it is, it's just a matter of time." Thinking so, Zephyrus immediately raised his hand to create a wall of fire. The fire quickly flared up, starting to burn the giants in front of him. In a certain forest, drops of morning dew condensed on the tips of leaves and then slowly dripped down. Fell straight onto Iseline's forehead. She suddenly woke up, looked around in all four directions and whispered in bewilderment, "Where is this?" A person sitting cross-legged with his back turned to Iseline heard that and immediately spoke up to answer, "This is the 17th floor of the Tower of Challenges." Realizing who this person was, Iseline quickly exclaimed, "Thadarpian Witsoaks, what happened?" Thadarpian Witsoaks Spion turned his head slightly, his face was full of scratches, he spoke neither quickly nor slowly, "Don't remember, we were hunted for 4 consecutive nights, due to running out of mana we had no choice but to escape to the trial tower." Seeing that the other person was injured, Iseline asked worriedly, "Alpha Nu ate his eyes." "My eyes are fine," replied Thadarpian Witsoaks, then he continued, The destroyed magic circle is the problem. It is slowly recovering, but I don't know when I will be able to use it again. You should try to regain your strength. I don't know if the magicians in the tower have open defense lines to interfere with the magic, but both our teleportation and communication have been blocked, so basically we're stuck here. Iseline heard that and said helplessly, so that means there is no way to escape from the Star Tower. We have to fight and hold out until help arrives. Seeing her so worried, Thedarpi and Witsox immediately reassured her, don't worry, this tower is not easy to climb. The name of its challenging tower is not for fun either. This tower was built from extinct magic circles from ancient times. Magicians use them to practice, so when launching the tower, what welcomes those who enter are countless different challenges on the ground, each floor. And the higher you go, the stronger the monsters and traps. So we just need to keep avoiding them, climbing floor by floor until the tower's magicians give up. Hearing that, Iseline was still a little worried and said, but I heard that these challenges are just an illusion. That was before. Thedarpi and Witsox said, I made them as real as possible. Hearing the other person say that, Iseline asked suspiciously, why, you can adjust the magic circle yourself since ancient times. Thedarpi and Witsox nodded and smiled and replied, yes, because I manage this place, I have learned quite a bit. But once it's activated, I can't control it anymore. It gives me a terrible headache. Like this, it's either me or you or them. While talking about this, the surroundings suddenly shook violently. Iseline quickly jumped up and cried out, there was a commotion. Have they chased us down here? Thedarpi and Witsox also stood up. He was much calmer than Iseline. He looked around and said, is it really one of the 7 magicians like me? They are faster than I thought. Let's go Annie. Now our only hope is the rescue you mentioned. It must be an army capable of confronting the magic tower, right? Hearing these words, Iseline immediately said, it's not an army, there's only one person here to help. Thedarpi and Witsox heard that and was startled for a moment, then asked, how could one person fight against so many magicians? If it were Joshua, he would definitely be able to do it. Iseline nodded in agreement and then said, clasping his hands together, his eyes sparkling, he said, if it's Joshua, he's one of the best people on this continent. As soon as these words were uttered, Thedarpi and Witsox paused a bit. He thought to himself, is she also in the Suasua Association, the Joshua Fan Association that the group of female magicians founded? Damn it, I probably have to bury my body here. In the lower levels of the challenge tower, an extremely fierce battle is taking place. One by one, the giants were devoured by the fire of Zephyrus, and their moans rang out endlessly. Scorpino was also present at this time. He approached Zephyrus side by side. As soon as these two people gathered in one place, the surrounding magicians could not help but exclaim, what a miracle, Master, even if the monsters are real, they can't stop them. Let's go after the traitors, let's go this way. The day the tower's dream comes true is not far away. With the 7 magicians and Mr. Evergrande here, we can surely establish a true magic empire. Zephyrus, standing next to him, heard that and said, that Thedarpi and Witsox always likes to do petty tricks. What's the point of him reaching level 7? Before the words were finished, there was suddenly a loud explosion in front of him, followed by blinding flames rising high. The magicians saw this and were extremely frightened, running away screaming, what's going on? Being ambushed, the people behind were hit badly. Be careful, it's that damn knight, Avalon Spear, run quickly. Scorpino and Zephyrus were also extremely wary of this situation. Scorpino frowned slightly and said, if he was a knight of the Avalon Spear, then there is only one. Zephyrus finally spoke and finished the second half. Didn't have to wait too long. Joshua landed straight from above in front of the two people, Scorpino and Zephyrus, and finally asked, are you two commanders here? If you retreat now, I will leave you a way to live. Quickly stop pursuing Thedarpi and Witsox and Iseline. Hearing these words, Zephyrus couldn't hide his anger and roared, don't stick your nose into the tower's affairs. I will use this opportunity to avenge Jack, Firecracker. As soon as these words ended, an incredibly powerful fire was released, rushing straight towards where Joshua was standing. Joshua didn't bother to glance at him. He gently raised his spear to block Zephyrus's fire attack, then sent him flying straight back. The fire had now flared up. The trial tower was engulfed in a sea of fire covering the sky. Witness this scene. Scorpino thought in surprise, is that spear an enchanted artifact? but among the magic that controls fire, I have never seen anything like this. Is it an artifact from ancient times?" The surrounding magicians began to gather around Joshua and shouted in unison, "Quickly form a general magic circle, we will hinder the actions of this damn knight." Zephyrus finally, after taking one of Joshua's moves, now able to stand up, he turned to his companion and said, "Hey Scorpino, quickly recite our spell and use one move to knock that guy away." Having said that, Zephyrus finally opened his mouth and recited the incantation, "O dawn that illuminates the dawn, moonlight that illuminates the night." The energy of the moon in the night sky has half the origin, from this moment, become the red fire that causes everything to perish. Scorpino continued immediately. Who would have thought that just after saying a complete spell, Joshua seemed extremely impatient and came forward to stand between the two of them, opening his mouth and yawning. Then he raised his hand to rub his nose and said, "Not too quickly or too slowly, you magicians are really not suitable for fighting. Who would stand around waiting for a magician to finish reading the spell?" This statement was full of sarcasm. Scorpino roared angrily, "When did he get here?" Zephyrus finally shouted indignantly, "Do you still think that magicians can fight in close combat?" Joshua was too lazy to listen to these two people's nonsense. He raised the spear in his hand and then slashed hard at these two people. Joshua gave an amused smile and said, "The sixth form of spearmanship. Holy war." As soon as these words ended, a hurricane following Joshua's call quickly appeared and swept away all the magicians present inside the trial tower. On the 17th floor, Thadarpian Witsox also felt this extremely intense shaking. He quickly hugged Iseline tightly and exclaimed, "What are they doing that makes the entire tower shake so much?" Iseline thought for a moment and then said, "It seems they are determined to chase us. Can we hold out until Joshua comes after us?" "It's definitely possible," Thadarpian Witsox spoke up reassuringly and then said, "Besides me, the magicians are only focused on expanding their circle. They haven't even come close to the trial tower yet, so I dare surely they can conquer this tower that easily." Hearing these words, Iseline was much calmer. She nodded and replied, "I see, they will not be able to easily decode human magic from ancient times like me." Thadarpian Witsox Bion heard that and shook his head and said, "It seems you misunderstood. Humans did not build this tower. It was made by dragons." "Dragonstar," Iseline exclaimed in surprise. Thadarpian Witsox Bion nodded and continued speaking, "And the rules of the tower were also set by them. Each time a floor is completed, the tower will give a special reward." Iseline was a little suspicious and asked, "But so far we haven't received any rewards, right?" Thadarpian Witsox Bion nodded and said, "It's because you're with me. This tower recognizes its people. People who have completed a floor will not be rewarded again. My record in the tower is floor 37, so there will be no rewards for the lower floors." Iseline nodded, then asked curiously, "What is the reward for the person who completes the last floor? It seems like the reward will not be ordinary at all." Hearing that, Thadarpian Witsox shrugged and replied, "I'm not sure, but my grandfather, the owner of the magic tower, once told me that the top floor of the tower is where all the truth is hidden, including the tower's secrets." As he said, he walked up the stairs, came to a door, turned around, looked at Iseline and smiled and said, "I don't believe it, but that's what the legend says. Next is the 30th floor, the difficulty will increase sharply, so remember to try your best." Reminding Iseline such a sentence, waiting for her to walk up the stairs with him, Thadarpian Witsox immediately opened the door and walked inside with the person next to him. The scene inside the 30th floor looked extremely desolate. The place was enveloped in a faint, blood-red light. Taking a few steps inside to observe the situation, Thadarpian Witsox was covered in sweat. He wondered out loud, "Is this hell or something? So creepy, so strange. The 30th floor that I know is not like this. I didn't touch the system that changed the environment. What happened?" At this moment, there was a slight change in the distance. A rather loud noise rang out. Thadarpian Witsox and Iseline were both startled and alert, looking in the direction of the sound. Over there, Ash was confronting the person standing opposite him. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Zerath, the one who did these things is you, right? The one who wants to wipe out the elves? Answer me, Zerath." Hearing these interrogations, Zerath, or now Barbaru, curled his lips and replied faintly, "Even if I tell the truth, you can't do anything. Before I kill you, quickly go back. About a century ago, Humans and elves lived in harmony with each other, but increasingly, elves lost their position in human society and gradually, to protect their people and villages, they avoided human sight and ran to the ends of the continent. Where only the elves know, it has been the source of their life and all life since the beginning of time. That is where the world tree Yggdrasil resides. They built a barrier to prevent humans from finding them. There, they worked hard to rebuild their race. But one day someone stole the life source of the world tree and escaped. After that, Yggdrasil began to wither. Ash put his hands on the ground, his hands clenched tightly, thinking angrily, the origin stone is the source of Yggdrasil's life. And when it began to become insufficient, the power of Crevasse was used as a condition to borrow the demon dragon. I served as his minion for a long time to keep the world tree alive. All because of this guy Zerath de Corvus, who would have thought that he stole Yggdrasil's life source? I don't doubt him at all. Unable to bear it anymore, Ash raised his head and asked, why did you betray us? Where is Yggdrasil's source of life? Zerath heard this question and curled his lips and replied, what's the fun in saying you know, huh? How fun? Ash gritted his teeth and roared. Countless elves have died because of you. Today you will die in my hands. Before he could act, Zerath unleashed a move straight at Ash and coldly said, even if you surpass a level 7 human mage, you can't compare to me. Pausing for a moment, Zerath looked straight at Ash, who was seriously injured and couldn't stand up, before continuing, while you still have the chance, you should run away, otherwise you will die here. When you, the last high elf, die, the elves will lose their leader. Don't worry, I will soon enter the world tree and kill all the elves Kappa Iota Alpha. Then turn them into undead, and then that army of undead elves will have a new leader. Goodbye, nice to meet you, old friend. Zerath was preparing to strike a move to finish off Ash when a stream of ice spear power roared out from nowhere, blocking his attack. Ash answered, this scene is hard to believe. Is there anyone else besides us in the challenge tower? The person who just used an ice spear was Iseline. She looked at Ash and shouted, kid, it's time, run. Thedarpian Witsoak's spion right next to him was sweating. He scratched his head and cautiously said to Iseline, hey, I think we should also take care of ourselves, that guy's mana just changed. Indeed, Zerath now took control of the situation. He raised his hands, controlled the ice blocks and said, Evergreen. He still hasn't destroyed these bearded guys. What a pathetic guy, making me have to clean up again. A flash of fire flared up in Zerath's hand. He turned towards Thedarpian Witsoaks and Iseline and continued coldly, let me show you the king of death, the strongest creature in the middle of the earth. Up here, death, legendary undead, bone dragon. Following Zerath's call, the bone dragon roared up from the ground and floated in the air. Seeing this scene, Thedarpian Witsoaks cried out in horror, who was that guy? How did he summon something like that? Iseline, who was next to him, also panicked and replied, if I get caught, my life will be over, run away. The three of them had not run far before the bone dragon was about to chase them closer. Thedarpian Witsoaks turned his head slightly and scolded, damn it. Seeing the other person suddenly stop, Iseline worriedly exclaimed, Thedarpian Witsoaks, what are you doing? At this moment Thedarpian Witsoaks spoke very calmly, don't you see, we can't run away from it, we will lure it away, so you two just run away, as fast as possible. Without waiting for the two people Iseline and Ash to answer, Thedarpian Witsoaks shouted loudly, the twin tornado. An incredibly powerful tornado followed the Thedarpian Witsoaks' summons and rushed forward, surrounding the bone dragon's body. But this double tornado could not stop it for long, and soon the bone dragon surpassed a level 7 magic. Not giving up here, Thedarpian Witsoaks continued to use the wind wall. The bone dragon was not stopped by this move. It quickly rushed towards its opponent. Immediately after that, a loud explosion rang out. Standing in the blinding smoke and dust, both Iseline and Ash cried out in horror, to Thedarpian Witsoaks. At this time, on the first floor of the challenge tower, Scorpino was knocked to the ground by Joshua. Joshua slowly walked towards Scorpino and said coldly, go to the magic tower and tell Evergreen to wait there, I'm coming to find him. Scorpino was filled with indignation at Joshua. He endured the pain and stood up. While creating magic with both hands, he gritted his teeth and said, I admit that you are very good, but just wait, I will repay you for all the humiliation I have endured. Don't think you're the only special person in this world. One day you'll fall too." Having said that, he immediately turned to the surrounding magicians and gave the order to raise the anti-magic barrier and return to the magic tower. In the blink of an eye, Joshua was the only one left in the first floor of the trial tower. He told himself, "This is not the time for me to fall, but the time for you to fall." Looking around in all directions, Joshua saw a door. He quickly walked forward, a bit skeptical, guessing, "Is this the door to the next floor? I will meet Iseline soon." Stepping through the door to the tower, seeing himself inside this tower, Joshua raised his eyebrows and said, "Huh, is this a challenge for this floor, a fight with myself?" The person inside this floor looked exactly like Joshua. Suddenly a voice rang out in Joshua's ear, so it turned out to be a doppelganger. Hearing this voice, Joshua immediately asked, "Lugia, do you know what this is?" Lugia was quick to reply, "A perfect replica created by God himself. A legendary monster that has been extinct for thousands of years. I don't know if you have seen it, but I can see that he is at the emperor level. In other words, he is a double king." Hearing this, Joshua let out a sigh of admiration. The doppelganger was interesting enough, but he was also a king. Lugia noticed Joshua's worry and continued to warn, "So you must be careful, a dark creature of this level does not belong here." This made Joshua a bit confused. He immediately asked, "Why was it in this place, let alone to save the race?" Lugia did not answer this question but continued to rest. Joshua immediately raised his spear. He himself inside this tower floor also made the same move. Two identical lightning spear techniques were fired, causing the second floor to rumble. Retracting the spear, Joshua exclaimed in horror, "What a shock! It can even copy magic spear techniques, he's emperor level." Lugia suddenly spoke up, 2,000 years ago, this guy defeated a bewildered lizard." Hearing this funny name, Joshua immediately asked again, "Do you mean dragon? I can't believe he defeated a dragon." Waiting for Joshua to finish exclaiming, Lugia continued to speak, "Doppelgangers are that strong, they have infinite endurance." Hearing that, Joshua nodded slightly to show he knew, then he continued to raise his spear to start the next attack. Joshua shouted loudly, "Magic spear technique, phase 2, second move, violent whirlwind." Seeing that the opponent continued to show off the same moves as Joshua, Lugia immediately spoke up, "This guy copied the opponent's power exactly the same as at the time of copying. When did he copy my power?" Joshua asked. Lugia quickly answered, "Probably when you walked through the door." Hearing this answer, Joshua immediately looked straight into his opponent's eyes and asked, "Can you use Bronto's ability?" Without waiting for the other person to answer, Joshua immediately shouted, "Bronto, Sugahak's Wrath." As soon as these words ended, a thunderclap came. The people inside this tower were completely bewildered by the new move that Joshua had just used. He could only stand motionless on the spot. Seeing that, Joshua immediately curled his mouth and said, "No matter how much you copy, you cannot defeat me, imposter." After saying this, a move with terrifying power roared out. The body creates the ground. The soul gives birth to the sky. Magic Spear Technique, Stage 6, divided in two. This move divides the spear in Joshua's hand into two halves. One spear points to the sky, the other spear points to the ground. The Magic Spear Technique advances to Stage 7, which is creating heaven and earth. On the 30th floor, facing a bone dragon with amazing power, Ash immediately stepped forward. He raised his hands high and opened his mouth to scream, "Hail!" Iseline also stood aside and summoned a layer of ice wall. Two streams of power roared straight towards the rushing bone dragon, blocking it. Thedarpian Witsoak's Pion has now regained his strength. He quickly attacks then turns around with the two people next to him. "We still have one more spell left." Fire Department. As soon as these words fell, a terrifying stream of flame followed the Thedarpian Witsoak's hand and rushed forward, encircling the bone dragon inside. Zareth didn't know when he ran up behind Thedarpian Witsoak's. He curled his mouth and said in disdain, "That's a good name, I don't know if it's effective or not." Hearing this voice, Thedarpian Witsoak's was startled and turned around in alarm. On the other side, the bone dragon was not affected by the fire at all. It roared loudly. A powerful stream of magic power shot straight towards the two people, Iseline and Ash, who were standing. This magic power was extremely strong, blowing Ash back a bit. He bent down slightly, using both hands to hold on the ground to stabilize his body. Ash cried out in horror. The spell had no effect at all. As soon as he said this sentence, Ash's whole body was blown up into the sky. Zerath didn't know when he came here. He looked at Ash and curled his mouth and said, "It seems we have more passengers. Thanks to you, this trip is no longer lonely. Your trip to the other world will surely satisfy you." After saying this, Zerath immediately raised his hand and squeezed Ash's neck. Seeing that the situation was too dangerous, Iseline quickly used meteor power to surround Zerath's body. Then she quickly rushed in front of him, used an ice spear and then hit him hard downwards. But Zerath was extremely strong at this time. A stream of magic erupted around his body, completely blocking Iseline's ice spear. Zerath said contemptuously, "What a weak master charm. If you can last until now with that, you're pretty good." As soon as this sentence ends, he immediately hit Iseline with a strong blow, knocking her back a bit. Just as Iseline was about to fall, Zerath clenched his fist. "Control Iseline in mid-air." Iseline's body was now full of large and small wounds, but she refused to give up and tried to escape Zerath's control and opened her mouth to speak. The breath of the cold northern wind could even freeze fire. "This is the purest mana in the world, you know." Hearing this, Zerath curled his lips and replied, "It's admirable that you can endure my attacks like that. I'll give you special permission to stay with Tau Alpha. After you become a corpse, it is an honor for you." After saying this, he quickly raised his hand and prepared to finish off Iseline. At this moment, Ash walked up behind him and hurriedly shouted, "Stopped. Let them live, this is between the two of us, that's enough." As soon as he said these words, the bone dragon had already chased after him. It raised a sharp claw and then loudly collapsed on Ash. Zerath stood next to him and smirked, then used force to grab Iseline and said in a harsh voice, "You know that, right? If you don't have the strength, what else can you do but surrender? Don't tell me you didn't realize that after all these years of fighting. So if you want to get what you want, you must have strength. Even if you have to sell your life to the devil, you must do it." The situation at this time was very dangerous. The ground here began to shake violently. Zerath saw this and wondered, "What the hell is this? Why is the ground divided into two halves?" Seeing this person appear, Zerath stammered and exclaimed, "You are Knight uses spear." Ash quickly recognized this person. He quickly shouted, "Young master, calm down." The person who just appeared was none other than Joshua. Thadarp and Witsok saw this person and immediately thought to himself, "That idiot, the more I look at him, the more talented he becomes. How many floors did he go through to get here?" After resting, he turned towards Joshua and shouted a reminder, "Hey, be careful." As soon as these words finished, the bone dragon acted. It opened its mouth wide and released a powerful stream of magic power, piercing straight into Joshua's body. He was thrown back by the bone dragon, falling straight to the cold ground. Iseline was still being restrained from above. Seeing this, he worriedly called out, "Joshua, what's wrong with you?" Zerath walked towards Joshua, speaking neither quickly nor slowly. He didn't expect him to run here after being chased away by Emperor Avalon. Did he come here with the thought of getting the final reward of this trial? You failed like this because you were too greedy and wanted to get to the top quickly, you pathetic person. I'm so disappointed in you. Just as he was about to raise his hand to hit the person lying on the ground, suddenly another figure thundered down from above. This person spoke up, "Who do you think is the pathetic you here?" This person who just arrived is indeed Joshua. He sent Zerath flying back for a while, then picked Ash up and smirked, saying, "Just as I thought, the Baraburu I saw in the fourth prince's secret basement was fake." Iseline witnessed this scene and asked suspiciously, "Are there two Joshuas? What the hell is going on?" On the other side, despite encountering an unexpected situation, Zerath was still very calm. He chuckled and said, "Good, now we can eliminate all the troubles here immediately." Black Ball. Seeing a move Zerath was about to execute, Joshua immediately got into a preparation position and used level 7 spear magic. This is the creation of heaven and earth. Saw this move of Joshua? Zerath shouted contemptuously, "You idiot, this black ball is my highest level magic, you definitely won't be able to last. You think that by signing a contract with a demon you can block everything, this dark energy." The words here suddenly fell silent. Looking at the magic that was about to strike, it somehow faded in his hand. Zerath cried out in horror, Did my highest level black magic just disappear? Moreover, the sky has already been torn apart, how could you? According to Zerath's words, the sky in this tower gradually became blue again. Somewhere a few rays of morning sunlight could be seen shining on the grassland below. Everyone's injured bodies also gradually recovered. Seeing this scene, Zerath looked straight at Joshua and gritted his teeth. How could the sky not be torn apart? You changed the environment here by breathing life into it. Isn't that the power, strong of the star gods? Impossible. I command you, my army. With all my power today, I will send you bastards to hell. You should also fight me with all your strength if you don't want to regret it. Hearing all these words, Joshua gasped for a moment and then leisurely said, if you want, I will show you my army. As soon as he finished speaking, the headless cavalry lord immediately appeared right behind him. Not wanting to waste too much time, Zerath immediately gave the order and rushed forward. The two sides began to fight each other. The headless Night Lord shouted an order, everyone, advance. I only saw a chaotic battle, red blood splashing everywhere. The neighing of horses echoed throughout the sky. Caeslian bravely holds the sword and shouts, all of you receive judgment from the power of the solar sword. All kneel before my lord Joshua. At this time, Zerath also refused to sit still. He used the dragon bone technique. Dragon immediately struck a palm towards Joshua. Realizing the emergency situation, Joshua immediately used magic spear technique. Dissecting the tree, the power from the move seemed to pierce everything. Delivering a strong blow to the bone dragon made it roar in pain. Joshua forcefully pulled out the spear he had just stabbed it with. You ordered, first of all? Sit down. Immediately, the bone dragon's body fell to the ground. Below, the entire army and undead beasts stopped. This made Iselin and Thetarpi and Witsox exclaim in surprise. He defeated the bone dragon in just a blink of an eye, laughing and saying, after all, this guy had once punched through a block of ice with his fist. However, if everyone found out, the entire continent would suffer a huge shock. Iselin wondered, what do you mean? This continent strictly prohibits the use of black magic to create zombies. However, this is not simply a few zombies, but a huge army, and the person behind it is the greatest spear knight on the continent, praised by thousands of people. This power of Joshua will make people feel afraid and betrayed. As a result, the entire continent will seek to eliminate him. Iselin expressed, I thought it was a big problem. Rest assured, once they will understand it themselves, they will understand what it is. She blushed and replied, how wonderful a person Joshua is. Then everyone will fall in love with Joshua. Thetarpi and Witsox shouted angrily, I know you are his loyal partner, but please don't show too much, okay? Suddenly Ash said nervously, enough chatter, let's concentrate. Look, I don't know what that magic is anymore. Each stream of magic continued to fiercely attack Zerath. But, Zerath keeps recovering. He seems to be irresistible. He is no different from his undead army. At this time, Zerath, who had just been cut in two by Joshua, was slowly recovering. With that, the zombies he controlled also gathered. Caeslian's eyes fought with them continuously. Now he seemed tired. He thought to himself, they are also ghost knights like me, but their recovery speed is much faster than mine. There wasn't even the slightest sign of fatigue. Suddenly, lifeless corpses suddenly gathered. They seemed to have the understanding to arrange their shields into a row. And then, they suddenly attacked the army Caeslian was commanding. Realizing that, he immediately raised his sword to defend, and anyone who attacked him would be destroyed. However, he still wondered. The undead army rushed forward in a chaotic manner, but now they were able to maintain their formation. There must have been someone behind the command. Looks like it's not what Lord Joshua is doing, it's likely another leech. If I keep being beaten like this, I'll definitely lose. Suddenly, a dark light stabbed towards Caeslian, but at that moment, Iselin performed magic, erecting an ice wall in front of him. Thetarpi and Witsox said, Lich has no other weakness except his lifeline. Surely he hid it somewhere that only he knew about. Unless we find his lifeline, they will continue to revive endlessly, Iselin replied, therefore, they will become a true army of immortals, neither feeling pain nor suffering, can die. However, with only Joshua here, they can't hurt us. Hearing these words, Thetarpi and Witsox said to himself with a worried face, wait, Joshua's mana, Dark energy and endurance will be exhausted sooner or later, so we have to find his lifeline, leprechauns, before that happened. At this moment, Zerath's large hand tightly grasped the spear and stabbed Joshua's man. He laughed loudly and said contemptuously, "You may have holy power, but you are still just a human." As your mana and magic power decreased, the gap in strength between us increased. Joshua calmly took the spear out of his hand and replied, "It seems like you've made a mistake somewhere. Do you think I don't know you're hiding your lifeline? Last time, at the fourth prince's basement, I was only able to seal you with a black ball of destruction, simply because I didn't know where you had hidden your lifeline. However, you were an idiot when I used all my strength, so I finally found it." Zerath was full of surprise, not to mention you still launched an attack despite knowing everything, so... "That's right," Joshua interrupted, "I was just buying time to search for the vein of life. More precisely, I've noticed the lizard hiding his life vein right there." After Zerath heard this, he shouted in panic, "Run away, Zelen!" Hearing these two sounds, Ash was startled and surprised. "Zelen!" At this moment, he raised his sword and approached her to threaten her. "Do you think we won't find you if you run away? It's over. Prepare to turn into thinly sliced meat." At the same time, Zerath suddenly teleported to the rescue. A bunch of losers at the bottom of society dared to point their swords at him. "You are the one who must disappear." As he finished speaking, he unleashed a strong attack on General Altsima. But then, Joshua's familiar move appeared, Magic Spear Technique, Level 5, 4th Technique. Preparing the lightning strike, a bright light flew in front of him. Zerath quickly blocked Zelen, who was holding his life in his hands, to watch out. Joshua declared coldly, "Too late." The light pierced the red ball of life. Zerath's eyes widened in pain and he screamed loudly, "My lifeline!" Then it fell to the ground, gradually disappearing. Joshua glanced at him and muttered, "It's over, Barbaru." In the last moment, Zerath's voice whispered, "It's impossible. I possess the power to destroy an entire country, but why?" Joshua said nonchalantly, "It is said that trees are extremely generous to people." "What? People probably destroy countless trees, even burn forests for personal gain. However, despite that, trees still give them sweet fruits, shade and fresh air. Not for anyone else, but for those who hurt them," he shouted. "What nonsense." Joshua smiled brightly and said, "To me, your existence is just that, and the undead army that you worked so hard to build, will all belong to me. Barbaru, the tree of unconditional generosity." These words made him widen in surprise. At this time, Ash ran to Zelen, hugged him in pain and called out, "Zerath, why did you do this? Zelen, that's your only daughter, why do you treat her like that? Why do you turn her into a bitch?" In the past, when he was still in Alunbus, the first time he met Zelen he held her hand and asked, "Are you Zelen?" making her surprised and ask, "Are you?" Alunbus held her hand tightly and said, "I am an old friend of your father, a friend. I'm truly sorry, for everything that happened." Now, Ash angrily asked, "What crazy person would do that to his daughter? It's no different than killing her twice." Zerath laughed mockingly, "You are so naive, don't you realize that we are very similar? What, just like how your species treated the squid to satisfy their dirty desires? We have also been betrayed and crushed by them. Why do we have to endure all the pain and misfortune when we have done nothing wrong? Because we don't have enough strength, don't have enough talent, don't have enough status, don't have enough power, don't have anything. Therefore, I sought something called absolute power, a power that no one could overcome, an army so powerful that it could wipe out an entire empire. An army that is absolutely loyal to me, not humans, Zelen. This child understands that desire, so he wants to become a part of my power." Ash sadly watched Zelen disappear in his hands. "So that's why you need Yggdrasil's life source, you want to use it to create an immortal army." Zerath frankly admitted, "Yes, that was the easiest method to achieve absolute power, a contract with the unharmed Supreme Demon King, who possessed the immense power of evil. After all, even if I offered my soul as a genius magician, I couldn't guarantee that a top-level devil would appear and agree to form a contract with me, for so, we need to sacrifice something they are craving." Hearing that, Ash couldn't help but grit his teeth. "You were blinded by hatred, you betrayed your loved ones, betrayed your daughter and turned her into a monster. You still think you did the right thing? He used his last moment to reply, you once told me that you wanted to create an alliance of the clan. If humans still exist, do you think it will come true? Joshua replied, it is not impossible, after all, there are people who realize their wrongdoing and are working to restore the forest. The old man tried to forcefully say, is that true? Humans will never change, they are swallowed up by lust and desire, they will always crave and will destroy everything. That's why, there are many people who think like me, especially, if it's him. He would never. Before he finished speaking, he had completely turned into dust. Finally Zerath ended his long life. However, instead of the thrill of successful revenge, Baraburu left Joshua with an indescribable feeling of insecurity. At that time, on the other side, Thadarpian Witsox sighed and whispered, I can't stand it anymore, I'm exhausted. Iseline, while dealing with the undead, worriedly tried to reassure, don't give up, Thadarpian Witsox, you have to hold on, wake up. Thadarpian Witsox replied, do you think standing up is enough? The bone dragon has revived again. Unless that damn liar's life vein stops, there's no way I can fight. Suddenly, Joshua came and loudly ordered, all of you, stop. Hearing those words, the zombies suddenly stopped. Joshua stepped forward and continued, this is an order for the Baraburu zombie army. Submit to me, kneel before me. Joshua's sharp eyes made the zombies scared. They immediately knelt down in respect before his authority. Joshua looked at the bone dragon and commanded, Bone dragon, come to me. Immediately, the bone dragon rushed towards him. This made Thadarpian Witsox silently exclaim in surprise, no way, he was subdued. Is that a bone dragon? At this time, the bone dragon stood next to protect Joshua. The living corpses then disappeared immediately. Their auras were absorbed by Joshua. He seemed satisfied with these sources of energy. In just the blink of an eye, everything disappeared. Thadarpian Witsox silently exclaimed in surprise, he really didn't expect it, he could do it. Suddenly a voice spoke up, who would have thought that Zerath's death would be so meaningless, losing a subordinate like him is truly a pity, he was also quite submissive. Iseline asked confusedly, communication magic, is there anyone else here? Joshua calmly replied, it's Asmodeus. Thadarpian Witsox asked in panic, you mean Asmodeus, the high-level demon that the Lich made a contract with? As he finished speaking, Asmodeus continued, even so, it's nice to see you again. When you appeared, I felt like I wanted to dance. Thadarpian Witsox thought to himself, it's really him, he looks exactly like the Asmodeus I've heard about, he appears like something in Middle-earth, what is his purpose? Asmodeus continued, since the disappearance of the demon gods, the 8 demon kings with the power of sin have been fighting tirelessly to conquer the power of the demons. I was hoping that someone could break the fragile balance they created, of course, it wouldn't be easy, because to break that balance, the destroyer must have equal strength with them. From the bottom of my heart, I hoped that person would be me, then I would be able to regain my glory. So I came down here, despite all the risks to reach the astral world. However, you appeared before me like a miracle. With the power I know you possess, you will be able to disrupt the balance of the demon world and rebuild it in no time, unfortunately I cannot do it myself. Ash thought to himself, the master is at the same level as the 8 demon kings, can a human have such ability and strength? Perhaps if an archangel is resurrected in human form then maybe he can. Joshua wondered, how can I believe that? Aren't you Asmodeus, the demon of greed? Tell me your true purpose. Asmodeus replied, if you are curious, come see me, I will wait for you on the hill in the Black Moonwood. The light that once shined the brightest and the only darkness that existed. Iseline heard this, she silently wondered, the only light, and the only darkness. Asmodeus continued, this is my last gift to you, I look forward to our next meeting. Joshua immediately sealed the contract. Thadarpian Witsox exclaimed in surprise, sealing the contract, isn't that used to make contracts with humans? What the hell is Asmodeus planning? Is he planning on giving that spear knight to another demon? Ace replied, I'm not sure, but a contract with a demon won't bring anything good. When he saw Joshua slowly entering the seal, Ash shouted in panic, Master, what are you doing? You can't predict which demon will appear to make a pact with you, come back, it's very dangerous. Joshua calmly replied, I don't care, whoever appears will become the prey, not me. Even if one of the 8 demon kings appears, I will still accept to sign the contract. Having finished speaking, he reached the middle of the ceiling center. A stream of power radiated out. Ash said in fear, if this continues, if a demon king descends to Earth, the whole world will turn into hell. Stop it. Joshua calmly asked, are you here? Immediately after that, a ray of light shined out in front of him. Joshua's eyes began to change. Thadarpian Witsox said, this whole place is filled with demonic energy. What kind of demon is that? Not to mention the demon king really came down here. Ash trembled and replied, maybe that's it, with this much power, he should at least be on the same level as Asmodeus. Suddenly, a cute pink spirit appeared, making everyone startled and surprised. Iseline said fondly, oh my god, so cute, no wonder people say that empty boxes make loud noises. After returning, Iseline hugged her red face and thought, I can't believe there are 2 Joshuas. One of them is a doppelganger and the other is real, but even so, this still makes my heart flutter. Thadarpian Witsox silently exclaimed, he didn't expect that a legendary creature like a doppelganger would be in the Tower of Trials, by the way. Suddenly he thought of something, his eyes looked mysterious. Thadarpian Witsox turned to look at Ash and shouted loudly, hey, how long are you going to cling to my back, it's so annoying, let go. Ash trembled and replied, what about you, don't you think that QQ is strange, come on, you can tell it's not a normal demon. Thadarpian Witsox replied, you will know, after you have done what needs to be done, then calculate. He silently wondered how to handle Evergrant now. Then he said, hey Spear Knight, we don't need to climb the trial tower anymore, right, then let's get out of here. Joshua replied, but I'm curious about the final reward of the trial too, more, now. Suddenly, Crevasse spoke, now is the time to leisurely climb the Star Tower. No one is allowed to step up to the bottom floor, that is where the Master of Darkness resides. Thadarpian Witsox exclaimed in surprise, since when did you stand in front of us? I didn't feel your presence. Ash bowed slightly and did not forget to scold him, you stupid human, if you don't want to get into trouble if you're in trouble, it's best to show respect first. That's the Black Dragon Crevasse. Thadarpian Witsox was surprised, the Black Dragon, a high-level demon, now a Black Dragon. What the hell is going on in the middle world? Joshua replied, it is not allowed, who decides that? Crevasse replied, this is not the time to stand and argue with me, right, soon, the entire continent will be submerged in a sea of blood. Even the Goblin Forest and the town where you were born and raised are no exception. Now that I know you are the only Master of Darkness here, we have a lot to talk about. But if you ignore my advice and continue climbing the tower, it will be difficult for our relationship to stay like that. Choose to continue climbing the tower or return and continue to maintain this relationship. Faced with this threat, Joshua pondered for a moment. On the other side, at the mansion outside Akardi, Vanessa leisurely sipped wine and said, isn't this very interesting, we live in the same palace but have never met. Yes, we have different mothers, and we were not in the palace at that time. But I'm still happy to see you like this, let's be peaceful from now on, Lucia. Oh yeah, I was wrong. I should have called you by your real name, Ashir Van Britten, but let's get along. Lucia said with a sad face, I don't know what you're talking about, I'm just a servant. Vanessa laughed, I know everything, you don't have to pretend. I know, you pretend to lose your memory just because you're worried, something will happen to your only child, right? That's why I will help you, all you have to do is, convince Ducanius to announce that Babel is the official heir. At that time, I will ask Emperor Marcus to forgive Joshua's sins. You can't live if your child dies, right? Suddenly, a voice came from outside, interrupting their conversation. Duchess Vanessa, there's a problem, can I come inside? Vanessa smiled slightly. And Lucia still sullenly bowed her head to the table. Vanessa called, sure, come in, what's going on? Chiffon walked inside, placed her hand on her chest and solemnly greeted. He nervously reported that Emperor Marcus had just announced that the current 5 Grand Ducal families would only be left with 3. Vanessa frowned and stood up, what? Chiffon hastily explained, unfortunately, Duke Anyus was also among the eliminated dukes. As soon as she finished speaking, she shouted loudly, "What the hell are you talking about? What about the Duke? Why didn't Aiden do anything when the Emperor announced?" Chiffon replied, "The problem is that I heard this news from the palace, but maybe Duke Onius was too sad after hearing the news that young Master Joshua was expelled from the Avalon Empire. People said he went downstairs, implicit. That's why no one knows where the Duke is." Before he could finish speaking, suddenly a group of assassins rushed in. Chiffon shouted loudly and asked, "Who is it?" Black Wind replied, "I'm not interested in a low-level knight like you. I'm here for Princess Ashir Van Britten. Come with us, Princess." On the other side, in a dark room, the shackles were removed from Duke Agnew's hands. At this time, Duke Onius and his entourage were returned to freedom. He was brought before King Marcus. He said, "I am truly heartbroken. A father must suffer the consequences for not raising his children properly. What a stain on Avalon's reputation, the Dark God, well, that is. Children of the family, not like feathers, but also like wings." He continued, "However, don't worry, Aiden." He stood up with his hands and continued, "You are a knight recognized by everyone, right? I will give you a chance to ask for forgiveness. If you can prove your loyalty to me. And besides, I can forgive you for what you did to my sister Ashir." These words made Duke Onius's face darken. "Marcus threatened with sharp eyes, kidnapped her and forced her to conceive your child. You know better than anyone the punishment for those who dare to threaten the royal family. Don't tell me you don't know. You've gone too far to protect that dukedom of yours. So, that's enough treason. Prove your loyalty to me, then, Duke Onius's position will still be safe. Won't you defend it for your father's honor?" Aiden? Back about 40 years ago, at the party, when Marion, the second daughter of Baron Pescaros, was standing alone. Suddenly Douglas Van Britten walked up and said, "Have we met before? Which family do you belong to?" Marion gently lifted her skirt in ceremony, bowing from Marion, second daughter of Marquis Pescaros, to the son of Avalon, Crown Prince Douglas. "Baron Pescaros, isn't that a family on the western edge of the empire? I didn't think there would be such a beautiful person there." He raised his hand and lifted her chin teasingly. What did the young lady think? "If you become my wife, you will be able to live in a luxurious place like this, and above all, I will fulfill all your wishes." Hearing these words, Marion couldn't help but feel scared. Her face darkened and she stammered, speechless. "Everyone is talking. She has been noticed by the Crown Prince. He doesn't know how many wives he has. Isn't this the fourth one? A baron with no voice. Who can ignore it, this meeting?" Marion trembled and tightened her skirt. "No, whether I refuse or accept, I have no future anymore. Even if I marry him, as soon as he loses interest in me, the other wives won't leave me alone. On the other hand, he won't leave my family alone if I refuse. What should I do? What can I do?" Suddenly, Onius stepped forward to relieve the situation, asking for forgiveness. "Crown Prince. However, she was betrothed to me." "Douglas is full of doubts. She is betrothed to you." Tobin replied, "Yes, Marion grew up with me, and she knows me better than anyone else, so, because I didn't want to miss her, I proposed and we got married. Please take it back, your request, sir." Protected by Tobin, Marion affectionately silently called his name, Tobin. But Douglas felt dissatisfied with this situation. Time passes, seeds germinate, leaves fall, and warm spring comes again. Finally Marion gave birth to her first child. Tobin happily said, "You did very well, I am very proud of you. Look at this healthy child." Marion whispered back, "The baby looks a lot like you. It will become elegant like you. Do you have a name for our baby yet?" "I have it, a person who doesn't care about the surrounding eyes and always maintains his dignity. I hope your soul is as tolerant as a god. A name worthy of that would be." Words of God, Aiden. I want my child's name to be Aiden. When he grew up, Aiden did not exceed everyone's expectations. Time gradually passed. Soon 13 years had passed, at Avalon Royal Academy. Marius and Aiden are fighting. While fighting each other, he constantly provoked in the fight, "I didn't expect to be sparring with you here, Aiden." Aiden replied, "It is an honor to fight with you, Prince. I learned many things from this match." He closed his eyes, remembering what Tobin, his father, once told him, "Just play normally, then lose, This is not unheard of. There is no benefit if you win against the prince, so losing is fine, no loss. He thought to himself, played normally and lost. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention, Marius angrily swung the wooden sword in his hand and shouted, "How dare you distract me!" Aiden reflexively swung his sword to strike back, causing him to fall weakly backwards. Marius was angry. "Damn, this bastard, you lowlife, how dare you play tricks?" Aiden frowned angrily and asked, What did you just say?" Marius sneered and mocked, "I said you are low class. Isn't your mother a dirty slave who took advantage of the family name to sell herself to the big family? Not knowing her position, she dares to refuse the emperor, right? Your mother is ungrateful and dirty." Faced with such insults, Aiden angrily slashed his arm, causing Marius to hug his arm in pain and scream in pain. Aiden's face was full of anger. He waved the wooden sword in his hand and loudly questioned, "How dare you insult my mother? I will not forgive you." Witnessing that scene, the guard panicked and stopped him. "Young Master Aiden, have you lost your mind?" "Stop there," but he didn't have time to stop. Aiden swung his sword and slashed down. The sword pointed straight down at the youngest Mary kneeling on the ground in front of her, just a few centimeters away from his shoulder. Another sword suddenly appeared to block him. The third person appeared to prevent this incident. It was none other than King Marcus, who was still a prince at that time. He smirked and looked at Anius and asked, "Interesting, but can you bear the consequences? Anyone who harms the royal family will not have a good ending. You'd better kneel down and beg for forgiveness." Duke Anius then darkened his face and did not respond. Marcus's smug smile deepened and said, "Don't be arrogant, little Duke Agnes." Later, at the Avalon Palace, Duke Deben knelt down on the ground and quickly begged, "I was very embarrassed, Your Majesty, please punish me instead of the spoiled child, please be merciful." Behind him, Anius's hands were tied tightly, and Lady Marianne was also bowing her head. King Dulot sat on the throne, looking down at him from above and said, "Deben, you think too highly of yourself. It's true that the youngest Prince Mary doesn't speak properly, but he makes it disabled, making it unable to use its hands anymore. A prince is also my flesh and blood. The crime of intentionally harming the royal family will be counted as treason. But you think your life is enough. Isn't the Principality of Anius the pillar of the Avalon Empire? Out of respect for your devotion to the empire, I will let the parents bear the blame for the child's misdeeds. But not you, but your wife, Marian. She will be a maid serving in the palace." Returning to the family mansion, Anius expressed in his father's room, "I'm very sorry, father. Even if you object, I can't let mother bear the blame for me. I will personally take her home." Duke Deben didn't turn his head to look at him, just asked, "What can I do?" "We cannot do anything, because we lack strength." Ben's words pierced Anius's heart. He made a big plan to get stronger and enter the palace, where his mother was. When he grew up, Anius became a master, a title desired by many knights, the youngest master of the empire, no, of the continent. But, his mother passed away before leaving the royal family, and returned to Anius. While he was standing silently in front of his mother's grave, the temple came to report, "Little Duke Anius." As expected, the Dulot Emperor's health gradually decreased. It seemed like a bloody war for the throne between the princes are about to happen. "This chaotic situation is a golden opportunity for us," Agnes said with hateful eyes. "Yes, this is the time for a revenge. I will personally destroy the ungrateful royal family." So, Anius swore on his mother's grave to take revenge, the first target being Princess Asiru von Shore. She is, the Lucia we know. The princess carriage was attacked, everything was broken. Princess Asiru struggled to lie on the floor, cowering as much as possible to avoid those things falling on her. When everything was quiet, she slowly looked up, her eyes showing fear. Before her eyes, Anius, full of hatred, appeared. The man's cold eyes stared at her. Not knowing how much time had passed, the knight of Avakan was sent to the place where the carriage was attacked. Looking at the ruins left behind, the calf-level knight affirmed that even though it was burned, the cut was as sweet as this, proving that the person who cut it was very skilled, so someone was also hunting for the princess. "We must find her at all costs." In a small house deep in the forest, Asiru lay in bed and woke up. No help. But when she looked at everything around her, her eyes could not hide her suspicion. "What is this? Where are you?" Anyus standing next to the window suddenly spoke up. It was peculiar. At first I didn't recognize him. Blue hair is not a typical feature of royalty. But blood flows through his veins, no change. Asaru asked bewilderedly, "What do you mean by hissing? I'm at home and why am I remember." Memories of being attacked suddenly appeared in my head. She remembered that at that time, someone suddenly attacked and repeatedly killed the knights protecting her. A cold gaze filled with murderous intent stared at her. Asaru was full of panic. She looked up at Anyus and confirmed that it was him. Thinking she remembered what he did, he frowned. But the next second, Asaru smiled and said, "You saved me from that monster." These words made Anyus a bit stunned. A moment later, Anyus called the doctor to check on the princess. After checking everything, and looking at her eyes, the doctor concluded that it seemed like she had experienced a huge psychological shock. Witnessing murder for the first time probably caused her to lose her memory. Am worriedly expressed, "This is very serious, if she can't remember who she is." Anyus said, "No need to worry, her strong bloodline will be the guarantee of her value. Be careful, go to the royal court and remember to pay close attention. Perhaps now is also the time when the youngest Prince Mary fails to increase his power with a political marriage, so we need to pay attention, observe how the prince's struggle for power took place." Upon receiving the order, Trong immediately replied, "Yes, I will follow your orders." He quickly rode his horse and set out on the road. Along the way he walked, next to the big trees, there were many suspicious people secretly watching. Time passed quickly, soon it became dark. Asaru sat on the bed holding her head and mumbling, "I can't remember anything. I can't remember my name anymore, who I am." Suddenly, a voice rang out outside the door, "Princess." She was startled and asked, "Who are you?" Suddenly, a voice rang out outside the door, "Princess." She was startled and asked, "Who are you?" The low-ranking knight of Avalon didn't know when he snuck in and opened the door and said, "We've been looking for you for a long time. Don't worry, from now on I'll take care of you." Asaru stepped back in fear. "Don't come closer." He stepped forward and tried to persuade, "It's okay, don't be afraid, I'm here to help." The image of the person being cut down suddenly appeared in her mind. Asaru panicked, held her head and screamed, "I don't want to die." Taking this opportunity, the other knight rushed forward. He covered her mouth. Then she pulled out the knife and raised it, intending to stab it down. She threatened, "Waking everyone up won't bring good results. For the sake of everyone, please be quiet and disappear from here." The knife stabbed down, just a few millimeters away from poking Princess Asaru's eye. But right at this moment, Anyus suddenly appeared, held his hand and questioned him, "Which prince sent you here?" "It can't be the great prince." The knight tried to shake his hand and asked, "Why is a famous person like you by doing so again? Are you trying to interfere in the power struggle between the princes?" Behind the door, a level A knight appeared and drew his sword and said, "The princess has been abandoned. All the princes want her dead. If you want to help the eldest prince, then you have chosen the wrong side." Anyus reacted quickly, immediately pulling out the red sword from his back to block him. Princess Asaru was also let go by the other guy and fell to the ground. Anyus alone dealt with two guys. In the small house, suddenly a strong commotion occurred. By the time everything was quiet again, the two knights of Avalon had been eliminated. Anyus glanced around and thought to himself, "It seems that besides these two, there is no one else left." With the current situation, it seems that the other princes have already joined hands to eliminate the youngest Prince Mary. If the first prince doesn't die, then not only his faction, but also Princess Asaru, who shares the same mother as the first prince, will also be chased. I can't just keep the danger around. He slowly approached Asaru, both hands raising the sword straight to her neck. Because the princess was about to be destroyed, it was best to aim for another prince now. The moment Anyus was about to strike, he suddenly stopped. Even though Asaru was threatened with fainting, in her unconsciousness, tears still fell from the corners of her eyes, her mouth continuously mumbling, "I don't want to die, I want to live." Agnes' eyes suddenly flashed, as if remembering something. When he was little, always clinging to his mother, his sparkling eyes said, "Mom, I want to be a knight, a great knight who will protect the weak." Marion hugged him and affectionately praised him, "I'm very happy to hear that. I'm sure you will soon become a great knight, a great and upright knight, not shaken by external circumstances." Returning to the present, he couldn't help but squint his eyelids. The sword that was about to stab Asiru also stabbed to the side. His eyes sparkled with sadness as he thought, I didn't think I would become such a knight. I'm sorry, mother. The youngest Prince Mary was murdered as I expected, by the person who sided with him, and was also the last person in the line of succession. Emperor Marcus, that was also when Marcus's bloody reign began. Then the Emperor Marcus purged all those who opposed him, and his brothers too, along with all his relatives. He purged all those born with blood. When there were no surviving brothers with the same surname, he usurped the throne. But Asiru Van Bohistun's position was forever forgotten, because, when she lost her memory, she became a maid in the house of Anus with the name, Lucia. Anus returned after many days. She and the maid bowed, congratulating young Master Anus on being awarded the title of Young Talent. Congratulations. He walked in front of his father. I'm back, father, are you okay? Duke de Ben sat on the family chair, constantly coughing and weakly said, I understand, you have returned. I will always be grateful to you. Thanks to you, the reputation of the Duke Anus family. Brighter and brighter. After saying this sentence, he also collapsed from the chair to the ground. Everyone screamed in shock, Father, Duke. That night, after the doctor examined you, he immediately reported back. He was just waiting for you to return, young master. He was probably very shocked, but you had to console yourself. Agnes looked at his father with pitiful eyes. Duke Ben tried his best to bring a letter to him instructing him, take this is a letter from the royal family. The royal family, yes, they will soon hold a coronation ceremony for the new emperor. They also want to arrange a political marriage for their child. Anus heard this and immediately widened his eyes in surprise. Duke de Ben shed tears and said tremblingly, I know what you are thinking, but Anus, your life depends on the survival of the family. Even though the bloody war of the royal family weakened their strength, then we don't have enough strength to defeat them. Subi also knew very well that Anus intended to take revenge on the royal family, but even if the battle between the princes weakened the emperor's power, Duke Anus did not have enough strength to challenge his authority of royalty. Anus understood this very well, and worked tirelessly to gain power. But with the martial arts power to bring him the unofficial title of talent, Marcus's strength is still much beyond Anus's imagination. Anus is still too immature to think about revenge on Marcus. In the last moments of his life, his father, Duke de Ben, tried to advise Anus, now is the time to build the power and influence of the family, gather those who will help you, try to achieve more achievements, and make everyone respect you as a hero. Like the great Emperor Avalon of the Aga Kingdom. After saying these words, his eyes gradually darkened, then slowly closed his eyes forever. Agnes couldn't hold back and gritted her teeth to shed tears. Emperor Marcus knows very well the truth that Duke Anus is always looking for opportunities to overthrow him. He can destroy the entire Duke Anus family, but day after month, the Anus family has a team. The knight was extremely excellent, and the Duke was revered by everyone as a hero, with the authority of the royal family wavering at the time. Eliminating the emperor's hero would make him attract many hostile elements, so Marcus decided to play it safe and arranged a political marriage, so he could take control of the family, Anus. Agnes also had no other way to stop the emperor, and had to accept the arranged marriage, until he crushed the family to pieces. Time passed, Anus and Vanessa quarreled. The arranged wife gave birth to a child. The child was clearly not Anus's child. At the party at that time, the prince kept flattering me. I knew this was the first time I met young Master Kali, but he would definitely become a brave knight just like Duke Agnes, young master, of Avalon. The future of the Duke family will be extremely bright. Vanessa then smiled shyly and said, oh my god, you said it so well. I thought so too. When our son, Kaliun, took over the Duke Anus family, the royal family will recognize us even more than now. Anus was silent at Vanessa's words. Vanessa used King Marcus' power to raise the ranking of the Anus family to the emperor's faction, so Anus had fewer and fewer allies within his own family. He sat alone at the dining table looking at the crowd in front of him. Suddenly Lucia brought the tea tray close to him. Here is the tea. Look at the beautiful brown cup of tea being poured before your eyes. Duke Anus looked at Lucia and asked, why is that so? I said you can leave. Why are you still here? She replied, I can't abandon the person who saved me twice and then run away. Now it's time for me to save you. and most of all, I like you to call me Lucia." Hearing these words, Ducanius suddenly smiled. "Good, I thought you didn't like that name." Then he picked up the cup of tea. After taking a sip, he complimented, "The tea is very fragrant, Lucia." The only person who could comfort Agnes was the blue-haired woman. No one thought Lucia was a member of the royal family, and so, Lucia became the rock in Anyus's lone battle against the royal family. And then, they slept together, but sadly, Anyus's feelings were not love, but loneliness and discomfort. Time passed. One day, in a panic rushed into Anyus's room to announce, "We are in trouble, Ducanius, Princess, I mean Lucia is pregnant." "I have been watching her very closely, I don't know who it is," Ducanius interrupted. "It's my son." "In a daze." "Yes, Duke, you and Lucia, what did you say?" He said frankly, "Lucia's pregnancy is mine. More importantly, have you heard anything from Ririca and PART2?" Trong quickly calmed down and replied, About that, they responded very positively, but I don't know if they will cooperate until the end." Ducanius put the brush down on the table and stood up and said, "That's enough, now we cannot trust each other. But soon, it will become cooperative relationships, then we will be free from Marcus's burden, and the situation will change. We just need to endure the pain a little longer, so wait, Lucia, and my soon-to-be-born child too. I will avenge my mother, and protect the family's reputation, just a little more, almost there. Now, King Marcus is threatening, Anyus, make a decision, pay for your crimes with a Syra Van Bohes, or submit to me." Ducanius knelt down and replied, "I, Anyus, want to obey the will of Emperor Marcus, the bright son of Avalon." But that was still not enough to satisfy him. Marcus continued, "Prove it, I will give you 200,000 soldiers, lead that army to capture the Song, where your son will lead, and present them before me, and I will believe you." Ducanius's face changed slightly, but then he accepted the order. "I will follow your orders and kneel at your feet." King Marcus smiled cruelly in satisfaction. The older he got, the more shameless his jokes became. "It doesn't matter, your only job is to lead the anti-singing army." King Marcus added, "And finally, Anyus, while taking over the Civ, the Duke Trembutterlin here will lead the army to the magical kingdom of Silk, and as soon as the Civ and Silk are tamed as determined, I will have the power of the entire empire gathered in one place, marching towards the Ragnus Plain, the border between the two countries. So, Anyus, once he has conquered the singing Civ, immediately lead his army to the Ragnus Flag Plain." "Clear, your majesty." After returning to his residence, Ducanius's face darkened. Looking at the scene of the devastated room, he became even more certain that, as he thought, he let him go, because he took Lucia as a hostage. "If I don't march to the Song siege, then Lucia will be in danger, but if I lead the army to the Song Civ, a neutral territory, then it will be the start of a continental war." "Interesting, Marcus." I opened the door and breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm so glad you're safe." "As soon as I heard the news, I went to the palace to help you, but the knights were ambushed." However, after looking at the room, he was surprised. "No way, this place was also attacked." Ducanius said, "They must have heard the news that Lucia was here and kidnapped her. Isn't it true that no one knows about Lucia except us?" "Why, we don't have time right now. Trong, I think this is the time, we will carry out the long-cherished plan," the Trong knight asked worriedly. "Isn't it too early?" The Duke's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he emphasized in a strong voice, "That's why I think this is the right time to gather all the allies currently in the Ragnus Plain." At this moment, a person came in and advised him that I think he should give up. "Because your rebellion will fail, Ducanius," who came in with those words, "is none other than Sister Rin." "Because your rebellion will fail, Ducanius," who entered with those words, "is none other than Cerceirin." Ducanius frowned. "How far can you see?" Cerceirin looked straight at him and said, "I can't answer, but one thing is certain, in the future I see, if you go to the great steppe flag Rarden, you will die." Hearing these words, both the Duke and the monk looked surprised. She continued, "What I ask is, that you become Joshua's guardian for a while longer, until my memory returns. For that, it's better for you to stop rebelling." Duke Agnes sighed and said, "Princess, you really don't know anything about Emperor Marcus, do you?" "Both me and the Emperor, we can't turn back now, This is the only way for me, no, for both of us to continue living. As for King Marcus at this time, he thoughtfully asked, Tremblin, before you attack the thread, go to the magic tower, and take the head of the Evergrande traitor who dared to betray the Empire and wag his tail at the tower. I even allowed him to experiment with corpses, yet he dared to stab me in the back and kill Dac Cain. Let's make him an example for traitors. Duke Tremblin expressed, Forgive me, my king, as far as I know, Evergrande has become the first level 8 mage on the continent. If so, it will be a waste of energy, time and money to capture the magic tower rather than Silk. It will delay the reunion with Duke Anius at the Rarden flagstep. King Marcus smiled and said, Don't worry about it, the Great Step Rarden flag is just a bait to lure Arden to come. I have given Arden the reason for his decision. The moment Arden concentrates all his forces on the Great Step, he will be greatly surprised. Tremblin replied, My king, with all my respect, my shallow understanding, I do not understand what you mean at all. He looked at the statue in front and explained, It's funny, even in politics, there are still many foxes who refuse to do their jobs. Have you heard this, right? The withdrawal of Rigveda, Arden trying to imitate the retreat of Rigveda. Before the current Avalon Empire was established, the strongest kingdom in history was the Asgard Kingdom. The last king of Asgard, Kunis. That person had a crony who was known as the strongest swordsman of that time, Rigveda. Similar to Arden, Rigveda became the enemy's worst nightmare, and was worshipped as a hero by his allies. However, Rigveda suddenly abandoned his path to write history. He single-handedly destroyed the kingdom of Avalon, killed King Kuni and built the Avalon Empire today, and thus, Rive's retreat was a complete success. Black Hay is truly terrifying. After all, the desire to avenge his mother always filled his heart, and yet he was able to hide his dark side for a decade. If he can take revenge like in history, he will be crowned a hero, or even an emperor, like Rigveda did in the past. However, history will not repeat itself, those times are long gone. I will prove that that idiot Anius will never be able to cross the river. Moonlit evening, at the Magic Tower. Evergrande, after capturing the tower, gathered his followers and shouted loudly, the door to the world where the Magic Tower ruled had opened wide. By participating in the World War, victory would be theirs. Before he could finish speaking, a notification suddenly appeared on the pin. Tower Master, please wait. What? We failed to take over Theta, due to the sudden appearance of spear knights from that Avalon. Evergrande frowned. Did Joshua get there? He said, If you give me another chance, I will lead the magicians again. No need, that guy was able to defeat one of the 7 great magicians when he was 10, you have no chance with him. We already have some suitable people in the trial tower, they will solve that problem, we have other things to do. Saying that, he raised his hand to perform some magic. Right after that, a gate opened. He said, I have found the Goblin Forest, 3,000 magicians gathered here, will come with me. We will take away the Genesis Stone, Hurricane, confirmed to be the World Tree Yggdrasil, you'll be here to seal and heal the injured mages. Touching the concubine, he replied, Yes, sir. He thought to himself, what the goblins call Hurricane, is the origin stone. Evergrande stood in front of the door and shouted, Open the door, take over the World Tree Yggdrasil, and receive the blessing of Mana to begin a new age of magic, teleportation. Then, a great light flashed through the door, carrying him and 3,000 wizards through. On the other hand, in the Goblin Forest, the World Tree Yggdrasil, the Hurricane Stone was continuously emitting mana. Forita saw this and wondered why the hurricane was so unstable, what was going on. A person hurriedly ran in to report, We're in trouble, she sighed, an unknown gate had just opened in the sky. She turned pale, it was an invasion, all the elves that could fight were on standby. In the sky, the door opened, from it, countless beams of light flew down. The Goblin Forest originally had a protective barrier, but it was currently being broken. Before long, a hole in the barrier appeared. Evergrande and the mages rushed into the forest from that gap, along with a group of subordinates as numerous as ants. Everyone was confused, the shield protecting the forest was destroyed, everyone, protecting the people in the village. The magicians landed on the ground, and the people of the forest also scattered. Evergrande waved his hand and commanded, I ordered all the mages of the Magic Tower to sweep the forest before your eyes, not leaving a single branch or blade of grass behind. At the same time, Kane's face was full of joy and laughed loudly. "This is not a dream, right? I can't believe it, I'm riding a black dragon. It felt like I became a part of the legendary Dragon Knight army." Iseline said, "The Dragon Knight team isn't the best, wouldn't Dragon Mages be better?" He replied, "Who cares, it makes sense." Icarus teased. He looked a bit disappointed that someone said that. "Clearly, our master isn't exactly a knight." Kane glanced at Joshua and agreed, "You're right, he can use black magic easily. What should we call him?" But right now he was staring at the letter thoughtfully. Lugi appeared in and asked, "That letter was from the clairvoyant princess, right? That's why she knew about your birth. I'm happy." Joshua remembered Earl Larry's words. He thought, "I finally understand what Earl Larry said at Siv Canyon, something happened between father and Emperor Marcus." Lugia smiled and said, "If it stays like this, won't your father be in danger? Should you just leave it like that?" He was silent. It would still happen, just sooner. Theta next to him suddenly said, "Oh, why is your face so serious? Not like me." Joshua raised his head and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to say something?" Theta replied, "About your deal. After suddenly coming to see me after the battle, blocking Evergreen in return made you emperor. Let's change it up a bit. I'm sorry to say this, but let me deal with Evergreen. You seem to have some kind of grudge against Evergreen. But I want to handle this myself. If you can let me do it, you don't hesitate to agree." "Sure, just do it, really. In return, I also have a request. You join the team of knights that I created. I will also pay you a salary." Theta was a bit surprised. But then he smiled again. "I didn't expect it, but okay, I accepted. There is no guarantee that killing the Evergreen will turn the magic tower back to its original state. I should also get another job just in case, so let's agree." Joshua immediately called, "If so, Kane." "Yes, master." He pointed at Theta and said, "Meet this new member of the Royal Spirit Knights, remember to take care of him." Kane happily said, "Yes sir, I promise to take care of him. Welcome to the Royal Spirit Knights, Level 7 Mage Theta." The Black Dragon Crevasse suddenly spoke up and reminded, "If you're done chatting, you should fasten your seatbelt. We're here. This is the Goblin Forest." As soon as he arrived at the Goblin Forest, Ash was extremely surprised. How could we see Yggdrasil like this? Yggdrasil is being severely devastated by the power of the Magic Tower people. Ash was extremely worried and couldn't sit still, while the Black Dragon was extremely confused. Someone had broken the barrier between the two elves. I was surprised that human magic could do such a thing. Ash thought to himself in disbelief, "I always thought that we, the elves, were always the most proficient in magic. How lazy we were to lose to humans, the species that copied their knowledge. It's my fault, I'm no longer qualified to be an Olympus." Joshua Sand seemed to understand very well Ash. He put his hand on Ash's shoulder and comforted him. "It's not your fault, don't be too harsh on me, Ash." Joshua was very calm and asked the Black Dragon, "There is something I want to ask before we separate." The Black Dragon replied, "What is it?" Joshua asked, "What is the final reward of the Challenge Tower? I'm a very curious person, so I really want to know right now." The Black Dragon also replied, "You want to know that much, so I will give you a hint. The Doppelganger is one of the final rewards of the tower, even if you have been chosen by the Doppelganger. In other words, otherwise, the final reward is even greater." The Black Demon Dragon said more clearly, "As big as a world like the true world and something that current humans cannot reach." Theta Pion Witsoaks doubted, "It means not being able to reach it." The Demon Dragon explains, "Is immortal, although Joshua may be an exception." Theta Pion Witsoaks asked in surprise, "We can't do it but Joshua can." Joshua spoke up to interrupt Theta, "This is enough, it's been like this and he can't answer clearly, it seems he can only say this much, that's the rule of the Tower of Trials, even though whether you have to climb there alone or not." Joshua turned around and jumped down. He confidently said, "Go down to everyone, then I will go first." When Joshua landed, Kane above me called out in panic, "Master." Kane also jumped down without thinking and followed Joshua. "Are you planning on leaving your servant behind?" "That's not the case." Icarus couldn't stop Kane even if he tried to advise. "Kane, wait, do you know, how high is this place?" Kane was not alone. Iseline also swooped down. Ash also hurriedly followed. Next, Theta Pion Witsox was also very surprised by Joshua's decision. I never predicted what he would do. Here we come, Joshua. Look at everyone's expressions, everyone is excited and determined to fight, not at all worried or scared. I thought Icarus would jump down too, but Icarus is an ordinary person, the Black Demon Dragon asked in surprise. You won't go? Icarus was embarrassed. Oh me. She scratched her head and explained, I'm just an ordinary person, you know. The scene quickly flashed to the canopy of the Yggdrasil tree standing tall in the middle of the goblin forest. The battle that sweeps everything from tree branches to blades of grass of the magic tower is still going on extremely fiercely. The people at the magic tower have the upper hand and are forcing people to interrogate the people who take care of the Arasan tree. Tell me quickly, where is the hurricane? At least I can spare you. They are getting stronger and stronger to threaten the people in the goblin forest. You'd better confess quickly, we don't have enough patience. Freya couldn't stand this oppression anymore. She rushed towards the magic tower people. You bastards, what have you done? I won't let you do whatever you want with Yggdrasil. When Freya comes alone, everyone knows that the power is too unequal. The magic tower people show disdain. What can an elf alone do? Let's burn this place to ashes with the power of the sun. Finished speaking, they started up, the power of the sun. The solar flares continuously attacked Freya. Fortunately, she was good at avoiding these attacks. Freya felt quite helpless before that terrifying power. The solar fire continued to pour down strongly. Freya had no choice but to continue to avoid it, but at the moment of danger, Joshua's power promptly came to the rescue. Freya quickly turned around and took out her bow and arrows. She hit the magic tower, went around the back of the magic tower people and shot arrows at them. Some of them fell down, causing the solar fire's cohesion to weaken. The remaining teammates were panicking. What was going on? They quickly reset the power of the sun. No, we still have the power of the sun. Everyone, attack with full force. They shouted in unison, burning. A large stream of fire gathered in one place and was shooting straight towards Freya. Freya also launched a missile shot. Dakapaka, she gave the order, everyone, use counter magic, be careful. Great lava was rolling and gathering at the tip of Freya's arrow. She has already shot the arrow. The ray of light from Freya's arrow soared and directly confronted the solar flare of the magic tower people. Freya had successfully extinguished the huge fire of the enemy group. She breathed a sigh of joy. At this rate we will be able to chase away the intruders. However, from among the smoke, Evergrant's voice rang out laughing, I recognize you. He continued, the way you can defeat 4th and 5th level mages so easily, compared to humans, you are above the master towers. Evergrant mocked Freya, but this is not enough, but I will give you a chance to surrender and hand over the hurricane. Freya also looks down on Evergrant, tower master level. Humans are always so pathetic, I can't believe you classify others based on their rank. If rank can accurately reflect a person's ability then it's suitable for threatening enemies. Freya also issued a threat to the magic tower people, according to what you said, I am as strong as a genius, right, so you should leave now, if you don't want to be killed. Evergrant showed a fierce face, he argued with Freya, I thought elves were all kind and innocent, but it seems I was wrong. He showed off his power. Who do you think was the one who broke the shield of a high-ranking fairy? Making everyone unable to react in time. His second lash summoned power and bound the elves. Only Freya was able to quickly overcome this tying scene. Evergrant was also quite impressed. That's good. He is extremely complacent, but my body-strengthening magic is much stronger than yours. Forced to the end, Evergrant continued to use tricks to force Freya to hand over the storm. He swung his hand and slashed at Freya's body. Freya screamed, took out her bow and arrow and fought back. While Evergrant wasn't paying attention, she shot an arrow right from his back. However, his reflexes were so fast that he dodged it. But Freya's arrow was a control arrow. If it didn't hit him from behind, it would circle back and follow Evergrant. He was surprised, the arrow was coming back. But he quickly countered with a gentle move, not forgetting to compliment Freya's techniques. Magic based on ancient languages seems interesting, right? Freya's arrow could not break the Evergrant's shield. No, the arrow was very strong, it penetrated the shield and threatened Evergrant's life. He was extremely panicked. He recognized Freya's strength, being able to penetrate even a basic shield spell. It seems like you weren't joking when you said you were as strong as a hero. Freya is crazy, you need to calm down, you can take that attitude away. The remaining elves also rose up and all shot their arrows towards Evergrant. However, Evergrant was not afraid of this attack, he was indifferent to the flying arrows that slashed people. Next, Evergrant snapped his fingers and prepared to launch the paralysis attack. He controlled all the arrows that attacked him. Freya was shocked, it couldn't be like that. Evergrant laughed loudly, clearly showing his disdain. 8th level magic was truly unimaginable. He quickly tied Freya up and lectured her, this is the difference between a genius and a 9-star magician. After tying up Freya, Evergrant rushed in to finish her off and gave up. Freya was thrown to the ground helplessly, unable to resist. Evergrant hasn't killed Freya yet, he pressed her and asked her, you better tell me where the hurricane is. Freya definitely did not confess, she calmly replied, kill me. Evergrant also doesn't want to say much, okay if that's what you want. He threatened her, after I read your memories and control your mind, you won't be able to resist. Freya was scared, she didn't expect Evergrant to go to this extent. Sure enough, Evergrant was able to control Freya's memories and see the hurricane. Evergrant satisfies, here it is. He slowly lifted his body up. Evergrant laughed loudly, if I can get the hurricane, I will pass level 8 and reach level 9. Evergrant was extremely happy, even though it was only limited to the wind element, this power surpassed even that of a dragon. Just a few minutes into the fun, Evergrant was immediately overwhelmed by the hero's appearance. Yes, Joshua Sant had appeared extremely strong and overpowered him. Joshua laughed at Evergrant, it's humiliating, Evergrant, if you were the owner of the hurricane, no one would accept it. Above the 9 stars is another giant planet shining brightly at the top. It is a giant star, a noble title that has never been bestowed on anyone. Evergrant is now bitter and determined to get the typhoon, with the thought that if he had the typhoon in his hand, he could have that title. Thinking about it, Evergrant used all his strength to attack Joshua with great hatred. What is the reason? What hatred do I have with you that you keep blocking my way over and over again? Great fire surrounded Joshua, but Joshua was easily overcome. Joshua even mocked him, it's really fun to see you working so hard. Evergrant angrily shouted back, do you think this is a joke? Are you not doing this for money or fame? Joshua calmly replied, yes, that's not what I want. Joshua remembered the words that Evergrant himself had told him in his previous life, there were people whose mere presence in this world was an immeasurable danger. He pointed out the name, it's who Joshua. Joshua in the present continues to talk to Evergrant, and speaking of which, there is something I want to teach you, Evergrant. There are people whose mere presence in this world is an unpredictable threat. Joshua asserted with confidence to overwhelm his spirit, and I am one of them. Evergrant's face turned pale, what? Joshua taught Evergrant with strong words, you're right, I don't need money or fame, because I want those things all the time but I can't get them, and I don't care about those things, there is only one thing that was once precious to me. Joshua's voice was serious and the memories of his past life came rushing back. He said, those were my teammates, or to be more precise, the trash bastards that I thought were my teammates. Next, Joshua reached out and pulled out the sword, telling Evergrant, and now I will show you, with this spear, the only thing you need to fear. Joshua pointed his spear straight at Evergrant, his tone confident of victory, with the unbeatable weapon that had destroyed all of the kingdom's enemies, I will deal with you right here. Evergrant doesn't know how to be reasonable and is even disdainful, whatever you think, it turns out to be just nonsense, I should have eliminated you from the first time we met. He silently ordered his subordinates, the wizards of the magic tower immediately activated the spell, sealing all the mana in Yggdrasil, and replied that the subordinates who received the secret orders also obeyed, yes, Tower Master. They lined up and began to set up a magic spell to seal the mana in the Yggdrasil tree. The Yggdrasil tree seems to have been successfully sealed. The magic tower people proudly mocked Joshua, even that delicious spear of yours won't be able to do anything in a place with no mana, this is the end for you. Suddenly, the rocks under and around the Yggdrasil tree exploded, they screamed in panic, what the hell is this? They scattered and ran away with the appearance of a person, what is this person? It is Lord Joshua's first knight. Cain along with Iseline and Pion Witsox appeared heroically to chase away the Magic Tower people. They ran away in fear. It was Cain's night, and the three people on Joshua's side did not want to spare anyone. They were brats. Hey, go away. Evergrande here feels extremely confused. Why hasn't the mana in the medicine tree been sealed yet? Pion Witsox was right behind Evergrande and calmly told him that it was because your magician army was all gone. Evergrande was startled by the appearance of Theta Pion Witsox. You trash, are you still alive? Theta Pion Witsox hates Evergrande. He angrily scolded him. That's right, you damn traitor, I'm still healthy, thank you for your concern. Theta Pion Witsox could not be patient any longer. The hero attacked aggressively. Hail! Evergrande temporarily stood still in one place before Theta's sudden attack. Theta Pion Witsox asked him in an angry tone, I thought you had gone down to the golden stream with your master, who would have thought you would come back to die? Pion Witsox rushed up, what have you done to the main tower? Evergrande wasn't scared either. He leisurely responded, how could I let those who stood in my way alive like that? If you miss him then let me send you off to meet him right away. Pion Witsox still throws arrows while Evergrande seems quite confident. How easy is it to block a simple attack like this? He mistakenly thought about the power from Theta Pion Witsox. He was close to burning death. Hey, Evergrande looks pitiful. He's about to turn into a marshmallow. A huge, resounding explosion took place. If I guessed correctly, death was probably the final result for the Evergrande. Pion Witsox with a steely face and hateful eyes declared, Evergrande, I will sacrifice you to my master tower. The Evergrande isn't dead yet, he's only slightly injured. He's speechless. Don't be arrogant. Hitting me once is just because I was careless, it's because you used that spear to intervene, right? Joshua refuses. Don't worry, I promised Theta Pion Witsox not to interfere in his battle. Evergrande is a bit shy. Are you guys serious? Suddenly he changed his face to be rude and contemptuous. Don't regret it. Joshua also teased, well it depends on the situation. Theta Pion Witsox not many words, he quashed loudly down. If you surpass me, then say it, I will kill you myself. Evergrande doesn't fit either. Stop being arrogant, a level 7 guy like you can't do anything to me. Theta Pion Witsox also knew this. He thought about finding a way. He couldn't reach level 8 overnight. The only way was to concentrate mana around his heart to expand the magic circle. It just needed a little time, enough for me to kill him. Theta is struggling to endure the pressure from her heart. Until he vomited fresh blood. Theta tried to endure and then used her strength to attack, doubling the tornado. Theta stood as if preparing to use another move. The destructive power is huge, the entire space is covered by that dual tornado move. But the Evergrande wasn't afraid. He mocked Theta, you idiot, with your ability you can't control level 8 power, you still don't understand why level 8 is called the magical stage. After hearing Theta, I was a little scared. Evergrande absorbed all of Theta's moves and sealed the magic. He got that magic seal. He boasted to Theta Pion Witsox, this time I acknowledge your magic is quite good, now it's my turn. He threw the magic stone towards Theta. He was surprised and startled by this action of Evergrande. Evergrande shouted loudly, giving back your magic. The twin tornadoes immediately broke and rushed out to destroy the surrounding area, but were sucked in by the Yggdrasil plant. The three Cains arrived, looking at the storm before their eyes. They were all surprised. Cain, Ash, and Iseline, the three of them stood still and watched that storm /. But Ash realized, Yggdrasil already. The hurricane is bright and changing. Freya's subordinates tried their best to wake Freya up, but she still hasn't woken up. They're worried. Haven't they been able to connect with Freya yet? I've lost contact with the floor below, even the guards here are here. Before I could finish my sentence, the Yggdrasil tree broke apart, and the hurricane also shot me out. The hurricane unfortunately fell into someone's hands. Is the name Evergrande? He firmly holds the hurricane stone and is proud. Finally I have it, I have divine power in my hands. Joshua Santats kindly reminded Evergrande, you will be cursed for destroying someone else's roof like that. But Evergrande didn't care, he laughed loudly and replied, you still look so calm at this hour, Joshua. He openly challenged Joshua, even if he is a monster like you, do you think you can withstand the power of the gods? Let me show you, taste it for yourself with that human body of yours. Joshua calmly said back, "Well, we have 2 of those." Evergrande didn't believe it. He said, "Stop talking nonsense, just 1 primordial stone is enough to drain your life force. If you had 2, you would be dead now." Joshua doesn't really want to talk to this guy, he's ready to attack, so let's try. Evergrande is still not aware of Joshua's power. He laughed mockingly, "It's really funny, you're crazy." He also rushed madly to kill Joshua. "Please die with that arrogance of yours." The 2 sides collided with great power, and the scene in the Goblin Forest was extremely explosive and chaotic. Trees were destroyed, land and dust flew in the air. Joshua held his spear firmly to attack Evergrande, and Evergrande brought something called false confidence to fight back against Joshua. Knowing he would win, Joshua smiled triumphantly and asked, "What now? Do you still think I'm exaggerating?" Evergrande panicked, unable to understand how this could be possible. Joshua taught him, "I told you, my mere presence is an immeasurable threat." To finish him off, Joshua unleashes his ultimate move, Magic Spear. Level 6, Deification. The next thing is to use a torpedo to dive down on Evergrande. Evergrande's trip is really miserable. He was continuously hit by Joshua's moves. Until he was about to die, Evergrande still wondered, "But I already possess the power of God." Death is inevitable for a traitor and cruel person like Evergrande. His body just fell into the abyss. He was not willing. Why did it end like this? Hey, he's not dead yet. The Evergrande is burning. He's screaming in pain. It's so painful. The pain is unbearable. He was chained tightly all over his body. Angrily asked Joshua, "What have you done to me? Why am I still alive even though I was split in half?" Joshua explained to him, "Don't you know yet? The Origin Stone has other powers besides its unique properties. Thunder is growth, lava is destruction, and hurricane is resonance." Joshua continued to explain to Evergrande, "Thanks to the resonance properties, you and he can use hurricane without restriction." Evergrande was irritated. "Stop talking nonsense, answer, what have you done to me?" Joshua smiled faintly. He whispered to Evergrande, "Hey Evergrande, I've been thinking about you for a long time. You don't deserve to live like someone else's dog all your life." Joshua provides information, people like via avocado, or goat rash and oak, they will stop at nothing to achieve their goals, so you join Kaiser, right? Joshua exposes Evergrande's plans. If he becomes Emperor of the Empire, he will fulfill all your ambitions of uniting the continent into a new magic empire. Evergrande continues to be exposed. "Well, if your ambition comes true, the Kaiser will die by your hands." The Kaiser can only stay silent and cannot argue back. Joshua still kept telling Evergrande some other information that he did not know. "Of course, Emperor Marcus knew your true intentions and used the Kaiser to meet your ambitions. But the Emperor doesn't care, you have never been a threat to him. He intends to use you as much as possible and then throw you away. You are also taking advantage of the Emperor. You both may think you have complete control over each other, but Emperor Marcus's plan has failed because he will die soon. And the Kaiser will take his place." Joshua said calmly, "This entire scenario would be possible if neither the Emperor nor I knew the true identity of the third force, who could control an 8th-level magician like you like a monster, good alms." Joshua spoke with certainty, not exactly a force, it was more like an individual. His name was. Joshua told Evergrande carefully and clearly that his name was Jindan. Evergrande still quietly listened to this news. His identity will soon be revealed, causing your entire plan to fall apart. After hearing this, Evergrande smiled faintly, "That's all." He smiled foolishly. Joshua was also quite surprised by his expression. He said, "That's it, it's just a name, what a disappointment, in the end you're just a person." Evergrande taunts Joshua, "Even if you are a strong person, you are just a substitute, in the gears of this world's destiny." Joshua retorted at him, "Do you think you are special because you have royal blood in you?" Evergrande was a bit startled, "You seem to know a lot." Joshua just thought to himself, "If it weren't for Iseline, I probably wouldn't have known this." Evergrande spoke in a deeper voice, "But the relationship within the royal family is much more complicated than you think. Even with complicated variables like you, the fate of the Avalon royal family will not change." Evergrande reviews Joshua, "You will never reach Kaiser's level." Evergrande is ready to accept death. If it's over then it's over. No matter what you do, you won't be able to get any more information from me. Evergrande challenges Joshua, "Just kill me." Joshua still calmly handled it. It was funny to see you give up so easily. Why don't you beg like D-Rash did? Evergrande affirmed, don't misunderstand, I respect Rash's magical theory and passion, but my values and his are completely different. I will never turn into a zombie like him. Joshua just said, even though you are under Amo's command, your stance is admirable. Okay, I have prepared a special gift for you. Joshua walked towards him. I always wondered which death would suit you. I regret not being able to make Rash Goat my pawn, but this is better. Lugia in the purgatory suddenly stopped Joshua. No, Goat Rash has been marked too deeply in the soul by Amo. Eating him will give me a stomachache. Evergrande heard it and panicked. Huh? What was the spear saying? Lugia also speaks very quickly. Impressive. You can hear my voice. I know I have eyes for people. Lugia is excited. Perfect. Your soul is enough. Evergrande is scared. What the hell are you talking about? Do you want my life? Then kill me. Following his wishes, 2 Death Knights were approaching him. He shouted in wonder, Death Knight, what are you planning to do? Let me go quickly. Joshua-san sneered and told him clearly, your body will disappear, but your soul will forever be stuck here and cannot die. The void was created to offer your soul as a sacrifice. Joshua added, you know the power of Amo, forced contract, soul recall. Thanks to that ability, Death Knights and Spears will be created without approval, because we create Death Knights and Spears. Joshua is powerful, so I also have the same power. Evergrande was confused. Wait, stop, just kill me. But Joshua doesn't agree anymore. See you again, Evergrande. Joshua straightly stabbed the spear into Evergrande's heart. He was in pain and torn, the pain piercing his soul. Evergrande glared and cursed. His body is changing. No, his body is dissolving. Lugia spoke up, a magician-class soul, the quality of the sacrifice will affect the extraordinariness of the summoned entity. Happy Lugia, congratulations Joshua. Now this Lizard King is yours. 2 abysses facing each other were created parallel to the Yggdrasil tree. The purple crystal fell into Iseline's hand. She picked it up and looked at it and wondered, this is it. Ash looked confused, Yggdrasil. Ash collapsed in pain. It's over, I'm so angry. Cain looked at Iseline and said nothing. The elves brought Freya to Ash and called out, Elunbus, are you really back? Freya was touched. We were looking forward to your return, having endured the humiliation for decades we are grateful for your sacrifice. Freya looked at Theta and continued gratefully, the magician here said that everything was over, he had brought reinforcements to fight the invaders. Freya declares, now that Elunbus is back, let's rebuild this place together, for everything we've done up until now. Ash stops crying and gets emotional, Freya. The black demon dragon hovered in the sky and said, because I spent too much time with the eagle, the spirit tree, I also feel sad, Elunbus, but that's a good thing, right? Ash said less, it's time to step out of the shadow of the world tree and feel the sun. The black demon dragon also advises, make the right choice Elunbus. Ash ponders carefully, is the right choice, does it really exist? We cannot protect our people without the foundation of Yggdrasil. The demon dragon transformed and came before Elunbus. Elunbus raised his hand in greeting, and the other elves also respected him. Great Master of Magic, salute the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon told Elunbus, protecting everyone without anything is impossible, but if not now the elf will never leave this place. Pursuing freedom after decades of captivity is worth it. Price. The Black Dragon told everyone, now is the time to leave the pain behind, and create the elf union you have always dreamed of. Encourage Elunbus, don't miss the opportunity given to you by the one who just saved your race. Joshua-san spanked at the right time and agreed, that's right, the chains holding everyone back have been removed. We will be the first members of the organization. Cain just saw Joshua and was happy. Oh my master Joshua. Joshua also said firmly, if you want to touch the elves, then step over my body, everyone has worked hard, now everyone is free to go everywhere. Elunbus was deeply moved by Joshua's heart, Master. I recognize the hero, so he was the one who saved us from the magic storm, he also defeated the invading magician. Cain flattered the Master, a hero, as expected, even the strongest magician in the world cannot defeat my master. Having regained the magic, everything will gradually return to its original orbit, But Kane saw Iseline's troubled face and asked her, "Iseline, what's wrong? You look so serious." Iseline kept looking at the purple ball and told everyone, "Something big happened, just now." She saw everything through the purple ball. She informed everyone there clearly, the Continental War had broken out. Yes, Duke Anius obeyed Emperor Marcus' order and led his army to fight Reinhardt. Something everyone is looking forward to. Move that everyone thought would happen, Emperor Marcus will become the one to declare war on the continent, but completely different from that expectation. The spark of that war was sparked by the civil war of the Holy Kingdom of Hubalt. The Holy Kingdom of Hubalt, in front of the Temple of Hermes at this time. The White-Eyed Demon Sword, the Moon Sect Master Lilies, the Holy Kingdom of Hubalt's papal faction, is extremely tense in confronting another person. The Pope comforted Lilies, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Sebastian believes in standing up first to reconcile with Jactor. "Stop, if you dare to take another step, this place will turn into a pool of blood." Sebastian believes that the reason is that the Pope only wants peace. Jactor smiled disdainfully, "Isn't it peaceful? Doesn't he just know how to hide?" War King Jactor said again, "During the 3 years I was absent, you all only worked hard to protect the status quo of the temple. Other countries came to take away the holy relics and you pitiful people couldn't do anything. Stay away, I will go to Avalon and retrieve the Holy Grail." Sebastian shouted that doing so would cause a war, and countless innocent people would die. Jactor doesn't want to hear it. "It was Avalon who went too far first. They are turning people into zombies. You know what the Christian nuns are doing." Sebastian is a bit bewildered. Christian so. He focused firmly in his heart, there was no way he wouldn't know, his disciple was the victim of the leech during the riot in the Avalon Empire, its life is still in danger right now. Sebastian believed in thinking carefully, however, if he declared war on the Empire for that reason alone, the losses would be uncountable. Sebastian believes in resolutely stopping Jactor. "I repeat again, Jactor, quickly order the soldiers to retreat." Jactor of course doesn't listen, he smiles faintly and doesn't care. Turning his head away, Jactor shouted loudly and commanded, "Raise the sword in your hand." Sebastian also ordered the soldiers on his side to prepare for battle. The order to attack was given, both sides rushed frantically to tear each other apart, killing people of the same bloodline in the same country. The battle was extremely difficult, which sparked the outbreak of the Continental War. Sebastian's soldiers believe they are being attacked by Jactor's soldiers. In order to promptly save their lives, the Pope's holy women tried their best to pray and treat them. The soldiers under Sebastian's command are believed to be healthy again. No one suffered any injuries. Jactor boldly walked forward, encouraging the morale of the soldiers under his command. "Only the undead are afraid of holy magic. Against humans, that holy magic is just useless. Wanting to play a game of attrition, what strength?" Jactor couldn't hold back any longer, he personally attacked, "But unfortunately for you guys, my new aura is very strong." Jactor swung his arms forward, he rushed towards Lilies and the Pope. With just one move, several soldiers were knocked away by him. Jactor's sudden power is truly too strong. The Pope is really worried. "What kind of power is this? It's terrible, at this rate we'll be blown away." Sebastian's halo of news shines brightly, encouraging everyone, "Don't worry, just keep fighting." He told everyone to rest assured, "I will share the blessing of God Hermes with everyone." That's right, everyone is being healed, protected and becoming stronger. Then, they all bravely stood up, swords in hand to fight against Jactor. A leader also received the blessing of God Hermes. She was also filled with enthusiasm, ready to attack. Jactor looked at them, his heart was full of hatred, he scolded them harshly, "You guys revived like zombies." After finishing speaking, he ordered the soldiers to rush forward. They attacked Lilies with light swords, but thanks to the blessing of God Hermes, Lilies gently blocked them, causing the attackers to be frightened and block the light swords with her bare hands. Lilies shouted loudly. With just one shout from her, along with a punch, all of Jactor's soldiers were sent to the chicken coop by Lilies. Prevailed. Sebastian's army also rushed forward bravely, "The blessing of God Hermes will bless everyone." Jactor's soldiers were so scared that their faces turned pale. Suddenly Jactor summoned a magical dragon, which overwhelmed the Sebastian soldiers. The dragon attacked like a storm, crushing the soldiers to the ground. Jactor's incarnation was so strong, the soldiers were defeated with just one punch. Soldiers lying on the ground. Lilies stood far away. He gently said to Jactor, "I have never seen you use this type of aura before." A flash of light flashed. Lilies asked him, was it the result of arduous training? Cuck confidently replied, "That's right, I got this power while you were busy training those kids, a new peak of aura, it surpasses everything you knew before." After finishing speaking, Jactor began to show off the power he had for Sebatian to admire. Jactor is very proud, this is true strength. He furiously rushed to attack Sebatian. Lilies resisted this move, but it seemed like she was a bit exhausted. The flow of power was drawn to Lilies, or rather, it was drawn towards Lilies. It carries broken rocks and soil to increase damage to Lilies' body. The battle is over. It is still a familiar scene after every battle. Roads are destroyed, villages are destroyed. Lilies is still alive, she said to herself. She didn't expect things to get so bad. We should stop this here. Sebatian was also extremely angry. He rushed to attack Jactor. Stop quickly. Sebatian believes in trying to dissuade Jactor. Don't you see what the situation is like now? Fighting anymore won't solve anything. Jactor is stubborn. If you want to do great things, you have to know how to sacrifice. It's all for the sake of the revival of the Holy Kingdom of Hubalt. Sebatian believes differently. The brutal empire will eventually fall under its own bloody sword. Quickly give up that false idea of justice. Jactor is angry, still better than those hypocrites who only talk about peace in the name of God all day long. Who are you to dare to stand in front of us and cry about justice? Without saying much, Jactor cold-bloodedly launched a quick attack against Sebatian. Lilies stood and watched, her heart burning like fire. If they didn't stop the two of them, this city would be destroyed. The leader shouted loudly to Lilies, "If they can't defeat the enemy, they won't stop." Lilies, go back to sifting the hash immediately. Lilies cares about the leader very much. Leader, luckily, you're still alive, safe. But she had time to react. What do you mean? Do you want me to run away alone? The patriarch persuaded Lilies, daughter, listen to me. There must be someone among us to correct our mistakes. That's why we need to attract other neighboring kingdoms to become allies. The sect leader advised Lilies, and this is something that only a sect leader like me can do. Lilies teared up, "Father." Jactor's soldiers appeared to Lilies. They shouted to each other, "It's the white-eyed demon sword, quickly capture her." The priest urged Lilies to go quickly. Lilies was still attached. "I couldn't leave alone, please come with me." The Pope is powerless to tell her the reason. "I don't have enough strength anymore, I can only stay here to stop them. If you are captured, the Pope meets the Moon Gate, everything will be over, go quickly." After hearing this, Lilies didn't want to, but she had no other reason. She broke her heart and turned away from Hubalt to find Reinhardt. On the side of Avalon, Emperor Marcus is still following every news in Hubalt. The news was quickly reported. His Majesty Marcus, information from Hubalt's side was transmitted. The royal side had won the civil war. It seems like the Holy Kingdom of Hubalt will soon send troops into the Avalon Empire's territory. Emperor Marcus was quite satisfied. "I thought the civil war between the Holy Knights and the War King would last longer, maybe I guessed wrong." So the pro-pope faction lost the civil war. The Council Naguyadmon also received defeat. The emperor smiled meaningfully and gave an order. "If that's the case, then quickly give my order and spread the news that the army led by the Dark God of the Avalon Empire is gathering in the great steppe of Ca-Rartan." The eagle wings soar high in the sky. The scene is so peaceful. Swallow's Emperor Lucifer raised his hand to block the sun as he looked up at the sky and then leisurely let out a few words. "That's really high. Can people up that high be able to see us?" Where Lucifer is standing is the border between the Swallow Empire and the Saran Duchy. Lucifer wondered and then asked Duquesma, "What do you think, Duquesma?" Duquesma respectfully replied, "I'm sorry to say no, because if I in heaven could see us, then wouldn't there be no one on this land who would commit crimes anymore." After listening, Lucifer also nodded, "That's true, it turns out they still have no interest in us." Next, Emperor Lucifer walked to the steppe, and at the same time sent a message to Ama, "Duquesma, station your troops here and wait for my orders." Ama was bewildered, "Where are you going, Your Majesty?" Lucifer smiled meaningfully and replied, "I will enjoy my freedom." On the other side, at Bern Castle on the border of the Saran Duchy, the sound of horse hooves was urgent. With the sound of soldiers and newspapers, the army of the Golau Empire was gathering in the border area. The soldiers guarding the gate noticed their man and ordered the soldiers under the gate, messengers, to quickly open the city gate, but the other soldiers did not agree. "Wait, stop, there is something behind. The person below the horse is shooting arrows above the city gate." The soldiers guarding the gates of Bern Castle were all hit by this man's bow and arrow. This mysterious person jumped off his horse to look at his victory. Surprise, that's Emperor Lucifer of Swallow. Inside the palace of Bern Castle, soldiers hurriedly announced, "Your Highness the Duke, 300,000 Swallows' army has entered our territory." The soldiers still gave more warnings, they were coming straight here. After hearing this, Duke Urbis's face became serious. In the year 725, Pope Loyalists won the Huva Civil War, not long after that. The Swallow Empire has obtained secret news that the Avalon Empire is preparing for a continental war. Realizing that the situation was favorable, Lucifer decided to send troops into the Saran Principality, which was currently a thorn in his side, 1 month after the invasion of the Swallow Empire. The Principality of Saran was destroyed. And just a few months later, Anya's attack of the Black Saint led the company of the Avalon Empire to invade and capture the Civ. Accordingly, the Avalon Empire, the country currently holding the Civ, the heart of the continent, obviously gained a geopolitical advantage in the Continental War. However, the secret information of the Avalon Empire was revealed by the Swallow Empire and the Hubalt Empire. The two countries secretly signed an alliance treaty. And as soon as the Black Duke Anyus captured the Civ, the two empires immediately sent troops into the Rardan Plain. "Now is the situation at Joshua Sant. He is listening to Icarus share the plan." Icarus said that, "With the current situation, it is best for us to go straight to the Civ." Now is the situation at Joshua Sant. He is listening to Icarus share the plan. Icarus said that, "With the current situation, it is best for us to go straight to the Civ." Icarus said with sadness, "I tried to avoid having to do with Avalon and sifting as much as possible, but it probably won't work." Icarus proposed a solution: "We must return to the Civ to let everyone know who is the true heir to the throne. Even if we cannot get the Civ back, we can still attract more allies. This is which should be the highest priority at this time." Theta Pion Witsox commented, "If so, I think we should also go to the Magic Tower. Not all magicians of the Magic Tower follow Evergrande." Theta continued, "Now that Evergrande has collapsed, isn't this a great opportunity for us to conquer the forces in the Magic Tower, and getting involved with the three empires is too risky." Theta Pion Witsox points out the advantage: after all, the 9 stars are numerically larger than the 5 stars, if we are facing a commander or talent level enemy, then how many people are here, including can you survive? Theta suddenly mentioned the Black Duke Anyus. Fortunately, even Duke Anyus became our ally. Theta's words just made Joshua remember the previous memory at the academy with his father. Duke Anyus had told him, "Not every father is willing to solve problems with his son, right?" He gave Joshua the ring and told him to keep it. It was a worm ring. Joshua was very surprised then. Isn't the worm ring only given to the Duke's heir? Briefly summarize some of the confessions between Joshua and his father. When the Duke left, Joshua warmly asked him, "Are you still angry with me?" But the Duke said nothing. He just quietly looked at his son. Joshua thought for a while. Finally he said his decision: "I will go to the Civ, I won't force you, this is about life and death, so you don't have to follow me." I knew right away that Cain would struggle again. Cain was very willing to go. "How could you say those discouraging words? I will go too, no matter what Master wants to do, I will follow you." Iseline, the people next to me, also responded, including me, "If Joshua wants to go, I will follow to the end." Black Dragon said again, "It seems like everyone has made a decision. I just want to wish everyone good luck." Cain is curious, "Won't you come with us, Black Dragon?" The Black Dragon gently explained that I cannot interfere too deeply in worldly matters. However, if the Soul Master of the Night needs advice, just come to the Tower of Trials to find me. Joshua happily agreed, "Thank you." So finally the Continental War that Emperor Marcus wanted broke out. In the steppe Rardan next to the Civ, the three empires fought fiercely. The number of recorded casualties reached hundreds of thousands. making the war a battle remembered in history. Ducanius led the Avalon army and fought fiercely without stopping. In that Ca-Rarden steppe, the Black Anya Duke faced continuous attacks with the lowest level being 3 stars. The whole continent fell into a very unstable situation. Agnes was standing there looking at the two people approaching. The cracking sword broke. The famous Black Saint of Avalon fell into battle. This was a huge success in Emperor Marcus' strategy. In addition, based on Emperor Marcus's plan, Duke Agnes's close friends will also be destroyed. The Avalon soldiers are having panicked expressions. Our hero, the Sword Saint of Avalon, has been defeated. Avalon soldiers scattered and ran away. Run quickly, but Lucifer did not allow them to run away. Wherever he went he killed people. But there are errors. Not everything goes according to plan. Everything was destroyed at the last moments. The true king of Siv, Joshua Sandet, has appeared. The two allied empires also lost the Siv invasion under one man. So Joshua was the one who ended the Continental War. He became a hero among the heroes known to the whole continent. Raindrops fell on Joshua's spear. Joshua Sandet was also known by a new name, the King of Heroes. At the same time, Emperor Marcus suddenly disappeared, because the throne of the Avalon Empire lacked a ruler, so the battle to find a successor was extremely tense. That war was the war between the first prince and the second prince, also known as the First Princely Civil War, that broke out when the two princes' war for power gradually weakened the Avalon Empire. Once again, the Hubalt Empire waged war against the Avalon Empire. Not missing this opportunity, the Swallow Empire broke the alliance agreement with Hubalt. Swallow invaded Hubalt's territory, and the flames of war that had just died out flared up again, heralding the beginning of another continental conflict. 3 years later, under the rule of the Swallow Empire, ignoring Ham, before is how the Siv is going. The market on Langham Street is extremely bustling, with rare ingredients that can only be caught at the bottom of the deep sea. Come by quickly and see, there is tea made from naturally grown tea leaves in the spirit forest. This is a secret to help improve concentration. We don't have much left in stock. Tian was secretly walking with his teammates in the middle of the street. The knight walking next to Tian expressed, "This is a black market, nothing like my imagination." Tian replied, "From 3 years ago it has changed a lot." Christian added as he looked around the street, "If the King of Heroes did not disappear but was still here, this type of business would not be able to survive. Being lazy would not lose, it would not be a Siv." Well, Cain went with Tian. Cain doesn't know where his master has gone. Where has Mr. Joshua disappeared? On the side of the road, there is a noisy theater greeting customers. Please pay attention. Super precious and rare items have appeared, all of the highest quality. He introduced the auction item. This is the most beautiful spirit in the world. Just looking at it, compared to human age, this girl is nearly 100 years old. She can also perform magic, basic elemental magic too. The auctioneer continued to talk nonsense. In terms of appearance, she was much better than the other slaves. This made Cain really angry. He remembered the words that Joshua had declared in the past, "We would be the first members of your organization. Those who dared to touch the elves would also touch me." Christian patted Cain on the shoulder and urged, "Knight Cain, she is waiting for you, let's go." Cain quickly tried to pull out his sword, but Tian didn't understand what he was doing. Cain's face was filled with hatred. He replied, "Tian, you go ahead, I'll finish this matter and then follow." Christian knows Cain so well. Every time there's something related to the spirit race, you can't help it. Oh, but surely. Christian can only laugh and he wants to team up with Cain. "I can't do anything else, let me help you." Boom, the loud sound shook the whole area. Smoke and fire seemed to cover everything. "The handcuffs are out," Christian said to Cain in front. "We have to get out of here now." Cain stood up and said, "Take them first, I will stop them." In front, a group of old men rushed forward, forming a square formation to surround them, close the siege and send a signal, requesting support. Solo Knight Cain is fighting with the Christian Blessed Knight as well. Report to the soldiers that the knights are here. After that, the city gate slowly lowered, then closed with a bang. Inside the castle, the king's assistant, Laogan, respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, we have blocked all the gates. No one will be able to leave the fortress." Dukaima nodded, "Okay, you can leave." Laogan bowed his head to receive the order, said yes. Then he turned around and left. After confirming that there was no one left, above the throne, Lucifer spoke, "You think, is it a coincidence, that the Solo Knight and the Blessed Knight are both in the hammock? From what I heard, they are very close to him." Dukama turned around excitedly. What he meant here was. Lucifer smirked and replied, "It's the hero King Joshua Sant, don't you think it's strange?" Lucifer threw his crown down at Dukama and said, "The day he stepped on the dark god Dukanius, he suddenly appeared on the Great Plains, and personally wiped out an army of 100,000 people." Receiving the crown, Dukama released magic power from his hand, instantly freezing the crown and said, "I witnessed it with my own eyes, how could I forget that historical scene?" Lucifer stood up and walked down step by step. "So, you must clearly understand that, after the war on the Great Plains of Kaidan, we, the Long-Throat Empire and the Habash Kingdom, are holding enormous power. I've always been wary of Joshua, it's been 3 years since he suddenly disappeared." Dukama said confidently, "However, even if the hero king appears now, he is nothing compared to you, your majesty." Lucifer's eyes are red and he's smiling devilishly. "Can't we know when we confront him directly and see who is stronger?" After that, Lucifer ordered, "Okay, let's arrest those 2 arrogant knights." To track down Joshua's whereabouts, Dukama asked suspiciously, "You mean, right now?" Hearing this, Lucifer questioned and asked, "Don't tell me, the glory of sitting on the throne of Ham, has made you feel your pride will be hurt if you take action? What's wrong? Do you want to take action, or not?" Dukama was scared and quickly bowed his head to receive the order, "Of course, your majesty. God will carry out your orders." The auction hammer knocked down, the sound of the auctioneer rang out, 30,000. It was sold for 300,000 gold, congratulations. The auctioneer continued to shout, "Now, without waiting any longer, please introduce the next item." The auctioneer lifted up an item covered with a white cloth. The item being auctioned this time was, the auctioneer pulled out the white cloth. The last work of the artist Itavaye, once used by the 9-star knight, number 99, masterpiece of memory. Below, seeing the item appear, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. "Huh, it's not a sword, but a spear, I can't believe it, a craftsman created it before he died, it's the Hero King's spear, right?" The auctioneer introduced again, "As you know, we are no longer in an era where spears are just normal weapons for soldiers and heroic kings. He changed everything, with this spear, the ultimate weapon of the artist, made a big splash thanks to you. Right away, we will start with the starting price of 3,000 gold, immediately, below there was a sound, 4,000 gold, the auctioneer shouted, there are already 4,000 gold, who pays 4,500 gold 0. Very soon, other numbers rang out continuously, 5,000, 5,500, looking at this scene, 0 exclaimed, it was not as expected, I didn't think there were so many people. Sitting next to me, Icarus spoke up, don't you think you're dressed too prominently? 0 calmly replied, I'm just dressing appropriately for the event. As for you, I'm curious when will you stop dressing like a man? Icarus shook his head and replied, I have no intention of doing so. But now it's getting harder to hide. 0 approached Icarus and teased her, looking at her from this close distance, it was hard to ignore her beauty. If you want the information you want, go there. Icarus accepted the black card 0 gave him, so you won't take me there, 0 replied, I have somewhere else to go. Looking at 0, Icarus couldn't help but exclaim, even though it was in enemy territory, it seemed like his bar was still operating smoothly, it was true that darkness was always under the lights. 0 replied, it's my job, if I have customers I have to get them drunk, but, Icarus, if you keep wandering around in the dark under the lights like today, you'll be in danger. Icarus looked straight ahead and said, I know how dangerous it is, however, I also learned from him, my master is always proud, and never hides from enemies, no matter how strong they are. He's not someone who would run away. Above, the auctioneer shouted, we already have 20,000 gold, that's 20,000 gold, who else is there? The number 127 was displayed. And Icarus confidently said, well, even without him, everything in the present remains the same, let's forget everything today and celebrate. Icarus held up the auction card and opened his mouth to say the number 100,000 gold. Everyone at the auction was extremely surprised, their eyes focused on Icarus. What, 100,000 gold? Did she bid 5 times more? Who was behind that price? Yes, my mother said I really wanted to hold his last work in my hands. The auctioneer heard this number, excitedly banged his gavel and announced, 100,000 gold, the masterpiece of memory, the last work of Hitanie, was sold for 100,000 gold. Congratulations ladies, congratulations, everyone applauded in unison. Icarus muttered, his birthday is coming soon, as a warrior of the family, what should I prepare? Keep your distance, block his path, your feet step on the roof. Don't let them escape. A group of soldiers from all directions surround Cain inside. Cain thought to himself, maybe he has run away with the goblins now, I can't waste any more time. Thinking so, Cain immediately swung his sword and ran away from this place at super speed. The soldiers behind shouted, he was running into the crowd, don't let him go. Come see, this is a big event that happens once a month, look, there's a lot to see, go slowly, below, people are enjoying the festive atmosphere. The soldiers chasing after Cain ran into the crowd, get away, huh, what's that guy? The person chasing grabbed a person wearing a black shirt and shouted, stop quickly, the person in front turned around, but it wasn't Cain, this person said annoyed, who are you, why are you pulling my shirt? Standing to the side, Cain looked at the group of people looking for him and snorted coldly, clinging like leeches, if he went to Icarus like this, it would only make things more complicated. Mentioning Icarus who appeared today, Icarus said with his hands on his hips, he knew right away, things were getting complicated. Cain shouted in surprise, Miss Icarus. Still surprised, Cain was immediately grabbed by Icarus' collar, wait, now is not the time. Icarus leaned into Cain's face and ordered, hug me. On the other side, the guys looked around, extremely annoyed and said, why is it so crowded, damn it, where did he go, there are only couples here. He passed Cain and Icarus and shouted towards the subordinates, stop standing there, go search, obey orders, we are still looking, the subordinates obediently replied. Cain's face was as red as a tomato, her voice shyly said, I think they're gone, you can go now. Icarus still kept the same movements, his tone of concern said, aren't you happy to see me again, Mr. Cain? It's been a long time since we last met, you've changed so much, how have you lived? Cain said with low eyes, I'm also happy to see you again, growing up, you're taller, Miss Icarus, and now. Before Cain could finish his sentence, a cold blast of ice hit him. A sheet of ice covered an entire house. This caused a huge commotion, everyone immediately ran away, run away, the building is collapsing, run away. CA2 was injured by magic and fell to the ground. In front of Cain and Icarus, one person stepped forward and said, I heard that the Blessed Knight is here, who is the person behind you, a small body and hair the color of sky blue. The person who appeared was Dukema, his whole body radiated aura and said, don't tell me that you are Icarus, a warrior of the Sandad clan with a genius brain, all of you have planned to meet the Hero King again, in today. That was the Hero King's plan, right, where is he now? After speaking, Dukema immediately launched ice magic at the two of them. Cain looked at the approaching ball, thinking, if I leave, Icarus will be beaten, I have to stop it. Cain stood up and used his sword to block Icarus's face. Ice magic passes through Cain's sword. Before Cain's surprised eyes, the ice pierced straight into his body. Fresh blood spurted out, Cain screamed in pain and pitifully. 3 years ago, this continent gave birth to countless heroes, and because of this, the Long and Short Empires were the two strongest empires on the continent. Blood King Lucifer and War King Jactor. And the one who united all the kingdoms that had been defeated by the two empires, and led them, the mysterious leader, the king. Joshua Sandet, King of Heroes. The path that Joshua chose was full of glorious victories, although those victories have become faded, countless people have died, and heroes have gradually been recognized, the whole world knows. Ama, one of the 9-star knights, asked while fighting, where is the King of Heroes? Confronting him, Cain, one of the new heroes, had only one thought in his mind, if he dodged, Icarus would be hit, he had to block it. Kane bravely stood up to block Aima's magic attack. Magical shield, a shield quickly appeared in front of the millet. But no, this shield couldn't do anything, the ice slabs just pierced through that weak shield. A scream rang out, Kane was defeated just like that. At this moment, a voice rang in Kane's head, "Look up." This voice, Kane looked up, a beam of light shined down from the sky. Suddenly something happened, Aima frowned and thought, I should have realized that there were paladins nearby. If I didn't defeat them at the same time, it would be big trouble. Kane seems to be revived, his body is full of energy to attack Aima, don't be negligent in the middle of battle. Aima also quickly raised her sword to fight back. The ground cracked open, shredded pieces of ice flew out in all directions. Looking at her sword showing signs of cracking, Aima was worried, she couldn't win against this guy with pure strength. However, the power is not limited to physical attacks alone. Magic flows from his hands, cold air spreads, and ice immediately crystallizes. Ice covered Kane's sword, and his hand was increasingly directed upward. Very soon after, a part of Kane's body was frozen, so he is the type of person who possesses multi-use mana, converting magic properties into ice type. Aima replied proudly, "That's called true essence. In our kingdom of touching gas, we call it manifested essence, but it's just another name, it's essentially the same. This magical technique not only transforms but it can also make all of your wishes come true." But at this time, Kane spoke again, "If that's all, don't crow too early." Aima looked towards Kane, her eyes could not hide her surprise. Kane also radiated vitality, the ice on his body immediately evaporated. "You are not the only one here who can perform that skill." Antigen, Christian appeared, holding a sword and slashing down. The sword slashed down, a stream of white wind flew out, and the ground also became crumbly. Christian holds the sword tightly in his hand. Aima looked at Christian in front of her and thought, it can't be resolved, it's transforming, this is also true essence. He got rid of his aura, can't believe he can also use true essence in this way. This fighting both talents at the same time is a bit too much. Kane looked at Christian who appeared and said, "You're too late." Christian explained, "The old man followed us all the way to the hammock, I need to nag him a bit." But Kane panicked and asked, "What, he's here?" So the voice just now was the master's. Aima spoke up on the other side, "There's also your master here, this is a real headache, maybe I should leave this matter for someone else to handle. I just found out that His Highness Lucifer is here, maybe I should ask him for help." Aima couldn't help but praise herself, she's really quick-witted. Kane's face turned pale, he exclaimed in panic, "What, you said the Blood King is also here?" Christian is equally panicked, isn't he currently in the kingdom? Christian was also equally panicked, wasn't he currently in the kingdom of touching gas for a long time? At this moment, the air suddenly became heavy, the smell of blood spread everywhere. Noticing the familiar feeling, Aima smirked smugly, "Just mentioning, now I withdraw." Kane looked at Icarus holding his stomach behind him, worriedly asking, "Icarus, what's wrong with you?" Christian was worried, damn, who would have thought that the Blood King was here, even if he ran, he wouldn't be able to make it in time. Aima laughed loudly and said proudly, "This look on your face is really funny, every enemy that meets him has this look on his face, it's really eye-catching." Suddenly, there was a pressure coming, a majestic voice rang out, "I'm more curious how your lord will react." Aima stiffened, looking at the incoming attack with fear, "This is not your highness, who would have such a big sword?" Suddenly, Aima's whole body was sent flying upwards. There was a flash of flame in front, and everything seemed to be engulfed in a sea of flames. The person who appeared was Lion King Ryan. He looked towards Christian and said, "Go, we will deal with this guy." Christian is worried, "Master." Lion King Ryan advised, "Go, there's not much time left." Kane didn't want to leave, stood up and said, "We will fight with you, then we will go together." Christian also said, "He is right, defeating an enemy is beneficial for us," Lion King Ryan reminded. "Those who reach the 9-star level are not ordinary. Besides, didn't you guys say that if the Blood King was here, you wouldn't be able to run away in time, so go before things get worse?" Kane objected, but he couldn't leave his master alone. While the two sides were struggling, Aima's voice rang out, "Don't worry, none of you can escape from this place." Looking at the dragon in front of him, Lion King Ryan couldn't help but be surprised. No way, he manifested his essence into a dragon. Ama frantically declared, "Today will be your death anniversary, none of you can leave here alive." After saying this, the dragon immediately rushed towards the three people. Lion King Ryan was not weak and released his vital energy. A large tiger immediately appeared. The two sides kept rushing at each other, fighting fiercely. The two dragons rushed to fight. Ama smiled and said, "The Lion King, the embodiment of justice, is transforming into a starfish, how wonderful." Lion King Ryan transmitted the sound Kane, "Listen carefully Kane, we didn't come to Ham just to gather information. This time we might actually find Joshua." Kane also realized at this time, immediately reached out to grab Icarus. "Let's go Christian, we're just hindering him, let the master handle it." Kane secretly said in his heart, "I will definitely come back to rescue master, after finding him, master, please try to hold on until then." Lion King Ryan smiled, "I will wait." Watching Kane's group leave, Ama quickly chased after her, "Where do you think you are going?" Lion King Ryan immediately rushed forward to stop us, "We are not the ones stuck here, but you." The two sides faced each other again. Ama was so angry that she gritted her teeth, "The cowardly bastard ran away in the middle of the battle, but why are you here? If you have come to this point, I will cut off your head as a trophy." Somewhere deep in the forest, there is a house that looks very desolate. The hand gently pulled the wooden bar out from under the floor. Revealing the tunnel below, Kane said, "There really is a secret passage here." Icarus held the map and said to the two, "Let's go." The three of them just walked into the tunnel. Icarus exclaimed, "This road map is really convenient, without it we would be stuck in this maze, with this thing the moon gate will work, just move." Christian asked curiously, Icarus, what exactly did you hear from the moon gate, just the summoning?" Icarus is lazy, "I don't know anymore, because the communication line was broken at that time, but I'm sure they found a clue leading to Mr. Joshua." Hearing this, Kane and Christian shouted in surprise, "Really?" Christian nodded, "If that's the case then it's really worth the effort to come here. The last time Fash appeared where he was, Icarus was sad, that's all I knew." Icarus remembered the Lion King, a little worried and said, "Anyway, is it okay if we leave him alone there? He is not human, he can overwhelm Dukama, not to mention if when the Blood King really appears." Before he could finish his sentence, Kane firmly said, "Don't worry, it's okay. Christian and I were able to travel across the continent because we learned how to swing swords from him. He's our master, he's not that easy to defeat." Christian nodded in agreement and said, "He's right, he's the one who taught us to materialize energy." Icarus wondered, "Does that mean Mr. Kane can do it too?" Kane shook her head and said, "No, it's embarrassing to admit that I haven't done it yet, but I will." Kane whispered in his heart, "Then I will tame the true essence, which can defeat even the manifestation of the essence. I will soon surpass my limits. I will become strong so I can protect him." Suddenly, there was a blast of magic in front. All three people went into defense mode. Was it a trap? "How long are you going to sleep? The world has changed a lot. You can't hesitate any longer. Don't say you no longer have the courage to face reality. Wake up, have you forgotten the promise you made to Lugia? Don't waste my centuries of effort." "The sound keeps coming," Joshua replied, "I know. But his eyes are still closed, no signs of waking up. I just need more time to understand everything. There is constant war. Use. Secrets, tricks, betrayals. Same case, just a different thought. A smear campaign. When I leave here, I will destroy everything." Returning to Kane's side, Icarus shouted in panic, "What is that? Is it a trap?" Christian objected, "It couldn't be, we followed the instructions exactly." The map. Immediately, the map in Christian's hand disappeared. The magic formed a black hole. Elisa, the leader of the Allied army, the master of the sect, came out. "Don't worry, you have come to the right place." Christian looked at the person who appeared and asked suspiciously, "Are you?" Elisa smiled and said, "Long time no see, Mr. Christian. It's good to see everyone is okay." Christian now also realized who came. "Elisa, why are you here?" Elisa didn't explain but said, "There's not much time left, I'll explain everything later." We found Joshua's whereabouts. In the castle of trial. Everyone who heard this information widened their eyes in surprise. She means. Elisa took out a map and said, a while ago, we placed a mark, in the castle of trial. If you use this rune, you will immediately teleport there. Christian quickly asked, wait, if this is true, why did you tell us to go to that castle in the first place? Elisa explained, I can't leave this place, and if this gets out, you can't even go near that castle. That's why I call everyone to come here to find Joshua. Soon, the two kingdoms will fight and fight for a long time. Something will happen to this place again. I need to pay attention to the moves of those two kingdoms to this place. Icarus also suspected something. Is that the reason why the Blood King Lucifer is here, to prepare for a long invasion? Elisa replied, there was such a history between these two kingdoms, but it is not certain. It is also possible that they will form another alliance. Whether they fight or join forces, the continent is also in danger. That's why, we need to find Joshua as soon as possible, before the rain of blood falls on the continent again. The kingdom of Avalon is also taking advantage of this, to end the civil war between the princes. The upcoming events in Avalon are also very unpredictable. Cain walked towards the magic circle and said, the kingdom is on the verge of collapse due to a constant civil war that has lasted for 3 years. What is the point of thinking so much about that place? Let's go to the castle of trial, Cain said expectantly. As if remembering something, Elisa said in a serious tone, and there's something else you should know, that's the missing fourth prince, appearing in Avalon. Cain frowned questioningly. And he has a very solid physical strength behind him. Icarus nodded and replied, I understand the situation, but let's focus on the main mission now, Mr. Christian will also help us, right? Christian suddenly looked over when mentioned. Huh? Icarus said, you have the same goal of finding our master, and we will see him again soon. Christian smiled and said, of course. Christian looked at Elisa and said, I still have a lot of questions, but that's for later. It's nice to meet you. Elisa opened the spell and said, you will be there in the blink of an eye, good luck. After reading, she looked at the three Cains. Let's get out of here alive and see you again. The light of magic slowly appeared, covering the three people's bodies. Then suddenly, the three people completely disappeared, returning to the other side of the match. The whole neighborhood became desolate. Lying on the ground, Ama gasped and said, I thought we were the same because we were both 9 stars, but you were on a different level than me. Lion King Ryan stepped forward and questioned, why did you have to hide your power like that? You didn't use spiritual magic either, that person's strongest skill. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared behind Lion King Ryan, I will be disappointed if you say you have no intention of using it. Ama lowered her head and replied, because you want to hide your true power, right? I knew you would come here when the Lion King intervened. Dear King, Lucifer, opposite Lucifer replied lightly, after all, you took advantage of me. Lucifer swung his leg and the Lion King Ryan fell to the ground. However, if this guy got here so safely, it means they have a helper who knows about the hamlet. It's possible that they were the Moon Men. They used to be based here. I doubt they're all gone. It turns out they've been hiding like rats for a long time. This time we'll destroy them completely. Scene change at the Castle of Challenge. Christian led the three people forward. Looking at the surrounding scenery he assessed, this place was different from what I had heard. I thought this place was filled with monsters, right? This place is so hot and humid, why are there so many trees everywhere? Suddenly there was a voice in Cain's head, he was here. Cain immediately turned around and ran quickly in the opposite direction, this way. Cain's mind had only one thought at the moment, Master was right, maybe this time I can really find the Master. You are really here. Master, in front is Joshua standing there. The three people rushed over. Cain asked worriedly, are you really here? What has happened in these 3 years? Christian looked at the person in front of him suspiciously and asked, is he a hero king? As far as I remember, that's true but... At this moment, Icarus spoke up, that is not our master, the master I know. Never had such blank eyes. Cain immediately looked at Icarus and objected, what are you talking about? It's clearly our master, maybe it's been too long since I've seen him, so you must have remembered wrongly. Cain still kept justifying, he probably knew we were coming, and came out to see us, didn't he master? Did he come to see us? Please say something." Kane's eyes looked towards Joshua, his tone was begging and pleading, but in response, the person in front of him remained silent and said nothing. Kane's eyes were wild, looking at the person in front of him with disbelief. At this moment, the voice from before rang out again. That monster was the one in disguise. All three of them were startled and looked around cautiously. Who was it? In front of the three of you, a spear suddenly appeared, its entire body radiating intense dark magic. However, I may still have hope, because you are his followers. Christian pulled out his sword and shouted, "Be careful, is dark magic. It's not ordinary dark magic, it must be a high-level demon." Icarus asked next to him, "Is it from the trial castle?" As if realizing something, Kane shouted, "Wait." Kane looked straight at the spear in front of him and said affirmatively, "That is his spear, its name is Lugia. The owner left us a message." Spear reminder, "You idiot, don't be fooled, Joshua is not here, I'm here to show you by his command." Kane exclaimed in surprise, "What?" The spear continued, "I'm saying that you will have to overcome exactly the same challenges that your master had to overcome before." Kane still didn't understand and asked, "What is that?" Right after that, magic power radiated from the spear, covering Kane's entire body, sweeping him away. Christian immediately grabbed his sword and rushed forward. "What does this mean? Give it back to Mr. Kane." The voice rang out again. "He will have to go through what Mr. Joshua went through. The rules are simple, do everything you can to survive." 3 years, that was enough time for weak kingdoms to collapse. The Avalon Empire was also one of them. Unlike the Bash Empire, which had problems with civil war, the collapse of the Avalon Empire was related to other complications. Specifically, the death of Duke Anius, one of the 9 stars. And the sudden disappearance of Emperor Marcus, above all, who was named after one of the 2 great mountains of Avalon, along with Duke Anius. The Duke of Tremblin also disappeared, which resulted in the closure of Avalon's borders, causing the internal power struggle to climax. Standing before the empty throne, the first Prince Kisser lamented, "In just 3 months, we took it back. How did things come to this? I hope this tiring war ends." Count Ariel stepped forward and said, "We have no way back anymore, at least we have to kill. The number of people we have killed is enough to end it. Of course, we have to rule out the second prince, Caesar van Britain." First Prince Kisser smiled helplessly, "We can't rush and kill anyone right now, right?" Count Ariel countered, "Isn't that what you have to do, to become emperor? Number of people to climb to the throne." The first Prince Kisser shook his head and replied, "This conversation ends here. I called you here for another reason. We have a guest." From outside, a tall figure slowly walked in. Earl Ariel looked at the person who appeared, smiled and shouted, "What a surprise! You're back already." The 4th Prince Kaiser. The person who appeared was the 4th Prince Kaiser. He bowed his head politely to say hello. Even though it was a bit sudden, he still thanked you for your time. Kisser doesn't want to say too much, get straight to the point. "That's enough greetings, let's get straight to the point. Why did you suddenly appear after 3 or 5 times of hiding? Moreover, I even brought along Leopard Centipede, who is known as the god of war of the empire." Kaiser pretended to be sad and said, "I thought you would be happy to see me. You doubted me, it's really sad." Kisser of course didn't believe him, immediately exposed himself and said, "Isn't it obvious that he abandoned his own country, and you, the Kaiser, created a zombie that made the entire continent chaotic world? Why should you believe me?" Kaiser said, "What do I have to do to gain your trust? Will you trust me if I give you the head of Ben von Anya's father, commander of the 2nd Prince's Vanguard Army, use me to deal with the Anyus family?" Kisser and Count Ariel couldn't help but be surprised when they heard this. Kisser smiled disdainfully and said, "The only thing the Anyus family has left is just the name. Aren't you the one who jumped in to steal the credit? I can see right through you." The Kaiser still tried to explain, even if the Duke's family still had a name, wouldn't it be pathetic if he dealt with them himself, because even if he felt that something was wrong, then Caesar will also focus all his resources on me. On the contrary, it will be much easier to use you. No one would have thought that you would stab Caesar in the back." Kisser still said in disbelief, "No matter how reasonable it sounded, it was still quite difficult for me to believe you." The Kaiser also agreed and said, "Of course, I don't trust anyone from the beginning. I will predict that person's move, then consider my next move carefully. I have another strategy for you. With this plan, you can definitely take advantage of the second prince's loopholes." The plan was to compromise with Caesar. These words made the two princes freeze. Caesar was angry, immediately said to chase people away. "It was just a waste of time, go away, you and I don't have the same goal." Kaiser smirked, "I don't care what you think about this plan, but are you sure you will review it?" "I received news that the National Guard and the National Guard were about to form an alliance," Kaiser immediately shouted. "What?" Kaiser didn't believe it and asked again, "Does that sound reasonable to you? Why did they ally together?" The Kaiser knew his prey had taken the bait. He slowly analyzed it. To be precise, it didn't look like an alliance, but more like an agreement between the Blood King and the War King. They'll probably gather their troops, and pretend they're fighting together, while dealing with the annoying neighbors who've been picking on them all this time. Together with the United Nations, including the king, they will eventually control the entire continent. Avalon could be one of those annoying neighbors, or he could be out of the fight because he's too weak. Count Ariel leaned on his hands and muttered. "So weak that it shouldn't even be considered." What the Kaiser said hit Count Ariel's core point. He said with red eyes and anger, "You're right, the country's strength is collapsing, so they don't even pay attention. It's like a rock, stones can be easily removed at any time, right?" At this moment, the Kaiser looked back and said firmly, "That will soon be a thing of the past, Count, and has taken someone very important with him. Come in, Duke Tremblin." Looking at the person who appeared, Prince Kaiser shouted in surprise. "Duke Tremblin, so you're still alive?" Lord Tremblin clasped his hands and said to Kaiser, "Your Highness." Prince Kaiser asked worriedly, "What happened? 3 years ago you suddenly disappeared with my father, so we are very worried about you." Lord Tremblin's eyes darkened and said, "I'm really ashamed, Your Highness, I've been looking for your patient, he's gone missing, but I still can't find him." At this time, the Kaiser spoke again. "Another piece of advice, the Emperor has been missing for 3 years. So the royal family should acknowledge that he is dead, and call all the nobles in the empire along with Caesar. After that, they will hold a funeral for His Majesty. Even though we are at war, is it still okay to hold a national funeral?" Kaiser immediately objected, "Do you think they will recognize father's death? They don't even listen to Alpha Nu Eta." The Kaiser said firmly, "But if Duke Tremblin appeared it would be different. However, the power has now changed. The faster the war between the emperors ends, the more forces he can gather. To prepare for the upcoming continental war, he must ascend the throne and bring Avalon to the top once again." Kaiser frowned, thinking in his heart, "This shameless guy clearly wants to become emperor more than anyone, yet he did it because of these things, but I don't know what cards he is hiding, so he must be careful." This calf Kaiser continues to make suggestions. Moreover, if you can organize a bloody battle, while holding His Majesty's funeral, then well, that would be a good opportunity. Royal Knights solidarity, right? Furthermore, neither of you know how strong the other is, so this is a good opportunity for you to see how strong your opponent is. Kaiser's eyebrows furrowed even tighter, his face clearly showing discomfort. The Kaiser smiled extremely triumphantly as if he was sure of victory in his hands. Seeing that Kaiser didn't say anything, the Kaiser didn't press it anymore and said, "It seems like we need more time to think. If you're interested in my proposal, we can schedule an appointment to end the conversation. I hope he will be safe from now on." After speaking, the Kaiser turned around and walked away. At this moment, only Kaiser remained. His face was extremely unsightly, his eyes staring at the back of the Kaiser leaving. The sword was pinned straight to the ground. The dark god of Avalon was dead. "You two will die by our hands, Joshua Sante." Image of Joshua standing alone, confronting a powerful army rushing towards him. Cain was surprised, that spear user, so the challenge was like this. This is the day the owner went missing, right? A sword appeared in Cain's hand. Cain rushed forward, like Joshua before, confronting them without fear. Handling these guys was a piece of cake. Magic flew out like a sickle, hitting straight towards the army. The light spread, from one slash to another. "Go ahead, behead Joshua." Behind. One army after another, rushing forward. Cain's whole body was tired and panting. This is more difficult to handle than I thought. The spear was wrapped in a white cloth and left in one place. Outside, the two Christians sat still and waited. Icarus asked the spear, "Where is our master?" The spear was emotionless and coldly replied, "Nothing in this world is free. Don't you know the rules of trade-off? If you want information, you have to pay a reasonable price." Icarus begged, "I will give you anything you want, so please, return my master." The spear laughed loudly and said, "I know you're just a nerd, but I didn't expect you to be this naive. You're funny. Do you think I banished Joshua? Okay, then I will make a deal with you. Don't forget what you just said, you will give me anything." Icarus asked with bright eyes like stars, "Are you serious?" The spear confidently affirmed, "Of course. First of all, you don't need to worry about the master, because even if his mind is unstable, or his strength has decreased, no one in the middle world can it can't be completely harmful. It's just that Joshua's time stopped 3 years ago." Icarus said a little confused, "Sorry, but I don't understand what you are saying, please explain simply." Spear was not stingy in explaining. Joshua knew that you would go to the Tower of Trial to find it. He also knew about the endless Continental War. Anyway, the faster this Cain passes the test, the sooner he can meet Joshua. I will even go there myself." Icarus shouted excitedly, "Meaning you know where he is?" The spear replied, "Of course I know, I have no intention of hiding anything." Icarus heard that and immediately said, "Then you please tell me, where is that day?" The spear radiated light, and said in a serious voice, "Listen closely, this is where I am sleeping peacefully, the place we call the Fading Empire. Avalon, that's where your master is headed." Cain lay down on the ground in pain. Christian asked in panic, "Cain, are you okay? Wake up, I'll heal you, give it to you right away, just try a little longer." Icarus wondered what had happened to him. Cain asked the steer, "Is it true, did my master really have to go through this?" Lugia replied, "Who knows, what you think?" Cain shouted angrily, "Do you think I'm joking? Answer quickly." Lugia explained, "It's a pity, if I had enough strength I could have let you experience everything that happened that day. What a pity, you should feel lucky, you still came back unharmed, what about?" These words made Cain think in confusion. Icarus urgently asked, "Cain, I know you will find it very difficult but please listen to us, what happened to Master?" Cain asked, "Miss Icarus, do you remember what happened 3 years ago before we came to Rishai? That day my master suddenly disappeared. He said he would prevent the future he predicted." Icarus replied, "I remember, he acted like he knew everything, so I didn't stop him even though he seemed reckless." Cain further expressed, however, he could not prevent anything, not even the death of Ducanius, that was because it's all a plot by Emperor Marcus and the Avalon Empire to eliminate Ducanius, right? My master may not know about all the events, but he knows about the secrets, also, he cannot prevent them all by himself. Yes, everyone thinks so, but what I experienced was completely different. Ducanius was not the one who stopped the Federation from collapsing and the Empire from swallowing. Hearing this, Christian and Icarus exclaimed in surprise, "No way, right? The two empires fought the king, Tuat Hung, and even King Xuan. Ducanius is not the target of the three of them. The target is our master, so the master got the name Hero King because he was praised by the soldiers of both countries. Now I understand, back then he must have suffered a fatal blow in the battle against the three of the 9 stars, he is still hiding until now." Lugia expressed, "It seems like this paladin still needs to get rid of the magic power in her body." Icarus shouted in fear, "What, magic power? Do you know what I had to go through because of that thing?" "No." Lugia replied, "Of course I know, 3 years ago, Joshua transferred to humanity, now he is even stronger, even if he fights against the strongest people, no one can hurt him, not a fatal blow. In fact, the people chasing him have all turned into ashes, it's just that he disappeared so there are a lot of rumors going around." Icarus quickly interrupted, "Wait, then why is he hiding, that is?" "It's because he's in the demon world." "What, the demon world? Why has he been there for 3 years?" 3 years in the astral world is equal to a century in the demon world, the timeline there is completely different. "You mean Master didn't come to find us, is it because he's been in the demon world all this time?" Lugia explains, "There are also many things that are inevitable, Joshua encountered many events that he could not predict, that is why he climbed the Tower of Trials to understand those variables. You will be rewarded with some special rewards after passing a stage, the double is also one of them. Among them there is a reward that we want. Christian asked, the greatest reward for those who can reach the top floor of the tower, it is said to be called the absolute truth of the world. Lugia replied, the absolute truth of the world is just a name, the reward of the highest level is actually, a mirror that can reflect the past, present, future of anything the user want. It is called the mirror, however, anyone who uses the mirror must pay a corresponding price for using it. He used it to hide the fact that the Demon King was actually murdered. Icarus said, he didn't disappear, he was killed. Found a big variable, so the owner fell into the demon world to pay that price. Lugia replied, yes, that's how Joshua got here. He returned to the astral world after leaving the work he was doing there. No one knows when he will return there. Icarus silently thought, so it's not over yet, he spent more time than me in the demon world, that's a terrible price. Why did he have to suffer alone, in the Avalon Empire, the castle of the 4 emperors and 4 Caesars? Draxia appeared wondering why he called me to this remote place. You're not very hospitable, Caesar replied calmly, the last time you visited this place, you didn't say much. If you had defeated Ducanius, you wouldn't have come here, right? So, quickly destroy him. Draxia replied, are you giving me orders now? Have you forgotten Hemdao's orders? This mission is to merge the first prince's forces with ours. This is the sword's intention, so don't try to resist. Draxia smiled and replied, okay, I will immediately go and destroy the Duke's family. Duke Tremblin next to him silently wondered who the hell he was, and even the god of war tensed up when he heard his name. Caesar glanced over and asked, Duke Tremblin, he quickly bowed his head and replied, yes, 4th Prince, please give the order. Will you participate in the bloody battle of the helpless after the Emperor's funeral, Your Highness? If I participate then everyone will be able to. It's not like I'm asking you to take my side, the more you don't trust me, the more I don't trust you. These words made Tremblin wary of Caesar's plot. Caesar continued, I just believe that all threats to the royal family have not disappeared, removing that army from the royal family is the right thing to do. Tremblin replied, I'm sorry, but how can I eliminate your majesty's knights? Once you gain power, those knights will also become yours. And the news that their captain, Joshua, is dead has spread throughout the continent, if you think of this way for Joshua. Did you see him die? Caesar said, I don't know what you're thinking, but I can feel that you're hiding something, let me tell you. Neither Ki 11 nor Kai Den have the right to inherit the throne, your majesty had already decided who would be the successor before he disappeared. That person is none other than the 4th prince, Caesar hissed loudly, as proof, he gave me the seal of the Avalon Empire. The ring is opened, it is the symbol of the Avalon Empire. And also, I'm the only one who knows where he is. I have thought of everything, so I only ask you to follow my orders. Tremblin frowned and thought, there was no doubt that it was definitely the royal seal that His Majesty always carried, however, His Majesty that I knew never gave it away so easily, even if that person is your son, is it true as Joshua said? In the Tremblin family, a scream rang out, who are you? Do you think I don't recognize the person using the stealth technique? Come out quickly, or else. The mysterious person standing opposite replied, sorry for visiting you this way, you. Tremblin exclaimed in surprise, Joshua, Sander. Joshua replied, sorry to suddenly come here, I have something to say, this can benefit both of us. Please pretend to help Caesar and find out about this, and then I will give you the information you need. Tremblin responded loudly, shut up. I have nothing to say to a traitor to the Empire, it's best for you to surrender. Joshua tried to explain, I'm sorry but I don't have time. Tremblin impatiently grabbed the sword and rushed towards it to threaten, that's your job. Suddenly he felt Joshua's mysterious power, making him silently exclaim, what is this thing, this aura? It feels like there is no one where Joshua is standing, I can't feel anything. He's in the same place as me, but I feel like he and I are in 2 different timelines. This is the perfect form of nothingness, the domain of the Supreme God. This is a wall I cannot overcome. After that, Tremblin immediately withdrew the sword. The old man said, I swore loyalty to the royal family, I have nothing to give you, go away. Joshua replied, then let me advise you, Caesar has a backer that even the emperor does not know. That person's name is Hamdao. If you have any doubts, just try investigating with that name. Tremblin was lost in thought, that conversation with Joshua. Back to the present, Caesar said, I simply ask you to follow my orders, understand? Tremblin replied, I will follow your orders, I will do my best to show my loyalty to the royal family, and find the truth, your majesty. Tremblin now truly understood the intention of Joshua's previous reminder. At this time, next to Icarus, he was thinking to himself, I'm gradually closing the pieces to find out what happened to Joshua. The more I find out, the angrier I get. Why doesn't he rely on me even a little bit? Suddenly, the man asked, who are you? How can you activate the gate when you are not magicians of the magic tower? Icarus smiled and replied, just this stupid gate makes a lot of noise. I brought you here, so don't forget our agreement. I remember very clearly, I will definitely return the favor. Let's go, do what needs to be done. Hearing that, everyone immediately replied in unison, yes, let's go. After that, the Avalon Empire's capital city of Avalon was opened by a portal. In the Avalon Empire, Ducanius' family mansion. Chiffon shouted loudly, maintain the formation, don't scatter. The opponent of the Chiffon Knights is the high-level wind spirit, Cillian. It ferociously rushed to attack Chiffon's group. The sharp fangs and claws growled with terrifying sounds. With its classic speed, it could defeat those knights in just a blink of an eye. Chiffon was angry, he grabbed the sword and rushed to decide whether life or death would come between him and Cillian. He slashed towards the high-level wind spirit. But with that small talent, it was nothing to Cillian. With just one blow, Chiffon had to fall to the ground painfully. He lay on the ground, raised his hands to support himself and shouted loudly, monster. At this moment, Anna appeared proudly and said, it's been a long time since I heard that nickname, I've had to hear that nickname all the time since I was a child. Now in the Swallow Empire there are people even worse than me. Chiffon replied bitterly, no way, are you Anna? I heard you ran away with the little Viscount a long time ago, how could you do that to the War King? Anna replied, at that time, I needed to hide my identity, but I was still a bit sad, I had lived here for so long, and now I had to destroy it myself. Suddenly, Draxia walked in and interrupted, Anna, enough of the random chatting. Anna replied, I made a mistake again, I'm sorry, father. This made Chiffon wonder, Dad, so Anna is actually Draxia's daughter? Draxia replied, more importantly, has something happened to Princess Asi? Anna confidently replied, don't worry about her, I've already hired an expert in this field. What a surprise, they accepted the mission without even knowing it was kidnapping and murder. Of course, yes, he immediately agreed. For an assassination, nothing is as important as money. Now don't worry about AC Vanboy anymore, I mean Lucia, you spent a lot of money to hire him, but it's worth it, right? And also, this is also one of the few largest ducal families in the empire. As soon as she finished speaking, Anna punched Chiffon. This made it impossible for him to breathe. Anna said excitedly, if we search everything, we'll probably find something valuable to make up for it, right? Suddenly, from behind there was a scream, an attack, a punishment for the intruders. Heard strange noises. Anna and Draxia then turned their heads to look. It turned out that Babel led an army to the rescue. He shouted loudly, I, Babel Volumanus, head of the great family of Ducanius, will destroy all of you. Draxia expressed interest and exclaimed, he came later than I thought. Anna replied, leave it to me, father. At the same time, the secret mansion of the Black Wind. The Black Goblin assassin King Aisha has received a notification. The entourage said, the assassination king, your job is very simple, kidnap Princess Asi and transport her to the designated location. Aisha replied, with the unstable state of Avalon there will definitely be many satellites around, knights at the entrance. Wrong, our job is not kidnapping. She angrily crumpled the paper in her hand and threw it on the ground. Aisha continued, but to rescue Lady Lucia from that place. And my customer is the hero king. Hearing these words, they bitterly said, bastard, how dare you betray us, you will definitely have to. Too noisy, Aisha directly destroyed them. One of them frowned and quickly ordered to retreat. "We must inform King Xuan that the assassin king has betrayed us." Hearing that, they immediately escaped. Aisha calmly warned, "You think you can run away from me?" Without saying much, Aisha directly took action to destroy the remaining people. With just one move, he was able to defeat those arrogant people. On the other side, Lucia was sighing sadly. She silently thought, how many years has it been? Lucia recalls the moment she was attacked by assassins. At that time, they said, "I have no interest in a low-level night with many people. I came here because the princess is so sad." Blackwind respectfully walked up to Lucia and said, "Princess, please come with me." At that time, she was very panicked at such a sudden incident. A group of knights then rushed forward, shouting loudly, "It's an assassin, find that assassin now, all knights, take position, on high alert." Thinking of this, Lucia was worried about her son, wondering if Joshua was okay. On the other side, in the fight between the mysterious people and Aisha, dead bodies were lying on the ground, fresh blood scattered everywhere. The masked man has fallen, loudly threatening, "The mysterious king will chase you, you just run freely, it's useless." Aisha replied, "I won't let myself become the prey, but you too." In another event, where a big fire broke out, people were screaming loudly, the building was collapsing, "Get out of the way, help, please, can someone save me?" There was a loud explosion, causing the ground to shake violently. Babel collapsed to the ground tiredly, raising his arms to support himself. Anna approached and advised him to give up. "Look around and wake up, today will mark the demise of Duke Anyus's family." Babel shouted angrily, "This is nothing, we have overcome many things like this before, the Avalon Empire and the Anyus Duke family will revive." Anna said mockingly, "It seems like you don't know anything, the alliance of the Swallow Empire and the Hubalt Empire." Draxia continued, "She will devour all of Avalon, people like you cannot stop it." As soon as he finished speaking, Babel became extremely bitter and shut up. "Do you think the Anyus family will kneel before those bastards?" Draxia replied, "That's interesting, I didn't expect to hear this from someone who has any blood of Anyus, let's get it over with, Anna." Having finished speaking, Anna immediately ordered Lucien to attack Babel. Just like that, Babel was attacked by it without having time to react. He silently thought to himself, "Yes, I also have thoughts that I am not a member of the Anyus family, but I cannot have a familiar name either. That's why I want to be recognized by my father more, even though I don't know where they are now." In the end, I couldn't wait until the last moment. "If I were you, would things be different, Joshua?" Suddenly, a hand reached out to save Babel. He used magic to heal that wound. Witnessing this scene made Anna and Draxia surprised. Joshua appeared with a spirited look, looked at Babel and said, "Sorry for being late." Joshua appeared with a spirited look, looked at Babel and said, "Sorry for being late." Seeing Joshua appear, Babel couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Joshua." Draxia said, "So you are still alive, why are you appearing here, do you want to die together?" Joshua calmly replied, "No, on the contrary, Draxia Belgrace. I'm here for your head." Draxia smiled sarcastically and said, "I heard you were injured, it seems you were injured on the head." Anna laughed and replied, "It's been a while since we met, you're still so handsome, let's play around a bit. Let's see how the Hero King tastes, I just tasted it for the first time." Draxia pulled out her sword and said, "Sorry, Anna, I'll deal with him myself, you know, I wanted to show that boy how much the world has changed in the 3 years he's been gone. And the new power has overthrown the standards of the previous 9-star system." Right after that, he immediately used his true energy to attack Joshua. He is extremely confident that after 3 years he can defeat Joshua. Babel trembled and silently exclaimed, "The amount of vital energy was huge, he was at a level that I never dared to imagine, this was the level of a star." Draxia said proudly, "You may have heard of him, the man who ruled the continent by himself. God of a war and conquest, he chilly. Feel the power of the new world, run now." Babel warned in panic, "This is not someone we can confront." Joshua calmly replied, "The recovery is probably over, now, gather your people from Duke Anyus' family and run away, Babel exclaimed in surprise. What? Wait. A fierce battle began to take place. Anna expressed interest and expressed that it had been a long time since her father had appeared in his true form. It was a pity that I didn't have the chance to see him. Before he could finish speaking, Joshua's image appeared in the mist. He walked closer towards Draxia with a radiant spirit. This made him exclaim in confusion, "How could you avoid it? That's surprising." At this time, Linon warned, "Be careful, Anna, that Joshua is not ordinary." Anna wondered, "What do you mean, Cillian?" He replied, "You should run as soon as you can." "Where are you going? The contract time is still left." "Over here," Draxia bitterly threatened. "You can't avoid it this time. Become dust, do Kanyus. Die." Finished speaking, he slashed majestically towards Joshua. Another stab from the left. Draxia frantically attacked continuously. When it came to the final attack, he chose to attack directly. At this time, the ground was cracked in half, causing each fragment to turn space upside down. Seeing Draxia's face look a bit scared, it turned out that Joshua was not hurt at all by his attack just now. Draxia asked confusedly, "How could you avoid it, even if you could? There's no way you're okay with that impact. This power can split the ground in half." Anna wondered if he was real, human. What? "He doesn't belong to this world. If we keep this up, we'll all die if we fight him." Seeing Anna run away, Draxia shouted, "Come back, Anna." Joshua walked closer and expressed, "War destroys many things, but it also creates many other things. True energy, a way to use the way created in the midst of war. I've been developing this game for 3 years while we're not here. However, when faced with the true essence that we have developed over hundreds of years, it means nothing." Draxia said bitterly, "You're making an appearance just because you created a spear with primordial energy. Do you think I would believe that there is a type of primordial energy that is older than true primordial energy?" Having finished speaking, he continued to rush to attack Joshua. Faced with that situation, Joshua calmly raised his spear to defend. He is so calm that he makes others afraid of that fighting spirit. On this side, Draxia is still trying to defeat Joshua. He smiled smugly and thought to himself, "It's him, I know. I'm sure this time, he seems to have realized some weakness." Joshua said, "This spear is not as much a weapon as it seems. It depends on which part of the spear you infuse true energy into. It will change the strength the opponent faces. This means that just a small force is enough to resist a huge force." Draxia replied, "So what? The monster." He lost his mind and rushed to attack Joshua. Faced with that situation, Joshua calmly said, "One more thing, if the opponent intends to shorten the distance, just change his hand movements slightly." I was able to counterattack faster than him. Then, Joshua forcefully stabbed him through the heart. Joshua said, "Do you understand? It doesn't matter what true energy, the power only differs depending on the person using it, just like you think this spear is very slow and very fast." Draxia silently said, "This bastard, I can't believe he could pierce a hole and cut off the magic flow in my body. My true energy has become unstable. Is this my end?" Joshua said, "After borrowing strength from others to regain the throne you lost from Lucifer, this is your end, your destiny, the unfortunate emperor who lost his life in a foreign land. People will forget you." Draxia Belgrace, it seems he doesn't accept that result. Draxia roared, "Do you think they will forget me so easily? I am the god of war who will lead every battle to victory. I am on a different level than you. In 3 years, all that is left of you it's just a rumor. Even if they fail, countless heroic efforts will be recorded in history. However, how can someone like you who borrowed the power of the devil to take the throne be remembered? Even now, instead of the actual royal family of Swallow, don't the people of Swallow respect Lucifer more? It's funny to hear you babbling just because you've only told me once, Joshua. You said evil power, right? I'm someone who doesn't know what evil really is. In the end, you'll be begging to have that evil power like me." Joshua wondered, "Are you talking about Hamdao? Why do you think I don't know?" "So you already know, yet you still dare to get in our way. One day you will realize how much you regret daring to stand in our way today. Hamdao is the only one who can stop Lucifer." Joshua quietly said to himself, "Goodbye, Draxia." After that, he immediately took action to destroy Draxia. the traitor who caused my death in my previous life. At the same time, somewhere, Evergreen's people witnessed everything. Sharp eyes glanced in a certain direction. I only saw her moaning in her hand holding the mysterious ball facing forward. One blow caused the man to kneel on the ground, his head separated from his neck. Joshua looked calm at the events that had just happened. He thought to himself, finally, I see the end of this revenge, including Galahad. The captain of the Royal Knights in his previous life also died at his own hands. His lover, Evangeline, went crazy from shock. Evergreen, the mage who became part of the royal family and became undead, will live forever as my servant. Black Mage, Barbaru. Completely destroyed to the point of not being able to go to hell. Sharp eyes full of hatred, Joshua silently told himself, now, there is only one person left, I am coming here. Caesar, right now, in the middle of the palace, everyone is present, thank you everyone for gathering here. Today, we will end the issue that has been causing conflict for a long time between the princes of the Avalon Empire. We will decide the next emperor of the Avalon Empire right here today. The powerful people of the royal family were present, their faces were cold and serious without any emotion. Powerful people of the royal family were present, their faces were cold and serious without any emotion. The conference host loudly announced that today, we will end the long-standing problem between the princes of the Avalon Empire. We will decide the emperor of the Avalon Empire right here. At this time, the trio of Kaiser, Kaizen and Kaiser were present here in full force. They appeared arrogant in front of the crowd. The Kaiser looked mysterious and smiled cunningly. He said, stop rambling, let's listen to Duke Tremblin's opinion first. After all, his support will decide who is the next emperor. Faced with that situation, Tremblin was helpless and had to follow suit. Kaizen laughed mockingly, no surprise. I was curious as to why you came back. It turns out it was because you convinced Duke Tremblin. Even if the Duke came back, it wasn't enough to convince everyone. Where are the people and nobles here? Because everyone has already chosen sides, you can't apply it to everyone. That's why factions are balanced, stable and powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, the Kaiser burst out laughing, causing the Kaizen to ask, annoyed, what's so funny? The Kaiser replied, the balance has been completely lost. Now, the Duke Anyu's family has disappeared without a trace. The situation had changed. They gathered for no other reason than to survive. What? Kaizen shouted angrily, what the hell did you do? You took advantage of the emperor's funeral to call me back here and stab me in the back. Suddenly, from outside, a guard rushed in, urgent news, urgent news. Kaizen turned to look at Kaiser and asked, what the hell did you do to the Anyu's family? Kaiser calmly replied, you finally realized, your world has changed. Kaiser asked, tell me, what's the news? The guard quickly replied, yes. Before I could say anything, a voice came from outside, I will tell you, I am here to convey the message of my master, Joshua Sanders. Icarus said confidently, our master said he would meet everyone at the bloody battle a week later, so, let's postpone choosing the emperor until then. Hearing these words, Kaiser's group was dumbfounded. The Kaiser was so angry that his face turned red. Kaiser calmly said, I'm sure Joshua has no right to give us orders. Moreover, there are rumors that Joshua is connected to black magic, is the public enemy of the entire continent. This makes you accomplices of Joshua. However, considering his past exploits, I will pretend that nothing happened, so, please pass on the word to Joshua, don't interfere in Avalon's affairs again. Ristian's voice said, even though we've come this far, they're still so stiff, they don't seem to want to talk to us. Icarus replied, you're right, dark powers are banned on the entire continent, no matter who it is. However, from what I know, someone has violated the ban and also summoned demons, right, or not? Or are you planning to forget about it because he is a member of the royal family? The four princes of the Kaiser continued to abuse royal prerogatives and let the matter slide. I will continue to tarnish Avalon's reputation. If I'm wrong, prove your innocence. My master said he would prove his innocence himself, in a helpless bloody battle. Faced with these accusations, the Kaiser pondered for a moment. Then he replied, you should do as they say, this is a good opportunity to prove the empire's position. Tremblin expressed, if the next emperor is decided and the civil war ends right here, the Hubalt Empire, the long-running empire, and other kingdoms will not sit idly by, they will destroy us as soon as possible. Just started, so we need a strong ally like the hero king.
I request that the hero king be given a chance to prove his innocence. Kaiser thought to himself, that damn old man, I didn't know why he ran away, so this is the reason, he knows something about Joshua. I was planning on ending everything today, but look, had to postpone it. Kaizen replied, I agree with you, Duke, postpone deciding who is the emperor and give Joshua a chance to prove himself. Until then, let's call a truce, see you all again at the bloody battle. Kaizen silently exclaimed, you saved me, I owe you one, Joshua. Kaiser, now it's time for you to have a headache. Suddenly the Kaiser stood up and announced, I have to go too. Today is very interesting, Duke Tremblin, I'm curious what agreement you have with Joshua. However, don't forget, who holds the Emperor's Jade Sister? I, the Kaiser, the official heir, have been sealed by my sister. Tremblin was silent before the Kaiser's threat. He silently wondered, that's why I find it hard to believe, 4th Prince Kaiser. At that time, Tremblin said loudly, I swore loyalty to the royal family, I will never give you what you want, leave now. Joshua once said, so, let me give you some advice, there is someone behind the Kaiser that even Emperor Marcus doesn't know about. His name is Hemdao, he knows the Emperor's last residence. At that time, Tremblin was extremely surprised, what, did that guy harm the Emperor? Joshua just nodded in response to him. Finished, Joshua said goodbye, I have to go. Tremblin quickly called back, wait, Joshua, if you want my help, this is not enough, there is no evidence for me to believe you. Joshua replied, so, let me show you something, Kaiser has something similar to mine. However, his is fake, mine is the real jade. Seeing the jade in Joshua's hand, Tremblin trembled and shouted, how did you get it? Joshua replied, the day when my comrades and I will meet again will be soon, I will visit you, until then, if you find the situation strange, please investigate. Returning to reality, Tremblin thought to himself, in the end, I still couldn't find anything about Hemdao, however, it depends on who has the real Jade Sister, I will decide who my sword is aimed at. At the Black Wind's secret base, in a ruined house. A group of people went in there to investigate, they kept complaining, what the hell was this place? Lan saw the Black Wind's mask, he exclaimed in surprise, look, there are signs of a serious fight here, this mask is not something the Black Wind members often use. I heard that the Black Wind disappeared along with the Demon Emperor, what are they doing here? Suddenly, a voice interrupted, it seemed they had found someone and followed them. Lan Si was startled and turned around and shouted loudly, Marquis Ariel, why are you here? Why aren't you guys in the royal city? You could be stray dogs without a master, but this is still too risky, or are you guys looking for a new owner? As soon as he finished speaking, Kotyus angrily replied, we just discovered this place while on patrol and came to check it out. More importantly, why is there this place in the ruins? Ariel quickly reassured, don't misunderstand, I only came here after feeling the energy of an assassin, when I came here it was already like that. I'm trying to find traces of the fugitive, but, suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Ari said, this aura, is that it? Without saying much, he immediately approached to examine the situation. Lan was surprised, what the heck, where did he go? Kotyus panicked, damn it, call everyone in the battalion, we have to chase him, why, we don't know where he went, so you want me to hear the punishment again. On the other side, Viper Bison heard a voice, here, go this way. Viper Bison was startled and exclaimed, wait, someone is calling, I know this voice, what are you saying? Without further hesitation, the Viper Bison immediately turned and ran and shouted loudly, following me. The Kotyus panicked and shouted loudly, wait, Bison. In a certain forest, they ran after the bison, causing the Kotyus to urgently ask, how much further do they have to go? Replied Bison, just a little longer. Soon, the bison brought everyone to the place. He said in surprise, Death Knight, you are the one who called us here. The Death Knight replied, Leader Joshua Sanders will be here soon, will you follow us? This startled them, the captain was returning. On the table were wound dressing items, and in the bowl was an arrow still stained with blood. Aisha, after treating the wound, used a bandage to bandage her abdomen. On the bed next to her, Joshua's mother was sleeping peacefully. Suddenly there was a noise outside the door, she slightly twitched her ears to listen. Seeming to have determined something, Aisha quickly opened the door and walked out. Looking at the person who appeared, She quickly bowed her head. "Mr. Joshua," he immediately said, "it seems I also owe you a lot in this life. Haven't you received the news yet? I'm no longer your employer. I'm sorry for not telling you sooner." Aisha replied, "Compared to your kindness towards us, it is nothing. What is the matter?" "Thank you for helping the elves." Joshua laughed, "So that's it. And thank you for saving my mother." A few days later, at the Avalon Empire Arena, everyone around the stands cheered excitedly. The familiar host of the arena spoke up, "Happy to see everyone again, the people of Avalon. Today, the Blood Night competition with intense matches that everyone is looking forward to will take place. But first, I want to thank the princes for creating conditions for the public to admire today's matches. I am truly grateful to them." The princes in the special stand stood up together and waved in cheers, greeting Prince Kaiser, wishing him a happy day. "Prince Kaiser, I wish you victory, you look so cool, long live your highness the crown prince." Meanwhile, one of the Avalon Empire's nobles, Duke de Retunsiu, couldn't help but frown, wondering why King Marcus's funeral had turned into such a festival. Prince Kaiser explained, "Because they are waiting for the civil war to end. When we fight openly like this, we are also considered to be pleasing the people." "Who will be the first to enter the arena?" Duke de Retun replied, "I will let the people decide." Prince Kaiser worriedly asked, "What if the Kaiser and Joshua had to fight each other?" He said, "This is the first time the Blood Night tournament has been made public, and all the people in the city are extremely excited, so I think giving them the right to decide the first match is a good idea." Surely Prince Kaiser also wants to quickly resolve the problem between him and Joshua, so he will come to the stage with unusual strength, which will make everyone happy. Kaiser pondered and said, "He is known as the invincible heavenly king, but few people get to see his skills with their own eyes. This time he will have the opportunity to show off his strength, through which we will be able to know much about him. Don't you give Joshua too many advantages in this match." Duke de Retton smiled meaningfully and replied, "The main character of this match will be Joshua. In front of everyone, he will have to prove his strength and resolve the misunderstanding between the parties. But if he fails to do that, this will be a death sentence for Joshua." Prince Kaiser was still a little worried and said, "That is the ending we expected. So who is Joshua's opponent? There are not many people who can confront the invincible heavenly king." He said, "The match will be within the tournament system. His first opponent will be the Temple Knight Commander, after that as Marquis Eri Run 10. At this moment, someone came forward and suggested that if those two people failed, I would personally fight. The person who came was Duke Tremblin. Looking at him, Kaiser asked again, "So the Duke also plans to get involved?" At this time, the announcer's announcement rang out, "What are you waiting for? The Blood Night tournament officially begins." Outside the arena, Cain was a bit stunned when he heard this news. Ristian asked skeptically, "Will the invincible heavenly king really appear? Is today the day the miracle happens? But if Joshua doesn't appear, I will be in trouble." Icarus also said confusedly, "It's really confusing. After the Liu family did something with the spear, he also disappeared immediately. He even put the gift I gave the owner up for auction." Cain and Christian gasped, "Ha, gone, now what to do?" Icarus hugged his spear and smiled wryly and asked, "Is there really no way? Running was the best policy." The two of them looked speechless. The announcement sounded again, the first match everyone was looking forward to. Having no choice, Cain ran up to grab the spear and said, "No, give me the spear." Icarus panicked, "Cain, are you planning to rush forward alone?" He removed the cloth tied to the tip of the spear and replied, "We must buy time before the master comes. If it wasn't me, someone else would have come up." Having said that, he held out the spear to Ristian, making him startled. "Ha, why did you give it to me? Besides you, there is no one with the same strength as my master. I didn't even know how to use a spear anymore, so I imitated the invincible heavenly king." Suddenly, the sword and spear suddenly glowed.
Christian quickly took the spear and said, "This spear was made by Lord Hotunie. I have seen it in my master's books about weapons."
At this time, the announcer's voice introduced, "Please invite the youngest lord of the kingdom, no, the youngest lord of the continent, the one who is known as the Heavenly King's champion, come to the ring." Cain urged, "No, there's no time to worry, prepare, the invincible Heavenly King is here." These words surprised all three people. Together, the three of them turned their heads to look at the arena. The cheers continued to chant, "Invincible to the Heavenly King." On the stage, Joshua indeed appeared. Opposite him was the commander of the Robin Knight squad. Joshua is like the previous years, his demeanor is bold and full of confidence. The second Prince Kaizen curled his lips in mockery. I thought you were going to run away, now you're here. At the same time, the Kaiser also appeared and went to his seat and replied, if there is a hero present, then the victory will be glorious, right? When Avalon needs a hero, he runs away. When the hero reappears, the people's reaction is understandable. His eyes became full of excitement, thinking, what I wanted has finally been achieved, now let me see, how do you plan to respond to this situation? Down on the field, Joshua stared at the person standing across from him. Commander Robin spoke up, even though I saw you with my own eyes, I still can't believe you're here. Are you really the Joshua I know? You've changed a lot. Joshua immediately responded, I heard that he had retired after handing over the command position to Lord Ban Mung, but it seems not yet, he explained. Ban Mung said he could not take my position, for until you appear, thanks to that, we still keep practicing to wait for that day. During this time, Count Ariel also slowly stepped forward and reminded, you too should say hello to the people, you haven't forgotten your promise yet. You know, I owe you a worthy match, let's get started, I can't wait any longer. I know it's hard for me to defeat you, but this is the rash personality of someone who wants to start over, and assert his strength. Having said that, he instantly moved towards Joshua. Commander Robin also drew his sword and slashed towards Joshua. Just wait, I will teach you a lesson. Just a few seconds into the battle, there was an explosion and a blinding yellow light shot out. Count Ariel gritted his teeth and frowned. Don't bother me, old man, if you don't want today to be your retirement day. Having finished speaking, he thrust his sword at Robin, but the commander quickly dodged it. However, the small scratch from the sword still lightly grazed his face, causing blood to flow. Commander Robin angrily said, you're going too far, I won't let you go. Count Aries still didn't stop, continuing to change directions to attack Robin. Is that so? Then that's the consequence of you touching a crazy person like me. Seconds later, he suddenly widened his eyes. What? Robin directly cast the holy shield. A holy light shield appeared to block Count Ariel from approaching. When he was pressed by it, he gritted his teeth. It was annoying. Did he also know how to use O to create holy light? Commander Robin quickly threw Count Ariel back, and he also backed away. Then he turned to face Joshua and challenged him. Wait, Joshua, I will come to you soon. This is my new power. I am now different from the last time I fought you. Surely this time I will defeat you, he said, raising his sword and running quickly towards the direction where Joshua was standing. At this moment, Cain's group came shouting loudly, Master. He strongly threw the spear in his hand towards him. Here is your spear. Joshua smiled slightly. He reached out his hand to gently catch the spear that was being launched with great force towards him. When holding it, Joshua still laughed and joked, Cain, you throw the spear like this, are you planning to harm me? Cain couldn't hold back his tears, but the corner of his mouth smiled and replied, No, it's just my wish for victory, I miss you very much. Joshua also replied, I miss you too, Cain. Icarus, thank you for waiting for me. Behind him, Count Aries came and said, We are also waiting for you, today you have to taste my new skill. Joshua turned back to look at the two and replied, Marquis Aries, I didn't come here to simply confront you. He pointed the spear forward, then loudly declared, I came to fulfill my goal and promise to my teammates. The princes in the stands were surprised at the same time. Today, I only appeared for one reason, become the king of the Avalon Empire. Hearing these words, Duke Tremblin couldn't help but frown. The people in the stands were confused, gaping and talking. He wanted to take on the position of Kaiser. What the hell are you talking about? You're here to prove your innocence, not to talk nonsense like that, so. Count Ariel stroked his beard and laughed. He never changed, always making me tremble with excitement. Now I realize that no one in Avalon can stop you. So, I will also retreat, it's a pleasure to meet you. After saying that, he immediately put his sword back and turned to leave directly. Commander Robin shouted in confusion, What are you talking about, Aries? Joshua's statement constitutes treason, you must understand that. Why did you forgive him? Count Ariel turned around and said, Then go ahead and catch him yourself, you are very confident in your strength. Robin couldn't help but grit his teeth, but couldn't refute. Suddenly Joshua said, I still haven't forgotten your advice back then, Count Aries. Hearing that, he smiled. Then he waved his hand and reminded, hoping your choice will bring luck to many people, Joshua. Cain cried red at the corners of his eyes. At this moment, he happily shouted, "Lord Joshua is really back." Icarus smiled and wiped his tears and expressed, "Thank God." From acting alone to using unusual methods, he has never changed. Kaizen suddenly stood up and ordered, "What is the royal army?" "It is a traitor who has announced that he will rebel right in front of the imperial people. Catch him quickly." However, Joshua directly interrupted, "Wrong. This event commemorates the death of Emperor Marcus Van Britten, and restores stability to the Avalon Empire by appointing the next emperor." Kaizen shouted, "What does that have to do with you? You're just a criminal, you have no right to say those things. Currently, you are still a dark magician, a common enemy of this continent. Even if you beg, it is still not enough to forgive all your actions." As he finished speaking, a stream of mana immediately hit him, scaring him into silence. Joshua used his power to move in the air, flew to face the princes and said, "I have the right to inherit the throne of this empire. My mother is a Sisu Van Britten. That means, the blood of the C family is flowing in my veins. The moment after Emperor Marcus disappeared, my mother was kidnapped by the Dark Wind organization. You will not deny it, accept that, Prince Kaiser." Kaizen couldn't help but feel suspicious and quickly looked towards the eldest prince. But he didn't seem to believe it, still frowning and stubbornly questioning, "This is nonsense. Do you think we will believe that blatant lie? Hey, what are you doing? Quickly arrest him, go." Just as the guard knight was about to rise, Duke Tremblin raised his hand to stop him. "Stop, Prince Kaiser, is what Joshua said true?" Kaizen shouted impatiently, "Now is not the time to worry about that, Duke Tremblin, your duty is to protect the royal family. We are the ones who decide the truth." At this time, Prince Kaiser finally spoke, "Joshua, your mother, no, I don't know anything about what happened to you. It was only after father disappeared that I found out. As a member of the royal family, I am very sorry." Joshua looked straight without showing any expression. Suddenly Kaizen covered his mouth and laughed, "Why, even if what you said is true and you have the right to succeed, nothing will change. Originally, the struggle for the throne was meaningless from the beginning. Emperor Marcus had already chosen his successor before disappearing. And that person, it was me," said. He took the box and opened it. Inside was the ring symbol of Avalon. When Kaizen saw it, he jumped up in surprise and exclaimed, "Why do you have the Avalon seal, Kaiser? If you really have it, then why do we still have to do these things?" He walked forward leisurely and said, "That's right, so we better end things. Citizens of the Empire, look here, Emperor Marcus left a legacy for his successor before he disappeared, and that person is me." The Kaiser pretended to hiss, "I am the rightful heir to the throne, current law. Now I am the true emperor of the empire, rejoice in that. The civil war will end because it is completely unnecessary." The people at that time were still confused and whispering, if Emperor Marcus was missing, then didn't Prince Kaiser really have the right to become the next emperor? Anyone could succeed him, as long as the civil war ended, is okay. One person boldly stood up and shouted, "The civil war for the throne was finally over. Long live the new emperor, long live Avalon." Joshua silently glanced at the shouting behind him. But the Kaiser's voice made him quickly turn around. "You hear, the people don't need a hero, they just need someone who can give them what they want. Everything is in the palm of our hand." Joshua suddenly raised his mouth and smiled sarcastically, "Oh, then what? I'm there too." From his pocket, he took out the ring that symbolized the Kaiser's identical seal. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise. "What?" Joshua stood in a high position, holding up his seal and declaring, "Yes, people need someone who can give them what they want, but what if that person is not someone, but a hero? The noble Emperor Marcus has left a will, declaring the rightful heir to the throne, and it is me, Joshua Sanders." The seal in his hand emitted a dazzling golden light. People at this time could not help but be confused. Why are there two seals like this? What the hell is going on? No need to wonder anymore. The next true emperor is the Hero King, the Emperor of Avalon, the Savior of Avalon, the Hero King. The audience burst into tears, everyone was happy. The Kaiser silently gritted his teeth, his face looked worse than ever. What the hell, why did he also have the Emperor's seal? Could he have known this would happen? It couldn't be. Kaizen laughed loudly and sarcastically, "Kaiser, you celebrated too early. Look at you, you thought you had the trump card in your hand, but in fact you were played by Joshua. Right now there are two seals here. we don't know which one is real, and your statement can't be confirmed yet. We can't determine an emperor based on reputation alone. Or perhaps, someone will kill everyone here and inherit the throne. What do you think, Joshua? He then moved his body, put his feet on the ground in front of him and said, that is also one way, but there are still other ways. Magic Tower, please directly request support from the Magic Tower that created this seal. They will definitely know which one is real, which one is fake. It will probably take 3 days, and with this information spreading, a lot of mishaps can happen. Kaiser suddenly interrupted, that's enough. No matter who becomes emperor, they will have to solve the current problems. You said 3 days, right? In that case, until we meet again. He immediately stood up and left. Kaizen looked at that figure and slightly curled his mouth and chuckled, that's right, it's best to retreat now, Kaiser, because Duke Tremblin will also let Joshua go. We don't have much choice, it's better to just keep going, postpone this already. Thinking about it, he shrugged and said, no matter what, one of you will definitely lose. It's best to just prepare for the next 3 days, or just disappear like you did 3 years ago. His words were like a sharp knife, causing the Kaiser to constantly frown and grit his teeth in anger, his eyes flashing coldly. Is Heimdall, the person who gave me this seal, planning to betray me? It can't be, if so then I would have realized it. Unless from the beginning, everything he said was a lie. The Kaiser clenched his hands until they trembled. Memories are recreated. He was sitting in his room reading a book when he suddenly heard a voice saying, maybe 3 years was enough. He stopped his movements and glanced towards the screen and asked, what do you mean, Heimdall? The other person said, I have already made a decision. Tell the believers, in the coming days, command them to destroy the Anyus clan and their residents, but that place. If they are still alive, it will ruin our plan. We must eliminate the Anyus family, to weaken the prince's power. If the Anyus family is no more, the prince's position will be shaken. Kaiser, after this, you will win the trust of the first prince. Once you do that, it will lead to the final outcome. As he said, the seal was presented by a servant. The Kaiser looked in surprise. This is Emperor Seal of the Avalon Empire. Why are you? The person he called Heimdall said, who else could always carry that thing? Could it be? That's right. I was the one who killed the emperor. Surprisingly, the person hiding behind the curtain was Duke Aidenvolt Anyus, Joshua's father. Currently, people in the stands are cheering enthusiastically. Down on the field, the two people were still fighting fiercely. The sword slashes were continuously launched. One person slashed, the other blocked, no one gave way. Cain looked down at the battle and expressed that the bloody war of helplessness was continuing, but that was still better than the event of this gathering of knights being wasted. Duke Tremblin explained that the princes had already agreed, so today's tournament would continue as planned. Cain turned around in doubt and agreed. He recounted that this tournament was originally created to decide the heir to the throne, by choosing which knight won. We thought that Prince Kaiser was on Prince Kaiser's side, and this tournament was held, to choose between Prince Kaiser and Prince Kaizen. Then suddenly he and Prince Kaiser got involved. Cain said, that's why we also have to watch this match. Duke Tremblin raised his eyebrows and asked, do you think they just stood by and watched? Not only you, but your lords were also killed, charged with treason, if anything goes beyond that limit. Icarus rubbed his chin and suggested, but if we can restore our positions before the bloody war ends, that would be good. Joshua immediately agreed, okay. Duke Tremblin looked straight into his eyes and suggested, first, you must explain everything to me, of course, the sigil of His Majesty that you obtained, after he left. Cain immediately questioned, do you think Lord Joshua killed His Majesty, and forced him to hand over the seal? That could also be a possibility. Joshua calmly stood up and replied, fine, let me tell you, about the death of Emperor Marcus van Britten. And everything happened that day, the accident 3 years ago. At this moment, outside the door a person came and shouted loudly, Joshua Sanders, Duke Tremblin saw you and was surprised. Duke de Retun, why are you here? He bowed his head and replied, I have received orders from the Emperor, come to escort Mr. Joshua Sanders, let me carry out the order. Cain couldn't help but frown, there was no emperor left to give orders anymore. On the other side, the second Prince Kaizen continuously questioned Kaiser, what's wrong, why did you suddenly leave like that, do you really want to discuss with Joshua? Prince Kaiser reminded, those are our brothers, we have the same blood, he has the right to hear. Kaizen objected, I don't accept it, How can you suddenly appear and claim to be a descendant of the royal family? As long as we need power, then expelling Joshua from Avalon is not a problem. The eldest prince raised his eyebrows and turned around to ask, do you think if that's the case, will anything change, even if he is hailed as a miracle that only appears once in 1,000 years? Well, he's still just a young adult. If we can't handle him ourselves, then do you think we can handle anything after ascending the throne? Even so, the second prince was still unwilling and ridiculous. I still don't accept that reason. Just be honest, why can't we get rid of Joshua right now? Kaiser pondered for a while, then suddenly explained, new information from the intelligence messenger, the current situation, we are at a disadvantage. The Empire has been on the move for a long time, before that was the Civ, and the Hubalt Empire, and they are ready to deploy their army near the borders of our empire. It is said that the number of about 200,000 soldiers is being led by the bloody Sky Lushi Falong at the station. The scenario we fear is happening right now. Are you planning to become a single king after losing your country? Hearing that, Kaizen couldn't help but grit his teeth, but couldn't refute. At that moment, Joshua came. So, that's why you called me here, you want me to stop the heavenly blood? First Prince Kaiser replied frankly, yes. His next action surprised him and the second Prince Kaizen even more. At that time, he bowed his head and expressed, I want you to help this country continue to exist. Please stop the bloody heaven. I'm not asking for myself, but for the entire Avalon Empire. Joshua suddenly smiled. He clicked his tongue and looked at Kaizen, meaning to say, just as people say, there is no better brother than himself. Is the second prince still going to keep quiet after seeing his brother like this? Kaizen was immediately startled. Why dare you? But before he finished speaking, Kaiser's words interrupted him. Kaizen, without Avalon, we are nothing. He clenched his hands so tightly that they trembled. In the end, he had to compromise and bowed his head with difficulty to beg, please help. Joshua deliberately asked, what did you say? Oh, probably because of everyone's cheers in the stands, I didn't hear his voice at all. Kaizen angrily pressed his lips and cursed silently, this bastard. But even though he was angry, he still had to grit his teeth and say loudly, I beg you to stop the bloody sky, Joshua Sanders. Then, Joshua said with satisfaction, okay, I will go there and stop him, but there is one condition. Kaizen jumped up, what? I have bowed my head, what else do you want? Kaiser interrupted, I will agree, as long as it is within my ability, whatever you want. He replied, before going to the border, I also want to stop by your Majesty's bedroom first, and when I return after blocking the blood sky, you must declare it yourself, that you accept me as part of the royal family. Prince Kaiser couldn't help but be stunned. Kaizen shouted, I don't agree, you don't accept him as part of the royal family, doing so would be like giving him the right to compete for the throne. Joshua glanced at him and said, don't you see the situation, didn't you listen just now, without a country you can't become king. He frowned and said, that is if you can really stop him. But there is not only blood heaven there are also 200,000 soldiers. Joshua confidently expressed, if I felt I couldn't do it, I would have refused. It's easy to say. Suddenly Prince Kaiser interrupted, I believe you, I will accept that offer. If you succeed in stopping him, I will officially declare you a part of the royal family. Okay, that's the deal. See you later. Finished, Joshua turned around and left. Kaizen sneered sarcastically, are you going to just leave like that? He immediately replied, don't be too happy, I won't go right away, I have to gather my support first, and I will also solve the problem that makes you curious before I leave. Kaizen frowned in suspicion, what problem made me curious? On the other hand, at the teleportation gate of the imperial capital Avalon, Iseline and Theta teleported there. When they saw the person waiting, they were both a bit surprised. The four princes of the Kaiser and his subordinates were waiting for the two of them. When they saw them coming, they immediately bowed their heads to greet them, welcoming them to the Avalon Empire, those who sought the truth from the magic tower. He is. I am Kaiser Van Britten, fourth prince of the Avalon Empire. Theta raised her voice, then turned to look at Iseline and said, I didn't expect that the prince would personally come to see us, so we will also introduce ourselves. I am the current owner of the magic tower. My name is Theta Pi on Tangerine Shock. The Kaiser smiled warmly and suggested that it was an honor to meet you and allow me to escort you straight to the reception area. Iseline suddenly spoke up, wait a minute, can we confirm the royal seal who requested the investigation? We can find out if there is more than one seal. The Kaiser still maintained his smile, but his voice was somewhat colder and asked, sorry, but who are you? Theta introduced, she is the person in charge who will verify the seal, no one is better than her on these matters. Iseline took off his cape, sorry for the late introduction, my name is Iseline Din Ri Ca. The people who accompanied the Kaiser exclaimed in surprise, chanting, so you are the only one left alive, it turns out the rumors are true, the cold-blooded murderer from the failed Earl family, now you are dead, becoming a seven-seated magician in the magic tower as well, and at times like these, having such a talented person is truly a blessing to the empire. The Kaiser explained, because it was also a large fortune, so even though it was just for investigation purposes, it was a bit unreasonable to hand over the seal to an outsider, but if it were her, her pride with the empire's moat is also safe. Iseline countered, please don't lump me in with the empire, I came here as a member of the magic tower, not a member of any kingdom, I only distinguish between truth and falsehood during the research process, and don't take any side. How did you get the seal? As far as I know, the original seal is owned by my friend. The Kaiser's heart was filled with surprise, what, is there another seal besides his and Joshua's seal? Iseline raised his hand to cast magic, creating a layer of ice that sealed his feet and made a request, until you explain everything, you are not allowed to go anywhere. The Kaiser's guard saw this and angrily asked, what are you doing? This is an insult to the royal family, royal knights, quickly protect the prince. Stop immediately. On the other side, Theta also worriedly reminded, hey Iseline, he was the one who personally came here to pick us up, you're going over the limit, stop quickly. Kaiser said coldly, I'm the one asking the question here, just now you said you wouldn't choose sides and be fair. She also said that her friend had an original seal created just for the empire, her purpose in coming here was to check if that seal was real. She replied, yes, the original seal is always in my friend's hand, if you don't believe then I will make a magic oath. Kaiser continued to question, so what if her friend's seal was fake, who was her friend that she trusted so much? At this moment, a voice spoke up, it was me. Everyone turned back at the same time, Joshua came forward and said, I'm that friend. In the 11th and 12th battalions, the Royal Knights of Avalon, one by one, tapped their hands on their chests and bowed solemnly, congratulating their commander on his safe return. Katyus emotionally expressed, we thought we had been abandoned by you, after you disappeared, our team was divided into battalions 2 and 12, which made me both sad and angry. Lan Nun grumbled, I'm crying again, anyway, welcome back, hey, shut up. Joshua looked at everyone and said, I'm really sorry, I'll never forget you guys. Lan Chu excitedly replied, we have worked very hard to keep our battalion, now we hope you will return to command the battalion. Theta smiled and asked, do you just want to be a knight commander? If you can come back alive after the war, the throne will definitely be yours, as long as you don't risk going out into the battlefield alone, then capture him, we can wait a few more years. Joshua smiled and affirmed, there will be no such thing, from now on all the hostile empires are targeting different places, it will be easier to fight them individually. Cain was surprised and wondered, really, they were targeting many other places, yes, it seemed like that. Icarus analyzed that the empire is attacking Avalon, and Hubble will confront the alliance of kingdoms. It is said that the kingdoms around them have formed an alliance, led by a king, but their alliance is not that tight, if they are attacked by the Hubble empire, it will all collapse like a storm, the storm swept through. Theta added, but luckily they have the Fire Lord, if he joins, the situation will be better. Fire Lord, you probably only know his name. His old title was Eminent Knight, the last prince of the ancient Rand kingdom, Uravit. Joshua wondered, I heard that he also disappeared along with the kingdom of worship, is he still alive? Theta replied, I think so too, if the alliance of kingdoms can attract the Fire Lord, surely this is an advantage they're big. Icarus reminded us that we must act quickly, we don't know when Hubble, who tends to touch the accelerator for too long, will attack. In order not to hinder you, I will go first, I will go to see Pontius. Joshua smiled and asked, why come to see Che Rin? It seems like you have prepared very carefully as a strategist, while I'm not here, so thanks to you, Icarus. I also need your help, please go to the border immediately. He was surprised, what, are you planning on leaving me behind? Theta advised, it's okay, you go. If this is related to the royal seal, leave it to Iseline. He shook his head. It's not like that, there are still unresolved issues. At this time, in the Kaiser's room, he angrily pushed the books to the ground. It was so annoying. Remembering a few hours ago, Joshua calmly walked up to him and said, I am the friend she mentioned, please wait patiently until the royal seal is verified to be true. The Kaiser couldn't help but shout loudly, you tell me to be patient, how dare you, insolent man. Heimdall, what the hell are you thinking? Kaizen suddenly appeared in his room and scoffed, it seemed like someone was angry, I thought you were going to meet the messenger of the magic tower, it seems things are not going well. Kaiser saw he was angry and vicious, I'm not in the mood to talk, let's go out. He smirked and shrugged, saying, don't be so cold, I came because I wanted to suggest something, You know war will break out soon, Joshua is going to the border to stop this great war. But if Joshua fails, my future is not good either. But if Prince Kaiser lets Joshua become prince because of his success, no one will stop him anymore. Whether war can be prevented or not, our risks are still great, so what do you want? He suggested, you kept it, right, the level 8 ancient spell that Evergrant left behind. If you give it to me, I will lend you my strength. Kaiser frowned and asked, how do you know? Kaizen said, do you think I've been staying in one place all this time? When it comes to information, I have no shortage of information. To an 8th level magician, it's more valuable than a treasure, they're even willing to fight, trade your clan and your soul to get it. With that letter I can attract the Tower Master to our side. At that point it doesn't matter whether your royal seal is real or not. Kaiser replied with a gloomy face, you can believe it or not, but if the book could solve the problem, I wouldn't have been in this situation, but because you believed in it, so I'll show you what you want. At the king's bedroom, Kaiser followed his promise to bring Joshua here. Besides Duke Tremblin, the promise is still the promise, I will protect you, but isn't this the right time? Don't I've already sent my trusted subordinates to the border area, now it's time to satisfy your curiosity. Curious, you mean? Joshua nodded, yes, I mean where Emperor Marcus is, you know where he is. He explained, it sounds unbelievable, but when I climbed to the top floor of the trial tower, there was a reward there, thanks to which I vaguely saw the residence of Emperor Marcus 3 years ago. He is here in this room. Kaiser immediately protested, it's impossible, I've searched every corner of this room, but haven't found any trace. Joshua took out a glowing stone and said, then you will understand, not only did I see the past when I was in the Tower of Trials, but I also received a gift. The Origin Stone Guy it also has another name, Memory, with the ability to recreate memories on Earth. After speaking, the stone shined, recreating the image of the Demon King. Seeing a familiar figure, Prince Kaiser immediately shouted, Father. King Marcus suddenly asked, who are you? Kaiser replied with tears in his eyes, it's me, Father, your eldest son. Kaiser, look closely. Duke Tremblin expressed, Your Highness, I don't think His Majesty is talking to us. Look over there. As he finished speaking, the space in the room suddenly changed, everything seemed to fade into the night. King Marcus smirked and asked, what is that extra space? You probably don't know what level of swordsmanship I have reached. Having said that, he condensed a red sword, a strong slash into that dark space. But the crack created by the sword quickly healed. Duke Tremblin exclaimed in surprise, even noble swords were useless, there was only one person on this continent who could do so, except for high-level demon swords. In that dark night, the silhouettes of 2 people appeared. One said, it seems your sword is starting to wear out. You have enjoyed peace for too long, people say you are the purple sword Xuan King of the 9 stars. Marcus turned his head to look at the 2 of them and said, why are you going so far? When they saw clearly who it was, both Kaiser and Duke Tremblin gasped. The one who came was Duke Anyus, didn't you already expect this? Trembolin was surprised, why was Duke Anyus here, and even with King Wien, 3 years ago he was defeated by 3 people from the 9 Stars Association in the Raiden chess plane, King Wien, Blood King, and Martial Arts, King. Joshua explained, it was all Duke Anyus's plan, how could this happen, perhaps with the help of King Xuan. At that time, he must have had some kind of contract with the Blood King and the Martial King. But I don't know what the content of that covenant is. He led almost the entire Avalon royal army to the Raiden flag plains. At the same time, Duke Tremblin also led the royal army to conquer other kingdoms. And Duke Anyus sent all his troops to the Raiden flag plain, taking advantage of Avalon's weak defense to target the Demon Emperor. The real mastermind behind this trap is not Duke Anyus, but the Demon Emperor himself. On the other side, the Emperor asked, "Did you do that to avenge your mother?" Duke Anyus pulled out the sword on his back and argued, "A few sentences cannot explain everything. Originally, I had already decided not to wait until the end of my life with my family, so after finishing speaking, he immediately swung his sword and rushed forward to attack." The two quickly clashed, their powers clashing powerfully. Duke Anyus said vengefully, "You know it too, the founder of the Avalon Empire, the one who turned his back on his army and sold out his own country. King of the first whistling bank, Reveda." King Marcus scoffed, "Did you come here just to talk about meaningless history?" A sword strike was thrown, pushing Duke Anyus back. King Wien immediately joined in, controlling the darkness. This move immediately pulled Emperor Marcus' feet deeper into the darkness. He gritted his teeth, "My legs couldn't move." Duke Anyus took the opportunity to rush forward with his sword. The last king of Ace was killed by Reveda. "It's Kuni, the ancestor of our Anyus family." The sword he slashed out curved in a powerful arc. The ground cracked due to the fierce power of this sword move. Its power also spread to the Demon King. The black and white light mixed together, making everything difficult to follow. Duke Tremblin couldn't help but exclaim, the aura from Duke Anyus's sword that covered the sky was truly boundless power. This was the true power of the Black God. Even so, Emperor Marcus has also broken through all realms of the Sun Will Sword technique of the Sichuan clan. With such a level, it is impossible for him to defeat the Emperor, but how? Not willing to be weak, King Marcus immediately used his swordsmanship to cut down the power of Duke Anyus. He also loudly mocked, "You mean you have restored the swordsmanship of your ancestors in the past, achieving reached my current level? However, nothing can change, our ancestors have long since fallen into oblivion. No one remembers the death of the person who gave birth to them. Even if someone remembers, they will just close their eyes. Avalon has become my kingdom. Avalon exists because of its clan. Aiden, I won't give you a chance to defend anything." The aura from Duke Agnes's sword was gradually swallowed by King Marcus's fire vortex. It can be seen that his power is extremely strong, grand, strong and full of satisfaction. An unclear victory will not bring you anything. Besides, all of you are inferior to me, like all humanity living under this sun. Duke Anyus did not give up and continued to swing his sword in response. There was only Ace under his temple. Those are the reasons why you had to disappear. Once again, the Black God's aura once again attacked the fire spiral surrounding the Demon King. But he immediately fought back. "Do you think if you kill me, you will win the throne?" A flaming sword slashed straight down. The ground under Duke Anyus's feet immediately split in two. The power was extremely strong. It even ran in front of the Duke, causing him to raise his sword to block, but was still pushed back a long way. He frowned and thought to himself, indeed, dueling with him was really too difficult. Around the Demon King's body, the ring of fire became larger and larger. He pointed the tip of his sword straight at Duke Anyus, but at this moment, black rays of magic power pierced through it. King Shuen didn't know when he took action, casting dark magic to form a giant black net, completely enveloping the fire of King Marcus. "I will devour your temple. O darkness, pierce the hearts of your enemies." Black streaks seemed to coalesce like sword tips, piercing straight through the wall of fire surrounding the Demon King's body. More and more heads were stabbed down as if creating a pinning position for him. The fire barrier was breached, gradually creating large cracks. King Marcus looked up and smiled and asked, "Shuen King, why did you help Aiden? What did you do that for?" Aiden wanted to give him a position when he was crowned emperor. As he spoke, he swung his sword and slashed in all directions. Immediately after that, the black streaks of darkness that had just crashed into the fire barrier were scattered. King Shuen was also thrown away because of that. At the same time, Duke Anyus, after recovering from the attack just now, immediately raised his sword and charged from behind. "What I want is not to be emperor." King Marcus was startled and turned his head, but a powerful sword strike fell, exploding almost everything in space. King Shuen tightened his grip and finished him off. "Duke." The large blade pointed straight towards the fireball. Duke Anyus did not care about anything, aimed his sword, tore through the fire shield and rushed inside. Emperor Marcus said contemptuously, "You have never been fit for the throne." Once again, their two swords rubbed against each other. Duke Anyu said, "There are many ways to rule this country without becoming emperor, just like how you used Ba Ben. I intended to push my son to become a puppet and control this country, but I don't need to do that anymore." He suddenly smiled. Joshua's face appeared. "I never thought I would love raising children so much." Hearing that, King Marcus suddenly burst into laughter. "Don't tell me you're starting to love your son again. Such words are not suitable for a famous dark god like you." For some reason, Duke Anyu suddenly seemed to be full of strength, knocking the king of Avalon back. His whole body suddenly seemed to be covered with a layer of golden aura. King Marcus gritted his teeth and frowned, not understanding the reason. "I only saw in front of me, the person who had just opposed me had his whole body glowing brightly. In this world, there would be no more dark gods. Thanks to disappearing from this world, I had regained my true light. I'm here. So why do we need to live in the dark anymore?" His whole body transformed, a white halo shone brightly behind him, and his emerald green eyes opened. "The black clothes on my body have been completely replaced by pure white. I am the white god Heimdall." King Marcus was confused. "What form is this? What power have you received?" Duke Anyus raised his sword and looked down. He said, "This is the power of a god who has transcended the sun. I will cut you to death to prove the power of the god. I will send you to hell." Having said that, he lifted the sword above his head, making a gesture of preparing to slash down. King Marcus was still full of confidence and rushed forward. "Stop talking nonsense. In this world, there are no gods." The two sides collided once again, the fire light and white divine aura colliding to create a unique effect. In a tense moment, Duke Anyus finally took up his sword and slashed straight at the emperor's chest. The bright light emitted became even stronger, and the wind and sand could not stop the two from stopping. The space suddenly became white, all images suddenly disappeared. Prince Kaiser asked doubtfully, "Is that true?" Dudua replied, "The truth is always painful." Kaiser shouted, heartbroken, "Do you still not understand the seriousness of this matter? The crime of assassinating the king is a very serious crime. It will cause the whole country to be executed." Joshua frowned and said, "I don't know what happened after that, so don't confirm that Anyus has already killed Emperor Marcus." Kaiser countered, "After knowing what he did, you still say that Avalon is in the situation it is today. Isn't it because of Duke Anyus? After knowing the truth, then you still protect your father? How can you dare to claim that you are the blood of the royal family? How can you be like us, when you have half the blood of a Kuli, the family's mortal enemy and the Bank of Hiss? This country became like this because of your family. You are just a mongrel, a mixed-blooded creature who is always trying to be useless." Joshua let out a sigh. He radiated strong pressure, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Joshua's eyes were full of coldness and he said, "Who do you think should be angry now? Do you only see what you want to see?" Duke Tremblin quickly stood up to stop him. "Stop now, I won't let anyone do anything to threaten him. Do you want to harm the eldest prince? Do you want to betray the Avalon Empire?" Joshua said contemptuously, "It seems you still don't understand. I could destroy this empire myself in an instant, but I haven't done it yet. It's because I want to give you a chance." "What a chance?" "Because we can see it. The memories of the past appear one after another, the retreat to the coup of Rivada. Duke of Aden with his mother as a child. Or the oppression of King Dot on the Anyus family. Duke Aden's hatred when his mother died. The karma of our ancestors in the past still continues until today. We do not think about the crimes over the years. You can't use death to atone for your sins." Duke Tremblin didn't know what to say, then. Suddenly, from outside, the Duke of Leather, covered in wounds, came in to announce that something big had happened. "Someone has committed treason. You must leave here immediately, sir." At this moment, the panicked butler hurried in to report on the situation outside. "Your Majesty, there is an emergency. We are being attacked. The fourth prince has launched a coup." When Joshua and the first Prince Kaiser heard this news, they were so shocked that their mouths opened wide. Outside, the fourth Prince Kaiser smiled maniacally, ordering his subordinates to kill them all. "Don't let anyone survive." Right at this moment, Kairen dragged his wounded body and scolded the Kaiser for what he was doing. "Stop it now, you really think killing everyone will make you an emperor?" Kaiser smiled and walked towards his brother and said, "There is only one way for you to survive in this place, and to do that you have to get rid of me, second brother, and help Kiso ascend to the throne." Kairen frowned and scolded Kaiser, "You're too late. Even if you do this stupid thing, Mr. Ki will not accept you. he will be forced to abandon you. The Kaiser said extremely crazy words in a matter-of-fact tone, so you just need to eliminate Key's supporters. As soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to swing his sword to finish off his brother. Right at this moment, from outside the window, Babel directly broke the glass and rushed in, repelling the Kaiser and the men behind him. It was an extremely terrifying stream of power. Babel asked Kairen, "Second Prince, are you okay?" Kairen replied, "I heard that the A-Button mansion was destroyed. I'm lucky to see you're safe." Before Babel could answer, in the distance, the Kaiser smiled crookedly in the red light. "It seems that the idiot Joshua has intervened again. Look, you are still alive. Could it be that guy was defeated by Joshua Star? Anyway, I'm tired of everyone meddling and ruining my plans." Right at this moment, a ray of light appeared on the Kaiser's body. When Babel saw it, he was startled and shocked. Does this guy really know how to use aura? The Kaiser's aura image is a large man with long hair and a symbol on his forehead, with two twin swords. The Kaiser smiled disdainfully. "Do you think I'm as useless as my brothers?" The Kaiser was extremely pleased. It was the six-sword A-Chu, an oriental technique that Mr. Hey Dan had taught me over the years. It was strange to have to use the sword that I learned from Mr. Hi Dan to fight. It's you. When Babel heard this name, he frowned. Right away, the Kaiser quickly drew his sword. Six-sword A immediately exerted its terrifying power and rushed forward. Babel had difficulty blocking this attack and knocking it away. The Kaiser was not disappointed at all but laughed with delight. "Very nice, but you are not a worthy opponent for me. So give up." The six-sword A nun continued to swing her sword and rush forward. Babel shouted, "The second life my brother gave me. I will repay that debt, even if it means sacrificing my life." As soon as he finished speaking, Babel continued to swing his sword and attack forward. But he quickly felt bad. The Kaiser's attacks were too fast. He couldn't see where they were coming from. The Kaiser then continued, "I can see that you are worthy of the title of Avalon's little star, but times have changed a long time ago. There is no more room for remnants of the old era like you." As soon as he finished speaking, the six-sword A nun continued to unleash a series of swords, causing Babel to collapse directly with a long wound on his chest. Cairo still has free time to comfort Babel. "Don't be too sad, after all it's your fault for not being able to adapt to the times." At this time, the Kaiser in the back said to Babel, "To be honest, you are the weakest among these friends of mine." Babel couldn't believe his ears. "But what about his sword?" The Kaiser laughed loudly and said, "You guys are just people disguised as masters, but you can't hurt anyone here. All of us have at least reached the superhuman level." Right now in the distance, Joshua slowly approached and broke the tense atmosphere. "Do you really think your friends and magic tricks are enough to deal with us? I thought you were smarter and would come up with another plan. What a disappointment. I didn't expect you to choose this path that leads to your own downfall. Did I rate you too highly?" Joshua finished speaking and summoned a spear in his hand. The Kaiser heard these words as if irritated and said, "Don't you feel tired? How long are you going to hinder me?" Joshua did not hesitate to answer truthfully, "This will be your end." The Kaiser immediately swung his sword and rushed forward, expressing that those words would be your last. Joshua used the spear in his hand to launch a series of powerful moves at lightning speed. Directly attacked the Kaiser with his six-sword A and fell flat on his face. The masked hooded men were silent. Even if his skills were not yet perfect, it was unexpected that he would be defeated so easily. Is he that person's child? Right at this moment, a new group of soldiers rushed forward, shouting loudly to protect Prince Kairen. Kairen saw this group just now appearing and scolded loudly, "What took so long? Kill them all quickly. These idiots dare to assassinate a prince of the great empire of Avalon." The soldiers who heard the order immediately wanted to rush in and attack. But right at this moment, a hooded man wearing a mask holding two knives rushed towards the soldiers and said, "How stupid. I will personally handle all of you." This guy uses the Su-Ran dance. Simple yet brutal notice to deal with all the soldiers in an instant. Kairen couldn't help but tremble. That guy had defeated the entire army of royal knights in the blink of an eye. After finishing dealing with those insects, this guy turned towards Joshua and raised his knife. "Even if you are his descendant, if you continue to stand in our way, we will have no choice but to do it." As for what that was, no one knew, because Joshua had once swung his spear and cut off this guy's head. Joshua calmed down. "You are the one blocking my way." The Kaiser shouted loudly for the boys to stop wasting time and attack quickly. But these people hesitated, as if the person in front of them had already surpassed their limits like Mr. Hi Dan. After completing the calculation, one guy immediately opened the space gate and ran away. He also ordered the remaining 3 people to retreat. Take care of the rest, Kaiser. Kaiser couldn't believe his eyes. You guys are running away after causing all this trouble. The leader calmly reminded the Kaiser, you must take responsibility for your actions. Kaiser shouted loudly, is this my fault? I just did as you said. Who would have thought this would happen? The leader shouted loudly at the Kaiser to shut up and tell the truth. You caused this situation despite Mr. Hayden's orders. His orders are for you to stay in the shadows, assist and support the first prince, and solidify your position in the empire as the 4th prince. However, you ignored his orders and tried to take the throne for yourself. Back in the past, the Kaiser himself once said to all the people of the empire, before his death, Emperor Makwat had left a message about the next emperor in his will. He mentioned my name. His last message was give the throne to the 4th Prince Kaiser. Returning to the present, the leader did not hesitate to tell the truth. This is your fault for daring to oppose Mr. Hi Dan's power. This will also be your end. After speaking, everything disappeared. Joshua looked down at the Kaiser from above and asked him, how does it feel to be abandoned by an ally? The Kaiser seemed to have lost all reason and turned to blame Joshua. This is all because of you. Why do you keep getting in my way? If you had only appeared a year late, I would have achieved all my dreams. Joshua heard the Kaiser say that and felt really funny. What is your dream? You also have a dream. Kaiser continued, if it weren't for the dream, he wouldn't have done all of this. But now nothing matters anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a scroll and a magic array appeared. Kaiser said loudly, I will drag everyone down with me. Joshua frowned, is this the explosion circle of Et Te Lo? Is this what you want? Do you think I will let this happen? Cairo smiled crazily, the great warrior king is sympathizing with me. That's amazing. I will tell you a secret before I drag you down to hell with me. It is a secret about Emperor Ma. Go away, my father. But just as the Kaiser was about to say something, he was immediately pressured by some force to the point of collapsing. Joshua immediately realized that from the beginning, there was someone silently observing everything from afar. This person not only mastered the art of stealth, but also to have the ability to control subspace like this. It's just possible. Only the legendary king. Indeed, in a far corner of the castle, there is a middle-aged man wearing a mask. This is the mysterious king of the 9 Stars Society. Joshua immediately raised his spear and delivered a blow. This powerful blow extends thousands of miles away. But it does not affect others at all, it only locks on the target. King Wian was stunned. What's going on? Everything just seemed normal, but this attack from afar only injured him. King Shuen quickly dodged the attack and exclaimed, whether it was 3 years ago or now, his talent is still outstanding. Fighting with him will only cause disadvantages for me, and the Kaiser has been silenced. It's time, must retreat. Joshua immediately wanted to chase this person. But King Shuen said at this time, if you don't want to see your mother, Lucia, injured, then don't chase me. When Joshua heard that, he was immediately indignant. What he did only made me want to behead him even more. But before Joshua could reach the mysterious king, the Kaiser still hadn't defeated him. He still tried to reach out to the magic scroll to complete the magic formation. He smiled with tears filling his heart and said, I will drag you to the grave with me. Kaiser and Babel witnessed this scene and couldn't help but frown. Another place, Kaiser stood in front of the memorial looking at the earth-shattering scene before his eyes. Those outside could see a terrifying amount of power emanating from inside the castle. They all had extremely worried and uneasy looks on their faces. At this place, Joshua frowned and looked down. He promptly pulled the Kaiser's hand out of the magic circle. But it was also the moment the Kaiser breathed his last. Kairen was stunned. Is the Kaiser dead? That bastard, he staged a coup and then died tragically like this. Is it all over? Joshua replied, what's the ending? I'm not sure. With the death of the Kaiser, the future will certainly change completely. Afterwards, he released the Kaiser's hand and said goodbye to the 4th prince one last time. Elsewhere, King Jactor of the Hu Empire pretends to be summoned by the blood god Lucifer. This person is the emperor of the empire. Lucifer smiled and asked about Jactor's health. Jactor's face didn't change color. Because of someone I can't be healthy. Lucifer continued to smile. Don't say that, I've already given you the ham, I met you to confirm something. Jactor frowned and said frankly, I know exactly what you're planning, you want me to sit and watch you overthrow Avalon, right? Jactor did not agree and continued, who knows if you only stopped at Avalon or not, how can I believe that Hu Van is not the next target? Furthermore, if you attack Avalon, the dark gods will not leave you alone. Hearing that, Lucifer immediately showed a bit of contempt and was annoyed. Are you afraid of the dark god? Jok Chu frowned. Remind Lucifer that there is no need to provoke, unlike you, I value honor very much, you have not forgotten the contract between us, right? Lucifer seemed to take that contract very seriously. Until now, when they need it, we still help. But the mysterious king wants his side to step into the light. We both want to break the balance between Avalon, Long Throttle and Hu Van. Time passes, everything goes in the direction I want, as Avalon is collapsing, the Empire is on the fast track and Hu Van can rule this continent together. Lucifer continued, but now it is impossible to keep that contract anymore, the Sword King and the Hero King have appeared in Avalon. If the Dark God's purpose is different from ours. If you want to unify the continent, now is the most appropriate time to take that action. To control the Dark God, we must strengthen the alliance. Lucifer extended his hand and continued, if you, an awakened person and I can trust each other and shake hands. Even if a Hero King or a Dark God joins forces, they still have a chance to win, so after taking care of Avalon and the Emirates. Wouldn't these two empires rule this continent together? Jactor raised his eyebrows and replied, you say, after all that, how can I believe that you won't be a traitor? Lucifer repeated, I have given you the heart, the center of this sixth samadhi, is that not enough to gain your trust? Jactor expressed that of course, it couldn't be that simple. Jactor thought for a while and then offered a price, then just finish the unfinished business first, you are responsible for dealing with the Hero King, if you can do this, will I consider other conditions? Lucifer occasionally agreed, also wanting to end the negotiation here. Jactor reminded Lucifer not to underestimate the Hero King. 3 years ago he alone fought with thousands of elite soldiers and escaped unscathed. But Lucifer had already left the conference table. He said, don't worry, everything has changed. Even heaven is starting to keep an eye on me. Lucifer opened the tent door, shouted loudly and ordered the entire army to gather. Outside the hut were countless soldiers with powerful armor.
Receiving orders from the commander, the soldiers immediately sent a signal, informing all soldiers at the station to gather the entire army to prepare. They will attack the Nim citadel on the border of Empire A, Akan.
A group of soldiers riding dragons rose into the air. That was the group of knights of the Goa Empire. Below the ground are the Wolf Knights. They all move forward like thousands of hungry buffaloes. At this time, at the defensive fortress Endless, at the border of the Avalon Empire, the soldiers soon realized that the group of knights were flying in the sky, and immediately signaled everyone to quickly get into position and prepare for battle. But right at this moment, the fortress gate suddenly opened again. Making everyone extremely confused, the enemy was attacking. Why did they open the city gate? At this time, a person stepped forward and admitted that he was the one who ordered the city gate to be opened. That was the knight of the Avalon Empire, the Count. According to the city owner, he thought this was only for the good of the empire. Hearing that, a knight immediately drew his sword and said, are you trying to rebel? Even if you are an earl, I cannot ignore this matter. Theo calmly replied, I have protected this place for 20 years, but now I have doubts. I will not let my life and family be buried just because of those stupid princes. Surrender, we will be spared. Hearing that, the other knight frowned and protested, shut up, I don't want to hear the excuses of a vile traitor like you. But by this time the enemy had already flown over the fort. High above, the Empire's Duke touched the station for a long time. Ice King Ama is riding a dragon high above. Smiled complacently, it was too late to stop me. Endless will belong to us. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately performed the aura magic, and the dragon appeared in a trance, directly smashing the fortress, and ice peaks grew like mushrooms. The other soldiers cried out in panic, the city wall had collapsed, but they had to attack the dragons first. The enemy army is coming here, the wolf army is also at the city gate, please quickly block the city gate. Theo Du smiled at the chaotic scene before him, ignoring the soldiers' pleas for help. At this time at the royal palace of Avalon, there was a fierce debate going on. One person quarreled with another person. Nim fortress was occupied by the enemy. In that situation you only brought 500 soldiers. The other person immediately replied, "You are no different from me, Viscount Romeo." Both sides are unable to send any more soldiers due to losses due to the prolonged civil war. They are all lacking human resources. The economy is in recession. How can they help in a situation like that? But if we don't stop the empire from taking too long, we will certainly lose everything. However, we are already short on resources. Great Prince Kaiser called everyone to order and then made a decision. All the troops dispatched were assigned to the heads of the clans. You consider yourself for your family and for the border. Kai Ren heard that and frowned. Brother, then there will be very few soldiers on the front lines. Kaiser reminded his younger brother, some families don't even have the minimum number of soldiers. We are the ones who caused this. You and I have to face the consequences yourself. Kai Ren heard that and immediately fell silent. His brother was right. At this time, there was another problem. Marquis Talon raised his hand and asked the princes, "Then who will command the army, Your Highness?" Hearing Crown Prince Kaiser express that he has not appointed anyone yet. "I can immediately recommend you to the Marquis." Another person immediately objected, "Mr. Degas is still alive. No one deserves this position more than him. He probably wants a position to exploit. No wonder he would campaign politically." I frowned and said loudly, "In such an emergency, you guys still want to argue about that? Mr. Degas was seriously injured in the 4th Prince's coup. I only nominated one candidate, worthy to temporarily replace him." Another person nominated the Sword King Duke Tremblin, who is very suitable for the position of commander. With his personality, he will not side with anyone, not even any marquis. Hearing that, I immediately expressed that it was true, but hadn't he disappeared again? Kaiser explained, "Duke Tremblin has already arrived at Fortress Einberg himself. We are having to send reinforcements here." Another person wanted to nominate the Hero King as commander. Talon and a number of others this time protested extremely strongly. Joshua was still young and had no experience on the battlefield. Even if he was a talented warrior, he was not necessarily a good commander because he still had to know how to lead another army. The other people in the castle heard that and immediately made a big stir. Kun Nio was the last king of Aesgad, the previous dynasty of the Avalon Empire. If they gave that position to Joshua, who knows? Okay, what will he do? Cain stood next to Joshua and whispered to him, "Things are getting more and more strange. Are you going to just leave them alone?" Joshua calmly said, "If these people still refuse to change their thinking, this empire will collapse sooner or later. For now, just wait and see." At this moment a voice rang out from outside, "I also think the Hero King Joshua is a good candidate for the position of commander. That person is Shirley, the representative of the head of the Ponta family." Kaiser smiled and welcomed this young lady. "You came at the right time. I have heard about your glorious achievements. I very much appreciate your tireless efforts for Avalon." Shirley thanked the Crown Prince and asked him for permission to ask a question. That the clans that send their soldiers into battle under royal orders have the right to choose their own commanders for their armies. Kaiser did not hesitate to express that of course, the general commander and the commander of each team are different. After hearing the answer, Shirley immediately expressed that her family would send 20,000 soldiers and 5 night squads to the border, along with military equipment worth 2 million gold. "And we will provide provisions for the entire army throughout the war." The other nobles were stunned after hearing this. How could the Ponta family still have so many resources? Is it because they are involved with many factions? At this time Shirley spoke again, "And the person who will command our army is none other than my good friend. It's Joshua Sanda." Joshua smiled at those nobles and then received orders from Lady Shirley, "So as not to waste any more time, I will immediately depart and take back N." The other nobles saw this and shouted loudly saying that Joshua was rude and arrogant. I can also shout loudly, "Why is Joshua planning to gather the army of the Ponto family alone? You are not even the commander, so don't act arbitrarily. The army is a unified organization, the most basic principle of military tactics, so do not disrupt the order. If that structure is no longer there, you will definitely fail on the battlefield." Hearing that, Joshua immediately stopped and answered him, "Is that so? Then I will stand on the side. You just do what you want." After hearing this sentence, I immediately felt guilty. Joshua continued, "If you hate me that much then I will have nothing to do with anything in this country anymore. Whether you will be killed by the empire or not is also your business." When I heard that, I frowned. "Didn't you want the throne? and now you're running away. Joshua smiled sarcastically. Whatever you think, there's no way someone doesn't need help, so I suddenly get involved. I just want to fulfill my promise to the two princes. Kairen and Kaiser were silent. Kaiser expressed his hope that Joshua would forgive the people below. After hearing this, Joshua was surprised. Kaiser continued, everyone here is worried, the royal power has hit rock bottom, the trust between us has long been lost. With the current situation, no one knows who will be in charge, but following the commander's orders without any doubt is really difficult. From the beginning you have to appoint a commander that everyone obeys. Then we wouldn't have to disagree like we do now, it's all my fault. Kaiser continued, now I want to ask Joshua to go to the border and stop the foreign invaders. So far nothing has changed, even though you are a descendant of the Kun Ni dynasty. We all need you. Once again I want to ask you to lend us your strength. Shirley witnessed this scene and immediately smiled. Kaiser was more mature than she thought, still maintaining his attitude even after witnessing the departure of the Ma Quail King. Joshua also thought so. No matter what Kaiser did this for, he just wanted the crown prince to believe that he would keep his promise. Joshua turned and left, preparing to go to the border. Arriving outside, the mercenary King Akshu Loy smiled and greeted his old friend. Since Joshua disappeared, he had been waiting for him to return for 3 years. Really? Happy to cooperate again. After the two sides shook hands, Kane immediately asked Akshu Loy. It is said that he has gathered more than 20,000 mercenaries. But why do we only see one group of knights here? Icarus replied, it is actually impossible to mobilize more than 10,000 people at the same time through the teleportation gate, so I only prioritize the minimum number of troops. The remaining 2 weeks will be full, the mercenary group will also join, so in total we will have 70,000 troops. It will probably take more time. Kane was shocked when he heard that. That's 3 times the number of troops. Even if my master is here, there will be more than enough troops to defend. Ristian now wondered if 2 weeks was too long. After 2 weeks, the whole east of Avalon will definitely fall into the hands of the dictator. Even if we can stop the invading empire, the damage will still be huge. Joshua expressed it was okay, Chet would handle it. Chet was surprised by his name being mentioned. Joshua expressed, I believe you can shorten those 2 weeks into 1 day. Chet immediately laughed when he heard that. So you want to take advantage of me like that? Okay, but I will make you pay it back later. Ristian wondered, it is true that there is mass teleportation magic, but for a level 7 mage, is teleporting 70,000 people at once a bit too much? If you don't remember what happened in the middle of the spell or the spell is disabled, those people's bodies will be confused or worse. Is moving to the wrong place. In general there are many dangerous risks. Joshua heard about being able to instantly teleport people falling from high places and was extremely interested in trying it out. Chet now expressed that he was different from before. He is no longer a level 7 magician but has reached the level 8 magic realm. When everyone heard that, they were extremely surprised. Chet asked again, the soldiers are stationed at the Ponto Merchant Guild, right? I will teleport there immediately. From there we will cross the border together and focus on preparing for the battlefield. Chet applied his power, a flash of light, and an entire army quickly disappeared from the scene. At this time, at the border of the Avalon Empire, En Nam City, where the Ga Ga Lao army was stationed. The Endless Fortress had become a mess. Everywhere were soldiers from the castle along with large pieces of ice. In the fortress, Ama ordered his soldiers to free the prisoners. After hearing this, a soldier immediately panicked. What should he do if they continued to attack? But in the end, faced with the power of the ice sword Ama, they still followed their assigned mission and released these prisoners. Ama smiled towards Theo Du Ra. With the release of this prisoner, both sides had kept their promise. Ama expressed how much he appreciates talented people like Theo Ra. If he has already left that place, then how about joining us? Theo heard that, so he hesitated to answer. At this moment, a knight walked in to give the report received from the reconnaissance team. Hearing that, Ama immediately smiled. Not to mention the reinforcements from Avalon have already begun to move. What is the number of reinforcements? The knight immediately replied with a tone of disbelief, reporting that there was only one person. Hearing that, Ama also had to frown. At the back gate of the citadel behind the mountain, the soldiers who touched the gas for a long time shouted loudly for everyone to be careful. This person is not a normal person. But it was all too late. This person with a speed comparable to lightning continuously killed all those blocking his way. The soldiers had no choice but to run away in fear like ants returning to their nest, but all could not escape the other man's sword attack. Ama saw this guy's speed from afar. Very good, able to defeat both knight squads. Surely this is the king's hero. One soldier commented, if we have to confront someone using guerrilla tactics like this, should our subordinates call them? Ama smiled and refused. Instead, he told his subordinates to quickly call the count to come here. He knew this person better than them. This was also a good opportunity to check if he intended to support them, to what extent. But before the words were finished, suddenly a ray of light flashed. The other guy jumped straight into the sky and landed towards their citadel. Ama smiled and pulled out his sword, silently cursing that he was stupid, so stupid that he dared to rush straight in here, or was he planning to weaken me? A sword attack rushed towards Ama at lightning speed. Unfortunately, it was quickly blocked by him, but its killing intent was so strong that it could shake the ground. Ama smiled. As expected, there are not many people on this continent who can take down an army alone, but who would have thought that you are still alive, Sword King of Avalon? Tremblin! Tremblin shouted loudly for the invaders to leave Avalon immediately, then unleash a devastating speed attack. But Ama still did not die. He used his ice sword to create a giant dragon and shouted, "It's useless, we won't leave, you should surrender and leave. Soon this continent will belong to the Empire." An ice sword strike with terrible power fell. Tremblin quickly dodged this attack. Thanks to it, he knew who his opponent was. "You must be the ice sword Ama, I will chop your head off and end this battle quickly." The two sides still fought extremely fiercely. One person used lightning fast speed. Someone who uses the power of ice to fight. It seems like no one loses. Ama let her ice dragon shoot a giant blast of ice and snow forward. Tremblin quickly dodged this attack, even using his speed to surround Ama, making him not know which way to go. Then, when Ama lost her guard, Tremblin immediately threw a direct blow to kill the ice dragon, as well as causing injury to his opponent, who dreamed of falling down, but he still smiled. Even though he was old, a tiger without fangs was still a tiger. "It's just a pity that you jumped into my ice dragon." Tremblin was startled and looked down. His feet were buried by ice. While he was unable to move, Ama took this opportunity to deliver a decisive blow and force the dragon back to the citadel. The soldiers below cheered with joy. General Ama had killed the Sword King. He was the true Sword King. They are still under the illusion that the border of Avalon completely belongs to them. Above the sky, a large amount of mana was gathering there. The sky seemed to be torn in half. At this moment Lucifer appeared. He smiled. "Remind the soldiers to be ready to face your army and take care." The entire army maintains its position and prepares to engage in battle. On the other side, the mana concentration area emitted large beams of light. Joshua and 70,000 soldiers successfully landed. All are ready to go to war. Standing in front of the Endless Dharma platform, Joshua was about to cheer everyone on. Then saw Ristian next to him with everyone behind him vomiting. Chet smiled. This is the first time teleporting such a large number. Ristian shouted loudly, "You said everyone would be okay, why are you so okay? My body is shaking." Furthermore, they were teleported right in front of the enemy's base. What if they accidentally died as soon as they arrived? At this moment, Ama's dragon also flew towards them. The old man smiled crazily. "You guys live like people waiting to die, you're brave enough to stand in front of us." But right at this moment, Tremblin appeared in time to chase Ama. "You talk too much, who will die today?" Tremblin swung a powerful blow at Ama. Cain looked at him and was stunned. Why was that Ama still alive? Could it be that his master Rian had lost to this guy? Returning to the past, Rian smiled and told Cain to quickly complete the mission. "This time we will really find Joshua." Master asked him to go first, and I stayed behind to deal with that Ama. Cain clenched his fists indignantly. That day he should have killed that bastard along with his master. Joshua also said to Cain to go up there. "Now is the time to show the results of your hard training. This is your perfect enemy, isn't it? Just don't die." Hearing that, Cain smiled and agreed. He quickly pulled out his sword. "I want to show my master the results of my training all this time." The Empire soldiers immediately shouted loudly, ordering the Flying Dragon Knights to quickly defend the castle. Great victory awaits Emperor Lucifer. Icarus frowned. They were gaining an advantage, but then chose to defend the castle. I thought they would attack with force first, but it turned out they were so calm in facing it. Look at the dragons flying in the air. Chet expressed that he and Lin could handle it, but wouldn't it be very difficult to destroy the castle with just this amount of force? Joshua said with a smile, "You don't need to worry about using your powers. Ristian gave me a great idea. I'm talking about people who will fall from the sky, but of course not this time. It must have been a human falling down." Joshua immediately deployed his magic, and above the Endless Fortress continued to open another transmission gate. But the horror is that what comes out of there are not people, but zombies belonging to the main faction of the station. The undead fell to the ground like pouring rain, falling directly on the enemy soldiers. After looking closely, they were shocked to realize that the Avalon army had summoned their own army to fall from the sky. Dead bodies crashed madly to the ground. On this side, Icarus softly reminded Joshua to stop using zombies. If this continues, the public's perception of us may become more negative. Joshua smiled and said he had already calculated it all. Sure enough, after the last zombies fell to the ground, this time from the teleportation portal, a giant black dragon stepped out from there. It opened its big mouth frantically wanting to swallow everything. Chet was scared. Wasn't that a bone dragon? The bone dragon with terrifying power landed at Ennam Fortress. The soldiers, knowing clearly that they were not its opponents, immediately panicked and ran away. The dragon opened its big mouth, spewing out a terrible stream of power as if it wanted to destroy everything. Chet stood on one side sweating. This is going to cause big chaos. Can you deal with the consequences, Joshua? Joshua smiled and said to take his time. Ristian witnessed the next scene in horror. This time it was the army of zombies and bone dragons that were slaughtering each other. Cain ran and reminded Ristian to focus on their only goal. Up in the air, Ama shouted loudly, ordering the soldiers to stay away from the bone dragon, and the flying dragon knight attacked from above. But while he was still giving instructions, the Tremblin came out of nowhere to attack him. Ama got even angrier. "I'm so fed up, why aren't you dead yet?" The two sides still fought fiercely. Tremblin ran and easily destroyed Ama's ice. But then, Ama changes tactics again. Use ice fragments to attack Tremblin. Tremblin avoided the piece of ice and thought to himself, even though he knew he was old, he didn't expect that he would be fooled by these simple tricks. If this continues, it's not good. We have to shorten the distance and end this battle. Ama on the side chuckled. Decelerating like that showed that the old guy had begun to lose his stamina. Tremblin was definitely trying to finish this match. He was holding the sword light at a close distance. "Do you want to fight at close range? If you like it, then indulge." Ama immediately released the next ice shards. But Tremblin was one step faster and got closer. He immediately used his sword light to disguise. A powerful blow directly destroyed Ama's ice dragon. Ama couldn't believe his eyes. His ice dragon energy had been destroyed. Tremblin took this opportunity to rush forward, wanting to finish off Ama. But at that moment, Ama's hands were faster than her brain and immediately summoned the ice spirit Po Romit. A huge ice explosion rang out. Tremblin rolled his eyes. "Isn't that a spirit? It's protecting the other guy." Ama smiled. "I will show you the power of the Poromit, a high-level spirit stronger than the ice dragon. I will use all my strength to defeat you here. Even your fancy movements will be useless in the face of my hurricane." Tremblin wanted to use his speed to escape, but there was no time. His hands were frozen. Strength and stamina are gradually weakening. Ama Ra continued to summon the ice dragon, wanting to rush directly to completely deal with this stumbling block. But in that moment, Cain quickly rushed forward to block his attack. Even shouted loudly asking what did Ama do to Sir Rian. Ama immediately used her sword to defend. But the wound inflicted by the Tremblin earlier had reduced his strength. Ama didn't want to spend time with Cain and wanted to freeze him. But Cain can easily smash the ice away, expressing that these tricks have no effect on me. Ama was thrown away. He then realized that this was one of the swordsmen of the group, with the technique of neutralizing true essence. Just like when we fought Ristian before, what's even more surprising is that Cain can float in space like that. Seeing that the situation was difficult and that she couldn't deal with all three things, Ama immediately wanted to escape from here. But right at that moment, a rope came out of nowhere and tied him up. It turned out that Ristian was waiting below. After catching Ama, Ristian immediately pulled him down to the ground. Ama shouted angrily, "Damn it, I won't let this happen."